Whatever happens, I don't want you to get hurt, Suning said anxiously. In cases like this, she believed it was best to hide if possible. To her, the Zhang family's issues didn't concern Jin Shu much. She preferred to stay out of it. Jin Shu disagreed with her mother-in-law. If water spirit's misfortune was caused by Jin Shu's advice, then it's too late to back out now. Today, Zhang's father was hurt. Tomorrow, it could be Suning or even Jin Shu herself. Moreover, there are many doubts about this case. Without clear investigation, rushing to distance oneself shows a lack of loyalty. When someone in the team gets into trouble, the leader should face it bravely. Avoiding problems weakens the team and stalls progress. To be a true leader, one must have the courage and ambition to hold the reins and face any challenge. Jin Shu knew that trying to persuade Suning might not work, but she hoped she would listen. There are disagreements between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, but both just want the other to be well. There's no need for direct conflict that could hurt feelings. She decided to stay silent and handle things in her own way privately. Suning saw Jin Shu not speaking and thought she had been convinced, so she relaxed and started chatting about everyday life. Just a few words into the conversation, her colleagues from work came over. They knew Suning had woken up and came to visit her. Suning responded casually, using her illness to see who truly cared. She had worked in a government office for many years and believed she had made friends with half the staff. But when her family had trouble, none of them came to see her. Friendships that seem perfect are as worthless as rotten vegetables, and these people are not even worthy of helping her daughter-in-law. Jin Shu took the chance to leave the room. As she stepped out of the hospital, she saw Xue Ling, who looked teary-eyed. From Xue Ling's expression, Jin Shu knew that Aunt Lin had visited her. "Sister-in-law, is it really because I got promoted that my dad was hurt?" Xue Ling was confused and felt it was all her fault, worried she had caused her father trouble. "Things aren't clear yet, and I don't know if it was him. Even if it wasn't, with Chen Guodong's sharp temper, if you achieve success later, he might still target you. If you're scared, you can step back now. I will handle the rest, and I promise to take responsibility." Xue Ling's heart warmed, and she firmly held Jin Shu's hand. "Sister-in-law, I'm not afraid. You treat me like a sister. I won't be unfaithful or betray you. From now on, I'll follow you." Jin Shu nodded. Based on Xue Ling's performance, she knew she hadn't made a mistake in judging her. Aunt Lin then tried to influence Xue Ling, but Xue Ling remained steadfast and continued to follow Jin Shu. This proved that Jin Shu's first impression of Xue Ling was correct. She had potential to be cultivated. "Uncle Zhang is now out of danger. You don't need to stay at the hospital. Go to the factory and bring out 2,000 pounds of stock." 2,000 pounds? Can it be sold overnight? Xue Ling was surprised. Everyone thought it couldn't be sold quickly, but if she managed to sell it, she would gain influence. "Our sales department is full of old-fashioned people. If we ask them to work overtime, they probably won't listen," she said. "You don't need to rely on our sales department. We'll use our own people. I will handle sales so you don't have to worry about it. Your main task is to lower the prices. Don't contact Chen Guodong directly. Go to his superior instead. The director told me to set the prices myself. Why should I ask him?" Zhang Xueling felt completely lost. Take what the leader says with a grain of salt. Do you really believe their politeness? Once you set the price without informing him, he can find fault with anything you do. Jin Shu borrowed paper and a pen from the nurse. Without a table, she stood by the window and quickly made a list for Zhang Xueling. She asked about the main product types and made a chart. The largest stock currently is pork sausage, which has the shortest shelf life, followed by marinated pig liver, pig head meat, and pig knuckles. The biggest problem is the pork sausage stock, which has accumulated to 8 tons. How can you make so much of this short-lived cooked food? If it's not vacuum sealed, it only lasts 2 days in summer. After vacuum sealing and kept in the factory's cold storage, it can last up to 15 days. Factory director Chen Guodong only cares about appearances and wants to shine at the mid-year city meeting, so he pushes for higher production. He only focuses on producing more, but the products can't be sold. Only 8 days left before it expires. Sister-in-law, do you think we can sell it all in time? Remove the can from your question. If we can, we should. If we can't, we must find a way. Clearing out inventory is your first step to becoming deputy factory director. If you can't do this, your work won't progress. Jinshu checked the wholesale and market prices of several products and filled them into the chart. After some calculations, she reached a conclusion. Negotiate at 65% of your factory's wholesale price. The wholesale price for pork sausage is 1.3 yuan per jean, so we buy at 0.85 yuan. Your factory should make a profit of about 0.1 yuan per jean, breaking even. Other marinated products don't make as much profit as pork sausage, so we'll buy those at 70% of wholesale price. Lowering the price gives Jinshu room to profit. She calculated that she could earn about 0.55 yuan per jean, and after personnel costs, at least 0.4 yuan profit per jean. That's a huge difference. Will the leader agree? I'll teach you a phrase. Repeat it exactly to him. Leader, the finance department is Chen Guodong's people. I don't trust them. Please send someone from your team. What does that mean? Xueling, being simple-minded, couldn't fully grasp the depth of this statement. Just do as I say, and everything will go smoothly. How to negotiate prices isn't the most important thing. The key is that the money doesn't go through the factory accounts. Jinshu sells at 85 cents per pound, and he is willing to write 50 cents or 60 cents per pound on the label. Each factory has a loss rate, and since these are near-expiry products, even if he writes 20 cents per pound, it won't be a problem during checks. When dealing with honest and principled leaders, he uses extra funds to cover bad debts for other factories. When facing greedy officials, he might manipulate things a bit to get some kickbacks. Jinshu stays within the rules, leaving enough room for maneuver. This act of loyalty is like a token of sincerity to the higher-ups, making future work easier. When Lin Yixuan arrived, he saw Zhang Xueling with a reverent expression, gently touching Jinshu's head with one finger. Why are you doing that? Lin asked. Just trying to see how my sister-in-law's mind works. Xueling clasped her hands and bowed 3 times to Jinshu. Sister-in-law, please bless me for a smooth journey. Jinshu played along, adopting a holy look, and said seriously, Sister-in-law grants you honor. Go ahead. What are you fooling her about? His wife looked like a possessed spirit, almost ready to pull out a drum from her waist and perform a ritual. I just taught her some business tips, Jinshu said, pretending to be a fortune teller, counting on his fingers. Lin Yixuan noticed his expression was getting worse and asked seriously, Is something bothering you? He nodded, his lips pressed tightly. While Jinshu was teaching Xueling how to make a little money, Lin Yixuan learned a shocking secret, feeling heavy-hearted and furious. Seeing Lin's increasingly grim face, Jinshu stopped joking and said seriously, Did something really happen? He nodded again. Our mom's car accident might not have been an accident. Previously, Suning had been in a coma, and there were no witnesses to the crash. No one knew how Suning was hit or what kind of car hit her. Without surveillance cameras, it's hard to find the hit-and-run driver, and compensation is difficult to get. That's why Jinshu's story about coming back to find food was happening. Suning woke up, and the police came to investigate. She recalled the details of the accident. That day, she was working late and heading home when the streets were empty. Halfway home, the streetlights went out, and she slowed down. A large truck suddenly sped out from the intersection, and Suning didn't react in time. She was hit and thrown into the air. Luckily, she fell onto the grass. In summer, the grass was thick. If it had been winter, she might have been killed. Upon closer inspection, there were many issues. Suning said that the truck did not turn on its headlights, and the license plate was covered by cloth. When she arrived, she also saw red cloth tied to the rear wheel hub. Since the 1980s, Beijing has controlled trucks, and the route Suning took was within the city, where trucks are restricted. The license plate was covered, and the headlights were off. Most suspicious was the red cloth tied to the rear wheel hub, which is a superstitious practice. People believe it can ward off evil spirits and prevent revenge from restless souls. Does she have enemies? Jin Shu thought it seemed like someone deliberately seeking revenge. Lin Yixuan shook his head. Her department doesn't have any benefits for her. She will retire in a few years and has no chance for promotion, so conflicts are unlikely. Does she offend anyone in business? She is cautious and keeps her earnings secret from relatives. She usually works alone when selling, so she probably hasn't offended anyone. This is very strange. Jin Shu remembered her mother-in-law's recent advice, which suggested she was very careful and cautious. Like Lin Yixuan, Jin Shu couldn't understand how such a careful and smart person could get into trouble. She felt like she was missing some detail, as if a sudden idea flashed through her mind. What Sunning said earlier seemed to hide some information worth thinking over carefully. Let's review everything tonight and see if we can find a breakthrough, Jin Shu reassured Lin Yixuan. Lin Yixuan knew rushing wouldn't help, so he would investigate slowly. No matter how long it took, he wouldn't give up. I heard you talking to Zhang Shuailing about digesting 8 tons of pork intestines? Lin Yixuan asked. Yes, we have enough people and can handle this project. Tonight, when we sell tapes, each person will take 100 jin. The price is low enough that people will buy. The market price for pork intestines is 2 yuan per jin. If the quality is good, the wholesale price to vendors is 1.3 yuan. Jin Shu bought at 0.85 yuan per jin and plans to sell at 1.4 yuan per jin. The low price will definitely attract buyers. Tonight, you brought 2,000 jin. We only have 6 people, each with 100 jin. What do you plan to do with the rest? Zhou Mo also has some followers. When they attacked us before, he brought 10 people to threaten you. Jin Shu supports Zhang Shuailing internally and makes connections with the Zhou siblings externally. Previously, she used Zhou Chui's contacts to solve the kidnapping case. This time, she involved Zhou Chui in the sale of cooked food. His subordinates, those little soldiers. Are they capable? Lin Yixuan mentioned Zhou Mo with a hint of annoyance. That reckless kid once boasted loudly about wanting to marry his wife, only to be beaten into a mess. Zhou Mo's team of followers are all second-rate, unreliable types who don't seem trustworthy. Sales is an art that doesn't care about reputation. As long as you're willing to risk it and put your pride aside, focusing only on money, there's nothing you can't do. Using them, sales will actually be faster. There is a very tricky major in college called marketing. President Yu sees this major as a joke, wasting time and tuition on misguided students. The sales department doesn't need high academic qualifications. Even with little formal education, many top salespeople have only middle school or vocational school diplomas. Of course, good qualities can reduce risks in team management. Their people might not follow rules, but later I will set strict standards. For now, we just need enough staff, and Zhou Chui's abilities are enough to manage her team. Managing the food factory is a medium-term project, with many tasks ahead. The first step is to quickly clear the inventory, and partnering with Zhou Chui is the best choice. The couple split up to act. Lin Yixuan went to the square to find Bai Lang and contact Zhou Chui and her siblings. Jin Shu returned to the record store to gather her 6 sales staff and discuss selling cooked food. Tape recordings and cooked food are completely unrelated. Cross-industry sales are something young people wouldn't even consider. But after selling tapes successfully these days, their ideas have changed. They used to think selling things as street vendors was shameful, but now they find it quite appealing. The worst performer can sell 20 to 30 tapes a day, earning more than a regular job. The biggest improver is Tai Nan. On the first day, he couldn't sell any tapes, but after Jin Shu encouraged him, he started bringing his sister Sheng Nan along as a mascot. The little girl enthusiastically shouts and attracts customers, and Tainan drops his college idol image, with sales soaring. Now, Tainan's tape sales are second only to the Li brothers and Lu Er, earning enough for tuition and working with great enthusiasm. Tonight, I just want you to get familiar with the process. Tomorrow during the day, you can go to hotels, breakfast stalls, markets, and cooked food shops to promote. You'll definitely make more money than tonight. Jin Shu uses her sales experience to motivate them first, then calculates the profits. Sell 1 jin of pork sausage. You earn 15 cents. The The cooked food sales are separate. Selling 100 jin in one night brings in an extra 15 yuan. During the day, if you find the right way, earning 400 yuan in 3 days is very easy. For brothers Li and Liu, and sales champions like Zhou Er, earning an extra 15 yuan in one night isn't very attractive, but earning 400 yuan in 3 days is very appealing. They have plenty of time, and the money from selling cooked food is almost the same as from selling plain food. Their enthusiasm for sales increased. After Jinshu finished the meeting, Lin Yixuan led Zhou's brother and sister over. Jinshu explained sales methods and profit sharing to Zhou Chui. Since Zhou Chui had never done this before, Jinshu explained very carefully. She gradually got into the topic and listened intently. Zhou Mo kept yawning. His sister is a top student and he is not. He couldn't understand much about business. Zhou Mo wandered around the audio store and ended up next to Lin Yixuan. Based on clues from Sun Ning, Lin Yixuan drew the suspect vehicle. He is left-handed and didn't draw very neatly. Zhou Mo saw him erase and redraw several times, then stood next to him, teasing him. Lin Yixuan didn't bother to reply. After a few more adjustments, the outline of the vehicle was complete. Zhou Mo saw the finished truck drawing and exclaimed, "Isn't this the same truck my third aunt's husband drives?" Both Lin Yixuan and Jinshu, who was discussing business nearby, looked sharply at him. "Are you sure?" "Yes, I am. My third aunt's husband drives a big truck at the beer factory. I've ridden in this truck many times. I recognize it." "Beer factory?" Jinshu's eyes narrowed. She realized she had overlooked something. "Why are you so sure it's your third aunt's husband's truck?" Lin Yixuan asked. He drew a type of truck called a liberation pickup, which is very common. Most trucks used for transportation on the market are this model. "There's a red cloth here. I tied it myself." Zhou Mo pointed to the red cloth on the rear wheel hub, looking nervously at his sister. "I'll only tell if you promise not to hit me," he added. Zhou Chui saw how much the Lin family valued this matter, so she nodded. "I won't hit you. Just tell the truth." "I secretly drove it and accidentally ran over the big dog at the beer factory gate. I really didn't mean to. I didn't see it." Hearing this, Zhou Chui grabbed a teacup from the table, ready to smash it, but Jinshu quickly stopped her. "Let's talk nicely." This teacup was her favorite, brought back from the army by Lin Yixuan. It was army green with a red star, and she liked it very much. Chipping paint, Jinshu would feel upset about that. Zhou Mo gratefully looked at Jinshu. As expected, she is the woman he wanted to give his first kiss to. She really helps when needed. "Just kick a few times to vent your anger," Jinshu said kindly, still holding her teacup tightly. Zhou Mo couldn't believe it. Zhou Chui went over, pinched her brother's ear, and scolded him loudly. "Not listening. Not learning from your mistakes. Did I tell you not to drive? You don't have a license. What are you driving? This time it hit a dog, but next time it might hit a person. What will you do then?" Hitting a person weighed heavily on Lin Yixuan's heart, and his face grew more serious. "Even if I hit a dog, I feel bad. Look, I even tied a red cloth to the wheel. I didn't do it on purpose. Hey, sister, be gentle." Zhou Mo rolled his eyes as his sister hit him. Not doing it on purpose and still risking lives? Such a sin. Zhou Chui was full of frustration. Zhou Mo looked at Jinshu, feeling furious. Jinshu was calmly drinking tea from her rescued teacup. Lin Yixuan stood nearby, giving technical advice. "Don't kick his calves, kick his knees instead." For Lin Yixuan, hitting someone like that seemed unprofessional. Zhou Chui followed Lin Yixuan's advice and kicked, causing Zhou Mo to scream and kneel on one knee. "Sister, give me some face. There are others here. I'm only lightly hitting you. Driving recklessly, is that a small matter?" Jinshu finished her tea, tired of the scene, and pretended to intervene. "Stop hitting him." "Oh, thank you. If you delay any longer, the little lord will be sent to the crematorium," Zhou Mo said sarcastically. "Wife, you don't need to pity this guy. Come on, let his sister hit him for 5 more minutes before we go in." Lin Yixuan pretended to pull Jinshu, and Zhou Mo quickly backed down. The little lord admits his mistake. He won't dare again next time. This time, he's somewhat redeemed himself. If he hadn't tied the red cloth, we wouldn't have accidentally found that car, Jinshu said. What's wrong with that car?
Tsukui asked.
Jinshu explained the story of her mother-in-law being hit. She and Lin Yixuan had a slightly biased view about the red cloth. She thought tying the red cloth was a superstition because the other person was nervous about hitting someone, but actually Zhou Emo used that car first and hit a dog, feeling guilty. Do you suspect my third aunt hit your grandmother? Don't falsely accuse good people. My third aunt's husband had a heart stent surgery last month and is still resting at home. Zhou Emo has a good relationship with him and quickly objects. If we suspected you, we wouldn't tell you this. Zhou Emo, think about it. Who usually has access to that car? Are there records of borrowing it? Jinshu asks. Zhou Emo thinks for a moment and shakes his head. No records. Anyone can drive it. Chen Guodong, that old lecher, often sends his subordinates to borrow it. Last time, after borrowing the car, they returned it with some white unknown liquid on the seat cushion. My third aunt was furious. Although the car belongs to the factory, the driver and the car are emotionally connected. When the car is borrowed for that thing, it's both disgusting and upsetting, and there's nowhere to complain. Why can the beer factory's car be used by the food factory too? Jinshu, hearing Chen Guodong's name, finally understands where the strange feeling comes from. She felt something was off when she first heard about the beer factory. The beer factory and the food factory are next to each other, and she saw this when passing by. When her mother-in-law was chatting with her, she mentioned that Chen Guodong, the factory director, has people under his control and warned her not to provoke him. Is all this just a coincidence? The director of the beer factory is Chen Guodong's brother-in-law. He's not a good person. He goes out with women and even rides in my third aunt's car. Hey, sister, why are you hitting me again? Zhou Emo pats his head, feeling very wronged. Stop talking about these disgusting and messy things in front of me. Hearing it makes me sick. Zhou Chui, who is pregnant and a bit lovesick, can't stand hearing about her family members' affairs with other women. Could you be suspecting that Chen Guodong hit your grandma? That can't be. Chen Guodong is lecherous, but he only likes young women, girls and young wives. The woman he's been seeing recently is quite pretty, with... Zhou Emo makes a lewd gesture and chuckles. That woman is his workshop director. They were at the factory late at night doing it.
Wow, really impressive. How do you know that?
Lin Yixuan asks, focusing on the key point. I saw it when I took someone in to load coal. Zhou Emo covers his mouth. Why did he have to reveal his little secret? Such things are common nowadays, bribing security, using connections within the factory, and people like Zhou Emo, who are troublemakers, colluding inside and outside to undermine public property. Most of Zhou Emo's small actions are shady, buying off factory contacts, sneaking in to sell stolen goods. The factory is large and their accounts are messy, so no one can really find out. These shady deals always happen at night, and just then I caught Chen Guodong in the workshop with a woman. That woman probably shouted, and we all blushed. Old Chen Guodong even called her by name, saying you, or something like that. Yu Tingmei. Yes, Yu Tingmei. How do you know? Just a few days ago, she was my biological sister, but I cut ties with her. Jinshu openly admits. The Zhou siblings are shocked. Please don't get mad when I say this. Your sister is very flirtatious and not a good person. Zhou Emo has never seen such a loud woman. She was too intense. Why would I get mad? What you said is the truth. Jinshu isn't interested in how Tingmei was called. She's focused on her upcoming plan. Zhou Chui, upon hearing that Yu Tingmei is Jinshu's sister, hesitates, but decides not to say anything, thinking the risk is too high. The conversation quickly shifts back to business. After a while, Zhang Shuiling returns with good news and bad news. The good news is, the director agreed, and Jinshu's plan worked. The bad news is, the factory is holding back the delivery, planning to delay until tomorrow for further discussion. Jinshu's sales team is ready, but the food factory is causing trouble by not releasing the goods. They might delay until tomorrow, or even the day after. If the products expire, all the blame will fall on Zhang Shuiling. Although she has the title of acting deputy factory director, she has no real power. Even with the director's support, it's useless. Chun Guodong is deeply rooted in the factory, controlling everything, and two deputy directors are watching her closely. Internal conflicts among the top management are ongoing. The appearance of Zhang Xueling, a newcomer, has united the senior leaders against her. They're just delaying because the products are near expiration. If they keep delaying for a few more days, can we still sell them? Zhang Xueling is close to tears with frustration. People who truly want to do their work fear obstacles like these, who treat trivial matters as serious issues. These selfish people don't care about collective interests or losing money. They only want to hold on to their power. What reason are they using to hold back your goods? Jin Shu asks. The warehouse keeper was on sick leave, and they couldn't find the key to open the storage room. Chun Guodong was also unreachable. The factory's rule is that opening the main warehouse requires the factory director's signature, and both the keeper and the person present are necessary. This is a strict rule, a turtle's backside, as they say. Rules like this are usually just for show. They only matter when someone wants to cause trouble. Unfortunately, Zhang Xueling had no way to complain or even approach the director, because this rule was set by the director himself. It wouldn't be good to embarrass the boss, right? If she couldn't solve such a simple problem, the leaders might doubt her ability. Playing tricks like this?
Huh.
Jin Shu smirked and turned to ask Zhang Xueling, are the fire safety equipment in your factory working properly? There are 2 fire extinguishers just for show. I don't know if they work. Is the fire escape route clear? Jin Shu asked again. The factory director said it's too troublesome to go in and out, so they sealed it. Jin Shu smiled knowingly. She knew it all along. Chun Guodong, this old flirt, is terrible at production and probably has many management flaws. Any inspection would find plenty of evidence. Yixian, do you know anyone at the fire department?
Yes.
Fire services now are different from the past. They are under the armed police, and Lin Yishuan's department is the same. I'll report the food factory's safety issues using real names and ask the fire department to do an urgent inspection tonight. It's a legal report, so they can inspect without the key. If the door is opened, the goods can be taken out. With such a factory full of vulnerabilities, Jin Shu didn't bother with sneaky tricks. She just made a formal report. Their fire safety system was already problematic, and an emergency inspection wouldn't be considered false reporting. Everyone in the room, except Lin Yishuan, was stunned. Can it be done like this? That's bold. You're more like someone from the underworld than me. Zhou Imo praised Jin Shu with a fist bump. You're awesome. Not the same. I use only legal methods. You're stealing coal. Can we not mention the coal theft? Jin Shu dared to think it, and Lin Yishuan dared to do it. Half an hour later, several tricycles arrived at the food factory's entrance. Some of the people were from the Zhou family, and others from Jin Shu's group. The fire brigade also showed up. Seeing Lin Yishuan, the team leader eagerly stepped forward to shake hands. Lieutenant Lin, why didn't you tell me in advance about your leave? I've been wanting to invite you to give us some advice. This is my wife, Jin Shu. Little Jin, this is Lao Zhao, my brother. Jin Shu shook hands with the captain, who then waved his hand, and his brothers gathered around. This is the person I told you about. The only one in my old unit who beat me in the big competition, the record holder for one-handed push-ups and other events, and also very accurate with a gun. Lin Yishuan is well known in the military. Wherever he goes, he has fans. Jin Shu was originally proud to listen. When she heard record holder for one-handed push-ups, her face warmed slightly, and she reflexively thought of those scenes after Lights Out. My sister-in-law is really lucky. Just okay. Jin Shu felt guilty. People were just being polite, but she couldn't help but think otherwise. Lin Yishuan, the troublemaker, was making obvious gestures at her when she wasn't paying attention. That was way too obvious. Jin Shu was worried that everyone might connect Lin Yishuan's current heroic pose with something inappropriate. She didn't know what others might think, but Lin Yishuan, this big troublemaker, was definitely pondering something in those few seconds. Old Zhao exchanged a few words with Lin Yishuan, then led the couple into the food factory. The Zhou siblings waited outside to receive the goods. Zhoumo's younger brother occupied one side of the road, while Lin Yishuan's brothers occupied the other. When both sides saw each other, they realized they had fought before. "Why is your wife working with them?" Li Xiao asked his brother. "Making money, no shame in that," Li Duowu understood. He turned to his brothers and said, "Since my wife doesn't want us to fight, we can't attack those guys. We can't fight physically, but we must show strength. Today, we have to sell all the goods and make my wife proud." Zhoumo's men looked at the noisy group across. Although they couldn't hear what was being said, they vaguely knew it was aimed at them. "Mo Yi, should we go deal with those guys?" "Yes. Just do it." Always fighting and killing, with no skill at all. Zhou Emo scolded his men. Jinshu looked down on his stealing coal, which gave Zhou Emo a big boost. The more she looked down on him, the more he wanted to prove himself. Besides stealing chickens and dogs, Zhou Emo was capable. He didn't believe his brothers could lose to those young punks across the street. "Get yourself together. Whatever we have to sell, we sell it all. If we lose to those across the way, I swear I'll beat you to death." Zhou Cui watched the two groups fighting fiercely with intense eyes, her temples throbbing. It was so lively outside. It must be chaos inside the food factory too. Zhou Cui guessed right. At this moment, Chen Guodong was causing trouble in his office. His subordinates stood outside, listening to his loud female voice, looking embarrassed. The factory director was giving advice to the new workshop manager on his work. Knocking on the door now didn't seem right. But not knocking wasn't an option either. Firefighters had arrived. His subordinate pressed his ear to the door, trying to hear how far things had gone. All he heard was Yu Tingmei saying, "Come in quickly." The subordinate pinched his nose, feeling like he might bleed from his nose. Director Yu was really talented, shouting in both Chinese and English. It looked like things had just started. The subordinate checked his watch and decided to wait a bit. Just as he was about to turn around, he heard Director Yu call sweetly, "Old Chen, bring some tissue." The subordinate was confused. Compared to interrupting the factory director's guidance, knowing the director's work speed, only a minute, seemed even more terrifying. He hesitated, then suddenly heard a pleasant male voice from behind. "Homemade tiger whip wine, 180 a glass, specially for those who feel weak." Lin Yixuan adopted his military shouting stance, loud and clear. Inside, Yu Tingmei was screaming. Jin Shu stood behind Lin Yixuan, looking at him with a tsk expression. "Listen up, everyone inside. You've been surrounded. Put on your clothes and get ready. 3, 2, 1. After shouting, Lin Yixuan kicked the door open. Yu Tingmei's skirt was only half on, and Chen Guodong's big, hairy belly looked like it was about to give birth. Jin Shu swore she accidentally caught a glimpse. Oh, it was really shocking. After seeing Lin Yixuan's strong six-pack abs, then looking at Chen Guodong's huge, protruding abs, she felt uncomfortable. Once someone's aesthetic taste is raised, it's hard to go back. Lin Yixuan quietly stepped aside, blocking Jin Shu's view. "Don't look, or you'll get a splinter." Jin Shu, behind him, heard two quick camera shutter sounds. Chen Guodong's face turned green. He pointed at Lin Yixuan and yelled, "What are you doing?" Note: all explicit content has been replaced with family-friendly language. Fire safety inspection. "We are caring citizens." Lin Yixuan put down his camera, and Jin Shu peeked out curiously. "Where did you get that camera?" "Old Zhao and the others brought it." What nonsense about taking photos of people not dressed properly during a fire inspection. Chen Guodong grabbed a pen holder and threw it. Lin Yixuan dodged sideways, still commenting, "Honey, see, people with bad kidneys tend to have bad tempers." Jin Shu nodded. Indeed, a man's temper can be very quick in just a minute. "Yu Yaomei?" Yu Tingmei's face twisted with anger as she waved her long nails, rushing toward Jin Shu to scratch her face. Lin Yixuan pulled his wife back, and Yu Tingmei bumped into a bystander who was watching. The bystander was stunned, glancing at the factory director's greenish face and trembling, saying, "Fire has arrived." Chen Guodong originally wanted to give Zhang Shuiling a warning to show who was boss in the factory. But unexpectedly, Jin Shu handled it smoothly, checking the fire safety and grabbing some goods at the same time. The food factory was ordered to fix its fire safety issues within a deadline and was fined 2,000 yuan. The fine was minor compared to the bigger problem. Chen Guodong lost face. The incident in the office with Yu Tingmei spread quickly throughout the factory. Jin Shu happily left with the goods. She had annoyed Yu Tingmei and Chen Guodong, but achieved a great victory. Outside, Zhou Chui waited, heart-pounding after hearing Jin Shu describe how she got the goods. Just take the goods, then go take photos of people. Those kinds of photos. Aren't you just making enemies? Aren't you afraid of retaliation? I'm not afraid of him getting angry. I just worry he won't be angry. It's like these young guys here. Jin Shu pointed at Li Duo and others with her chin. Li Duo, Zhou Mo, and their followers looked tense, almost ready to spit at each other if they kept staring. Zhou Chui looked over and also felt a headache. These two groups of young troublemakers already had some grudges. Now working together, they didn't like each other even more. I'll talk to them, Zhou Chui decided, worried because the goods hadn't been sold yet and their own people were already causing trouble. No need, Jin Shu said clearly. She pulled Zhou Chui aside and whispered a few words, making Zhou Chui's eyes light up. Sure, you really have good ideas. Jin Shu's point was, for now, forget about these troublemakers. They wouldn't listen to anything they said. When the management team has many people, this kind of situation tends to happen. No matter who speaks to whom, the other side will not agree. Jin Shu is the boss, and Zhou Chui is the second boss. No matter which one talks, neither side accepts it, and the conflict often escalates into a battle over who is the real leader. It might be better to stay quiet first. When they make a mistake, use that as a chance to control the situation and improve the atmosphere. Then the team will be peaceful. Managing a team is like treating an illness. You need to understand how the problem develops over time. If you don't let the conflicts come out, the problem won't get better. The same goes for Chen Guodong. Jin Shu shared his idea with Zhou Chui, and she finally understood. So, you two deliberately provoked Chen Guodong? Jin Shu smiled but didn't answer. What else could he do? He took his camera and listened to a 1-minute live broadcast that was uncomfortable to hear. It definitely wasn't just to sell the 180 yuan Tiger Whip wine. Chen Guodong was already the main suspect for Jin Shu and his wife. Jin Shu suspected that his mother-in-law's car accident was caused by him. Today, provoking him was a way to force Chen Guodong to act. If Chen Guodong tried to play tricks, Jin Shu could catch him off guard and reveal the truth about the accident. When did you two decide on this? Zhou Chui was amazed. No decision. I looked at him and he understood. It's like he even made it bigger. Jin Shu thought about Lin Yixuan borrowing the camera. That was his own idea, not something she said. The effect was surprisingly good. From Chen Guodong's almost murderous stare, it was clear he would act soon. If Jin Shu's plan could score 90 points, Lin Yixuan improved the details and made it perfect. What kind of understanding is this? How did you two come up with it? Compared to your man, my old buys nothing. I want an apple, but he insists on buying a pear. Zhou Chui used to think her marriage was pretty happy, but seeing how some couples just exchange looks to understand each other, she felt her husband was annoying and useless. Every marriage is different. The best one is the one that suits you. Listening secretly nearby, Lin Yixuan straightened his back. Yes, he was the most suitable man for Jin Shu, no doubt. Sure, the price of the cooked food was negotiated by you. The event was also organized by your people. You gave me such a low price, almost no profit.
I feel guilty about it.
Zhou Chui held Jin Shu's hand and said with some guilt. Jin Shu sold her the goods at 9 mao per pound. As for how Zhou Chui split the profits with her subordinates, Jin Shu didn't interfere. She only provided technical guidance. Let's be friends, Jin Shu said with a gentle smile. Zhou Chui was so touched she almost cried. Lin Yixuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. He understood Jin Shu's way of doing things. Jin Shu is very loyal in business, but this loyalty is based on her earning her own money. She doesn't do businesses that lose money. From the current situation, Jin Shu worked hard, but most of the benefits seemed to go to Zhou Chui. If she only wanted to be friends, there was no need to give such big discounts. She sold tapes, and others thought she only made 3 mao profit, less than Li Duo and others, but she used her video store as bait to secretly plan a million yuan business war. Jinshu wasn't just thinking about the small gains right now. Lin Yixuan felt she was playing a bigger game, and it was quite complex. The true answer wouldn't be clear until months later. When Lin Yixuan saw what she had created, he was stunned, completely amazed. This game not only made Jinshu famous but also brought unexpected benefits to Lin Yixuan and the entire team. That's a story for later. Right now, Zhou Chui was moved by Jinshu's sincere friendship. She made a bold decision to reveal a secret she had been afraid to say before. Sure, I have something to tell you. Zhou Chui, touched by Jinshu's kindness, decided to reveal a secret she had been hesitant to share. Sure, you should be careful. Chen Guodong's wife isn't easy to deal with. I didn't want to say this at first, but since you treat me like a real person, I have to tell you. Chen Guodong is incompetent. He only became a factory director because of his father-in-law. His father-in-law has a group of old-timers who often go in and out of the police station like it's their home. Zhou Emo, a petty thief, is no match for a real gang. He doesn't even have the qualification to light a cigarette for them. Last year, Chen Guodong got involved with a female worker at the beer factory and even got her pregnant. One day, the female worker didn't go home after work. The next day, when her father opened the door, guess what he saw? Zhou Chui lowered her voice suddenly, making Jinshu jump in surprise. The female worker was lying at the door, badly injured. She had a can tied around her neck, filled with the remains of her aborted fetus. When she woke up, she went crazy. Zhou Chui covered her mouth and gagged after speaking, feeling disgusted with herself. Jinshu also felt sick. This matter was done by Chen Guodong's wife. Anyone who gets close to her husband, she has her family's thugs beat them up. Why are you looking at me like that? Zhou Chui felt guilty under Jinshu's intense stare. Have you forgotten how we met? Jinshu teased. Zhou Chui initially thought Jinshu was interested in Bai Lang, so she had her brother send people to scare Jinshu. They didn't get along at first, but eventually became friends. I just wanted to scare you a little back then. I wouldn't do something like aborting a baby and hanging a bottle around my neck. That's not me. Zhou Chui leaned close to Jinshu's ear and whispered so only they could hear. The city a few years ago had a big case about dismembered bodies. The case is still not solved. Our elders know some inside info. Turns out Chen Guodong's father-in-law was involved. If Jinshu hadn't been honest and kind, Zhou Chui wouldn't have told her this much. Your mother-in-law is fine now, let's stop here. If you keep investigating, you might alert Chen Guodong's father-in-law, and that could cause big trouble. But compared to your mother-in-law's situation, I think your sister is in more danger now. Yu Tingmei's involvement with Chen Guodong might get her into trouble, especially if Jinshu's fussing about it reaches Chen Guodong's wife. Getting punished is only a matter of time. Everyone has their own fate. Respect other people's choices, Jinshu said. Basically, she meant, it's none of her business. It wasn't her who told Yu Tingmei to sleep with Chen Guodong. That was Yu Tingmei's own choice, and she had to face the risks herself. Jinshu and Yu Tingmei now had a tense relationship, so even if Jinshu went to talk to her, Yu Tingmei wouldn't listen. Just keep this in mind. Don't tell your man. Zhou Chui looked at Lin Yixuan nervously, just as he looked over in their direction. Jinshu's gaze met Lin Yixuan's, and she slightly curled her lips. I won't tell him myself, Jinshu said. But Lin Yixuan understood lip language well, so it didn't matter what Jinshu said. Zhou Chui didn't realize Lin Yixuan still had this skill and thought she had hidden everything. She chatted a few more words with Jinshu before leaving with her people. Lin Yixuan stayed calm, and Jinshu pretended everything was fine. She called the young men over and reminded the food vendors of the key points. After everyone dispersed, only Jinshu and her husband were left alone. Lin Yixuan muttered darkly through his teeth. Too arrogant. He would never allow this evil force to grow. Jinshu's attitude toward him was not surprising. A tough man like Lin Yixuan, if he could swallow his pride for safety, then he wasn't the man she admired. I must bring them to justice. Arresting people is the police's job. Jinshu was halfway through her sentence when Lin Yixuan's sharp gaze shot over. If her overly attractive little mouth said she had low awareness, he would teach her a lesson harshly. If he didn't make her lips swell, he wouldn't be a real man. Why are you so fierce? I haven't finished talking, Jinshu said calmly, pointing her finger at his lips. As concerned citizens, we can't arrest people, but we can cooperate by providing clues. Lin Yixuan bit his slender finger lightly. That's more like it. I see you have some awareness. Today, my mom told me her friend Meng Lu and Chen Guodong were running for factory director and died unexpectedly. I suspect my mom's car accident is related to this. Lin, why is that? Businessman A is very capable, but solving cases and catching bad guys still depends on Commander Lin. My mom is cautious. She even advised you not to get involved, which shows she truly doesn't know anything. Lin Yixuan thought for a moment and concluded. Meng Lu might have known Chen Guodong's secret. The day before she died, she met my mom, so Chen Guodong naturally thought she told my mom and caused the accident to silence her. Meng Lu only shared her good news about her pregnancy with Sunning. She didn't tell her anything else. But Chen Guodong thought she did, so he targeted Sunning. Arrogant and lawless, this family is truly criminal. Jinshu calculated that there was still over a year before the second crackdown in the country. The actions of Chen Guodong's in-laws probably deserved several bullets. But over a year was too long for Jinshu's family. Eventually, news that my mom woke up will reach Chen Guodong. He might continue to harm her. As soon as he makes a move, we will catch him all at once. Lin Yixuan analyzed the situation. Thinking this way, leaving Sunning alone in the hospital was very unsafe. The couple discussed, and Lin Yixuan decided to stay at the hospital to watch over his mother. Jinshu agreed to go home, and after getting on her bicycle, she left. Women going out at night seemed unsafe to Lin Yixuan. Jinshu didn't argue, but had her own plans in mind. Today, she distributed 2,000 pounds of cooked food at various night markets. Everyone's sales skills are different, so she had to go around, acting as the sales director and guiding newcomers. To Jinshu, business is more important than anything else. She prefers to walk along main roads rather than taking small paths, thinking there's no real danger. Jinshu pedaled her bicycle quickly, rushing to save time. Her team was doing well. Tyron and his sister sold 100 pounds early, and others sold a lot too. The prices were very low, so customers liked it. Zhomo's team had some good and bad members. 2 of them were shy and couldn't sell well, so Jinshu stayed behind to help them find customers. Yu's sales skills are impressive. In a short time, he sold out the remaining stock and easily gained 2 little fans. The night market closed at 10 p.m. Jinshu went home with the Lee brothers, not forgetting to buy them soda as a thank you. Don't tell Brother Lin about me going out tonight, okay? The brothers nodded, about to agree, but then they saw something in front of them that made their jaws drop. Big sister, look. What is that? Under a street lamp ahead, a woman was lying in a pool of blood, motionless, her life unknown. The Lee brothers were shocked, unsure whether to keep going or turn back and run. Let's go see. Jinshu, confident in the crowd, bravely moved forward. As she got closer, she was stunned. Yu Tingmei? Lying in the blood was none other than Yu Tingmei. Big sister, what should we do now? The brothers were terrified. There was so much blood on the ground. Jinshu knelt down to check her breath and pulse. Li Xiao, take her to the hospital. Li Duo, call the police. The nearest hospital was the one where Sun Ying was hospitalized. Jinshu took her there, feeling nervous. Would Lin Yixuan find out? Probably not. The emergency room and the inpatient ward are in the same building but on different floors. It was almost 11 o'clock. Lin Yixuan had a regular schedule and should have been asleep, right? No, he wasn't. When Jinshu arrived at the hospital and looked up, she saw Lin Yixuan staring at her with surprise. Her mind went blank. What bad luck. She had been caught in the act. However, Yu Ting was experienced and mentally strong. After a brief moment of surprise, she decided to take the initiative and report first, to get ahead of him. Lieutenant Lin, why aren't you staying with your mother in the hospital late at night? Why did you come down? Are you trying to flirt with the young nurse? My mom ate too much for dinner and can't digest it, so I came down to buy some hawthorn tablets. Why are you here late at night and not sleeping? At this point, Yu Ting was already pushed into the emergency room. Jin Shu, confident that no one was watching, started making up stories. I couldn't sleep at home because I was thinking of you, so I came to see you. Sister-in-law, the police are here, Li Duo said, leading the officers in. Lin Yixuan squinted. You miss me so much that you even called the police? Jin Shu covered her face, realizing she had been caught. Her secret about going out at night to be a sales director was now exposed. Yu Ting's injury looked serious, but she wasn't hurt in a vital spot and wasn't in danger. After a short coma, she woke up. She didn't know Jin Shu had brought her to the hospital. When the police asked questions, Jin Shu lowered her head and acted hurriedly. It's late now. I'll go upstairs to stay with our mom. I won't be coming back tonight. As she took a step, a strong arm blocked her path forcefully against the wall. You know it's late, right? Explain why you went out tonight. Seeing she couldn't avoid it, Jin Shu changed her tone, standing her ground even if she was in the wrong. Of course, I was out promoting cultural development. Do you think I stay up all night wandering around? No. I was helping China rise by fighting poverty. Every night market I visit, I guide them in sales, helping troubled youths find their way. Lin Yixuan was amused by her words. So you're quite the hero, huh? Do I need to reward you?
No need for that.
I am a person of integrity. Her clever tongue was finally silenced by him, with his mouth. Lin Yixuan harshly punished her. Since she appeared at the hospital late at night, he had been wanting to do this. Sister-in-law, I didn't see anything. When the police finished taking notes and wanted to ask Jin Shu something, they saw the couple embracing and nibbling on each other, then quietly retreated into the room. Just call me when you're done, Jin Shu said. She wanted to find it in the floor to hide in. She knew this police officer. He was the one always following Xiao Wang, so he was familiar. Lin Yixuan released her, with a half-smile, pinching her cheek. Think about me, okay? When we go upstairs, we can think about it slowly. Big brute, Jin Shu silently muttered, mouthing the words. After cooperating with the police to complete the statement, Jin Shu was about to leave with Lin Yixuan when she accidentally bumped into a middle-aged man. Sorry, Jin Shu said politely but distantly. Lin Yixuan raised an eyebrow. The middle-aged man looked surprised. Little sister, what are you doing here? Jin Shu felt awkward. She wanted to reply, Sir, who are you? Without her, your daughter would have bled too much and died, Lin Yixuan answered for Jin Shu. Jin Shu blinked. Turns out, this middle-aged man was her biological father. No wonder Jin Shu didn't recognize him. He had been absent since she traveled here, like he vanished into thin air. What's going on? Zhang Zhaodi ran in from outside. Seeing Jin Shu and her husband, she raised her hand to slap Jin Shu's face. Lin Yixuan quickly stopped her with sharp reflexes, saying sternly, What are you doing? It's her. She's the one trying to hurt Tingmei, right? She's jealous because Tingmei has a good partner, and she wants to harm her. Psychiatric emergency rooms might not be open tonight. I suggest you get checked. You might be sick, Jin Shu advised sincerely. Yu Saifu blocked the furious Zhang Zhaodi and smiled flatteringly at Lin Yixuan. Son-in-law, I'm sorry you had to see this. Your mother was just too anxious and spoke without thinking. Don't jump to conclusions about relationships. Her mother is upstairs lying down. The woman in front of me has nothing to do with me, Jin Shu said, pulling Lin Yixuan away. Zhang Zhaodi tried to follow, but Yu Saifu slapped her face. Aren't you embarrassed enough? Making people laugh at you. Jin Shu heard the slap and looked back, frowning. In her heart, men who hit women are, though Zhang Zhaodi wasn't exactly innocent either. Lock the door tonight when you sleep. I think this family won't stop easily. They might come to borrow money to treat Tingmei, Jin Shu said. Is that appropriate? Of course it is. By the way, tomorrow during the day, you can go with me to the police station to change the name, then go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Where are you going? Lin Yixuan's mind immediately sounded an alarm when she heard Civil Affairs Bureau. She hopes she isn't planning to get a divorce certificate, right? Of course, I'll change the marriage certificate. From now on, I have nothing to do with their old Yu family. Lin Yixuan smiled, looking like a tall, charming young man, about 1.83 meters. That's believable. Jin Shu could tell at a glance that Yu Fu was not a good person. His eyes held greed and scheming, but no sign of fatherly love. She didn't want to be involved with such family members. After Jin Shu and her husband walked away, Zhang Zhaodi pushed Yu Saifu hard. Why did you hit me? Tingmei is in the hospital and needs a lot of money. If you don't force Yu Yaomei to give money, are you planning to pay yourself? You always have to act tough for your son-in-law. You caused a big fuss the other day, and now she's wary of you. She doesn't even call me Dad anymore when she sees me. Maybe she heard something. A few days ago, she asked me if I was her real father. Could someone be gossiping about her behind her back? Don't scare yourself. The most important thing now is to fool her into willingly giving the money, Yu Saifu said with a calculating look. Jin Shu followed Lin Yixuan upstairs. Sun Ying was already asleep. During the police interview just now, they revealed some information that kept Jin Shu and her husband awake all night. When Yu Tingmei cooperated with the police report, Jin Shu and her husband overheard everything from outside. Yu Tingmei went out drinking with Chen Guodong that evening. On the way home, they were attacked. According to Yu Tingmei, the attacker wore a helmet and rode a motorcycle, then attacked when they stopped. The scene was very similar to how Zhang Xueling's father was attacked. It seems Chen Guodong's wife is involved, Jin Shu thought after recalling Zhou Chui's information. Everything matched. After the scandal about Yu Tingmei and Chen Guodong spread, Chen Guodong's wife acted quickly, not wanting to wait even a day. Why did she attack Yu Tingmei? Because she was flirting with Chen Guodong? Why hurt Uncle Zhang? Jin Shu didn't understand the logic. Zhang Xueling was promoted to deputy director. That woman thought she was having an affair with Chen Guodong, Lin Yixuan analyzed. Jin Shu suddenly understood. Everything fit. Xueling was promoted because Jin Shu had planned it behind the scenes, but Chen Guodong's wife didn't know. She thought there was another homewrecker trying to steal her man, so she wanted to intimidate Xueling. Unfortunately, the attacker wore a helmet, so his face was hidden. There was no way to prove he was sent by Chen Guodong's wife. Without catching him in the act, reporting was useless. Chen Guodong is such a loser. What's worth fighting over? The fast boy from a talent show still thinks he's a treasure. He's probably never seen a straight cucumber, Jin Shu sighed with a shake of her head. Lin Yixuan. When she said straight cucumber, what was she looking at him for? Are you comparing me to that useless man? I think you don't want to get out of bed tomorrow, he said, pressing Jin Shu onto the bed and threatening fiercely.
Hey,
be careful.
Mom is still in the room.
Jin Shu was really worried he might do something inappropriate in the ward. Mom sleeps deeply and can't hear anything. Come here, let me kiss you. Sun Ying was in great pain. Who said she couldn't hear? She just remembered needing to go to the bathroom at night. What's the big deal? While in a coma, she heard these two kids being overly affectionate every day. Now that she's awake, she still has to listen to their affection. This is such a human suffering. Fortunately, Lin Yixuan only kissed a few times and casually nuzzled. That's all. Sun Ying heard no movement from the bed next door. She held back her need to a little longer, then made some noise to pretend she had just woken up. Xiao Shu, why are you here? Sun Ying thought her acting was really good. I was thinking about you at home, so I came, Jin Shu said, pinching Lin Yixuan hard. Such mischief, letting you be playful. I need to go to the bathroom, Sun Ying said, holding her bladder until it felt like it might burst. I'll go with you. Jin Shu followed behind Sun Ying. She was worried that the Yu family might come looking for her and didn't want Sun Ying to be bothered by them. After Sun Ying finished, she took a deep breath. Just as she came out of the bathroom, Jin Shu pushed her back by pressing on her shoulder. Yu Saifu saw that these two went into the women's restroom but was still a step too late. What's wrong? Sun Ying asked.
Sure.
Jin Shu made a shushing gesture. Yu Saifu waited outside for 2 minutes. Seeing no one come out, he grew anxious and called at the door. Yao Mei, come out. Jin Shu gathered her courage and shouted loudly, catch the pervert. This shout echoed through the quiet corridor. A few nurses on duty at the nurse station ran over. Seeing Yu Tsaifu sneaking around outside the women's restroom, they scolded sharply. "What are you doing?" "My daughter is inside." "I don't know him." He's peeking into the women's restroom. Jinshu, confident that Yu Tsaifu couldn't get in, spoke up. The nurses listened and thought, this is serious. Without hesitation, they rushed forward, causing chaos outside. "Xiao Shu, is that your dad?" Sun Ning recognized her relative's voice. "I don't know him." The nurse and Jinshu chased the person out, then led Sun Ning back to the ward. Once the door was closed, the world returned to peace. Sun Ning didn't say much. When she was sick, Yu's family had been unkind and often bullied her daughter-in-law. Jinshu had cut ties with Yu's family, which moved and saddened Sun Ning. Lin Yixuan leaned against the head of the bed, thinking about how to plan to report Chen Guodong's family, while also thinking about spending time with his wife tonight. When his mother fell asleep, he continued to secretly kiss his wife and nudge her affectionately. "Xiao Shu, sleep with me tonight," Sun Ning said as she led Jinshu into the room, crushing Lin Yixuan's hopes with her words.
"Why?"
Lin Yixuan protested. "Can't I even get close?" He felt frustrated. "The bed is so small, and you're so big. Wouldn't it be uncomfortable for Xiao Shu to squeeze with you?" Sun Ning was now very caring for Jinshu. Since Jinshu's family was gone, she had to treat her like her own daughter. That's right," Jinshu said, standing behind her mother-in-law and making a funny face at Lin Yixuan. Since his wife was taken away by her mother, Lin Yixuan looked up at the ceiling, feeling annoyed and unable to sleep. Yu Tsaifu was even more upset. He had wanted to pretend to be a kind father and also ask Jinshu for some money. But he was mistaken for a pervert spying on women's restrooms and was chased away. He didn't even bother to look after his eldest daughter and angrily went home. Zhang Zhaodi also left, leaving Yu Tingmei alone in the hospital. These two were scheming. Since Yu Yaomei refused to see them, they decided to leave Yu Tingmei there and asked the doctor to demand a deposit for Jinshu's hospital stay. The next morning, Jinshu arranged for Sun Ning to be discharged. After 2 days of observation, Sun Ying's health was good enough to go home. A nurse came to talk about the hospital deposit. Jinshu asked and shook her head, claiming she had nothing to do with the woman downstairs who was hospitalized. Jinshu's schedule was full today, so she had no time to worry about Yu Tingmei, her plastic sister. Outside the Lin family's house, Zhou Chui was waiting with some people. Jinshu's people also arrived. Two groups stared at each other and outsiders might think a street fight was about to happen. When Jinshu arrived, the tension paused and everyone waited for her to speak. Last night, Jinshu sold 2,000 jin of cooked food as a trial run. The first success made everyone feel confident. Jinshu had initially gained some respect. She first summarized the problems from yesterday's sales, then divided today's tasks. During the day, the goal was to sell to major restaurants and cooked food shops in bulk. Because it was hot, cooked food could spoil easily, so they wouldn't take any stock now. Instead, they would visit each household, negotiate orders, and after confirming, Jinshu would hire trucks to deliver uniformly. Zhou Chui is responsible for delivering goods and collecting payments, while Shui Ling stays hidden in the warehouse at the factory. After inspecting the fire safety measures yesterday, the food factory no longer dared to cause trouble, and Jinshu kept them in line. The complicated sales process was well organized by Jinshu, with every detail carefully considered. Once everything was arranged, Jinshu took his ID and headed straight to the police station. His ID would take a few days to be ready, so he first got a certificate to let them go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to change the name on the marriage certificate. By noon, 2 brand-new marriage certificates were ready. One listed Yu Jinshu and Lin Yixuan, both names on the same document. Jinshu looked at the marriage certificate with interest, then heard a commotion ahead. "Guodong, I can't be without you. I won't leave this marriage." A woman, estimated to weigh around 200 pounds, knelt on the ground, clutching Chen Guodong's leg. Chen Guodong looked determined. Jinshu's eyes lit up. He unexpectedly ran into them here. What a small world. The couple exchanged glances and both smiled mischievously, as if planning something. Chun Guodong and his wife's fight at the Civil Affairs Bureau was partly related to Jin Shu. Yu Tingmei's hospital bills weren't paid by Jin Shu, and her parents went home to hide. Since Yu Tingmei couldn't pay, she had to call Chun Guodong. When Chun Guodong found out, he was furious. It was unclear whether he truly cared for Tingmei or resented Jia Jinji's arrogance, but he brought Jia Jinji to the Civil Affairs Bureau and insisted on divorcing her. Jin Shu had always wondered what Chun Guodong's original wife looked like, and today he finally saw her. She was tall and fat, kneeling on the ground, looking like a divine general descending from heaven. Her weight was like that of Lu Zhishan, but she also had the heart of Lin Daiyu. Kneeling on the ground, she made a delicate, coquettish sound, which made Jin Shu's skin crawl. Why not go pull down the willows instead of pretending to be delicate, like Lin Daiyu? And this man, bald, with a big belly, what kind of conditions does he have to dare act out a tragic role like Queen Nanny? Jin Shu finished speaking and immediately gained approving looks from the crowd. Many people were watching, finding the scene bizarre but unable to say anything. Jin Shu was effectively speaking for the crowd. The tragic drama of Queen Nanny was just becoming popular in the mainland, where the female characters often cried tearfully, earning the audience's sympathy. The scene and dialogue performed by Chun Guodong and his wife resembled that kind of drama, but it only made the crowd feel physically uncomfortable. A sad drama without good looks is like a pile of loose sand. It falls apart easily without any wind. Jin Shu was suddenly inspired.
Great.
Lin Yishuan led the cheer. With the atmosphere heated up, the crowd couldn't help but applaud, and applause erupted loudly. Handsome men and beautiful women with deep feelings and misty rain. Everyone wants to watch. But who wants to see boars and sows crying out as they mate? Jin Shu's witty remark made her forget her engineering student identity and delivered another clever line. Everyone burst into laughter, and the applause grew more enthusiastic. Jia Jinji, kneeling on the ground, sensed something was wrong. She looked up, confused. She didn't understand what everyone was laughing at. Chun Guodong's gaze was fixed on Jin Shu, unblinking, his throat moving. He had seen Jin Shu yesterday and knew she was her new lover's sister. But yesterday's scene was chaotic, and he only remembered she was beautiful. Today, seeing her again, his impression changed. If his original partner was like a wild grass, Yu Tingmei was a glamorous red rose, then Jin Shu was a white peony, wealthy and commanding but not. Chun Guodong's throat moved again, ignoring the leg still hanging with something, and stared intently at Jin Shu. Jia Jinji sensed something was off. She followed his gaze and saw a young, beautiful girl standing out from the crowd. The sparks of rivalry ignited instantly, burning her up, and she couldn't pretend to be delicate anymore. She suddenly stood up, pointed at Jin Shu, and asked, "Where did this fox spirit come from?" Lin Yishuan's sharp eyebrows furrowed, ready to speak, but Jin Shu reached out and tugged his arm. "I am Sun Ying's daughter-in-law." Jin Shu revealed her identity as bait. Lin Yishuan watched closely for Chun Guodong's reaction. They hadn't spoken to each other the whole time, but as soon as Jin Shu spoke, he knew what to do. This was their silent understanding. Who was Sunning? Jia Jinji suddenly changed from her fragile act, raised her large palm like a mat, and slapped it toward Chun Guodong's face. "How many women have you flirted with outside? Who is Sunning?" When Chun Guodong heard the name Sunning, he was momentarily stunned. Then his pupils trembled, and without hesitation, he said, "Didn't she have a car accident?" "Thanks to you. She just woke up." Jin Shu confirmed that Chun Guodong was the real culprit behind her mother-in-law's car accident. "I live in the same neighborhood as Zhang Xueling." Jin Shu tried again. This time, Jia Jinji exploded in rage, pointing at Jin Shu and shouting, "Your neighborhood is a den of fox spirits. Zhang Xueling's father is still in the hospital, and now you come to my man?" Jin Shu confirmed that Jia Jinji was the one who started the fight with Zhang Xueling's father. Jin Shu initially wanted to say she wasn't very interested in breeding pigs, but Chun Guodong's greedy expression gave her an idea. She beckoned to Chun Guodong, who eagerly rushed over to her. Jia Jinji was furious and came over to hit Jin Shu. Lin Yixuan only took a step back, causing Jia Jinch to tone down her arrogance and look at him with fear. Although she was foolish, her animal instincts told her that this man was not easy to mess with. Take good care of Yu Ting, understand? Jin Shu whispered so only she and Chen Guodong could hear, with a tempting look. Chen Guodong nodded obsessively, captivated by Jin Shu's charm and unable to resist. Jia Jinch's eyes flashed with anger. She couldn't hear what Jin Shu said, but from the atmosphere, it seemed like a fox spirit was seducing her man. Jin Shu gracefully left the scene under Jia Jinch's almost ferocious glare. Was my effect good? Look at Jia Jinch, she's about to go crazy. Jin Shu laughed as she left the door. Yeah, I feel like I might go crazy too, Lin Yixuan said in a controlled tone, but his fiery eyes betrayed his feelings. Thinking about the lecherous fat man's greedy face for his wife, he was itching to fight him. He won't be arrogant for long. Jin Shu was determined to succeed. Jia Jinch had been gaining success one after another, feeling very proud. As long as she dared to make a move, Jin Shu could catch her in the act. She thought Jia Jinch would lose her temper soon, but 3 days passed and she still hadn't. Those 3 days exhausted Jin Shu. During the day, she was busy non-stop, and at night, she and Lin Yixuan worked late in bed to conceive a baby, with dark circles under their eyes. Their business was booming, and new people kept coming in large numbers. Jin Shu rarely felt anxious. The food factory stock was almost gone, and Lin Yixuan's stock, built up over 25 years, couldn't be cleared out by her. She thought, they say only a tired ox dies, not a broken plow. She was starting to doubt it. Sure. Why do you have such dark circles? Are you working too hard lately? At the music store, Zhou Chui, who was settling accounts, looked at Jin Shu yawning and counting money and asked with concern. Jin Shu rolled her eyes at Lin Yixuan, who was wearing a portable music player. All her work combined wasn't as tiring as that big guy's. I really didn't expect that in just 3 days, we sold nearly 20,000 pounds of cooked food, Zhou Chui said happily, unable to hide her excitement. Although it seemed like a big task, Jin Shu anticipated every easy-to-make mistake in the sales process, saving a lot of effort. For example, she instructed the sales staff to sell the goods, hire trucks for delivery, and handle payments uniformly. The products go directly from the factory's cold storage to the store, avoiding spoilage caused by long delivery times and preventing issues like salespeople running off with money or losing goods. Working with such a clear-minded boss makes everyone from top to bottom feel comfortable. There's only 2,000 Jin left. If everything goes smoothly, this deal will be done. The tapes arrive this afternoon, and then we can plan our next move. As soon as Jin Shu finished speaking, Zhou Mo ran in from outside. Sister, something has happened. Jin Shu and Lin Yixuan both put down their tools and looked at Zhou Mo with anticipation.
Montag was momentan stund.
Zhou Mo was confused by Jin Shu and her husband's reactions. Why do I feel like you guys are almost hoping something will go wrong? Jin Shu couldn't say the truth. She had been waiting for trouble for 3 days. 3 days ago, she and Lin Yixuan registered their marriage at the Civil Affairs Bureau and coincidentally met Mr. and Mrs. Chen Guodong. Jin Shu deliberately provoked Jia Jinji, hoping she would send someone to attack her. After 3 days with no action, Jin Shu almost believed Jia Jinji had changed and no longer wanted to do bad things. Number 5 and Lu Er are fighting. Number 5 is Zhou Mo's younger brother, and Lu Er is a key salesperson on Jin Shu's side. What happened? Jin Shu asked, a little disappointed to hear it wasn't Jia Jinji causing trouble. But she still asked with interest. There's only 2,000 Jin left. Both Number 5 and Lu Er want to sell it. Yesterday, Number 5 went to Zue Xianlu, and they promised to give an answer today. But early this morning, Lu Er went there instead and took the deal. Lu Er said he had also been there the day before, and it was Number 5 who lured him. Finally, the day arrived. Number 5 has excellent coordination skills and is a good sales prospect if properly trained. Lu Er is the same, but both of them are very scheming, and it's hard to tell who lured whom. As the overall planner, Jin Shu observed everyone's performance. Lu Er is clever and has high sales performance. The Lee brothers are also quick-witted, but Lu Er and the brothers think more about sharing benefits with their friends. Lu Er has good things hidden away. He first thought about selling tapes with a recorder to play music, but he didn't tell anyone. Jin Shu sees through everyone's true character, and each person is raised differently. Li Du and Jin Shu are trained as her deputies, and Lu Er could become the sales champion. Choosing employees isn't about selecting moral models. As long as it's not a matter of principles, selfish people like Lu Er can also have a positive effect if used properly. The fifth person on Zhou Mo's side has the same kind of character as Lu Er. Competing for performance at any cost is very normal. I'll handle the fifth person's work. Only a few cents for 2,000 Jin? I'll make it up to him. Zhou Chui wants to settle things peacefully. Oh, you make it up, then encourage this kind of behavior to spread? Is it really about the money?
Jin Shu questions Tsukui sharply.
So what should we do? Those two are now causing trouble at Drunken Immortal Building. I've advised them many times, but no one is willing to step back. Zhou Mo feels anxious. Lin Yixian calmly fixes his portable music player, not forgetting to mock his former rival. Zhou Mo gets angry and embarrassed from his laughter. Lin, you're so mean. What are you bragging about? Do you have a way to handle this? Yeah, do you have a solution? Jin Shu blinks, knowing Lin Yixian has a plan. The reconnaissance unit is made up of the best soldiers from a team of over 10,000, and among the elite, there's no shortage of troublemakers. Lin Yixian has been the leader of the reconnaissance team for many years, and he's an expert at dealing with troublemakers. What's the benefit? Lin Yixian hints with his eyes. Last night, he thought of 2 good styles, but she refused stubbornly. Jin Shu curses him inwardly for being shameless, but has to submit to someone's power, raising one finger to bargain. She only agrees to one of the 2 styles. Lin Yixian tries to bargain again, but Jin Shu frowns, retracts her finger, and clenches her fist. This means, if you push your luck, there will be no more chances. Sleep on the floor tonight. If she weren't busy with her portable music factory work, would he even have the chance to settle things? Seeing his wife angry, Lin Yixian dares not boast anymore. He stands up and says to Jin Shu, let these 2 kids stop fighting and listen obediently in the future, right? If you can't do it, I'll kill you as a sacrifice to heaven. Jin Shu sneers with disdain from between her teeth. Since my wife is offering such a high price, how could I not do it? Lin Yixian almost whistles, celebrating that he's temporarily regained his family status. Although he only regained his family status in bed. Zhou Chui was amazed. Why are you 2 arguing and making riddles? My wife praised me for having a heart as red as the sun, and I said I serve the people. Before leaving, Lin Yixian even struck a confident pose, showing off his back. Well, bed service is also service. Jin Shu couldn't bear it anymore and threw a box of tapes. Go away, you pervert. Once a man gets interested in certain things, innocence is like a rushing river, gone forever. She misses the Lin who blushed just from saying a few words when they first met. That person is gone forever. Lin Yixian was quick. He took the tape box and raised an eyebrow. Your sister's front door is open for you, come or not. Oh, what a good song title. Zhou Mo read aloud from the tape cover, shaking his head. Jin Shu rubbed her forehead. She really just grabbed it randomly, with no hidden meaning. The mountain songs now are very bold, songs about adventures, family fun. The bolder and more straightforward, the better they sell. Lin Yixian chuckled secretly and made a silent gesture. I'm coming. The door was open. If he didn't come, wouldn't that be a disappointment? Jin Shu grabbed a broom to throw, but Lin Yixian quickly slipped out with practiced ease. Zhou Mo couldn't stop smiling and followed happily. Lin, you're just afraid of your wife, right? Lin Yixian's behavior of making his wife run away was no different from the nervous men in the alley who get scolded by their wives. You young unmarried guys don't understand anything. This is the happiness only married men know, haha. Lin Yixian was excited about his new look for the evening, full of energy. He was so proud, and Jin Shu was so headache. She sighed in the shop. Business is so good. Why are you sighing? Zhou Chui asked curiously. Jin Shu now had 2 blooming flowers, both fruitful. While busy stocking the food factory, she didn't neglect the audiovisual store. Only a few portable radios out of nearly 500 remained, and tapes were almost sold out. The shop was empty. That's why she was relaxing, drinking tea and chatting. She was just waiting for the 8,000 tapes to arrive this afternoon. Jin Shu's sales team was very stable. In less than a month, all 8,000 tapes would be sold out. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was the most profitable person on this street. Sure, tell your sisters honestly, how much did you earn this week? Zhou Chui has always been curious about this matter. Just over 20,000 SOSO.
Oh, so?
Are you serious? Are you trying to ruin everything? Zhou Chui was very upset. Your profit margins are low. How did you make so much? Listen, I earn mainly from technical fees, which make up most of the profit. The tape sales only bring in a few hundred. The goal isn't to make money, but to train the sales team. As for the food factory, Jin Shu smiled mysteriously. I know that. You only earned over 4,000, and you already shared the profit with me. Zhou Chui felt grateful when she mentioned this. Jin Shu smiled silently. The few thousand on paper were just to keep up appearances. Her real plan was to make a fortune, no, a huge fortune in the food factory. It's just not the right time yet. She's never worried about making money. Right now, she only worries about one thing. Jin Shu looked outside the shop, knowing several pairs of eyes were secretly watching her. Jin Shu doesn't worry about earning money. For her, making money is as natural as eating and drinking. It's instinctive and easy. What worries her is that she set up this plan 3 days ago, but Jia Jinji and Chen Guodong haven't shown any signs of movement. Lin Yixuan is almost never far from her to protect her. Not only that, he also brought a few of his brothers from Beijing, all retired soldiers. These men are secretly protecting Jin Shu and Sunning. If they can't catch Jia Jinji's accomplices today, they can't leave yet. Jin Shu suggested giving these brothers some financial compensation, but Lin Yixuan refused. Deep friendships shouldn't be bought with money. This favor isn't the main point. Jin Shu has plenty of ways to repay these brothers later. They treat her man as a friend, and she can't let them do all this work for nothing. If it drags on too long, it won't be good. These men are all taking leave from their jobs to help. Even Xiao Wang from the police station is helping in his free time. Jin Shu feels guilty about this. If Jia Jinji still doesn't act today, she will let her brothers withdraw. They can't wait any longer. The portable cassette factory director came over, and the lawyer Jin Shu arranged also arrived. Under the witness of the lawyer, they signed an agreement. Once the official seal was stamped, it became legally binding. As long as Jin Shu can secure the compensation, she will own 20% of the portable cassette factory. Today, the factory director specially brought her 100 portable cassette players for free. Of course, there are technical issues involved. Jin Shu asked others to leave first, leaving only her and the factory manager in the room. In front of the factory manager, she personally disassembled a repaired device in just 6 minutes, including the time to it back together. The factory manager was stunned. Is it really that simple? The difficult problem they had been struggling with for a long time was solved so easily. Target the right solution and find the right direction. All problems can be solved easily. Tell your people to improve it and send me regular shipments every week. The price, factory price, don't worry. Her portable music player costs have been reduced. Jin Shu nodded with satisfaction. Before, she bought the devices at a high price of 35 yuan each for fishing. Now she is a nearly shareholder, and the factory price is only 19 yuan each. You can't find such a low price anywhere in the country. Give her a little more time, and she will become a regional agent, selling only wholesale, not retail. All the audio stores in the city will call her dad, a spiritual father, but still a father. Jin Shu saw the factory manager out, and they shook hands happily after working well together. Not far away, 2 tall men were watching the audio store. They were brothers brought in to help by Lin Yixuan. Why do I feel like someone is watching my sister-in-law? One of them pointed in the direction nearby. The other looked over, and indeed saw someone watching. At the intersection ahead, A man in black clothes and sunglasses was sneaking around, watching Jin Shu. He didn't look like a good person. Should we move now and catch him? The captain said we should wait until they make a move. That way, we catch them with evidence. If we act early, they might run away after denying everything, pretend you're buying tapes, go inside and tell your sister-in-law so she's prepared. If a fight really breaks out, don't be afraid. After discussing, one of them went inside to explain the situation to Jin Shu, who was very happy. She had been waiting eagerly, and finally, the bad guys had shown up. She immediately decided to close the shop. She wanted to go out and provoke them into action. The shop had just received 100 portable music players, which could still sell for a good price if repaired. If they fought and damaged her goods, she would lose money, and General Yu wouldn't like that. Plus, if customers came in and got caught in the chaos, it wouldn't be convenient. Just then, Lin Yishuan finished handling his problem and returned. The couple discussed and decided to go ahead with this plan. Lin Yishuan was very quick at solving problems. The two salespeople didn't agree with each other, each with their own brothers standing in two groups. When Lin Yishuan arrived, the two sides almost started fighting. But Lin Yishuan quickly resolved the issue. Neither Lu Er nor Lao Wu is willing to accept the other's claim, each believing the other stole their deal. Arguing about this won't solve anything, it will only waste time. So Lin Yishuan decisively intervened, saying, "Stop arguing. Selling near-expiry products at a discount. What's so impressive about that? The food factory will soon release normal quality goods at regular prices. Neither of you should cause trouble. Each of you gets 5,000 pounds, and whoever sells it all within a day will be the boss. If Lu Er can sell 5,000 pounds of full-price products in a day, Lao Wu must apologize to him. If Lao Wu sells his, then Lu Er must apologize. As men, we should prove ourselves with strength." Did they accept that? Jin Shu raised an eyebrow. They're still complaining, saying it's impossible. That's a task no one can complete. Lin Yishuan wanted this effect. He deliberately set an impossible goal to weaken the two young guys' confidence. Both of them are skilled salespeople, but with their current strength, selling 5,000 pounds in a day is a fantasy, an impossible task. Since neither can succeed, his wife will step in to show these young men what a sales queen can do. If they can't sell, Jin Shu can. That shows the difference. In a company, salespeople are as proud as soldiers in the army. Pride is a double-edged sword. Used well, it's a good trait. Used badly, it can hurt oneself and others. To break someone's pride, you need to show them that there are always better people, people beyond them, skies beyond the sky. As long as Jin Shu can use her strength to sell 5,000 pounds in a day, not only will these two troublemakers become obedient, but everyone else will too. From now on, if Jin Shu tells them to go east, they won't dare go west. Ask around on all four sides of the street. Find out who the boss is, Lin Yishuan summarized proudly, waiting for his wife to praise him. "Isn't that my job? What kind of boss are you?" Jin Shu muttered. "You are the mother. I am the father. I get the credit for my wife." Lin Yishuan kissed her on the lips. The 5,000 pounds in a day wasn't just his nonsense. While others sell near-expiry goods, his wife has been working on new sales channels. The Beijing market is limited. Once it's saturated, there's no more room for new stock. So these days, besides focusing on making babies, Jin Shu has also been actively contacting nearby counties and cities. He had already secured orders for 5,000 pounds from several large wholesale markets. They were just waiting for the food factory to produce the goods and then arrange for delivery. Lin Yishuan used the information gap to set a trap for Lu Er and Lao Wu. Jin Shu admired his management skills, but still tried to bargain. "I think the deal I offered you is a bit high," she said, feeling Lin Yishuan was more like a shrewd businessman than her. "Enough complaining. Let's go quickly and catch the bad guys." "We'll have hot pot tonight," he said. After the hot pot, they planned to relax and enjoy a new look. Jin Shu reluctantly closed the shop, and the couple pretended to walk casually down the street. 5 meters ahead, two men in black exchanged glances. They pulled out small knives from their clothes and rushed toward Jin Shu. Lin Yishuan smirked, ready to deal with the troublemakers, when suddenly he heard the sound of a motorcycle behind him. A man wearing a helmet, carrying a large machete, sped toward them. Are both groups coming after us? Jin-shu wondered. What's going on? Two groups of attackers appeared suddenly, catching Jin-shu off guard. Lin Yixuan was also surprised. The man on the motorcycle with the knife was from Jia Jinji's team, which was already known. It was not strange that Jia Jinji would attack. But where did the two knife-wielding men come from? Carrying knives and rushing out from far away, shouting loudly. Doesn't that seem unprofessional? Jin-shu asked. Even she, an outsider, could see it. This wasn't a professional assassination attempt. It was more like a joke. Ordinary people, when faced with such a situation, could just run away if they had legs. Someone like Jin-shu, who knew a little martial arts, might even get beaten up. Yes, very unprofessional, Lin Yixuan commented. At this moment, the motorcycle stopped about 3 meters from Lin Yixuan. The helmeted man skillfully drew his knife and charged toward Lin Yixuan and Jin-shu. The two black-clad men waved their knives and ran toward them, completely unaware of the danger. They were less than 5 meters from Jin-shu and her husband. Two groups of attackers surrounded them from both sides, trapping the couple in the middle. Lin Yixuan's two men also saw the helmeted man rushing toward them and prepared to capture him quickly. Faced with an unexpected situation, Lin Yixuan remained calm and quick-thinking, reacting immediately. He raised his hand with his palm facing his reinforcements, fingers clenched, and swung it side to send a signal. The two people receiving the signal immediately froze in place. This is a special military sign language meaning stop and obey orders. After stopping his own team, Lin Yixuan grabbed a letter and suddenly ran toward the two men in black. He shouted loudly, "Boss, save me." The two men in black were confused. Who was their boss? They were just here to scare people. Before they could figure it out, Lin Yixuan reached them, grabbing one of the men's arms and showing the dagger he was holding. The dagger pointed at the helmeted man. "Come over here. We have a dagger, so we're not afraid of you." The helmeted man saw how many people there were and didn't dare to move forward. He hesitated and stayed in place. The black-clad men were stunned. After a couple of seconds, they realized what was happening. They tried to pull away from Lin Yixuan but found him as solid as a rock, impossible to shake. Throughout the scene, Jin-shu kept a neutral expression, feeling very safe walking beside Lin Yixuan. This situation was a bit funny. The black-clad men were supposed to scare Jin-shu to show their strength, but instead, Lin Yixuan forcibly dragged her into the fight. He unintentionally made her seem like his boss and even used her to attract the helmeted man's attention. Seeing the numbers of the enemies, the helmeted man wanted to retreat, but Lin Yixuan didn't give him a chance. He stood next to the black-clad men and shouted, "Coward!" Turtling away. "Hey, what are you doing? They have a knife. And it's so long." The black-clad man spoke, and Jin-shu recognized his accent. It sounded just like the factory director's voice. Their identities were obvious. "Is your brother-in-law the factory director's assistant?" Jin-shu imitated his accent.
How do you know that?
The accomplice of the black-clad man pulled him, revealing too much. "With that accent, you sound just like my favorite comedy actor, Zhao Lirong." "Of course I know," Jin-shu said casually, enjoying some entertainment. The factory director had come last time, and Jin-shu had asked him to kick out his brother-in-law and not let him participate in future operations. It wasn't just because the brother-in-law had given Jin-shu 2 bottles of fake Maotai. Jin-shu had long disliked his behavior. "The factory produced defective products, and my brother-in-law secretly took some to sell, even cheating the local people. Such dishonest business practices could ruin the factory's reputation, so Jin-shu couldn't keep him around. This time, the factory director personally came to sign the contract. My brother-in-law was getting angrier and sent his men to cause trouble, trying to scare Jin-shu and teach her a lesson. That's why the 2 men in black appeared so amateurish. They weren't usually involved in bad deeds. Their plan was to use a knife to cut Jin-shu's clothes or to scare her by smashing her shop, something simple. But in this situation, the 2 men in black didn't expect what happened and couldn't react in time. According to her words, Lin Yixuan kept taunting them, This was no longer just taunting. He was insulting them. Wearing a helmet and pretending to be a big shot? You're too scared to show your face. Did you grow a tail on your face? His continuous insults completely angered the man in the helmet. He roared and charged at them with a machete. Big brothers, leave it to you. Knock his head into the ground. Lin Yixuan patted the man in black and led his wife to run away. Not far away, Lin Yixuan's two brothers were grimacing as they watched him easily disrupt the fight, unable to help but comment. Honestly, I think the squad leader is even more mean than when he was in the army. Definitely. Lin Yixuan was known as an unbeatable war hero in the group army. Working for him meant having a good record and developing strong combat skills. But never make him your enemy. He's hard to beat and easy to make angry. Just looking at the chaos in front shows how mischievous Lin Yixuan is. The man in the helmet chased after the two black-clad men with his machete, who were running wildly and shouting. They just wanted to quietly smash the shop, not fight. And what was Lin Yixuan doing? He led Jin Shu and, amid the chaos, sneaked over to the helmet man's motorcycle. Jialing motorcycle, 48 horsepower. Honey, get on. Lin Yixuan pulled out a cigarette he found somewhere and lit it. He lifted his long legs and got on the motorcycle. Though he only used one hand, it didn't affect his cool image. Jin Shu didn't know what he was planning, but trusting him completely, she sat behind him without hesitation. Lin Yixuan balanced on his left foot, started the bike with his right, and with a couple of quick clicks, it roared to life. He told Jin Shu, hold on tight. The motorcycle sped toward the helmeted man like an arrow. At this moment, the helmeted man had already raised his machete, aiming at a man in black who was sitting on the ground, ready to strike his head open. When he heard the engine noise and looked back, he nearly fainted with shock. My bike. He only managed to shout this before Lin Yixuan rode up in front of him. With a smooth spin, Lin Yixuan knocked the helmeted man down. In that instant, the helmeted man's pupils were filled with surprise. Wow! Can motorcycles be played like this? The scene, ignoring how scary it was quite beautiful in composition. The man with a cigarette in his mouth played with the motorcycle effortlessly with one hand, the tire at a 45-degree angle to the ground. He smirked arrogantly, acting carefree and relaxed. Behind him, the woman tightly hugged his waist, her long hair flowing in a beautiful arc in the air. Behind the two of them was a clear blue sky. Such a scene couldn't even be made in a romantic drama, but compared to this couple's effect, the unlucky bystanders looked quite miserable. Lin Yixuan stopped his bike, wrapped his arms around her slim waist, and gave a mischievous smile. Are you scared? If you're not smoking, don't pretend to be cool with that thing, Jin Shu said, reaching to take the cigarette from his mouth. It wasn't even lit. It was just a prop to look stylish. Was he afraid? No way. You, who loved watching the excitement, still found it not enough. These two groups were too weak. They didn't give his man a chance to show off his skills. Did you record it? Lin Yixuan's brother asked. Another guy holding a camera looked excited. Yes, I got everything. Should I sell 101 copies to the squad leader? The camera was originally meant to record evidence. Now that they had the evidence, Lin Yixuan's flirtation was also captured. The two brothers thought it was worth it. Lin Yixuan, proud and happy, held his beautiful partner close. The two unlucky guys on the ground looked terrible. The helmeted man was knocked over by the motorcycle, and when his machete slipped from his hand, it stabbed into his own arm. Blood was pouring out rapidly. He had used that knife for evil deeds, and now it had come back to him. He screamed in pain. The other man in black was also in a bad state. One ran away, leaving the helmeted man close, who had his helmet hit his leg when Lin Yixuan knocked him down. Somewhere in between. In any case, it was a vital spot. The black-clad man was in so much pain he rolled around clutching his leg, howling loudly, "It's over. Our old Li family is doomed." This accent, combined with this scene, is very funny. Jin Shu couldn't hold back and laughed out loud again. When she smiled, Lin Yixuan instinctively turned to look at her, with a gentle smile and a loving gaze. His brother quickly took a photo of this moment. I think the company commander can handle it alone. No need for us, his brother said with feeling. Lin Yixuan's fighting ability is so strong that he could easily deal with 2 or 3 small troublemakers, or even more, just for fun. It's not that we can't use him, right? We took some nice photos, didn't we? The brother, who was taking pictures, was satisfied. He planned to develop the photos overnight, pick one to enlarge, and display it in his photo studio to attract customers. Good-looking men and women, very pleasing to the eye. Soon, both groups were taken to the police station. Xiaowang was in class today and saw the 2 unlucky guys' miserable state. He held a teacup and circled around them, muttering to himself, "Why did you guys have to pick a fight with our company commander? Why not someone else?" The record holder of the military martial arts competition, deliberately challenging someone with a gun. One of the black-clad men ran away, but it wasn't a big problem. The remaining one was caught easily. The brother-in-law hated Jinshu for causing him to lose his job and retaliated across provinces. The case was soon thoroughly investigated. Jinshu was unharmed. According to regulations, it was considered attempted with a weapon, and she should have been detained for 10 days and fined. Well, that's not quite right. Legally, they only faced 10 days of detention, but Jinshu didn't plan to let it go that easily. Her brother-in-law offended her, and the factory director had to give her an explanation. Dismissal alone wasn't enough to settle the matter. Now, the factory director relied on Jinshu to help them get compensation and didn't dare offend her. That night, they packed up the brother-in-law and sent him back to his hometown to farm. They guaranteed he would never appear in front of Jinshu again, and they also gave her 500 repaired portable music players as compensation. The case was finally closed. As for the 2 black-clad men, Jinshu ignored them. They had already paid a heavy price. 10 days in detention was a small matter. The real concern was the part of their head that was hit by the helmet. It was said to be quite difficult to recover. In the detention center for the next 10 days, there would be loud cries of "Our Lao Li family is doomed," which served as a strong warning. Staff would point at the unlucky guy crying and teach new recruits, "Don't do bad things, or you'll end up like him."
See?
That miserable guy is the best example. If you behave properly and do good, you won't get into so much trouble. The case of the man in black has been closed, but the helmeted man's case is still under trial, and the situation is very complicated. He failed to attack Jinshu, but because he is involved in other cases, he cannot be released after just 10 days. Uncle Zhang and Yu Tingmei came to identify the suspect as victims. Uncle Zhang immediately recognized him as the person who cut him. This guy, whether because he had few clothes or was overconfident in his methods, didn't change his clothes. The clothes he was wearing when caught were exactly the same as when he committed the crime. Uncle Zhang identified the helmeted man, but when it was Yu Tingmei's turn, she changed her statement, saying she didn't know this man. She said she was too scared earlier and didn't see anything clearly. Many people find her attempt to protect the criminal confusing. Xue Ling wanted the helmeted man to be sentenced more harshly. Combining multiple charges could lead to a heavier punishment, and she wanted to vent her anger for her father. But Yu Tingmei suddenly changed her mind, which delayed the case. That night, after learning about her change of heart, Xue Ling was so angry she didn't eat. Jinshu took her to her own house, where they were having mutton hot pot. Jinshu bought half a sheep and set up 2 tables at home. One reason was to host the brothers who had been busy helping her family these days, and the other was to honor Lin Yixuan. Lin Yixuan was about to leave. He received a notice to end his holiday early and go to another city for training. In the army, when an officer gets a training notice, it usually means good news, because after training, their rank will be promoted. Next time Lin Yixuan is seen, he won't be a private first class anymore but a squad leader with a higher rank. The brothers who came to eat were happy for him. Lin Yixuan's future looks bright, and all of this he earned through his own efforts. Everyone was happy for him, except Lin Yixuan himself, who looked quite unhappy. He thought he still had a few days to spend with his wife, but suddenly received the notice. Although he was prepared, when the day actually came, he felt very upset, especially when he saw Jinshu's calm reaction, which made him feel even worse. On the day he received the notice, Jinshu only asked which day he would leave, and then said nothing more. She went about her usual business, even without a hint of reluctance. This farewell dinner was also arranged by her herself, with good food and drinks. Everyone was happy, but Lin Yixuan's dark face stood out among the joyful expressions. Besides Lin Yixuan, Zhang Xueling was also pulled over. Although she was happy for Lin Ji's family celebration, thinking about Yu Tingmei, that mean person, made her feel upset and conflicted. She felt stuck between feelings. Jin Shu sat on the left of Lin Yixuan and on the right of Zhang Xueling. The two of them seemed more angry than ghosts. I'm not convinced. How can she do this? Zhang Xueling said, referring to Yu Tingmei. Yes, how can she do this? Lin Yixuan agreed, but his eyes looked at Jin Shu, implying, you, this unkind woman. He was about to leave, yet she showed some reluctance and a little sadness about parting. Was that so hard? Jin Shu naturally understood who each of the two childish people was talking about when they mentioned she. This was a tricky question to answer directly. But she said one sentence with a double meaning to solve both of their confusions. Why rush? The future is long, Jin Shu said with emphasis on the key words, making her meaning clear. Everyone understood. Her words comforted both of them. Lin Yixuan's expression softened, and his frustration from being ignored by his wife lessened. Zhang Xueling still felt a bit upset. What exactly is going on with Yu Tingmei? She's the victim, and Jia Jinji hurt her so badly. Is that all? She asked. Not only is Yu Tingmei the victim, but she's also Chen Guodong's mistress. Chen Guodong must have given her benefits. How could she stand up and testify for us? Jin Shu sighed. She thought to herself that Xueling was still young and needed more experience to understand the deeper details. In this case, Jia Jinji pushed out to be the scapegoat, offering enough benefits and promising to reduce his sentence as much as possible. When something like this happened, Chen Guodong used the opportunity to warn Jia Jinji to behave better. If Jia Jinji didn't cause trouble, he could happily keep his mistress and continue his affairs. As a key part of the scheme, Yu Tingmei would weigh her options and probably side with Chen Guodong if she was given enough benefits. To Xueling, this seemed unfair. She wished the bad people would be punished immediately. Jia's family must be rushing to fix connections. With so many doubts in this case, it's unlikely to be resolved quickly. Dragging it out is actually good for us. Jin Shu analyzed the situation. If the case isn't closed and investigations take longer, Chen Guodong and Jia Jinji wouldn't dare attack Jin Shu. Lin Yixuan immediately went to study. Jin Shu, without her bodyguards, got what she wanted. So, you can go with peace of mind. You don't need to worry about my safety, Jin Shu said to Lin Yixuan. Lin Yixuan nodded, and the couple's exchange drew teasing comments from their friends. Captain is so lucky. His wife is smart, capable, and so beautiful. You must be very proud, right? Lin Yixuan raised his glass, feeling a bit conflicted. His wife was truly wonderful and beautiful, but whether she was the most beautiful was hard to say. Maybe she was just frustratingly unaware of his feelings. He was about to leave, and she showed no sadness at all. Lin Yixuan watched her eat and chat happily with Zhang Xueling, feeling a little jealous inside. Tonight, if she didn't get so tired she fainted, he would turn her world upside down. Jin Shu was skilled in business and power struggles, but when it came to feelings, she behaved differently from others. Her slow reactions made people annoyed. Even Sun Ying couldn't stand it. After the gathering, Jin Shu wanted to wash the dishes and clean up, but Sun Ying waved her off, trying to give her unlucky son a chance. I'll handle it. You and Yixuan can stay for a bit. No need, he's already finished cleaning up. I don't need help. You're stressing me out, Sun Ying sighed, rubbing her forehead. She had been worried about her two little loves from start to finish. Mom, what's wrong? Do you have a headache? Go lie down in your room. I'll clean up. Finally, Sun Ying couldn't take it anymore and pushed her out of the kitchen. Go for a walk and chat. Don't come back before bed. With her mother's support, Lin Yixuan, who had been feeling down all day, finally held his wife's hand and strolled through the summer evening streets. Did I offend Mom? Jin Shu asked. She felt her mother-in-law's expression was so strange. There was a hint of worry behind her helplessness. How could you offend her with that favoritism? Lin Yixuan complained. Since his mother woke up, she had treated Jin Shu like her own daughter, always sharing good food with her. His own mother only got the leftovers. Then why doesn't she want me to stay at home? Every time my dad went to the army, he would walk with her. She was always reluctant to let him go. Lin Yixuan looked at his wife with a pained expression, as if to say, "Learn from her." Jin Shu nodded, unable to tell that her usually strong mother-in-law was so gentle when it came to feelings. But isn't she more worried when you leave, especially when you're so close? The practical, straightforward woman from the engineering field found it hard to understand these behaviors. You see, when you're leaving, I won't bother you anymore. No, please bother me a little. Lin Yixuan roared inside. Go ahead and leave. Chen Guodong won't get away with it. I already have a full plan to deal with him. If he hurts our family, I won't let him sleep peacefully. Trust me, when you come back next time, he'll already be in jail. Jin Shu said firmly. I believe you. Lin Yixuan said weakly. Other women are delicate and dependent, but my woman is tough. She wields a kitchen knife and sparks fly as she cuts through wires. This woman just got up and is even tougher than a man, as if she's carved with the words, climb to the top of the mountain, I am the peak. A woman like this, expecting her to show deep love and tearful goodbyes, is a bit unrealistic. At this moment, Lin Yixuan empathized with the heroine in a melodramatic TV drama. He felt he was more like the heroine, unable to live without love. As for her, Lin Yixuan looked at Jin Shu beside him. His wife is talented and brave, skilled in many arts. She could easily act out a scene from Journey to the West. She's like Monkey King, overcoming 99 obstacles. She's already passed them all. Without him, she probably doesn't care at all. Jin Shu didn't notice his increasingly darkened face, filled with deep sorrow. Her gaze was on the fig tree by the roadside, happy. I'm going to pick some. Lin Yixuan quickly pulled her back. If he didn't stop her, she would climb the tree. Yummy, I'll pick some for you. Jin Shu's eyes sparkled. You like to eat this? Lin Yixuan wanted to say he never ate it, but her eyes were so bright he couldn't bear to ruin her happiness. There are many fig trees in Beijing, but when the fruit falls to the ground, few people eat them. Yes, in the past, a very kind elder used to dry a lot of figs for me every year. After she passed away, no one dried them for me anymore. I made some myself, but it never tastes the same. Jin Shu looked at the tree with rare warmth in her eyes. The elder she mentioned was her grandmother from her past life. In her difficult family background, she was the only one who loved her. She appeared briefly in her childhood, but left a warmth that lasted half her life. At one point, I lost my appetite for everything. When people asked what I wanted to eat, I said I wanted dried figs. Actually, during her pregnancy in her previous life, she experienced strong morning sickness, vomiting whatever she ate. She was very wealthy at that time, but no amount of money could buy the feeling of family love. Her child, though conceived through a test tube using Lin Yixuan's tadpoles, still had all the typical pregnancy reactions. Lin Yixuan listened carefully. Then what happened? Then, that night, I dreamt of an elder. She walked slowly to the tree and said she wanted to dry some fruit for me. After I woke up, I felt better and stopped vomiting. I need to take good care of myself. If I live well, those who care about me will feel at ease. Jin Shu's eyes reddened slightly, but she still kept her usual polite smile. Lin Yixuan, I'll dry some fruit for you. Lin Yixuan's heart tightened. Suddenly, he understood. My little Jin, she's not made of steel. She's just expressing her longing for him in her own way. She repeatedly showed her attitude, telling him that whether he was home or not, she could handle everything. It wasn't because she didn't need him. She just wanted to tell him to go ahead without worry, to not be concerned about her. A gentle stream winds around the mountain. Each stream has its own love. Majestic mountains stand tall in the clouds. Each mountain also has its own love. Everyone has their own way of expressing feelings. It's just that he didn't understand. Not that she didn't express herself. He was narrow-minded. Thinking of this, Lin Yixuan was moved. He stepped forward, hugged her in his arms, and gently kissed her forehead. I will take good care of myself even when I'm outside.
Don't worry about me.
Jin Shu's eyes curved, feeling at ease inside. He had been waiting all day for this reassurance. Stepping out confidently and returning safely home, this is the longest-lasting love confession in the world. Let's go. I'll carry you up the tree. Lin Yixuan said passionately, lifting his wife with one hand. He declared that from today, figs are his favorite food, no exceptions. When Sanning saw her son, who usually cared about his image, returning only in a tank top, she was surprised. What surprised her even more was the large bundle he was carrying. What could it be? Oh my goodness, are you two fleeing from a disaster? Sun Ying nearly fainted. Her tall, handsome son, without his outer clothes, only in a tank top, which was covered in some unknown sticky substance. The short sleeves were tied at the ends, acting as a bag filled with figs. Her beautiful daughter-in-law's white dress was so dirty, it looked worn out, with frayed edges. With the way the two children looked and the cloth bag, anyone would believe they just escaped hardship. Such a trouble. This thing rubs against clothes and is hard to wash. The clothes are ruined. Sanning shivered as she touched the cloth bag. What should she do? She really wanted to scold her son. The roar of a lion was already building in her throat. Sanning wanted to scold her son but heard Jinshu say, I want to eat this, so let Yixuan help me pick it. The fierce mother suddenly looked kind and smiled warmly at her daughter-in-law. You like to eat this? Tomorrow, Mom will take a bucket and lead you to the west of the city. There's also a fig tree there. Figs are good and nutritious. Xiao Shu really knows how to eat. Mom, that's too much, Lin Yixuan protested. He really was adopted. Go, wash the figs and soak the clothes. I won't be back tonight. Don't bully Xiao Shu. Where are you going? Jin Shu asked. To your aunt's. She must be missing me. Sanning thought about her son leaving tomorrow. It's inconvenient for her at home. Maybe she should go to Lin Mei's, just to bother her.
Puffed.
Jin Shu thought about how Lin Degu's face looked bitter when she saw Sanning, and she could even imagine Lin Mei's mood. After Sanning woke up, she had already tormented Lin Mei once at the hospital. Now she wanted to go to Lin Mei's house again to bother her more. Lin Mei's heart was filled with bitterness, more bitter than pig's gall. But Jin Shu soon couldn't smile anymore. Because as soon as Sanning left, Lin Yixuan rushed over. He called it paying the full tribute. What's so hard about suffering? His little brother didn't know when he'd see her again, so he wanted to enjoy it all at once. That shameless night, Jin Shu hardly slept. She changed the sheets once. She kept waking and dozing, too exhausted to wash up properly, only faintly feeling a gentle hand helping her afterward. When Jin Shu woke up, the bed was already empty. She sat up suddenly, her body about to collapse, and opened the wardrobe. His bag was gone, he had left. In the early morning, neighbors were already cooking in the yard. The smell of rice porridge drifted into the house. Jin Shu felt empty inside. He didn't want her to be sad about parting, so he left quietly while she was asleep. Although he was gone, the traces he left behind were everywhere. On the clothesline at the door, there was a washed sheet. On the kitchen stove, the vegetable porridge in the clay pot was still warm. The water in the well was full, and the floor was cleaned spotless. Before leaving, he did all the chores he could think of. But what moved Jin Shu most was the drying net hanging on the clothesline, filled with sliced figs. She went to look and found a note inside. She unfolded it and saw his strong handwriting. It's hot. It will be dried in 3 days. When it's ready, I will mail you half, and the rest is for you to eat. Under the pillow there is a gift I sent you. A gift. Jin Shu admits that his treasure map-style message successfully eased her sadness about parting. Lin Yixuan knows how to create a good atmosphere and provide emotional comfort. Curious, she went inside thinking about his gift. Lin Yixuan gave Jin Shu most of his money, so he didn't have much left. She guessed it wouldn't be something expensive like jewelry or gold. The family heirloom jade bracelet from the Lin family was already on her wrist.
So, what could it be?
She reached under the pillow and felt a paper bag made of brown craft paper. She pulled it out, and a line of large characters was written on the bag. I see all beings as grass and trees, but only seeing you as a green mountain. Even someone as tough as Total Y, a straightforward woman, would feel her heart melt at such words. She thought that, even without opening it, just reading this sentence was enough to warm her heart. The paper bag was light and empty on the outside, with a small bulge at the bottom, indicating the contents inside weren't large. Jinshu smiled as she poured out what was inside, then her pupils widened in shock. What is this? In her fair palm was a yellow shell casing. It was a 7.62 by 54 mm cartridge, used in the 85 rifle. Jinshu isn't a military enthusiast and doesn't understand military gear, but how did she know so much detail? Because this shell casing, turned into a necklace, was something she carried close for 30 years in her past life. She knew every line on it, even the soldered joints, by heart. When she was a young girl, a soldier saved her and gave her this. Since then, she wore it as a lucky charm. At first, she wore it around her neck. Later, as her business grew, she couldn't show her weakness, so she kept it hidden. Everyone who saw it would think she liked soldiers, which was true. So, this shell casing was attached to the keychain of Mr. Yu's Bentley car. She carries it everywhere she goes. Because of this experience, after she traveled here and learned that Lin Yuan was a soldier, she took good care of the family and supported everything when he was away. When she first returned, she even thought about finding the older brother who had helped her. Now, that bullet casing has come back into her life. So, Jinshu covers her mouth. It's him. Lin Yuan is the older brother who saved her in her past life. Fate has turned around, bringing the two of them together again. When he left her a good luck charm, with only one purpose. Thinking of this, Jinshu clenches the bullet casing, tears welling up on her face. She rushes out of the house, running forward without hesitation. She wants to see Lin Yuan right now, immediately. Hey, you're so blind, Yu Tingmei almost bumps into Jinshu. She came to pick a fight. Jinshu doesn't care about Yu Tingmei. She just wants to see Lin Yuan. After running a few steps, she turns back and grabs Yu Tingmei by the collar, questioning her. Did you see Lin Yuan when you came? Why should I tell you? Yu Tingmei is startled. Jinshu quickly presses her throat, in a hurry and with no time to waste. Tell me. I saw him at the bus stop, waiting for the bus. The first bus of the morning leaves at a fixed time, so even though Lin Yuan leaves early, he still has to wait. Jinshu runs out quickly. Overwhelmed by shock, her normally sharp mind completely shuts down. She even forgets that riding a bicycle is faster than running. After a few minutes and crossing a street, she sees Lin Yuan with his bag getting on a bus.
Yuan.
Jinshu shouts loudly. In the busy morning crowd, he didn't hear her. He had already boarded, and the bus slowly starts moving. Jinshu chases after the bus, shouting at the top of her lungs. Finally, Lin Yuan hears her, but the bus has already left. He rushes to the window and sees his wife, who always tries to stay calm like a mountain, running with her hair flying, chasing the bus, seemingly saying something. Master, stop the bus. Lin Yuan yells. Thinking about what? Stopping at the intersection? The driver snaps at him. The bus is still two sections, connected by a foldable fabric canopy like an accordion. Boarding the bus is not only physically demanding but also depends on luck. It's crowded like sardines, and stopping is very troublesome. Lin Yuan couldn't go down and could only anxiously watch her run over. Jinshu was almost out of breath from running, with countless words in her heart wanting to say to him. She had searched for her benefactor for so long, only to find out it was her husband. How could she stay calm? But after all the words, at this moment, only one sentence remained. The bus would soon leave her view, and she only had one sentence to say. So, all the complex feelings from 2 lifetimes gathered in her heart, condensed into one phrase. Be safe. I'll be waiting for you at home. After shouting this, Jin Shu felt it wasn't enough. In her urgency, she grabbed the bullet shell necklace around her neck and kissed it, then made a heart shape with both hands. Lin Yixuan saw this and felt his nose sting, almost shedding tears of a man. As the bus drove away, he only saw her figure getting smaller. She hadn't gone far, but his heart already began to miss her. She, who was usually so calm, had run over without caring about her image just to say one thing: wait for him to come home. She wasn't emotionally insensitive, she was just too good at it. She knew exactly how to hold his heart and pull his soul, so that wherever he went, just thinking of her would fill his heart with hope. Jin Shu watched him leave, feeling a bit lost, yet also more grounded. On the busy street, people came and went, and the sun rose as usual. She was still Eugene Shu, but somehow, she felt a little different from before. Lin Yixuan's words earlier echoed perfectly in her mind. Give you half of my soul, and you give me half of yours. Let's try being together and see if we can become better versions of ourselves. As the sadness of parting flowed through her veins, her hope for reunion quietly grew. Emotions beyond rational control emerged, but she didn't become worse for it. At that moment, she suddenly understood what Lin Yixuan meant. Love can create bonds between two unrelated people. She had always thought of this feeling as a bad emotion that made people foolish and worse. When they meet again, parting isn't far away. She had always believed this and thought so. But when parting truly arrived, she found that besides sadness, there was also hope. Those bad feelings were real, but some strong, lively emotions also appeared unexpectedly. This kind of energy she had never experienced or imagined was growing wildly inside her body. On the morning street, the smell of fried dough sticks mixed with the aroma of savory pancakes on the griddle creates the most genuine human warmth. Perhaps the world of gods is perfect and flawless, but the place she is in is the human world. In this world, she has found someone she cares about. He handed her the kite string that was tied to him, and she, in turn, wrapped her string around his heart. If her wish is to fly up to pluck the star of her dreams, even if the heights are cold and lonely, then perhaps the meaning of marriage is to pull her back when she flies too far away. Back to this bustling, lively world of human life. Jin Shu wipes away tears from her eyes, then lifts her head again, full of vitality. Though she can't tell if her feelings for him are gratitude or love, she knows she cares about this man. Time will give her the answer. She isn't in a hurry to find out. Hey, are you okay? Yu Tingmei came over, feeling a bit worried as she watched Jin Shu cry and smile at the street. Could her mind be playing tricks on her?
I'm fine.
Did you come to see me about something? Jin Shu steadied her emotions. My family's Lao Chen asked me to tell you, just don't make things difficult for yourself. He's willing to arrange a job for you at our factory. Work at the factory? Jin Shu raised an eyebrow. Yu Tingmei put on a proud look, intending to hold her head high, but her injury still hadn't healed completely, and she grimaced as she moved. Lao Chen said, because we're sisters, he's letting you be a small-time trader or unemployed, and he feels bad about it. We're close relatives. Pfft. Jin Shu couldn't hold back her laughter. What are you laughing at? Yu Tingmei was annoyed and embarrassed. Isn't it disgusting when you say such unkind things? Fine. Keep all those worthless polite words to yourself. Just tell me plainly. What does he want? Your mother-in-law's case was an accident. Don't keep digging into it. Stop while you're ahead. You can still get a stable job. You should know how hard it is to get a good factory job now. Yu Tingmei's words were full of jealousy. She had finally gotten into the factory after her father's help, and now such a good opportunity was casually given to Yu Yao, that little troublemaker. She was angry. Go back and tell Qin Guodong. I will find out everything about my mother-in-law's case. That broken factory of yours will eventually be called Yu, just like Jin Shu's surname. Jin Shu declared confidently. Yu Tingmei was stunned. The message in Jin Shu's words was too big, and she didn't quite understand. Do you want to be the factory manager? Yu Yaomei, are you still not awake? Yu Tingmei finally reacted, pointing at Jin Shu and shouting. Jin Shu had promised Lin Yixuan that by the next time he returned, Qin Guodong would already be in jail. To keep this promise, Jin Shu decided to act now. The first step of revenge was to provoke Yu Tingmei. Jin Shu looked at Yu Tingmei. Although her words just now were very annoying, considering her simple-minded nature, Jin Shu decided to do a little more. If she didn't make Yu Tingmei explode with anger, this first step wouldn't be successful. There was a breakfast stall nearby, doing quite well. 3 metal-insulated containers held soy milk and tofu pudding. Jin Shu looked at the steaming soy milk and had an idea. After eating so much, Lin's teasing words had influenced her, and she was starting to join in the teasing. 1 cup of soy milk, no need for a bowl. Jin Shu took out a dime to pay, scooped a bowl of soy milk from the container, and poured it over Yu Tingmei. Yu Tingmei was still mocking Jin Shu for overestimating herself, but suddenly was splashed with hot soy milk, which made her jump in surprise and feel the heat. Go back and tell Chen Guodong, if he dares to touch me, he's not worthy. And you, if you want to stay alive, stay away from Chen Guodong and stay away from me too. Yu Tingmei was so angry she couldn't speak. People eating breakfast nearby were attracted by the commotion and looked over. Some kind-hearted ones stood up to intervene. Young lady, how can you splash people? She's a mistress, messing around with a married woman. Jin Shu continued to provoke Yu Tingmei. The Annie trying to stop the fight heard about the mistress and spat disgustedly on the ground. Served her right, such a bad woman, splash her good. Other diners also agreed, and Jin Shu kept the momentum going. Yu Tingmei was pointed at and looked embarrassed and furious, pointing at Jin Shu and cursing, just wait and see, you'll pay the price. Tell Chen Guodong too. That kind of man, who only lasts a minute each time, only deserves someone like you, don't forget that. Jin Shu put her hand on her lower eyelid and made a silly face, sticking out her tongue. Yu Tingmei stormed off in anger. Judging by her furious back and the soy milk dripping from her, she was very upset. Jin Shu achieved her goal. She intentionally used this childish trick to anger Yu Tingmei, because only in this way would Yu Tingmei spread rumors and make Chen Guodong act sooner. Yu Tingmei grew angrier the more she thought about it. After taking a shower, she went straight to Chen Guodong's office. She sat at her desk and started crying loudly, her body trembling. I kindly told her what you said, but she not only didn't appreciate it, she even bullied me. Yu Tingmei exaggerated her story, repeating Jin Shu's actions while crying. Chen Guodong's eyes showed anger. He didn't care if Yu Tingmei was bullied, but Jin Shu threatening to change the factory's name touched his core interests. He was very angry. He tried to make peace, thinking of giving her small favors to win her over, hoping to keep her close and watch her carefully. Maybe he could even get close to her, and then there would be no obstacle. In Chen Guodong's mind, a woman's mind was connected to her body. As long as he gained her body, he believed he could win her heart. Jin Shu refused his signals for reconciliation and refused to let him conquer her heart. Chen Guodong became murderous. But soon, he remembered that the authorities were investigating his wife for hiring someone to harm others. He couldn't act now. So, he suppressed his anger and advised Yu Tingmei. She is your real sister, and besides, she's right. You were just a mistress from the start. Why are you upset? Yu Tingmei clenched her teeth tightly. Suddenly, she remembered Jin Shu's last words. She didn't just curse me. She also said that you only deserve a woman like me for 1 minute. Nonsense. Chen Guodong was so angry, he smashed his pen holder, losing all reason. Seeing him so furious, Yu Tingmei felt secretly pleased. Yu Yaomei had told the truth. He only needed 1 minute. What was there to be mad about? Old Chen, no matter how she curses me, it's okay. But when she says that about you, it really hurts my feelings. Don't believe me? Feel. Yu Tingmei grabbed Chen Guodong's hand and placed it on her chest, pretending to be affectionate. Seeing Chen Guodong's head get heated from being stimulated by the 1 minute, Yu Tingmei exaggerated her story, adding more details. She also said that she would make Zhang Xueling tell everyone during a meeting about your 1 minute thing. Our factory's reputation is spreading everywhere. Do you want it to be known all over the city? Ah. Yu Tingmei screamed as Chen Guodong pinched her painfully. Chen Guodong's eyes turned red. He was truly furious. If she dares to look down on my 1 minute, I'll show her how powerful I am. No matter how strict the investigation was, Chen Guodong no longer cared. He is now filled with one thought: to bring Yu Jinshu back, lock her in a small black room, and repeatedly her until she submits. If she continues to resist, he will throw her into the river to feed the fish. Call Zhang Xueling in. I need to talk to her, Chen Guodong thought mischievously, patting Yu Tingmei on the. Why call her? She's in the same yard as Yu Yaomei. She's just Yu Yaomei's follower. Just fire her and make me deputy factory director? Yu Tingmei hated Jinshu the most, and second, she hated Zhang Xueling. Zhang Xueling was originally a warehouse clerk she looked down on, but because Yu Yaomei gave her advice, she became deputy factory director. Seeing Zhang Xueling made Yu Tingmei annoyed.
You don't know anything.
Zhang Xueling was assigned by the director. How much face do I have to fire her? Chen Guodong was even more annoyed. Yu Tingmei was pretty, but she had no brains at all. Talking to her was tiring. Yu Tingmei pouted, unwilling. She didn't want to see Zhang Xueling. She was jealous. Just call her in first. Once this is settled, both she and your disobedient sister will be in big trouble. Very unlucky.
All right.
I'll go now. Hearing that her hated person would be in trouble, Yu Tingmei smiled through her tears and twisted her waist as she went out to find her. In the afternoon, Jinshu was drinking tea at the video store. Since there were few customers, she felt relaxed, resting her sore waist and stomach from Lin's teasing. Zhang Xueling hurried in, full of joy. Big sister. Jinshu made a shushing gesture and poured her a cup of tea. Drink some tea to calm your emotions. I can't calm down. I'm so happy. I just got a big order. Maybe our factory can turn a profit ahead of schedule. Zhang Xueling came out of the factory director's office excited, rushing to share her joy with Jinshu. Oh, how big is the order? Jinshu asked. Compared to Zhang Xueling's excited expression, Jinshu's reaction was quite flat, to the point that Xueling felt a bit disappointed. It's huge. We just ordered 8 tons of goods, and they say there are dozens more. If we close this deal, our factory won't lose money anymore. Did Chen Guodong tell you about it? Yes, he said his family has been busy lately. His wife and Yu Tingmei are fighting badly, and he's too busy, so he handed this big order over to me.
Oh, so?
Jinshu said with a slight smile. Her pouring of soy milk earlier was not in vain. Yu Tingmei's scheme worked. After pouring the soy milk in the morning, by the afternoon, the fish had already bitten the hook. He said that tonight, the other party's representative would meet with me at Drunken Immortal Tower to discuss this deal. If it went well, they would sign the contract on the spot. I thought I wasn't very good at this, so I asked if you could come with me. Zhang Xueling has little influence at the factory, and she doesn't trust anyone with such matters. Sure, why not? Jinshu happily agreed. A banquet at the Human Hall. How could I not attend? The dinner was scheduled for 5 in the evening. Jinshu tidied herself up simply. She wore a black and white dress that was both sharp and slightly charming, exactly the look she wanted. After finishing her makeup, Jinshu carefully hung the bullet casing given by Lin Yixian around her neck. It was his good luck charm. He left it for her to remind her that his bond with her was his best protection, and he would always take care of her. Sunning hadn't finished work yet, so Jinshu left a note and hurried to Drunken Immortal Tower with Xueling. On the way, Xueling asked worriedly, "Will Auntie be angry?" Lin Yixian's mother was famous all over the street, especially tough. Few people could get along with her happily. Seeing her, Xueling also felt a bit nervous. She probably won't be angry, but she definitely won't be happy, since I didn't tell her I was coming. Zhang Xueling suddenly braked sharply. Maybe you should go back? It's okay.
I have a way to calm her down, Jinshu said.
She had been in contact with Sunning for a few days and understood her temper. Sunning was smart, capable, and protective of her family. She didn't involve herself in others' affairs and would probably stop her from coming if she told her in advance. Don't just look at the surface when judging a problem. You need to understand the person's mind and motives. You all think my mother-in-law is hard to get along with, but if you understand her inner world, you'll see she's quite adorable. Jean Shu thought about how Suning cried when she drank bean juice while unconscious. She felt both guilty and amused. How bad could a woman be who cried over bad food?
Auntie.
Adorable? Zhang Shui Ling looked conflicted. She's straightforward, clear about her love and hate, like a durian, full of thorns but with a sweet inside. Isn't such a person adorable? Chun Guodong is kind to you on the surface, but what does he really think? Do you know? Jean Shu took the opportunity to give Shui Ling some advice. This girl was a jade waiting to be carved. Today was a good chance. Jean Shu and Shui Ling arrived first, ordered some dishes, and after a while, 3 unfamiliar men entered the private room. When they saw Jean Shu and Shui Ling, their eyes lit up simultaneously. Especially when she saw the letter, she immediately swallowed hard and stared intently. This woman is truly outstanding. The 3 men exchanged sneaky glances. Seeing this person, Shui Ling felt half her enthusiasm fade away. As representatives of the company, their behavior. Is it acceptable? Their eyes seemed glued to the sister-in-law. The 3 men sat down. Shui Ling wanted to talk about the contract, but as soon as she opened her mouth, they interrupted. They kept praising Jean Shu's looks or asking for her personal details, everything except the contract. Shui Ling had never dealt with such situations before and felt very nervous. Luckily, Jean Shu was there. She was more composed than all 3 of them combined. No matter what they said, she could steer the conversation away from personal info to other topics. If the dining table was a battlefield, Jean Shu fought 3 against 1 and handled it easily. The 3 men didn't get any advantage from her. Shui Ling watched from the side, too scared to make a sound, wishing she could take out a small notebook to remember everything Jean Shu said today. If she memorized it, it would last her a long time. The 3 men thought these 2 young women were easy to win over, but after talking for a while, they gained nothing. They started to get anxious. They couldn't afford to delay further, so they exchanged glances, signaling it was time to act. I'll go to the bathroom. Shui Ling, do you want to come? Jean Shu stood up. Shui Ling felt relieved and followed her out. As soon as the 2 women left, the 3 men hurriedly took out pre-prepared drugs from their pockets and put them into Jean Shu's and Shui Ling's glasses. Big brother, do you think they'll fall for it? We just tried to persuade them to drink, but the woman didn't drink at all. What if she refuses? How will we explain to our boss? Later, we'll threaten her with the contract. If she doesn't sign, she doesn't get the money. We've collected the payment, so the matter must be settled. In the bathroom, Shui Ling was worried. Sister-in-law, I feel something's wrong. They haven't mentioned the contract at all. Maybe they're upset that we're not drinking? Should I drink instead? As long as they sign. Shui Ling wanted to drink several times, but Jean Shu kicked her under the table. She could only pretend she had taken penicillin and couldn't drink alcohol. The time is right. It's time to sign the contract. Watch my signals later. Here's the plan, Jean Shu whispered softly into Shui Ling's ear. Shui Ling was stunned, then felt like a thunderbolt struck her, deeply shocked. Sister-in-law, do you mean it's? No big orders. Chen Guodong caused us trouble. Shui Ling was distraught, her eyes red. She was both angry and sad, her hopes shattered, filled with hatred for Chen Guodong. She felt like a fool, being led around by the nose, and almost caused harm to her sister-in-law. Stop crying. What's the use of tears? Can it solve the problem?
I'm upset.
That old scoundrel Chen Guodong isn't human. How can he use public interests as a bargaining chip to pressure me? Tears are just a way to show feelings, but they don't solve problems. If you were an ordinary woman, you could cry all you want. But you're working with me, Eugene Shu, on big matters. I don't need a crying burden. I need a comrade fighting alongside me. Do you want to keep crying, or do you want to fight back? Zhang Shuiling bit her lip and forced her tears back.
Fight back.
I'll listen to you, sister-in-law. Let's go back and cause a scene now. Causing a scene is too simple. That's just barbaric. Only barbarians do that.
Come here, I'll tell you.
Jean Shu whispered softly in her ear. Shui Ling trusted her completely, which was a rare quality. Skills and experience can be developed over time, but Jinshu needed someone she could fully trust. Shui Ling had that quality.
Wow.
Sister-in-law, you're amazing. If the ground weren't so dirty, I'd want to bow to you. Shui Ling's anger turned into admiration for Jinshu, showing her full respect. Save your admiration. Let's go, girl. We have big things to do. Jinshu patted Shui Ling on the shoulder. The two women left the restroom. Inside, a door closed and two women came out. A woman in her 40s, dressed beautifully, with a curious look on her face, overheard the lively conversation while changing clothes. She turned and asked her secretary, Jinshu, among our relatives, do we have anyone with that name? The name definitely hasn't come up, the secretary replied. She said we're related by blood, so I thought maybe among old Yu's relatives there might be a girl like that. Oh, I was overthinking. Madam Yu shook her head. There are many people with the surname Yu. It's just a coincidence. She heard about Jinshu's clear logic and impressive skills and felt a good impression, wanting to get to know her better. My family's distant relatives in Beijing are not very well behaved. Look at the strange names they give their children. Yao sister, Ting sister. People from the north don't usually put the character Yao in names. It shows they still favor boys over girls and refuse to admit it, Mrs. Yu complains. How do you remember such distant relatives? Back then, I went to the countryside with Zhang Zhaodi and we had children together. Her husband is also a distant relative of my husband, so I have some memory of him. Sadly, my poor daughter was gone right after she was born. Seeing Mrs. Yu so upset, the secretary knew she was thinking about the child she lost 20 years ago. To comfort her, he quickly changed the subject. Madam, are you interested in Miss Yu Jingshu? Should I find out more about her? No need. I was just feeling spontaneous, though her mention of Chen Guodong sounds so familiar. Mrs. Yu suppresses her sadness. After so many years, her old wounds have healed, but thinking about that past and the poor child still leaves her feeling uneasy. Chen Guodong seems to be the director of a food factory. The factory isn't doing well and is on the leadership's list. It looks like there's quite a bit of internal fighting at the food factory.
Keep an eye on it. Yes.
The secretary respectfully obeys. Those working for them are sharp and good at reading between the lines of upper management's words. Although the lady only casually said, keep an eye on it, it actually means that the factory director isn't a good person. The secretary silently wishes Chen Guodong well. The lady boss just took off her buttons to change clothes. When she heard the two young ladies chatting outside, she overheard Chen Guodong being mentioned. Unlucky guy. So unlucky. Jinshu took Shualing back to the private room. The three men waiting outside grew impatient. Jinshu had been gone too long, and they worried she might run away. It's getting late. Let's have a toast, and then sign the contract. What does Director Zhang think? The leader suggested, his eyes full of scheming. I want to see the contract first. After I review it, we'll toast, Shualing said, following Jinshu's instructions. When the three men heard she was finally willing to drink, they were overjoyed and quickly took out the contract. Jinshu took it and quickly looked through it. Her eyes stopped at the last page, and she shook her head. This isn't very sincere. No official seal? Are you trying to fool us? Three men froze in place, surprised that she could see through their plan. There was no real contract, just a casually printed document used to fool others. Since you're not serious about talking, there's no need to drink this wine. Shui Ling, let's go, Jinshu said as she stood up and prepared to leave.
Wait.
We brought the stamps, and we can get them stamped now. One man hesitated, giving his subordinate a look. The subordinate hesitated, asking with his eyes, are we really going to stamp it? Is this really necessary? All three were brought here by Chen Guodong to help. The contract was just printed casually, and they even secretly brought out the official company seal just in case. The man in charge was an accountant by profession, and he was responsible for the seal, making it easy to carry out. But once the seal was stamped, if something went wrong, who would be responsible? The fake accountant, with a determined look, thought, what responsibility? None at all. These two women, after drinking, would just pass out. When the contract was torn up later, nothing would matter. Chun Guodong's money was already in place, and he had promised that as long as Eugene Shu and Zhang Xueling were involved, the three of them could do as they pleased. The temptation was too great, making them ignore the potential risks. Without hesitation, they took out the stamp and pressed it down firmly. Seeing this, Zhang Xueling's anger disappeared, replaced by admiration for her sister-in-law. How did she manage to plan all this? Jin Shu gave her a calm look. Chun Guodong wanted to exploit Zhang Xueling's eagerness to profit, scheming against her and Jin Shu. He drugged Jin Shu, forcibly took her, and took a photo to threaten her into obedience. Jin Shu, however, used their greed against them. Her tactics were similar to Chun Guodong's, but much more sophisticated. Chun Guodong's lure of big orders could only fool inexperienced, naive people like Xueling. Jin Shu used herself as bait. A skilled hunter always appears as the prey. The three men exchanged brief glances, but ultimately, their minds were clouded by the beautiful women before them. To them, the two women were just women, unlikely to cause any trouble. So, they took out the stamp, pressed it twice, and sealed the official seal. "Director Zhang, we've all stamped it. It's time to drink the wine," Jin Shu said. "Come on, let's toast to our successful cooperation." She stood up, raising her glass along with Xueling. In the men's eager eyes, she raised her glass high and forcefully smashed it down. The wine glasses shattered into pieces, and the men were all stunned.
What was that?
Before they could react, the door was pushed open forcefully, and a few people rushed in. The leader was none other than Li Duoj. "I lost my wallet and am catching a thief." "Hey, isn't that my sister-in-law? Why are you here?" Li Du's acting was a bit fake, but he was very happy. Because his sister-in-law had given him lines to say, unlike the few foolish guys behind him. "I came to discuss a deal. I've finished talking, so let's go together." Jin Shu picked up the signed contract and pointed at the surprised men. "Happy cooperation." She picked up the teapot on the table, poured herself a cup of tea into a clean bowl, and smiled slightly. "Go back and tell your behind-the-scenes boss that he's not doing things properly and isn't worthy of being my opponent." After saying that, she drank the tea in one gulp. Every movement she made showed the demeanor of a queen. "You can't leave." Her subordinates' eyes turned red with anger. They reached out to grab Jin Shu, but Li Du, Li Xiao, and a few of Zhoumo's brothers rushed forward to block the three men.
"What?
You still want to lay a hand on my sister-in-law? Beat them up." Jin Shu led Xueling away, listening to the clattering sounds from the private room, and kindly closed the door. "Sister-in-law, are you okay?" Xueling was both excited and worried. Actually, she also wanted to go in and kick a few guys.
Li Du is experienced.
"He won't hit too hard. Let these lousy kids fight together. It's good for team bonding. Go tell the front desk that the damaged tables and chairs will be charged to those three." Jin Shu only took her own people, choosing Li's brothers, while the others were from Zhoumo's team. There had been some small conflicts between the two groups before. After Lin Yishuan sorted them out, they stopped fighting, but they still didn't quite get along. Jin Shu took this opportunity to organize a team-building event. Doing 100 good deeds can't compare to doing one bad deed together to build stronger bonds. "I'll give Li Du 300 yuan to cover expenses. After they're done, he can invite Zhoumo's people out for skewers and drinks." After this round of drinks, plus working together to fend off external enemies, the previous tension disappeared. Lin Yishuan played the bad cop, Jin Shu played the good cop, and the couple worked together to smooth things over with a group of unruly young men. 300? Sister-in-law, you're so generous with money. This deal is fake. I didn't make a profit for the factory, and I even lost money. Xueling said, pretending not to be disappointed. Although Chun Guodong's plan failed, she felt that this deal was ruined. "The factory probably won't make a profit anymore, but I won't pay for it," Jin Shu said, pointing to the contract. This was her investment in helping Chun Guodong get in. "Aren't all contracts fake? The company doesn't even sell cooked food. What's the use of this thing?" Xueling asked, confused. "Just wait and see. My sister-in-law has a big move planned for you." "Big move?" Xueling wondered. "Take this and go to the director's house.
Go right now.
Are you telling me to report to the director? Shui Ling suddenly understood. Misusing the official seal is illegal. It's a serious crime that could send Chen Guodong to jail. Shui Ling was overjoyed. She grabbed the contract and was about to leave. She couldn't wait to get Chen Guodong behind bars. Jin Shu quickly grabbed her arm and shook her head. He can be sent in, but not now. Tell the director you've secured a big order. Don't reveal that this thing has issues. Say you're there to ask for instructions on the next steps.
Why?
Shui Ling was confused. They already had evidence, so why not act now? Lower levels focus on morality and feelings, middle levels on interests, and top levels on plans. The director, as the overall leader, isn't interested in our personal grudges. He looks at the long-term plan. Shui Ling was new to this power game. She believed in fairness and justice, which was right. Chen Guodong and his behind-the-scenes boss cared about interests, so they ignored morals and used sneaky tricks. If Shui Ling used Chen Guodong's mistake to threaten the director would weigh the situation and, for the sake of the overall good, might just let her suffer. At this point, Chen Guodong hadn't caused any real damage. He encouraged others to misuse the official seal, but no loss was incurred. The top leaders, concerned with the bigger picture and face, wouldn't interfere much. They would only give a few mild warnings. The evidence Jin Shu worked so hard to gather would become useless. The art of war says, the way is to get the people and the leader to agree, Jin Shu said. If your ideas align with the leaders, you'll stand firm. Look at the whole situation from the director's perspective. If the current evidence isn't enough to take down Chen Guodong, what kind of evidence would be enough? Shui Ling swallowed hard. Why was this all about military strategy? There is only one reason to involve the leader. Chen Guodong's actions are affecting the overall plan. The leader must take the right opportunity to remove him and his supporters from power. Therefore, Jin Shu asked Shui Ling to pretend to be unconcerned and approach the director, making everyone believe that the order is real. If the order is genuine, large amounts of raw materials will be purchased and a lot of money will be spent. When that happens, Chen Guodong will be the one losing sleep. If Chen Guodong cannot find buyers, the higher-ups will suffer losses. Later, it will be revealed that Chen Guodong falsified the contract for personal gain. The director would never remove him without a good reason. But if we do that, the company might lose a lot of money, right? I saw the contract says we need a lot of fresh pork for the processed food. Shui Ling hesitated. She hated Chen Guodong deeply, but she didn't want the company to suffer such a big loss. Workers from the 1980s and 1990s had a strong sense of loyalty to the collective, which Jin Shu, a later generation, couldn't fully understand but greatly admired. No matter how selfish leaders like Chen Guodong are, the workers genuinely see the collective as their family. Don't worry, with me here, not a penny will be lost by the company, Jin Shu assured her. Everything was part of her plan. She wanted to honestly send Chen Guodong to where he belonged and, at the same time, expand her own business territory. The company wouldn't lose money, Jin Shu would win, and Chen Guodong deserved his punishment. Shui Ling felt relieved. As she was about to leave, she became curious again. Older sister-in-law, didn't you tell Lin Ge earlier to hold off on taking action against Chen Guodong and keep things as they are? But as soon as Lin Yixuan left, Jin Shu moved quickly with a decisive plan. I told him I wanted to challenge Chen Guodong myself. Do you think he would still feel safe leaving? So, you tricked Lin Ge? Jin Shu blinked. Yes, she did. War is about deception. She understood military strategy well enough to know her own intentions. Right? At this moment, Lin Yixuan was in the captain's office, looking up at the calligraphy on the wall. War is about deception. It was already 8 p.m., his last half hour at the old unit. At 8:30, Long Yuan's special car would arrive to take him away. The captain had just finished a meeting and hurriedly entered. Lin Yixuan immediately stood at attention and saluted. The captain waved his hand to signal him to sit down. Looking at Lin Yixuan's eyes, they are full of parental pride and some reluctance. Lin Yixuan is the favorite company commander among the squad leaders, coming from a loyal and brave family, and he is very capable himself. Before Lin Yixuan departs, The commander makes time to see him, no matter how busy he is. The commander takes off his coat. At this moment, he is not speaking as an officer, but as an elder saying farewell to a promising young person about to go on a journey. Old Feng visited your home recently. I heard there was a mix-up, and your wife immediately saw through his identity. When he came back, he told me he lost to a younger person and was quite upset, the commander said. The Old Feng refers to Feng Jiangwo, the political commissar who recently visited Jin Shu. At that time, Feng Jiangwo thought Jin Shu was a bad person and wanted to quietly make her and Lin Yixuan divorce. But Jin Shu was too sharp and saw through his plan at once, leaving a deep impression on him. When the commander mentioned Jin Shu, Lin Yixuan's expression softened. My wife is quite capable. It's normal for Uncle Feng to be no match for her. The commander originally wanted to start with a joke, but Lin Yixuan's straightforward praise made him laugh. You're so obvious about your feelings, aren't you? Yes, my feelings are real, but my wife's strength is also real. Lin Yixuan wanted to say that the commander might not be her match, but he thought that would hurt the old leader's feelings, so he changed to a more polite way. Commissar Chu from Yuan is also someone my wife defeated in one move.
Oh?
Hearing this, the commander perked up and asked with interest, Old Chu also lost to her? Yes, she saw through his intentions immediately and defeated him. Lin Yixuan, you're really something. So this is how you say goodbye to the old leader, by talking behind his back? Chu Bulyong pushed the door open and laughed loudly. Lin Yixuan touched his nose. Was what he said true? Your wife is very capable, but I didn't lose either. It was a tie at most. Chu Bulyong tried to save face. But thinking of Jin Shu's sharp mind and her protective mother-in-law, Chu Bulyong still felt a bit nervous. The commander became very interested in Jin Shu. If she could make the cunning Chu Bulyong lose, this girl was truly impressive. Chu Bulyong, an old fox, had taken away many talented people under his wing, and someone was giving him a hard time. Of course, the commander was happy. Originally, I wanted to give Lin Yixuan a piece of my calligraphy as a farewell gift. However, your situation with your wife brought back memories, so I decided to choose a different gift. The captain opened a drawer and took out an item. Lin Yixuan didn't recognize what it was, but Chu Bulyong's face changed suddenly. What is this? The captain pulled out an old notebook. Its cover was worn out, and Chu Bulyong remembered it very well. This is for you, the captain said seriously, handing the notebook to Lin Yixuan. What is this? Lin Yixuan opened it, and the first page had 4 big characters. Secret Guide to Winning Your Wife's Heart.
Huh.
It didn't look like something serious. This is a little insight I wrote when I married your aunt. My wife was a beautiful nurse at the military hospital, and many men liked her, the captain said proudly, glancing at Chu Bulyong. Chu Bulyong's mouth twitched. Old man. What do you mean many men? Just give out his ID number. The captain and Chu Bulyong were in the same unit. Back then the whole squad liked the young nurse. Chu Bulyong also wanted to pursue her, but the captain acted first and married her. Seeing this notebook made Chu Bulyong look upset because it reminded him of his youth. That old man used to secretly get up and write love poems and letters. When the officers found out, it caused him trouble and made him run laps. I used this secret guide to successfully deal with some troublemakers, the captain said proudly, glancing at the troublemakers. Haha, so what if he took the best squad leader? Back then, I was also proud and famous. Now I pass this to you. I hope you use the skills inside well, have a happy marriage, and be as loving as I am with your aunt for a lifetime. Lin Yixuan felt like he had found treasure. He really needed this. When he got back, he planned to follow the methods in the notebook to make Xiao Jin like him more. Go to where you need to be. Remember your original purpose in the army, never forget your mission, and lead soldiers who make even me proud. The captain held back his feelings of reluctance and saw off his most admired young soldier. Lin Yixuan saluted loudly, saying, Yes, sir. He wouldn't forget his old unit or the important people in his life. He was like a dandelion seed flying into the sky, landing in the soil that needed him, nurturing the most elite soldiers for his beloved country and homeland. Chu Bolyong left with Lin Yixian, feeling hesitant to speak all the way. The secret manual given by the squad leader, Chu Bolyong, thought it should be viewed critically. After all, the strange things written inside didn't seem very reliable. Don't ask him how he saw it. He secretly peeked when he was young, ahem. But when he thought of Jin Shu's unusual wisdom, Chu Bolyong's mischievous side secretly surfaced. This silly secret manual might spark some fun interactions with that very clever young girl, right? What's wrong? Chu Bolyong saw Lin Yixian stop and look straight ahead. What's that? Lin Yixian pointed ahead and asked the guard. There was a very large dog, looking a lot like a wolf, very handsome. But only in appearance, because its behavior was a bit strange. It was jumping around with clumsy steps, then hung itself on a low branch and stopped moving. Lin Yixian had never seen such a silly dog before. That's the dog from Commissar Feng's family. It's a new breed from abroad called, Husky. The guard replied, confirming the name. Husky? Suddenly, Lin Yixian remembered Jin Shu's mysterious smile. She said he looked like a husky. This dog is quite funny. Looks handsome but is pretty silly. It even destroys things. Yesterday, it stuck its head in a bucket and couldn't get out. Even Commissar Feng's wife, who is very patient, got angry. She said, "No dog, no me. No me, no dog." I've never seen such a silly dog.
So silly, so silly, so silly.
That phrase kept looping in Lin Yixian's mind in 3D. He finally realized his wife was teasing him. The car was right in front of him. Lin Yixian was about to get in when suddenly a loud horn sounded behind him. Attention! He turned around and saw a neat squad marching toward him, stopping in formation.
Lin Yuan froze.
He didn't want to make a fuss about leaving. He had finished his handover during the day and refused the proposal for a farewell ceremony, choosing to leave secretly at night. But there's no wall without holes, news spread, and the soldiers came to see him off. Chu Bolyong patted Lin Yixian on the shoulder.
Say a few words to them.
Don't leave any regrets. Lin Yixian stepped forward and faced the team, looking at each person with a mix of reluctance. Because she didn't like the sadness of parting, she chose to leave quietly. However, the tears in her eyes and her deep friendship still couldn't let him go. All the soldiers she trained were under Lin Yixian's guidance. Although Lin Yixian was transferred away, the strong spirit he instilled in the team remained here forever. When saying goodbye, Lin Yixian thought carefully and chose the words that best expressed his feelings, boldly facing the wind and water with courage, never forgetting the love from the people. Comrades, take care. Captain, safe travels. The soldiers saluted their beloved officer and bid farewell, many with tears on their faces. Lin Yixian stood tall in his military uniform, saluted them in return, and turned to board the vehicle amid the singing of farewell songs from the soldiers. Today, he parted from his comrades he spent days and nights with, and from his beloved wife, all in pursuit of his unyielding dream. Parting now is for a better reunion tomorrow. Outside the long pavilion, beside the ancient road, the fragrant grass stretches to the horizon. Before Jin Shu entered the house, she heard singing from her mother-in-law's room. It was a sad but beautiful farewell song. It was already 8:30 p.m., and Sunning usually didn't stay up to watch TV or listen to music at night. It seemed she was waiting for Jin Shu to come home, or perhaps to surrender herself. What must come will come eventually. Jin Shu carried the food box she brought from the hotel. As she approached her mother-in-law's door, she heard Lin Mei's exaggerated voice inside. "Inger, your bold girl is back. You better stand up for yourself and give her a good lesson." Jin Shu raised an eyebrow. Was Lin Dago also there? Not only Lin Dago, but the house was lively with people. "Mom, I'm coming in." Jin Shu knocked twice. Hearing her arrival, Lin Dago deliberately raised her voice. "Everyone listen. This is our good daughter-in-law from the Lin family. She leaves her mother-in-law alone at home late at night and goes out to have fun. What time is it now? Come in." Sun Ying's voice sounded unchanged, just like usual, making Lin Mei's sharp voice seem like a clown. Were there others in the room? Jin Shu was mentally prepared when she pushed the door, but She was still a bit surprised to see so many people inside. Sun Ing sat steadily on the bed, like an emperor, while Lin Daegu stood beside her like a chief. There were also two middle-aged people she hadn't seen before, sitting on chairs. With so many people, Jinshu wondered what kind of scene this was. She quickly looked over everyone, then confidently went in, placing the food box on the table. Going out to fool around, and leaving leftovers for your mother-in-law? Lin Meili's eyes flashed with a cunning look. I don't believe I can't handle this stubborn Jinshu today. Jinshu stepped past Lin Meili and sat next to Sun Ing, which angered Lin Meili. Did the elders ask you to sit? Big brother, look at this girl. She has no manners at all. Inside the room, there were two men, Lin Meili's husband and Lin Yishuan's eldest uncle, Lin Luo. Lin Luo, provoked by Lin Meili's troublemaking, frowned and was about to discipline Jinshu with an elder's authority when Sun Ing spoke. These days, who still follows those old, bad rules from the past? My family doesn't care about that stuff. Jinshu came home late, which made Sun Ing unhappy. But no matter how upset she was, it was her own family matter, and outsiders shouldn't interfere. In front of outsiders, Sun Ing defended her daughter-in-law. You've been married for a while now. As elders, we just came to see you. Don't you have time to visit us? Lin Luo challenged. Yes, I don't have time. Maybe it's because when my mother-in-law was unconscious, no relatives helped, and I was too busy myself, Jinshu replied calmly. Sun Ying's eyes showed satisfaction. She was very pleased with Jinshu's answer. Recently, I just happened to be on a business trip, Lin Luo reluctantly explained. Oh, so you're here to find my mother-in-law to introduce a match for you? My wife is doing well. Why would I need an introduction? Lin Luo was caught off guard by her question and couldn't follow Jinshu's train of thought. If you can't come over and no one from your family visits, then you must be either widowed or single. You're here to ask my mother-in-law to help find a match. You. Lin Luo's face turned red with anger. Ha ha ha. Sun Ing burst out laughing. The music on the radio just happened to switch from farewell to Do You Know I'm Waiting for You, fitting the scene perfectly. Big brother, do you know I'm waiting for you? If you really care about my family? Jinshu almost sang it aloud. She usually speaks less, but that doesn't mean she can't be sharp. Lin Luo was so angry, he almost forgot his purpose. It was only when Lin Guifu, standing nearby, nudged him that he finally suppressed his anger and spoke. We came to ask for your help this time.
Oh.
Asking for help with such an attitude? Jinshu decided that no matter what this guy said, she would refuse. You have a distant relative in your family who is very powerful. Please help us make connections. What's the use of me doing that? Do they even know who I am?
Jinshu was a bit surprised.
With a family as small-minded as the Yu family, how could they know a powerful relative? From Lin Luo's attitude, it seems that the distant relative status is quite important. They are definitely not close to the Yu family. Their relationship is quite distant. Otherwise, Zhang Zhaodi wouldn't have spent money on secret remedies for childbirth and kept coming to her to take advantage. The day after tomorrow is your grandmother's 66th birthday. That relative will definitely attend. If they don't come, their wife will. Just mention our factory to them, enough to leave an impression. Maybe my little sister won't be available the day after tomorrow. We can discuss it later, Sun Ing replied ambiguously. She used an excuse of feeling unwell to have Jinshu leave. After closing the door, only the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were left inside. Mom, do you also want me to go? Jinshu asked Sun Ing. Her mother-in-law's vague answer was actually a sign. She wanted Jinshu to go back. But Lin Luo and the others were too simple-minded to understand Sun Ying's meaning. If Sun Ing didn't want Jinshu to go, she would have refused more firmly, not with such a vague answer. Just bringing such a small gift to ask for a favor shows no sincerity. Sun Ing pointed to the Jing Ba Jian, a traditional Chinese item, which Lin Luo had brought. Her implication, help, but expect to pay more. Tomorrow, Lin Luo would come again, probably bringing more things. Since the old lady of the Yu family is celebrating her birthday, it's better for you to go back and pay your respects. Do you also want me to flatter the powerful? Jinshu said with a smile. Not necessarily. I'm about to retire, and Yuan is in the military. You can earn your own money. Our family can't rely on him, Sunning said confidently. She valued her pride highly. She didn't like meddling in others' affairs, nor did she want to ask for favors. For Sunning, closing the door and living her own life was the best choice. I asked you to show your face there for your safety. Your distant uncle is involved in investment projects, and the food factory is on his inspection list. Showing up in front of him will make Chen Guodong wary of this relationship and prevent him from bothering you, Sunning sighed. I don't want you to interfere with a food factory's matters, but you insist on getting involved, she said helplessly. Unable to persuade Jinshu, Sunning could only protect her in the way she knew best. Jinshu could sense that her mother-in-law was slightly colder towards her, which was normal. From Sun Ying's perspective, Jinshu risking herself to get involved in the food factory matter was very unwise. Jinshu secretly went out with Xue Ling without telling Sunning, which hurt Sun Ying's feelings. If Jinshu now told Sunning that she was working with Lin Yixuan to fight against Chen Guodong to get revenge, Sunning would probably forgive her and even like her more. But Jinshu couldn't do that. Her plan was very complicated and involved many steps. Sun Ying's straightforward personality could easily cause trouble. So Jinshu preferred to let her mother-in-law have a small worry for now and only tell Sunning after everything was settled. This was also Lin Yixuan's idea. Although Sunning might have some opinions about her in the short term, Jinshu was not in a hurry to fix the relationship. Once the problem was solved, the misunderstanding would naturally disappear. After all, how bad could a mother-in-law be if she cried because of bad food? Lin Meili left the Lin family and kept talking badly about Jinshu and Sunning. Lin Luo was so angry about Jinshu's widowhood theory that he joined in criticizing her. Both families had their own plans. Lin Luo wanted to use Jinshu to build connections for a promotion and salary increase. Lin Meili wanted to get close to Lin Luo so he could find her son an easy job. Yu Yaomei hasn't agreed to go yet. What should we do? Asked Lin uncle. Sun Ying likes to take advantage. She's probably waiting for me to bring something over. Tomorrow, I'll ask my daughter-in-law Xiao Jing to come and take her shopping for clothes. Sun Ying's daughter-in-law has never seen much of the world, so she'll be satisfied with just 50 or 60 yuan. Lin Luo looked at the situation carefully. In his mind, a small vendor earning 200 or 300 yuan a month was good enough. Giving 50 or 60 yuan to buy clothes for a small vendor would make her cry tears of gratitude. Xiao Jing and Yu Ting are classmates, and they're somewhat familiar with Yu Yaomei. It's best if she handles this, Lin Meili flattered. You pay for it.
Huh.
Once it's done, your son will benefit too. I have something to do now. I'll ask Xiao Jing to come to your house tomorrow to get the money. After saying that, Lin Luo rode his bike quickly away, leaving Lin Meili and her husband arguing behind. That stingy old man. He asks others to do things but expects us to pay? Later, Jinshu was sleeping soundly when a strange knocking on the door woke her up. She opened the door with a bit of grogginess and saw a strange face. Outside the door stood a woman. Seeing her strange outfit, Jinshu's drowsiness disappeared. She wore a wide-shouldered dress with 3 padded layers, big thick eyebrows like crayon shinchan, and bangs styled into a large, rounded shape fixed with strong-smelling hair gel. With bright red lipstick, she looked quite startling at first glance. This was the most fashionable style at the moment, but on her overly plain, square face, it looked quite unattractive. Her face was big and square, resembling a tender beef patty. "Where's Auntie?" the tender beef patty asked as she entered the room past Jinshu. "My mother-in-law went to work."
Who are you?
Jinshu had just woken up, her hair standing on end. "Are you stupid? I'm Wang Jing, your sister's classmate. I married Lin Yi's husband when you still had your first meal. Have you forgotten?" "Oh, maybe it's because your outfit is too unusual. I didn't recognize you. These are the latest fashion. Be grateful you recognize it," Wang Jing said proudly, lifting her chin. From this angle, she looked even more like a tender beef patty. Jinshu felt a little hungry just looking at her face. "Your daughter-in-law really has good fortune. Your mother-in-law is up, and you're still sleeping in. TSK. Oh, you're quite unfortunate. The Qing dynasty fell many years ago, but you still follow the routine of morning and evening prayers and get up early to greet people? Wang Jing was choked by her words. She wanted to get angry, but remembered the task her parents-in-law had asked her to do. She suppressed her temper and said to Jin Shu, "Hurry up and get ready. I'll take you shopping for clothes. Your family is having a hard time, right? You don't have any new clothes to wear?" My family. Having a hard time? Jin Shu almost thought she heard wrong. Your tape stall doesn't earn much in a day. As your sister-in-law, I feel bad seeing you all struggling. I'm not like you, a jobless drifter. I work as a sales clerk, earning 600 yuan a month. Wang Jing seized the chance to show off. Oh, that scares me. That's a lot of money, Jin Shu said expressionlessly, but inside, she was muttering, "Stupid. You can't envy this. I work in a cooked food section. Sometimes I can bring some home. Next time something expires, I'll get you some." Expired pighead meat? For me, it's just expired, still edible. No problem. I can bring some. In the 1980s and 90s, being a sales clerk was a very good job. Back then, meat was rationed and many people had to flatter sales clerks. However, after the abolition of food ration tickets, the sales clerk's status greatly declined. Wang Jing pretended to be innocent in front of Jin Shu, acting as if she had never seen the market, while secretly showing off her superiority. "Are you not friends with Yu Tingmei? Didn't she bring you some supplies from the food factory?" Jin Shu suspected strongly that Wang Jing and Yu Tingmei were just fake friends. If Wang Jing had a good relationship with Yu Tingmei, how could Yu Tingmei not tell her that she had already taken half of the factory supplies? Even if it was expired pork head meat, Jin Shu would simply sit on the assembly line and eat it, and no one would dare to stop her. The food factory is so strict. Do you think it's your family's place? Just take whatever you want. Wang Jing got angry when she thought of Yu Tingmei, who was ungrateful. Yu Tingmei became a director, but didn't give her any benefits. Of course, she could only keep this inside her heart. "Sister-in-law, do you have a guest?" "Oh, isn't that Wang Jing? Do you remember how you used to sneak coal balls from my family?" Xueling came in carrying a large box and exclaimed when she saw Wang Jing. Wang Jing's family used to live in this area too, and they were very poor. In winter, they couldn't afford coal balls and had to steal from neighbors.
What are you talking about?
"I don't know anything about coal balls," Wang Jing said, her eyes darting nervously after being exposed. Jin Shu gave a meaningful nod. No wonder Wang Jing liked to show off so much. People who grow up in such environments often feel inferior, and as adults, they tend to be more vain. Wang Jing's gaze fell on the large box Xueling was carrying, which was filled with cooked food. "Where did this come from?" Wang Jing asked in surprise. These goods were exactly what they sold at the counter. "I brought it from the factory. It will expire in 2 days, Xueling said casually, which was like slapping Wang Jing in the face. Wang Jing had just said that the food factory wasn't a private business, and no one could just take whatever they wanted. But Xueling casually carried out a whole box of supplies. The factory director was Chun Guodong, but the real power behind the scenes was Jin Shu. Jin Shu's team controlled nearly 80% of the factory's sales, so of course they could take whatever they wanted. "Sister-in-law, I think this stuff isn't worth much. Giving it to the mall managers and restaurant managers would be embarrassing. How about letting Li Duo and the others take it to give to the sales clerks?" Xueling didn't know that Wang Jing was a sales clerk and just spoke her mind. Wang Jing's face turned ugly, and Xueling's next words made things even more embarrassing. "Actually, I don't really want to deal with those sales clerks. They don't earn much, act proud, and their ration tickets are useless. They still think they're so important. But they're just the ones selling to us. I think I can just brush them off easily. Otherwise, what should I do with all the expired cooked food? Feed it to the dogs." "Huh. Wang Jing, are you feeling unwell?" Xueling said, and Wang Jing looked angrier. Hearing the words "feed it to the dogs," she slammed the table in anger. "Zhang Xueling, don't go too far."
Who are you talking about? Huh.
Xueling looked confused. She was just sincerely reporting her work to her sister-in-law. Why did she offend someone?
Huh.
Jin Shu laughed happily. She hadn't colluded with Xueling. Everything was just a coincidence. Yu Yao Mei, I kindly invited you, and you colluded with Shui Ling to make things difficult for me? Wang Jing's fragile pride was hurt. She yelled at Jin Shu. If it weren't for Li Meili giving her 50 yuan and carrying the hopes of two families, Wang Jing really wouldn't want to stay here. It was too frustrating. How can you talk to my sister-in-law like that? Shui Ling stood up and glared at Wang Jing. Jin Shu had enough of laughing. Just as she was about to send Wang Jing away, she didn't like hanging out with fools. It would make her look stupid too. But one sentence from Wang Jing changed Jin Shu's mind. Yu Yao Mei, you this unknown wild kid. Really think that marrying into a good family makes you equal to me? You don't even know who your real parents are. What kind of person are you?
Huh?
Jin Shu's eyes lit up. Wild kid? Should she explain this? Who are you calling a wild kid? Didn't get enough spankings as a kid? Shui Ling rolled up her sleeves. She was Jin Shu's loyal fan. Anyone who dared say a bad word about her sister-in-law, she would fight to defend her. Shui Ling, go out first. The cooked food in this box will be made as you said. Don't feed it to the dogs. Just give it to the sales clerks. Leave 2 pork heads for this esteemed sales clerk earning 600 a month. Jin Shu deliberately provoked Wang Jing. When people get angry, their IQ tends to drop. Lower IQ makes it easier to catch them off guard. Then I'll go out first. If I upset you, just call me, Shui Ling warned, glancing at the esteemed sales clerk earning 600. Why do you call me a wild kid? I am a child of the Yu family. Aren't you afraid Yu Ting will get angry when she hears? Jin Shu set a trap. It was Yu Ting who told me. Why would she be angry? Yu Yao Mei, you're not really a child of the old Yu family. Are you scared now? Wang Jingyu unknowingly fell into Jin Shu's trap step by step. She was so angry that she became confused and revealed herself after just a few words from Jin Shu. Yu Tingmei personally told me that you're not her sister at all. Her sister died right after she was born. She's just jealous of my beauty and talking nonsense. What proof do you have? Jin Shu continued to ask. What proof do you need? Yu Tingmei's family isn't tall at all. Don't you know that yourself? Thinking about it, Jin Shu realized it was true. Yu Tingmei's family members are all quite short. The last time she saw Yu Caifu in the hospital, he was also very short. Zhang Zhaodi and Yu Tingmei are even shorter, more than a head shorter than Jin Shu. Jin Shu's lips twitched slightly, unable to hide her happiness inside. She quickly steadied herself so Wang Jingyu wouldn't see how happy she was. Just based on height, what does that prove? Maybe I have a genetic mutation, Jin Shu said casually. Your blood type isn't even the same as Yu Tingmei's family. A few years ago, Yu Tingmei's father tried to flatter the leader by having Yu Tingmei donate blood to the leader's son. Yu Tingmei cried and fussed, asking why it wasn't her blood being drawn. Yeah, why wasn't it mine? Your mother told me herself that your blood type doesn't match. You're not really a child of the old Yu family. Wang Jingyu finished her words, and seeing Jin Shu remain silent, she felt very pleased. Then why didn't Yu Tingmei's mother tell me directly? Are you stupid? If she told you, how could you serve her? Honestly, your mother doesn't have any feelings for you. She married you just to exchange for bride price. Did she really need Wang Jingyu to tell her that? Jin Shu thought to herself that anyone not foolish could see through it. Her silence, to Wang Jingyu, looked like a sign of inferiority, which made Wang Jingyu very proud. You unparented, wild child. If my grandfather hadn't asked me to come here, I wouldn't bother talking to you. Thank you so much, Jin Shu replied, having gotten the answer she wanted. She had initially wanted to pick up a broom and hit Wang Jingyu. But since Wang Jingyu had just shared some very good news, Jin Shu decided to stay calm. To thank you for telling me this secret, I'll tell you one too.
What?
Yu Tingmei said your face looks like a four-sided block, like a dice in mahjong. This was before KFC became popular, so she probably didn't understand the phrase Ning no Wufang. Therefore, Jin Shu kindly replaced it with something she could understand. I didn't say her gynecological issues were serious, or that she smelled bad. She said I have a square face? Wang Jing was furious. I'm not even sure if she was talking about you. Anyway, she said she knows a poor guy with a square face, Jin Shu added. Square face. Poor guy. Either way, these words made Wang Jing so angry, she almost exploded. I'm going to find her boss and tell them she's messing around with several men at once. Isn't that a bit much? Jinshu hesitated, not really convinced. Yu Tingmei's boss. Isn't that Chen Guodong? Chen Guodong is Yu Tingmei's boyfriend. If he finds out she's fooling around with multiple men, it would be bad. Jinshu couldn't even imagine how messy that scene would be. If she's unkind, I won't be kind either.
Who told her to say those things about me?
Don't tell anyone about this. If you do, I'll tell your husband you're not really from the Yu family. Wang Jing threatened. She thought Jinshu was very afraid of people knowing she was a child born out of wedlock. Jinshu nodded eagerly, looking very scared. Wang Jing was eager to get back at Yu Tingmei and didn't care about the task assigned by her in-laws. She hurriedly left the Lin family. Jinshu counted the days and felt a bit disappointed. Unfortunately, Lin Yixuan wasn't home. If he had been, she would have shared this big news with him right away. She couldn't stand Yu Tingmei's family. No one from the oldest to the youngest, men or women, was normal. Everything they did went beyond basic human morals, things no decent person would do. Since Jinshu first arrived here, she felt something was wrong. How could a mother treat her child like that? She even asked Zhang Zhaodi if she was her biological mother. Zhang Zhaodi treated Jinshu and Yu Tingmei completely differently. Even Lin Yixuan doubted it. How could one mother treat two children so differently? It turned out the original owner wasn't Zhang Zhaodi's biological daughter. The mystery was finally solved. Jinshu was so happy she wanted to set off firecrackers and eat a bowl of her favorite noodles. If Zhang Zhaodi and her husband adopted Jinshu legally, or if it was a mistake made by the hospital without their knowledge, then legally, Jinshu had an obligation to care for them in old age. When Jinshu looked at the files while changing the household registration, she saw that the original owner's household book for Yu Yaomei clearly listed her as the second daughter, not as an adopted daughter. Recently, Wang Jing revealed that the entire Yu family knew that Yu Yaomei was not their biological child. In summary, Zhang Zhaodi used illegal methods to switch the children. It's unclear whether she stole or bought the child, but it definitely wasn't through official channels. If concrete evidence can be found, it will prove that Zhang Zhaodi is at fault, and Jinshu can finally be free from that troublesome family. Thinking of this, Jinshu almost wanted to sing a happy song to express her current mood. She really hopes Lin Yixuan can settle down soon so she can write him a letter with this big good news. At this moment, Lin Yixuan just arrived at the camp and sat on his bed in the dormitory, carefully taking out the secret to winning your wife's heart given to him by the squad leader. He opened the first page, which had a large bold title. Do you want your crush to fall in love with you in 3 days? This line hit Lin Yixuan hard. Yes, he thought he really wanted that. He furrowed his brows and quickly looked further. It suggested, stare into her eyes continuously. When she asks why you're looking at her, say, how can I know if I don't look at you? Do you like me? Coincidentally, I like you very much too. Lin Yixuan imagined this scene in his mind. If he kept staring at Xiao Jin and said such a narcissistic line, wouldn't Xiao Jin first slap him? He wondered if the advice from the squad leader's youth was reliable. He was skeptical about the first page, but when he turned to the back, he saw a shocking set of data, which made him respect it a little more. It said, this secret manual has successfully helped 20 comrades find their true love. Practice is the only way to verify the truth. Could it be that effective? Lin Yixuan didn't dare to underestimate this manual anymore, so he turned to the second page. It read, you can tell her face to face, I'm in a very good mood today. When she asks why, say, because I'm chatting with a beautiful girl. Then she might shyly say, you're so annoying. And you reply, you're so pretty. At this point, she would be overjoyed, and the success rate is 90%. Lin Yixuan put down the manual. He felt that this part sounded a bit strange. But seeing how it could make his wife happy, he was very tempted. Maybe he should give Xiao Jin a call? Jinshu was happily at home, excited about a breakthrough in her family background, when her second aunt rushed in. Jinshu, Yixuan called. Hurry and answer the phone.
Coming.
Jinshu's mood lifted. Just as she was thinking about him, the phone rang. Could this be a coincidence? Long-distance calls are expensive, and only the neighborhood committee has a phone on this street. Jinshu and her second aunt hurried over, panting from the run. Hello? His voice came from the phone, warming Jinshu's heart. Just a day apart, but it felt like a long time. Have you arrived? So fast? Yes, the team sent a special car to bring me. I just arrived. Remember my address. I'll be here for the next 2 months. Jinshu quickly jotted down the address with her second aunt's help. Yuan used the phone at the training school, which only allowed 3 minutes. As soon as the call connected, the timer started. After deducting waiting time, 2 minutes had already passed. Jinshu recorded the address and waited 20 more seconds. Time was running out, so Jinshu focused on the main thing. I have something important to tell you. I'm in a good mood today. Yuan spoke at the same time as her. She wanted to tell him about her background, and Yuan wanted to try a secret trick, mainly to cheer her up. Go ahead. Jinshu looked at the clock. There were 40 seconds left, plenty of time. Today, I met a beautiful woman, and I feel really happy. Suddenly, click, the call was disconnected. Jinshu listened to the beeping on the other end, holding the receiver with a blank look. Yuan looked the same, but his expression quickly changed from confusion to anger.
Wow.
Yuan cursed, pointing at the phone and asking the operator, there were 40 seconds left? At a critical moment, it just cut off? The operator, trying to smile, explained, Sir, our signal is unstable. Sometimes it malfunctions and cuts off. Put me through again. Yuan was now furious. He felt like banging his head against the wall. What is this? What's going on? How should little Jinshu think about him? He just left home and saw another woman? Is he turning into a big flirt? He only wanted to make his wife happy, but now she's probably upset instead. Yuan didn't even dare to imagine Jinshu's reaction. He just wanted to call back quickly and explain.
Sir.
The line is faulty. I can't connect the call anymore. The little soldier looked apologetic. The school has rules. Students cannot leave campus during school hours. Otherwise, it is considered a violation. There are strict rules for phone calls too. After today, if he wants to call home again, he will have to wait a week. Yuan felt dizzy at the thought. Oh no, when he gets out, will his wife still be there? Xiaojin told him over the phone that she had something important to discuss. Could she be thinking of divorcing him? The more Yuan thought about it, the more scared he became, sweating cold tears. Jinshu listened to the beeping sound on the phone, her expression dark and unclear. What's wrong? Is Yuan doing okay over there? Asked second aunt with concern. Nothing's wrong, he's doing fine, Jinshu said, putting down the phone with a grim smile. She thought, things are going too well, so she went to see a beautiful girl. Jinshu considers herself emotionally stable. It's just looking at a girl, right? She has faced many storms before, so why care about this? She continued running her shop as usual. No one could stop her from making money. Jinshu believed this deeply. However, every customer at the audiovisual store today could sense that the usually kind and friendly shop owner was in a bad mood. In the afternoon, Shui Ling came to find Jinshu. As soon as she entered, she was startled by the fierce aura. Loud, energetic music echoed inside the shop. Cut off the heads of the Japanese soldiers with a big sword. The music, combined with Jinshu holding a saw and sawing wood with a fierce expression, was quite frightening. Next to her, Li Duo, who was helping sell things, whispered, This song has been playing all day. I wonder who upset my sister-in-law. What is this? Why is it so loud? Shui Ling asked, placing her hand on the black object, making noise, feeling a buzzing in her hand. It's the speaker inside the sound system. I'm modifying it, Jinshu explained. Jinshu knew Yuan wouldn't cheat, but she just felt inexplicably upset about everything. The shop needed a new sound system. She went shopping, but even the cheapest one cost at least 1,000 yuan, and imported ones from her home country cost several thousand. In this second-tier city, where housing prices are only a few hundred per square meter, buying such a sound system was too extravagant. Considering her current salary, it was disproportionately expensive. Jinshu was already in a bad mood, and spending so much money on a sound system made her even more upset. So, she decided to browse the second-hand market. She happened to find a broken, discarded sound system from a factory. The shell was damaged, and it didn't work. The product is cheap, sold for 50, and according to the seller, it's just to cover the cost of the internal parts. Doesn't it make sound? Xueling listened to the sound effects. They were okay, but the large speaker without a cover roared loudly, looking a bit strange. The speaker works fine, but the crossover is broken. I replaced it with a new one. The soundproof cotton is still good and usable. Just need to make a new wooden shell. Jinshu assembled the cut wooden panels, swinging the hammer with a loud bang. Lin Yixuan ran out to look at the pretty girls, but she didn't care at all, haha. Xueling was scared by her intense aura and swallowed nervously, then turned to ask Li Duo. Did anyone bother the wife? Anyway, we didn't bother her. The shop sold really well today. Li Duo and Li Shabai stayed in the shop helping out during the day and could handle things on their own now. Today's sales were as bright as the sun, but the wife's cold aura was like winter. Xueling felt uneasy and dared not go forward to interrupt. Actually, she had good news to tell Jinshu, but Jinshu's current state of indiscriminate attack made her afraid to speak. Within half an hour of hammering, the speaker shell was assembled. Using a curved saw, she cut perfect circles according to the pre-drawn measurements to match the speaker size. Ambition is to feast on the enemy's flesh and to drink their blood and laughter, Li Duo hummed, fitting perfectly with Jinshu's mood. Hey, when did you become so cultured? Xueling was surprised. Following a cultured person like the wife, I can't help but improve myself, he replied. She wondered who the wife saw as a rival, someone to eat and drink their blood, and even chop off their heads. Jinshu packed the speaker, soundproof cotton, and various parts quickly, then put on the new speaker cloth, stood up, brushed off the wood shavings, and finished the job. His hands-on skills amazed Xueling, the Li brothers, and every customer in the shop. The wooden speaker, 1 meter tall, made of black walnut with brown cloth, looked luxurious, worth thousands of yuan. It looked like a piece of art, but Jinshu thought it was still not perfect enough. Thinking about Lin Yixuan's good mood after seeing a beauty, she suddenly had an idea. She grabbed a calligraphy brush used for writing promotional signs and started painting boldly on the side of the speaker. Xueling read Jinshu's words aloud, with a question mark in her mind. On the side of the walnut-colored speaker, Jinshu's elegant calligraphy looked fresh and flowing, making it seem more valuable. However, the meaning of the words was a bit deep. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Why did this speaker attract so much attention? It played patriotic songs all day, and in the end, it was paired with such a simple, pure phrase. Jinshu put down her brush and picked up her teacup, admiring her work. Thinking about Lin's expression when he saw the speaker, she suddenly felt happier. Did you make Chen Guodong really mad today? Xueling took a deep breath. She hadn't spoken yet, but her sister-in-law guessed it all. He came to me several times today, talking about the factory needing to split the housing, and he also said he would help me apply to be a model worker in the city at the end of the year. He offered many benefits, but his only request was that she give him the contract to handle. Xueling followed Jinshu and learned a little about the situation. She first kept Chen Guodong interested. Whenever he mentioned the contract, she would interrupt and act reluctant, teasing him and keeping him eager. Sister-in-law, I've endured so much from him over the years, but today I finally felt proud. Near the end of work, I was planning to give him the contract and tell him that the leaders have already seen it. Even if he wanted to destroy it, it wouldn't help. But then, something shocking happened. Xueling paused, trying to build suspense. Did Chen Guodong get into a fight with Yu Tingmei? Or more precisely, did he attack Yu Tingmei alone? Jinshu said first. Xueling couldn't believe it. Everyone knew about this? As the workday was ending, Chen Guodong was pestering Xueling for the contract when suddenly a woman came in, saying she had urgent matters to discuss with him. That woman has a very distinctive look. Her face is square, and her bangs are styled into a big bump. Guess who she is? Xueling blinked. Niu Wufang. I mean Wang Jing? Exactly. That's her. It was Wang Jing, who had come to see Jinshu earlier that morning. Chen Guodong went out with her, talked for a few minutes, then suddenly exploded in anger and slapped Yu Tingmei in front of everyone. Yu Tingmei was in the workshop at the time and many people saw it. Zhang Xueling watched closely, feeling outraged. Chen Guodong, this old scoundrel, was so vicious. He raised his hand high and slapped her first on the top and bottom, then left and right, smack, smack, smack. Yu Tingmei's nose started bleeding, and her face was likely to swell by tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Today it's already swollen. Li Duo stared intently outside the video store. How do you know? Did you see it? Shui Ling asked. Li Duo and Li Xiao both pointed outside, causing Zhang Xueling to jump in fright. Oh my, you big fool. Yu Tingmei appeared outside the video store, her hair loose, trying to hide her face, but the redness on her cheeks couldn't be concealed. Although Yu Tingmei was very flattering when speaking to higher-ups, she still cared about her image with peers and subordinates. Despite being beaten up so badly, she still dared to come out, which shows she must have an important matter to discuss with Jinshu. Yu Tingmei entered the store, coughing slightly as she faced everyone's gaze. I'm here to say I accidentally fell. Oh, you fell into a big spin, huh? Landed on your left cheek first, then did a 360-degree tumble and hit your right cheek?
Li Duo te asa playfully.
Yu Tingmei rolled her eyes at him. Her face already hurt from the fall, and she didn't want to waste words. She went straight to Jinshu and got to the point. I'm here to tell you that the day after tomorrow is my grandmother's birthday. She had someone read her fortune, and they said your birth date isn't lucky, and you might offend some taboos if you come. Please give me the gift money, and I'll take it to her. Yu Tingmei didn't know that her beating today was related to Jinshu. Zhang Zhaodi sent her to deliver the message. On the birthday, no matter what, Jinshu must not return home. Although Yu Tingmei didn't understand why such a strange request was made, she still came to deliver the message. I don't have money, Jinshu said slowly, opening her purse to show the cash inside. Seeing so much money, Yu Tingmei's eyes widened, but, recalling her mother's advice, she could only grit her teeth and give up. It's okay if you pay later, but you can't go back. If you do, it would be considered unfilial. Yu Tingmei left after delivering the message. Zhang Xueling found it quite strange. She saw the money and acted like a fly-seeing dog, didn't rush over. That's unusual. Jinshu nodded. Who wouldn't agree? Her mother-in-law wanted her to go back and show her face. Lin Meili and others hoped she would help mediate and speak well, but Zhang Zhaodi and Yu Tingmei didn't want her to go back. This birthday banquet was quite interesting. Sister-in-law, that old lady is celebrating her birthday. Are you really going back or not? Shui Ling asked, a bit confused. There are many taboos during weddings, like pregnant women not entering the newlyweds' bridal chamber, or people in heavy mourning not attending. But I've never heard that birthdays also have taboos.
Go.
Why not go? Li Duo, go to Drunken Immortal Pavilion and order 2 large longevity peaches for me. No matter what secrets are hidden in this birthday feast, I, Jinshu, must go and help out. Although Jinshu doesn't know what Zhang Zhaodi is thinking, she has her own plans. She has already learned from Wang Jing that she is not a biological child of the Yu family. Her next step is to find evidence that Zhang Zhaodi bought the child. Jinshu isn't interested in knowing who her biological parents are. She isn't from this world originally. She isn't interested in the game of little tadpoles looking for their mother. All she cares about is finding proof that Zhang Zhaodi bought the child, so she can firmly declare Zhang Zhaodi at fault and cut off the parent-child relationship. Zhang Zhaodi and Yu Tingmei are both not discreet. Even Yu Tingmei's close friends know about this. It's likely that many inside the Yu family are aware of it too. Celebrating old Lady Yu's birthday is the best chance for Jinshu. When the family gathers that day, she plans to check everyone carefully. As for the big figure from the Lin family who wants her to get close, Jinshu isn't interested. But she thinks that having that big figure around could make her plans easier. On the birthday, everyone's attention is on that person. Jinshu plans to take advantage of the distraction and find a breakthrough. Inside the Yu family, Jinshu already has a plan. Right now, she has an urgent task. Chun Guodong will ask you for the contract again tomorrow.
Don't keep him waiting.
Just tell him that the director already knows about this, and all the credit goes to him. You shouldn't try to take the credit. The pork you ordered is already on the way. Chun Guodong is destined to suffer this setback. He will find it hard to sleep tomorrow. Jinshu's move is to push Chun Guodong into a corner. The pork has been ordered, so Chun Guodong can't claim the order is fake anymore. Jinshu has already instructed Shuiling to find the director and pin everything on Chun Guodong. Even the purchase of the pork was made in Chun Guodong's name. He will have to find a way to sell these dozens of tons of meat himself, or kneel and beg Jinshu to help sell it. Soon, Old Lady Yu's birthday banquet arrived. Jinshu woke early, dressed plainly, and carried 2 large longevity peaches, heading straight to the Yu family. This was destined to be an extraordinary day. Old Lady Yu has 2 sons, the eldest Yu Tsaifu and the youngest Yu Xingfu. The 2 brothers live in the same courtyard, and the birthday celebration is organized by Yu Tsaifu Zhang. The family is very secretive about a special recipe for having a son, so they shouldn't hold this birthday banquet. But they want to invite important guests, so they borrow money to hold it. When Jinshu arrived carrying a birthday peach, Zhang Zhaodi's voice rose several octaves. "Why are you here? Why can't I come?" Jinshu replied, "It's a family tradition to celebrate the grandmother's birthday, and no one can find fault with it." A young woman, about 17 or 18, waved at Jinshu. She is Yu Tingmei's cousin, Yu Fei, the only daughter of Yu Laotai's younger son. Yu Fei's mother looked unhappy when she saw Jinshu sitting down. She is related to Zhang Zhaodi by marriage and has never gotten along with her since they were young, so she doesn't want to bother with Yu Yaomei. Yu Fei is simple-minded and doesn't notice the complicated relationships among adults. She was happy to see Jinshu after a long time. The feast had already started, and everyone was eating, but the important guest had not arrived. Jinshu asked Yu Fei and learned that the important guest everyone was waiting for did not come. Uncle is worried sick, and Aunt just scolded Grandma for being old and useless. That person didn't show up, and they are very disappointed, Yu Fei whispered to Jinshu. Yu Fei's mother coughed and silently cursed her daughter for being so naive. "Mom, are you feeling unwell?" Yu Fei asked, earning a glare from her mother. Is this child a bit silly for complaining about her parents to Yao Mei? Unexpectedly, Jinshu enjoyed gossiping more than Yu Fei. She even raised her voice, enough for half the table to hear, and summarized the birthday banquet. Trying to get something without losing, but ending up losing everything, costs money, and gets nothing. Jinshu didn't care about the absence of the important guest, whether they came or not had nothing to do with her. She came to find evidence to escape from the family with psoriasis. Her intuition told her that Yu Fei's mother was a good starting point. Yu Fei's mother is Zhang Zhaodi's sister-in-law, living in the same courtyard, so she must know some secrets. Jinshu could tell she wasn't well-liked, and she could guess it was related to Zhang Zhaodi. Zhang Zhaodi's bad temper made her disliked, and it was normal for Jinshu to be hated because of her. Now, Jinshu just needed to find a breakthrough and build some goodwill with Yu Fei's mother. Then her trip wouldn't be wasted. Yu Fei, a chatterbox, shared her observations with Jinshu. Although the important guest didn't come, he sent his assistant with a gift. You missed it because you weren't here. The car had a beautiful logo of blue sky and white clouds, and I heard it was made in D country. It was worth tens of thousands of yuan. BMW? Yes, it's BMW. Everyone went out to touch it. I heard that D country's manufacturing industry is very impressive. I don't know who can go to D country to study abroad. I'm so jealous. Yu Fei, at this age, is very interested in all new things. Jinshu's previous life was spent studying in D country, so she sees this opportunity as a starting point. Applying to D country isn't too hard, but graduating is very difficult. You're either taking exams or on the way to take exams. If you go, you won't even have time to dress up, let alone think about dating. Jinshu doesn't care much about fashion, works carefully, and has no desire for men, at least in her previous life. But in this life, meeting Lin Yixuan with his six-pack abs is a different story. Anyway, Her desire for simplicity and purity was influenced by that side. When studying abroad, she was so busy she barely had time to wash her face, let alone think about relationships. Yufei has his college entrance exam next year. Over the past few days, Zhang Zhaodi has been causing trouble, saying girls don't need to study, that going to university is useless, and encouraging her mother to go to Yufei's house to cause trouble. Zhang Zhaodi herself didn't go to university, and she can't stand her sister-in-law's daughter being successful. She's desperate and wants Yufei's mother to use the tuition money to have a son. Yufei's mother, hearing Jin Shu mention studying, sneered. Her true intentions were showing. Zhang Zhaodi must have told her younger sister not to let her daughter study, probably just about to say that girls' education is useless, right? Girls' education is very important. I suggest you first clarify your direction and then choose where to go. If conditions don't allow during undergraduate studies, you can also study abroad for graduate school. Can I still go to graduate school? Yufei became interested. I think you're smart. If you work hard, there's no problem. Yufei's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. He felt understood. Yufei's mother was confused. Wasn't she trying to discourage him? What university should girls go to? Why spend that money? Zhang Zhaodi came over to cause trouble. The person she wanted to invite didn't come, and the uninvited little troublemaker was just annoying her. Zhang Zhaodi was especially upset. Girls' education is to prevent you from turning into someone like you, an ignorant man who only makes children, or like your eldest daughter, who relies on men to get ahead. Zhang Zhaodi's scream pierced the sky.
What did you say?
The yard instantly fell silent. Jin Shu was worried she wouldn't have a chance to build good relations with Yufei's mother and gather intelligence, but Zhang Zhaodi came right to her door. This was an opportunity Jin Shu couldn't afford to miss. Girls who don't study end up like you, trapped by outdated ideas, not valuing themselves, constantly obsessing over having children. Women like you stay at home raising kids and corrupting the next generation. When you enter the workplace, you just flatter men and follow shallow trends without any bottom line.
That was so satisfying.
Yufei whispered, glancing sideways at her mother, who also looked pleased. Shut up, you little brat. Zhang Zhaodi snapped at Jin Shu, furious. If it was just a normal argument, it wouldn't be a big deal, but Jin Shu brought up how Yu Tingmei got promoted. Recently, Zhang Zhaodi kept bragging about her eldest daughter being so successful, becoming a director at a young age. Most people knew Yu Tingmei got her position by sleeping with a factory director, but no one dared to say it openly. Jin Shu was brave enough to speak out what everyone was thinking but afraid to say. Old Madame Yu, who was celebrating her birthday, overheard the noise and realized it was because of her younger daughter, Yu Yaomei. She came over and pointed at Jin Shu, scolding, jinxing. You're the reason our Yu family lost its luck. We thought you were a boy, so we let you into the family, but you're just a burden. I regret not drowning you when you were a baby. Then, why didn't you drown me back then? Jin Shu replied slyly. The shaman told us you'd bring wealth and a brother to the family, but you turned out to be useless. Jin Shu nodded thoughtfully, her expression meaningful. So, the family's original plan was to switch their son, but by mistake, they swapped a baby girl. This wicked old woman even wanted to drown her infant granddaughter. Yufei's mother's expression told Jin Shu she probably knew the truth. Jin Shu smirked slightly. Having identified the target and achieved her goal, Jin Shu decided to act quickly. Zhang Zhaodi and her daughter-in-law teamed up to scold Jin Shu, but Jin Shu stood up, smiling kindly, and asked everyone at the table, "Have you all finished eating?" Everyone was distracted by this family drama and didn't understand why Jin Shu asked, so they nodded instinctively. Little brat, I'm talking to you. What's with your attitude? Old Madam, you scolded angrily. Jin Shu stood up, grabbed the remaining half of a roasted chicken and handed it to Yufei, then single-handedly flipped the table. This is my attitude. The leftover food, plates, and bowls were smashed to the ground in a loud mess. Everyone was stunned by her action. They had seen fights and arguments before, but never someone flipping a table. Did she really just go all out without hesitation? Is this still the timid Yu Yao from the Yu family?
Wow.
Yu Fei, holding a roast chicken with starry eyes, thought to herself, this is exactly what she dreamed of doing in her fantasies, but never dared to in real life. At family gatherings, old Madame Yu always scolds Yu Fei's mother for not having a son, criticizing her for not producing a grandson, and complains about the younger son having to pay for his education. Yu Fei only imagined flipping her grandmother's table in her mind. Today, seeing someone actually do it, she was utterly amazed. "What's your surname?" Jean Shu, who had just flipped the table, looked down at old Madame Yu. She made her retreat a step in fear. "What are you doing?" "I'm asking you, do you even know your own surname?" "Your grandmother's surname is Wu." "Why are you asking that?" Zhang Zhaodi replied, still a bit confused from the shock of Jean Shu flipping the table. A woman with the surname Wu, always worried about her family ending with no descendants? You should thank the party. If it weren't for the party's call a few years ago, you wouldn't even be allowed to have your full name in the family tree, right, Yu Wu? And you, Zhang Ji? Jean Shu's gaze swept over old Madame Yu and Zhang Zhaodi. In the 1980s, the government promoted women to be listed in family trees. Before that, women weren't even allowed to have names. They could only be recorded as someone's wife. Zhang Zhaodi, in her 40s, was still working hard to have a son. Old Madame Yu would rather have her talented granddaughter Yu Fei drop out of school than give up on her son and family. To Jean Shu, this family seemed like kidnappers, ignorant and deserving of their fate, even trying to drown a stolen baby girl. Jean Shu flipped the table without feeling guilty. She was upset, and she didn't want anyone else to feel happy today. "Yao Mei, how dare you? This is your grandmother's birthday celebration." Yu Saifu trembled with anger and rushed over to hit Jean Shu. Yu Fei's father tried to stop him, and her mother held back Zhang Zhaodi, giving Jean Shu a quick signal to leave quickly. These two probably tolerated Zhang Zhaodi and old Madame Yu for a long time. The scene became chaotic. Jean Shu, smiling broadly, laughed loudly, and sincerely wished old Madame Yu, "Today is your 66th birthday. I wish you have someone to feed you at mealtime and someone to push your wheelchair, and live a long life." She turned to Zhang Zhaodi and Yu Saifu with a bow. "I also wish you both a life free of infertility, with many children and grandchildren. Everyone, eat well and drink happily. Farewell." She waved her hand and left gracefully.
Mom, what does Sister Yao mean?
Yu Fei quietly asked her mother. The words just now sounded like blessings, but something felt off. Yu Fei's mom almost laughed at Jing Shu's back. This kid, how come she didn't notice before that her words were so clever? Someone feeds you at meals, pushes you when you walk. This means old lady you will eventually need help with daily life, but she still wants to live to 100. Thinking about it, it's quite a burden.
TSK.
The line to Zhang Zhaodi and her husband about infertility and many children was even more pointed. Over the years, Yu Fei's mom had often been angry with her mother-in-law, old lady Yu, and sister-in-law Zhang Zhaodi. So today, Jing Shu's performance made her very happy. She felt relieved and satisfied. Jing Shu left the Yu family and headed straight to Xinhua bookstore. She had already figured out how to break through Yu Fei's mom. To uncover her own family secrets, she needed to get along well with Yu Fei. What could be better than improving a high school student's grades to gain favor? Jing Shu planned to buy some study guides to give her and also show off her skills with Yu Fei's mom, like a live teaching session. In her previous life, she was a top student. These were easy for her. Jing Shu knew that anyone she wanted to impress was almost impossible to resist her charm. After spending 2 hours selecting a bunch of useful reference books, she felt very satisfied. Carrying the heavy stack of books, Jing Shu guessed the Yu family's banquet was about to end. She decided to make a quick return. While crossing the street, her gaze casually swept the corner and froze. A woman in a silk dress was calling for help.
Help! Thief!
Jing Shu didn't bother to look closely at the woman's face. She saw a figure dash past her. It's the thief. The woman was wearing high heels and was struggling to chase after him. Without hesitation, Jing Shu kicked out her leg and decisively tripped the thief holding a purse. The thief fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Jing Shu stepped on him and shouted loudly, "He's a thief." Passers-by gathered around quickly, with no way for the thief to escape. Jing Shu picked up the purse from the ground. It was a Louis Vuitton, a fake. In the 1990s, someone still used this? What kind of family is this? They must be quite wealthy. The woman rushed over, panting and thanking her. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Be more careful next time. Jing Shu waved her hand and casually glanced at the wealthy woman with the donkey bag. She looked to be in her 30s or 40s, with a vintage hairstyle from the Republic era, wearing a silk dress that exuded charm. It was clear she was a wealthy lady. This kind of elegance was different from that of nouveau riche. It came from a family that had been wealthy for generations. For some reason, Jing Shu felt she looked familiar. The woman took the bag Jing Shu handed her, still shaken from the thief. Her heartbeat quickened, and she responded slowly. She looked up at Jing Shu and paused. Is there something on my face? Jing Shu smiled at her. The woman shook her head, her eyes confused, as if she hadn't realized. The bus arrived, and Jing Shu got on, sitting in a seat. She didn't forget to peek out and give a friendly smile to the dazed, wealthy woman, waving goodbye. Madam, are you all right? A well-dressed driver ran over and saw Jing Shu smile. As the bus started moving, Jing Shu withdrew her head and rested her hand on her temple, thinking. Why did she feel that the wealthy woman with the donkey bag looked so familiar? Where had she seen her before? The girl just now. She looks a lot like you when you smile, the driver said absent-mindedly. During Mr. Yu's overseas business ventures, he had been with Mr. Yu and had seen Mrs. Yu in her youth. The wealthy woman, Mrs. Yu, suddenly realized, yes. Why does that girl look so much like me? Catch up with that bus. I want to thank her in person. Mrs. Yu knew her actions were a bit sudden, but she was genuinely curious about that girl. How could someone look so much like her younger self? Could her father have had a secret affair when he was young? An illegitimate daughter left behind on the mainland? The driver drove the car over, and the BMW under the blue sky and white clouds drew attention from passers-by. Why are there so many handprints on the car? Mrs. Yu frowned. We just delivered a birthday gift to Mr. Yu Saifu's family. Their people touched the car, and I haven't had time to clean it. The driver didn't have a good impression of that family, unsophisticated country folks, messing up the car. The BMW followed the bus for 2 stops. Mrs. Yu wanted to see the girl, who looked like herself. Meanwhile, Jing Shu on the bus also realized something, staring wide-eyed at her reflection in the glass. That woman with the donkey bag. She looks so much like her now. Jing Shu looked at her reflection in the bus window, then thought of the wealthy woman with the donkey bag, her brows furrowing slightly. She looked back and saw a large truck blocking the intersection, blocking the way she came and hiding the elegant lady she had seen before. Jing Shu rubbed her temples, feeling anxious because she was eager to cut ties with the Yu family and was worried about her background. She kept thinking everyone on the street looked like her, which seemed too coincidental. The bus swayed forward, and the BMW behind it honked a few times at the truck blocking the way. Madam, it seems the truck ahead has broken down and can't move. Should I take a different route? The driver asked for instructions. The Big Brother phone on the car rang, an old-style mobile phone worth over 30,000 yuan. Mrs. Yu made a pause gesture to the driver and answered the call. Darling, where are you? Hearing her husband's voice, Mrs. Yu's irritated mood from the traffic eased. I'm on the road. I'm at the food factory doing research. Guess who I saw? Knowing his wife was impatient, he directly gave the answer. I saw Yu Tingmei. She still has the same personality as when she was a child. Still the same as when she was a child. That means Yu Tingmei still disliked her. Mrs. Yu's memory went back 20 years. At that time, she was heavily pregnant, and Yu Tingmei was about 4 or 5 years old. She couldn't remember her exact appearance. Her personality was quite unpleasant. She was rude, threw stones at her, called her a rich girl, and often climbed over the wall to steal from her house. Her sister, Yu Yaomei. Have you seen her? Mrs. Yu mentioned Yu Yaomei, and her heart started to ache again. That's why she didn't attend Mrs. Yu's birthday. She was afraid to see that child. No, she said Yaomei got married and was unfaithful, flirted around, and had a big face. She also got a serious gynecological illness, so I didn't ask further. Mrs. Yu was silent for a while, then sighed. Children come into the world as blank slates, alas. The driver listened to the conversation between the boss and the lady boss and felt that their relationship was very good. The big brother phone charged 0.6 yuan per minute, both ways, and since they saw each other every day, they would find any chance to chat casually, as if calling didn't cost anything. In the driver's view, this conversation was just trivial chatter. With that money, couldn't they just talk at home? It just shows that the lives of wealthy people are so simple and plain. Mrs. Yu hung up the phone, looking downcast, as if she had something on her mind. "Madam, shall we keep chasing them?" the driver asked. "Forget it. No more chasing," Lady Yu replied. She felt nothing at all now. Her husband mentioned her younger sister Yu Yao's injury, which made her feel uneasy. Years ago, she and Zhang Zhaodi gave birth at the same hospital. Her daughter was born with a congenital defect and died after 2 days. Zhang Zhaodi's baby girl was healthy and cried loudly. Lady Yu will never forget lying in the hospital bed, listening to her younger sister Yu Yao's crying, tears streaming until dawn. She wished her own daughter could have survived. Back then, she and her husband suffered because of their family background. Later, they moved abroad and gradually built their career. When living overseas, she didn't think much about it. But after returning to Beijing, she often remembered those times and the poor child who died in her arms. If her daughter had lived until now, she would be about the same age as Yu Yao. She would never raise her daughter poorly, like Zhang Zhaodi did. She would give her all her jewelry and even her diamond mines. She would take her around the world, give her shares in her husband's company, and let her live a wealthy, carefree life, filled with love from her parents. Lady Yu blinked away tears. The feng shui in Beijing was unfriendly to her, and these memories were too painful. Jin Shu carried her study books and returned to the Yuan of the Yu family. Passing by Zhang Zhaodi's house in the front yard, she heard the sounds of a quarrel between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. They were insulting each other, using harsh words, and occasionally mentioning Yu Yao. Even after a long time, they still hadn't finished arguing. Taking advantage of their distraction, Jin Shu headed straight to Yu Fei's house in the back courtyard. Yu Fei's mother was surprised to see her and quickly came out to check. Seeing that her mother-in-law and sister-in-law hadn't followed, she hurriedly pulled Jin Shu inside. "How dare you come back? Your mother and grandma are angry." Yu Fei, who was doing her homework, was very happy to see Jin Shu. She admired her for flipping the table earlier. "I brought some gifts for Yu Fei." Jin Shu placed the bag on the table. Yu Fei rushed over eagerly to open it, but her smile froze. High School Math Problem-Solving Guide and Famous Teacher's College Entrance Exam Sprint. Bringing a bag of study books as a gift. Could she be a devil? "These are the ones I picked out. They will definitely help you," Jin Shu said, patting the study guides. Yu Fei's smile became even more stiff, but her mother's smile grew more genuine. "These books aren't cheap, right? You came here, so just come. Why are you shopping?" From her expression, Jin Shu's attempt to flatter her was quite successful. "Auntie, I have a question for you. Which hospital in the Northeast was I born in?" "Well," Yu Fei's mother hesitated. Jin Shu had caused a big argument with her family this morning and came back in the afternoon to ask this, clearly with a purpose. The child must have heard some rumors. Yu Fei's mother didn't want to get involved in her sister-in-law's family matters. Her attitude was expected by Jin Shu, who was prepared. "You just need to tell me the exact hospital name and my real birth date. I will look into everything myself afterward. If I find out the truth, it has nothing to do with you, Auntie, if you're willing to help me." Jin Shu patted Yu Fei. "When she took her college entrance exam, I helped her score 20 points higher." "Really?" Compared to the unreasonable betrayal and bullying by Zhang Zhaodi, who had been bothering her for half her life, a 20-point increase was very tempting. "Bring your English book and turn to the page you don't understand," Jin Shu said confidently. Yu Fei's English was very weak, only scoring around 60. Her foundation was poor and hard to improve. Jin Shu grabbed her English book and explained for 10 minutes, and Yu Fei understood. This was much better than her English teacher. Mom, I understand now. Sister Yao, I didn't know you were such a good student before. What about your weak subjects? Jin Shu continued, raising the stakes. Yu Fei's mother's pupils trembled. Not only could she help with English, in half an hour, Jin Shu explained 3 subjects clearly, covering key points and exam tips. After listening, Yu Fei felt one thing. If Sister Yao kept tutoring her, she wouldn't just get 20 points higher, she could get 100 points higher. She still had hope. Yu Fei's mother no longer hesitated. Compared to her daughter's studies, nothing else mattered. She decided to tell everything. You were born in the northernmost part of the country, near the border with a neighboring country. At that time, your older brother and his wife were sent to a forest farm. Your sister was born first, and a few years later, she took you from the hospital and brought you home. As expected, language is an art. Yu Fei's mother said that Yu Tingmei was born first, and Jin Shu was brought back from the hospital, never mentioning that she was her biological daughter. Worried Jin Shu might not understand, Yu Fei's mother decided to be more straightforward. My older brother and his wife have been frugal since they were young. They didn't like to spend money. Back then, hiring a birth helper to come home was cheap, but they preferred to borrow money and go to the hospital, paying high prices to give birth there. When Zhang Zhaodi was pregnant, she spent quite a bit on a shaman woman. Why did my aunt find a shaman woman? What does she do? Yu Fei didn't understand and thought this was just normal family talk. In remote northern villages, shamans do spirit communication, heal illnesses, drive away evil spirits, and do all sorts of things. Your great-aunt really wanted a son, so she bought herbs from a local shaman woman and kept taking them during her pregnancy. Yu Fei took a deep breath. Even high school students knew pregnant women shouldn't eat unknown substances. How dangerous that was. Mom, why didn't you stop her? Back then, I hadn't met your dad yet. Besides, your dad and your great-uncle weren't in the same place at that time. How could I stop her? These stories, Yu Fei's mother had pieced together from her mother-in-law and sister-in-law's gossip. Little sister, you've gone to school, so you should know most shamans are just scammers. If ordinary people take their medicine and get sick, they might just have diarrhea. But if a pregnant woman takes it, what could happen to the baby? Yu Fei's mother stopped there. She didn't want to say more. Jin Shu bit her lip. She understood. Zhang Zhaodi had taken irregular remedies when she was young, and her baby might have been affected. After discussing with her husband, they decided to spend a lot of money to go to the hospital for delivery. They planned to exploit hospital loopholes to switch the baby and ensure a healthy child. Yu Fei's mother had already told her the name of that hospital. Jin Shu happened to be planning a trip to Manhwa soon, so it was convenient. Changing a baby without the cooperation of medical staff was very difficult. She just needed to find the staff involved at the time and use some means, whether threats, bribes, or other methods, to get evidence. If this matter were to be resolved decades later, it would be very easy. Just involve Yu Kai-fu in a paternity test, and the relationship could be easily severed. In the 1990s, domestic paternity testing was just introduced and not open to the public.
To do one, you had to go through civil litigation.
Jin Shu needed to prove the hospital switched the baby before suing, then proceed to the paternity test. No matter what, she had a direction now. It wouldn't be long before she could solve this. Yu Fei's mother pointed out everything she needed to, and sighed a little. My older brother and his wife are too obsessed with having a son. I'm sorry for you, but I haven't wronged you or your brother-in-law. Zhang Zhaodi didn't want you to attend high school. I paid for it, and she still hasn't repaid me. I'm not asking for favors, just, Yu Fei's mother hesitated, and Jin Shu smiled as she held her hand. Auntie, don't worry. No matter when, you'll always be my aunt. It doesn't matter what relationship I have with that family. You can have Yu Fei come to my place every Saturday afternoon for an hour. Yu Fei's mother finally felt relieved. Yu always seeks revenge for enemies, but she can tell right from wrong and won't attack indiscriminately. If it weren't for Yu Fei's mother helping out back then, Yu Yao's sister would have been sent away as a child bride after finishing middle school. The original owner owed Yu Fei's family a favor, and Yu always repaid it, so it wasn't a big deal. Jin Shu left the Yu family and passed by Yu Saifu's house. Inside, The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were no longer scolding Jinshu. They were discussing a secret recipe for having a son. Jinshu shook her head. Zhang Zhaodi, when she was young, ate random folk remedies, which harmed one child and caused misfortune for another family's healthy child. Now that she's older, she hasn't learned her lesson and still researches all sorts of strange remedies. She's already a high-risk pregnant woman, and she eats all kinds of weird things, which only adds to her troubles. Having no children is a blessing from heaven. If she does get pregnant, who knows what kind of child she might have. Some people's ignorance is truly a shame considering their suffering. Thinking about Yu Fei's mother's mention of her birthplace and the dozens of tons of meat from the food factory, Jinshu's eyes darkened. She needs to travel soon, so she must prepare in advance. Lin Meili and Lin Luo were already waiting outside the Lin family's door. The door was locked, so they couldn't get in and had been standing outside all afternoon. Jinshu carried a square cloth bundle into the yard. Inside was her carefully prepared good stuff for her upcoming trip. Did you see it? Lin Meili and her brother came over. Jinshu ignored them and used her key to open the door. Then, their eyes all fell on Suning, who was sitting in the living room eating watermelon. "Ing, you're home? Why did you lock the door inside?" Lin Meili felt hurt. She had been outside all afternoon, her throat almost burning from lack of water. Yet she saw Suning eating watermelon and joking around with her brother. "Yes, I took a nap." "When did you arrive?" Suning pretended not to know anything. She was at home in the afternoon, asking a neighbor to lock the door outside, carefully expecting these two odd characters to come over. The hot sun shone brightly, and the Lin siblings were made to stand in the yard. Suning pulled the curtains, sat inside wearing headphones listening to music, and ate watermelon. Thinking about how to annoy these two odd people, Suning found the watermelon especially sweet. She offered a piece to Jinshu. Jinshu took a bite, and surprisingly, combined with Lin Meili's dark face, the watermelon tasted even better. "Did you see General Yu?" Lin Luo asked eagerly. "No, he didn't come. He just sent a gift with the driver," Suning replied. Lin Luo looked disappointed, and Lin Meili called out, "I spent 50 yuan on it." Just to connect with General Yu, Lin Meili painfully took out 50 yuan, giving it to her son-in-law's wife to buy clothes for Jinshu. Now that the person didn't show up, Lin Meili was still unhappy and demanded money from Jinshu. "Can't even handle simple things? Give me back the money. You should ask Wang Jing for it. She didn't give it to me," Jinshu replied. Hearing this, Lin Luo was upset and slammed the table, threatening Jinshu, "You took the money and won't admit it?" Suning threw watermelon rinds at Lin Luo and stood up to protect her daughter-in-law. "What are you shouting about in my house?" Suning asked. Because Lin Meili and her brother were disappointed, they wanted to start a fight. But Suning wasn't afraid of them. No one would bully her daughter-in-law in her house. It looked like a fight was about to break out. "Elders, calm down." Jinshu raised her hand to stop. "Our elders are speaking. It's not your turn to talk." Lin Luo scolded angrily. Suning wanted to support her daughter-in-law, but Jinshu mischievously winked at her. That meaningful look made Suning pause. Jinshu took the opportunity to give her mother-in-law a piece of watermelon, signaling her to sit down and eat, showing her how to handle these troublemakers. "Yes, I am the younger one. Since it's not my place to speak, I'll ask the elders to come out and settle this," Jinshu said as she opened her bag. Everyone was curious about what she was doing and looked over. Everyone froze in shock. "What is this?" Lin Meili's voice trembled. Inside Jinshu's cloth bag was a bone.
Ash. Box.
Jinshu opened her bag, revealing the ash box inside. A small wooden box, square-shaped, with a large inscription carved on top. "The soul departs on a crane. Righteous spirit rides the wind." Having this item in the house was already quite shocking, but Jinshu thought it wasn't enough. She opened the lid, took a deep breath, and loudly declared, "Great-grandma, please help me seek justice." Then she reached out and grabbed a handful of white, unclear gray substance, waving it toward Lin Meili and Lin Luo. "Those who bully my family accept great-grandma's judgment. Let great-grandma, on behalf of the moon, eliminate you." Suddenly, Suning, who had just eaten watermelon, spat it out violently, choking on the juice and coughing painfully. Jinshu reached out with her pale hand to try and pat Suning. Suning jumped high, darted to the corner, shaking her head like a rattledrum, shouting, "Don't come near me." Lin Meili and Lin Luo were caught off guard when Jinshu suddenly opened the box, splattering them with the substance. They screamed loudly, losing their composure and running away. They ran ahead, while Jinshu chased behind, her pale little hand waving and muttering, "Didn't I say elders should speak? The elders are here, don't go." The two refused to stop and kept running. Lin Meili lost one shoe and didn't dare to pick it up. Jinshu scared them away, then returned to the house, laughing loudly. "Oh, dear Lord, what are you doing?" Suning, still pressed against the wall, forgot her usual dignity as a mother-in-law in front of her daughter-in-law. Jinshu reached into the box again, pretending to grab something, and said with a mischievous grin, "Mom, promise me in front of great-grandma that you won't be mad at me anymore. Let's make peace." Suning was so frightened her hair stood on end and nodded repeatedly. "I won't be mad anymore. Please stop playing with that thing. By the way, where did you get great-grandma from?" Suning suddenly realized. Jinshu cheerfully took her hand out of the box, swinging it to show her mother-in-law. "It's flour, Fujiang flour." Suning remained silent. Zhang Xueling just entered the house when a shoe flew toward her, narrowly missing her. She saw her usually serious Aunt Ing, barefoot, holding a slipper in her right hand, with another slipper lying on the ground nearby. "Little brat, stop right there." Suning chased Jinshu with the slipper. Xueling couldn't help but smile. Suning usually loved Jinshu very much, treating her like her own daughter. Why was she suddenly acting so harsh? Conflicts between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law are very common. Sarcastic remarks, subtle teasing, and behind-the-back gossip are normal behaviors. Physical fights in front of others are rare. Looking at Jinshu, she isn't afraid when her mother-in-law chases her with a slipper. She happily dodges and mutters, "Mom, why are you changing your mind in front of my great-grandmother? Everyone says we've made up. How dare you mention great-grandma?" Suning rushes over to her daughter-in-law, lightly tapping her bottom with the slipper. Afterward, Suning laughs happily, and Jinshu also smiles. Just learn from Lin Yishuan, that troublemaker. She was a good girl, but now she's lost her manners, Suning says, both angry and amused, looking at Jinshu's pale little hands and chuckling. It's clear she's no longer upset with Jinshu. Why does everything have to be learned from him? Can't I do things on my own? Maybe I have a talent for pranks. Jinshu tries to hold Sunying's arm, but Suning pushes her away in annoyance. "Hurry and wash your hands. Don't touch me with those dirty little paws." Zhang Xueling doesn't quite understand what's happening. What's going on between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law? She feels that after Aunt Ing scolded her sister-in-law, they seemed closer. Before, Suning was kind to Jinshu, but it felt a bit distant, like she was treating her as a guest. Calling her great-grandma helped bring them closer. That's more like family. Being overly polite can sometimes feel distant. Suning sits there, thinking it's quite funny. It's been a long time since someone teased her like this. Jinshu really is. But Suning quickly remembers that Jinshu isn't the type to cause trouble for no reason. She wouldn't buy a keepsake box just for a prank. This box probably has a purpose, but she can't think of what it is right now. Xueling comes over to report Jinshu's work today. The food factory had a visiting inspection team led by a handsome, impressive man. Chun Guodong was circling him like a flattering puppy. Old is old, but why is he still handsome? Suning interrupts. He really is handsome. Have you seen the Shanghai scenes? Like Su Wenqiang, with a slicked-back hairstyle. I heard he wears a watch worth thousands, full of money aura. Oh, and he also talked to you, Tingmei. I overheard you, Tingmei, saying you're bad-mouthing her.
Me?
Jinshu points at herself, surprised. Why does she have a role in this? Xueling says the handsome man is probably Yuzong, a distant relative of the Yu family. Well, I heard he claims to be your distant relative, asking about how you're doing. Yuding was talking nonsense, saying you have a square face, are unfaithful, and have a gynecological illness that's shameful. I wanted to defend you, but Chun Guodong pushed me away with his backside. It really was pushed away with his backside. Can you imagine a man in his 40s twisting his waist to shove someone? Zhang Xueling got angrier the more she thought about it, but soon she smiled proudly again. Even if I don't say it, I have a way to prove it. Sister-in-law, don't worry, I've stood up for you.
How did you do that?
Jin Shu asked curiously. I put your photo in his briefcase. After that, I even wrote a funny poem on the back. Where did you get my photo? This morning, you weren't home. Brother Wei from the photo studio came by. He took pictures when you and Lin were fighting the troublemaker. He printed them out. There's a photo of you with Lin and a solo shot of you. I chose the one with you and Lin and wrote a poem on the back.
What?
Jin Shu thought this was nonsense. Printing a photo costs a lot. Giving it to a stranger? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Someone said Yuding's face is square, but she's colorful and lively, with a lovely oval face. A harmonious couple with a good reputation, respectful to her mother-in-law, and well-known for her kindness. And who has the gynecological illness? It's Yuding from the food factory, Yuding. Xueling recited her poem with enthusiasm, very satisfied. Jin Shu's mouth twitched repeatedly. This poem was not only unrhymed, but also uneven in length, with no literary style at all. What was she writing? The message is accurate enough. Just give me a photo, so Yuding won't badmouth me to others. Let me see the photo. Sun Ning couldn't wait to see it. Xueling took out a paper bag filled with dozens of photos, all taken when Lin Yishuan's friends came to help. By the way, sister-in-law, this afternoon, 30 tons of pork were delivered to the factory. Chun Guodong sent away the general manager and went into the storage room to worry about the pork. He probably hasn't come out yet. This much meat can be processed into many things. How do you plan to handle it? While admiring her and Lin Yishuan's beautiful photos, Jin Shu pointed to the urn on the table.
Just use that.
What the heck? An urn? Sister-in-law wants to use an urn to process dozens of tons of cooked meat? Sister-in-law, what does an urn have to do with cooked food? Do you want to sell cooked food at the crematorium? To the people being cremated, they should buy 2 pounds of pig head meat as a tribute? Zhang Xueling's imagination ran wild. Stop coming up with crazy ideas. Who would buy cooked food at a crematorium? Recently, there was a big fuss claiming that ham sausages are made from human flesh, but even the newspaper's fact checks didn't convince anyone. Sun Ing felt disgusted with herself. The sales of that brand of ham sausages dropped sharply. The most popular brand no one dared to buy anymore. The rumor was quite false. How bold would a crematorium have to be to sell bodies to sausage factories? Such baseless rumors, lacking any technical basis, still convinced many people. Rumors are also part of business battles. Spreading falsehoods costs a lot, and debunking them takes effort. We must ensure meat products are never linked to crematoriums, Jin Shu explained. People in our country care about good luck and are very superstitious about death. Once labeled as special supply for the deceased, it would be hard to sell to regular customers in the future. So, why are you making an urn? Zhang Xueling was puzzled. She could think of a business related to urns, selling cooked food to crematoriums. This urn will help me a lot. Don't criticize the batch of goods from your factory yet. Let Chun Guodong get anxious for a day. The day after tomorrow is his limit. He can't hold on. He'll come to us voluntarily. Sun Ning felt that her daughter-in-law was playing too big, and the situation might get out of control. Handling dozens of tons of goods poorly could lead to serious trouble. After Zhang Xueling left, Sun Ning told Jin Shu, "Little Shu, I plan to take a leave next month to go to Manhwa to buy some daily necessities.
You come with me."
The round trip will take about 2 weeks. When you return, the food factory issue will be settled. This was Sun Ying's idea. The food factory wasn't really Jin Shu's business. Even if she gave up and left the mess behind, no one would blame her. Whether Chun Guodong falls or Zhang Xueling gets unlucky, it has nothing to do with Jin Shu. Chun Guodong is ruthless. If you push him to the edge, he'll definitely strike back hard. I can't let anything happen to you. All right, I'll go. Anyway, you have to come with me, huh? You agree? Sun Ing didn't expect Jinshu to agree so quickly. Yes, I'll go with you. Not only that, I want to bring it too. Jinshu patted the urn. Bring it. Sun Ing was confused.
You just saw how useful this thing is.
A handful of flour was thrown out, scaring away both Lin Meili and Lin Luo. Let's take this with us. It's much more effective than carrying a gun for self-defense. Right now, the only way to smuggle goods into the neighboring country is by taking the international train. From Beijing to the neighboring country, there is only one international train, passing through 3 countries, and it takes 6 days. The neighboring country just experienced a breakup, leading to chaos. Its light industry is almost non-existent, while our country is in a period of rapid economic growth, creating huge business opportunities. Bringing domestic clothing and small goods to sell there can earn us US dollars. For example, take lighters. The wholesale price in our country is about 80 cents each. If sold in the neighboring country, the price can double. Inside that country, as long as you call out along the station, you can sell them easily because demand is high. With the money earned, you can buy cigarettes and local specialties to bring back and resell at higher prices. Since it's the only international train, tickets are very hard to get. You need an introduction letter and a passport. Sun Ing discovered this business opportunity 2 years ago. She used connections to get an introduction letter and successfully made her first fortune. However, big profits come with high risks. This train isn't very safe. Everyone knows that many smugglers ride it, carrying money, so rumors say that half the passengers are smugglers and the other half are robbers. Last year, a major incident happened, prompting authorities to down, so it's been relatively peaceful lately. Sun Ing plans to take advantage of this calmer time. She will ask her connections to help her daughter-in-law get the paperwork so she can travel with her. While making money, she also wants to help her daughter-in-law avoid trouble and stay away from Qinguodong. Jinshu plans to do a big deal in the neighboring country and also wants to investigate her own background. She agrees immediately with Sun Ing. The most important thing is safety. After we complete the transaction, we'll hide the goods in an urn. If we encounter robbers on the way, they definitely won't open an urn. If they get angry, she can use her trick from today. Open the lid and throw out some flour, giving them a blessing from the ancestors, which won't scare them away. Sun Ing never expected that this urn could be used this way. At first, it sounded very absurd. But upon closer thought, there's some logic to it. Sun Ying's previous trips were lucky. She never encountered robbers. However, she heard that if you do meet them, they will search all your bags and even make you to check for hidden money. Jinshu used people's fear of death to hide things. If there was real danger, a cremation urn would be the best place to hide valuables. Flour still doesn't look quite right. You can tell if you look closely. Jinshu planned to improve the recipe. The ashes resembled a gray residue from rural cooking pots mixed with flour-growing bone meal, making it smell and feel more like real ashes. Are you really planning to take this? After the investigation last year, this route is much safer now. No need to bring this, right? If I don't need it, that's better. Better safe than sorry. You've made good money selling tapes. Just bring the same goods I bring. Sun Ing plans to continue reselling lighters because they are light and easy to carry. She will also bring a batch of leather jackets, which can sell for 4 times the price there. Since it's cold in winter, leather jackets sell very well. All right, Jinshu agreed quickly, so quickly that Sun Ing found it a little hard to believe. You're really just going to agree like that? Her rebellious daughter-in-law? Sun Ing felt Jinshu was cooperating too much this time, which was unusual for her. Why not agree when it's about making money? Jinshu smiled, but only half of her words were spoken. Selling lighters internationally and earning 10 or 20,000 in half a month was about the same profit as her selling tapes and cooked food remotely in Beijing. If it was just for this small amount of money, she wouldn't bother going abroad. This time, she planned to do something big. Before that, she needed to handle the food factory matters first. The dozens of tons of raw materials at the factory were closely related to her trip to the Manhwa. She had a big plan, and she couldn't tell her mother-in-law yet. Jinshu's gaze fell on the photo on the table. The photo of Lin Yixuan and his comrade was so well taken that each one looked like an art photo. Jinshu loved it and couldn't put it down. She thought about Xue Ling giving a photo of her and Lin Yixuan to a stranger. She felt very reluctant to part with it. She didn't know what the photo looked like after being given away. She really wanted to see it. At this moment, the photo that Xue Ling had stuffed into her briefcase was already being held in someone's hand. The photo Jinshu cherished so much had been taken out of the briefcase and was now being looked at. In the photo, only half of a man's profile was visible, with his arm hanging down. He was riding a motorcycle with a girl. The photographer was very skilled. Even in a still photo, it looked like there was movement. The motorcycle was moving, and the young woman's arm was tightly wrapped around the man's waist. She was not deliberately looking at the camera, but turned her head to look ahead. Both the man and woman only showed half of their faces, but it was clear they were a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Yu Hongwen looked at the photo, feeling confused about how it ended up in his briefcase. If it weren't for the special texture of the photo, he might think it was a postcard. The two young people in the picture looked like celebrities. Is there writing on the back? The secretary sitting in the front passenger seat turned around and saw the writing on the back of the photo that the leader was holding. It was a humorous poem written by Zhang Xueling. The secretary chuckled after reading it. Who wrote this? It's so funny. Gynecological issues. Yu Tingmei, she's probably the director of the food factory, right? Yu Hongwen frowned. Who put this in his bag, and what was their purpose? The first line of the poem mentioned Yu Yaomei. Could the girl in the photo be Yu Yaomei? Boss Yu. Maybe Yu Yaomei put it there herself? Director Yu has said some bad things about her. She's probably upset and secretly left a photo to try to get your attention, the secretary boldly guessed. Actually, she wanted to say that Yu Yaomei was self-recommending, but she was afraid the boss would get angry and didn't want to be too direct. With Yu Hongwen's background, women constantly flocked to him wherever he went. It was only because he was deeply in love with his wife that he resisted temptation. There were precedents of young women slipping photos into Yu Hongwen's bag. The purpose was obvious. Yao Mei is my junior. It's unlikely she would do something like that. Yu Hongwen thought of the scene where Yu Tingmei was teasing him, and he couldn't continue. He felt disgusted. The children raised by Yu Kaifu and his wife had no limits. Anything was possible. Yu Hongwen had just finished a phone call with his wife and didn't dare mention this matter, afraid she would get angry. He thought about his sister's behavior and guessed his sister-in-law wasn't a good person either. He wanted to throw away the photo, but felt something was off. If Yu Yaomei really had bad intentions, why would she leave a photo with a man? And the poem on the back didn't seem like something used to flirt with a man. Yu Hongwen examined the photo carefully. This young man, although only showing half his face, looks pretty good. He has long legs and looks about the same age as my son. Yu Hongwen's first impression of Lin Yixuan was quite good. Yu Hongwen's gaze shifted to Jinshu, and he frowned. He felt that this girl, who only showed half her face, looked a bit like his wife. Zheng, go check the girl in the photo. When I return from my business trip, bring her to meet me.
Okay.
The secretary carefully took notes. Yu Hongwen would be away for a few days, enough time to investigate the girl in the photo. He didn't think much of it, just that she resembled his wife somewhat. He knew his wife was still upset about losing their daughter. If they could find a girl around her age to accompany her shopping or play cards, it might help distract her. He didn't mind if this girl had other intentions, like helping her family or seeking some financial support. As long as she could keep his wife company, money was not an issue. But he made sure this girl, Yueying, wouldn't be like her sister, trying to flirt with him. Yu Hongwen was determined to meet Yueying after his trip, to see if she was proper, and then introduce her to his wife. He casually stuffed the photo into his bag, then quickly shifted the topic to business. What do you think about the food factory? The problems are serious. Besides the issues we've already found, the factory director, Chen Guodong, has a bad character. Once, I was shopping with my wife and encountered something. The secretary recounted what she overheard in the women's restroom during her last visit. Inside the restroom, there were two girls. The one called Xueling was probably the deputy director of the food factory, Zhang Xueling, whom he had met today. But the other girl, named Yu Jinshu, the secretary paid special attention to, was not on the senior staff list. These details seemed minor, but the secretary had been with the Yuhong family for years and knew a truth. Anything related to the wife was important. Yu Hongwen listened and nodded. My wife has a good eye for people. This factory isn't worth investing in. We can look at the next one. The secretary thought to himself, actually, you're just a devoted husband, right? If the wife farts, you can even make it smell like a fancy perfume. Of course, she only dared to think this silently. Keep an eye on the follow-up of the goods from the food factory, and also check on that girl, Yu Jinshu. Yu Hongwen knew his wife liked to be in the know. If he could fill in the story she overheard in the restroom and tell her, she would be very happy. Of course, he was also quite curious. In Yu Hongwen's sharp eyes, the food factory was beyond saving and no longer worth investing in. He was curious about a girl named Yu Jinshu, how she might deal with Chen Guodong or perhaps destroy the food factory. Report directly to me after the investigation, he said. He wanted to gossip with his wife about it. After hearing, wouldn't she kiss him? That would be wonderful. Yes, the secretary replied respectfully. Mr. Yu was clearly a devoted husband. He wondered if she was thinking about something nice. Yu Hongwen never expected that Yu Jinshu was actually Yu Yaomei, and the food factory he sentenced to death was about to come back to life. Jinshu guessed Chen Guodong could hold on for 2 days, but he didn't last even 1 day. By the afternoon of the next day, Chen Guodong couldn't take it anymore. He originally wanted to use this order to harm Jinshu, but instead, Jinshu pushed him into a desperate situation. Chen Guodong hated himself for wanting to kill Jinshu now. But he dared not act on it, because if Jinshu was killed, no one could help him sell the stock. He was at his wit's end and could only ask Zhang Xueling to be the middleman, hoping Jinshu would come to negotiate. Chen wanted to turn this batch of meat into ready-to-eat food. He asked Jinshu to help sell some, and he would have the factory's sales department sell the rest. As long as the higher-ups saw sales numbers, they wouldn't care who bought it, and the matter would be settled. Jinshu refused his proposal and wouldn't meet him directly. She only sent a message through Xueling, offering another plan. She won't make ready-to-eat food. She wants to buy raw materials? Chen Guodong was confused. My sister-in-law will pay an extra 20 cents per jean for this batch of pigs. She has other uses, but she has one condition. She needs us to store the materials in our cold storage. Chen Guodong was initially puzzled, but soon his eyes lit up. Using his cold storage meant he had a chance to strike. The opportunity to take down Jinshu had arrived. Chen Guodong was scheming against Jinshu, while Jinshu was also planning against him. Meanwhile, Yu Hongwen's secretary was watching the factory's developments and investigating Yu Yaomei. An exciting show was about to begin. Chen Guodong agreed immediately to Jinshu's proposal to buy 30 tons of pork. They discussed in the morning and signed the contract in the afternoon. The factory bought the pork at 2.2 yuan per jean. Jinshu paid
4 yuan per jean.
For 30 tons, that's 144,000 yuan, with Jinshu paying a deposit of 20,000 yuan first. The remaining balance was to be paid in full when she picked up the goods. According to Jinshu, the factory needed to help freeze the meat for a week. The contract follows official procedures. Jinshu called in a lawyer, the same lawyer who drafted the previous contract with the tape factory. After Chen Guodong received the deposit, he was overjoyed and relaxed completely. The lawyer reminded him that this batch of goods now belonged to Jinshu, and Chen Guodong must keep it safe. Chen Guodong promised him sincerely, saying Jinshu was his savior and he would never forget her kindness. Sister-in-law, do you believe what he says? Zhang Xueling asked Jinshu after Chen Guodong left. Jinshu held the green enamel mug that Lin Yixuan left her and slowly blew on the tea leaves floating on top. I believe him, but that means I'm not far from danger. Jinshu took a small sip of tea, which was cheap and full of a local flavor. She was used to it and found it quite good, though blowing off the tea foam was a bit tiring. It was like she had set up a long plan. The process was complicated, but when everything was finally over, it felt very satisfying. That night, a shadow sneaked into the cold storage room. He dared not turn on the light, so he groped in the dark, pulling a syringe from his pocket and moving stealthily. He approached the nearest pork, inserted the syringe into meat, and slowly injected the liquid inside. This batch of pork was the one Jinshu had ordered. After finishing one pig, he searched for another, then a third. The man thought he was being sneaky, but just as he finished injecting the third pig, he was about to do another, when suddenly, a loud click sounded at the door. The cold storage door was locked from the inside. The man shivered in fear, abandoning the syringe, and rushed to the door, trying to push it open. The sturdy door didn't move at all. He broke out in cold sweat, terrified. The cold storage door could only be opened from outside. It couldn't be opened from inside. This was a pressure difference method used to maintain the cold storage's air quality. He had entered thinking he could quickly inject the pigs, but he wasn't wearing enough clothing. At this temperature, he would freeze to death in no time. His realization scared him so much that he forgot about exposing himself. He shouted loudly and pounded on the door. "Is anyone there? Help!" Because the cold storage door has special features, for safety reasons, at least 2 people must be present to open it each time, one inside and one outside, to prevent trapping anyone inside. Chun Guodong wanted to poison Jinshu's goods, fearing others might see, so he acted alone, thinking he was foolproof and could eliminate Jinshu. The contract was signed. This batch of meat had nothing to do with the food factory and nothing to do with Chun Guodong anymore. Unexpectedly, he got locked inside the cold storage. The biting cold seeped through his short sleeves into his joints, making Chun Guodong shiver quickly. He shouted loudly, then suddenly heard a clear female voice from outside. "Chun Guodong, you damaged my goods. How will you settle this account? You Jinshu?" Chun Guodong recognized her voice. "It's Jinshu." Jinshu was outside, her voice muffled by the thick special door, sounding like it was coming from far away. "Let me out, and I'll compensate you for those pigs' meat," Chun Guodong begged. The cold storage door slowly opened, revealing a tall, thin figure under the moonlight. The bright moon cast her long shadow. It was Jinshu. Chun Guodong scrambled out, trembling from a huge temperature difference, almost dying inside. Feeling like he had survived a disaster, his mind went blank for a moment. Then he realized how serious the situation was. "I came to check on my goods because I don't trust you. You even poisoned them. According to the law, you must go to jail," Jinshu said calmly. Chun Guodong's legs went weak, and he was terrified. "I'll pay you, just don't tell anyone.
I want to know why you did this to me.
I helped you sell the goods, clear the inventory, and I didn't even pursue the incident where you tried to run over my mother-in-law. Why won't you let us go?" "You really found out," Chun Guodong said when she mentioned the car accident, his eyes showing murderous intent. He had recovered now, his eyes darting around. It was quiet now, only the 2 of them there. "My mother-in-law's friend, Meng Lu, is competing with you for the factory manager position. You pushed her into the water and drowned her, killing 2 people. Now you want to silence my mother-in-law too. Chun Guodong, you've taken so many lives, can you sleep at night?" "I have nothing to worry about sleeping. I am the factory manager. I will be promoted further. They blocked my way, and they deserved what happened." Chun Guodong stepped closer to Jinshu, his hand already in his pocket. There was also the last syringe. "You Jinshu, I gave you a chance. If you obediently sleep with me, maybe you could survive. But you're too stubborn. Why are you digging into these old matters? You can't even avenge those dead ghosts, and now your life is at risk too. Are you not afraid of the spirits above? What's there to be afraid of? If there really were ghosts or gods, why didn't they turn Meng Lu into a ghost to punish me?" "Oh, you're quite brave. Not afraid of ghosts. Bring out my great-grandmother." Jinshu raised her voice, and a cheerful water sound came from the ceiling of the cold storage. "Great-grandmother is here. Someone else?" Chun Guodong felt something was wrong. He looked up and saw a square box falling from the sky, crashing onto his head with a loud bang. Chun Guodong was dazed and confused. When he saw what had hit him, he let out a sharp scream.
"Ah!"
It was actually an urn. Shuailing was hiding on the ceiling of the cold storage. She had wanted to imitate Jinshu, grab a handful of white powder, and shout that her great-grandmother was here. But Jinshu was below, so she was afraid of accidentally hitting her, so she could only toss the urn casually. Chen Guodong was so frightened that he forgot to reach into his pocket and use a needle to kill Jinshu. Jinshu smirked slightly. Looks like you're not completely fearless. Just a little great-grandmother is enough to scare you into wetting your pants? You Jinshu, stop pretending to be a ghost. I'm not afraid of you. You have no proof. Zhang Shuiling is working with you. No one believes what you say. Chen Guodong was fighting like a trapped beast. He had thought Jinshu was alone, but now he saw Zhang Shuiling hiding on the ceiling. However, what happened next made him even more hopeless. Proof, you say? Here. Jinshu took out a portable recorder from her pocket, smiling brightly. Have you forgotten what I do? She was the owner of the music store and a skilled repairer of portable recorders. Of course, she carried a recording device to catch the bad guys. Fun fact, a portable recorder can not only play music but also record when you press 2 buttons at once. At this moment, Chen Guodong tasted despair. He watched helplessly as Jinshu held a small recorder in her hand. Jinshu rewound it and said, I originally wanted to make you lose your job first, then hold your leverage. But the arrival of a distant relative of mine gave me the chance to act early. Chen Guodong believed that Yu Hongwen's arrival was his ladder to wealth and power. By investing with Yu Hongwen, Chen Guodong thought he could make a lot of money as a factory manager and achieve financial freedom early. Jinshu guessed that Chen Guodong wouldn't dare leave such strong evidence when Yu Hongwen arrived. He would surely panic and act rashly. The situation on the battlefield changed quickly, and Jinshu seized the chance without hesitation. She bought some inventory as bait, forcing Chen Guodong to make the first move. Chen Guodong had just narrowly escaped death in the cold storage. His fear of death made him lose his mind. After coming out, guided by Jinshu, he gradually revealed everything he knew. Jinshu had brought the tape recorder, and she played it from the beginning. In the quiet environment, Chen Guodong's voice was clearly heard from the portable player. He admitted that he was the one who caused Sun Ying's car accident. He also admitted that he was responsible for Meng Lu's death. This tape, if handed over, would be enough to condemn him to death. You Jinshu, you should die. Chen Guodong lunged at Jinshu. At this moment, he was no longer thinking clearly, only acting on instinct. He wanted to tear Jinshu apart. More precisely, he wanted to destroy the values Jinshu had brought to him. In Chen Guodong's mind, after more than 40 years, he had never considered women as rivals. He believed all women should be submissive to men unconditionally. Jinshu looked at the losing, irrational Chen Guodong without emotion, sidestepping his attack. Having shed his moral constraints, Chen Guodong was nothing in her eyes, just a failed, inferior creature that had evolved poorly, not even worthy of being called a peer. All Chen Guodong saw was bloodthirsty violence. He tried to choke Jinshu, but she stood still, looking at him coldly. When his finger was just a little away from Jinshu, Chen Guodong suddenly collapsed. The powerful impact forced him to kneel on the ground, crawling and looking up at Jinshu. Under the moonlight, the woman looked down on his humble soul like a goddess. Xiao Wang and the police officers subdued Chen Guodong. At this moment, the heinous criminal Chen Guodong was finally caught. Even as they put handcuffs on him, he couldn't believe he had lost to a woman. When Sun Ying received the notice to come to the police station for questioning, she was stunned. She entered the station and was shocked to see Jinshu there. Xiao Shu? What's going on? Auntie, your sister-in-law is really amazing. She caught the real culprit behind your car accident. Xiao Wang and others told Sun Ying about Jinshu's impressive achievements tonight. Only then did Sun Ying realize that Jinshu had been secretly involved in the food factory case for days, despite her opposition, all to find out the truth for her. Sun Ying was deeply shocked and overwhelmed with guilt. It turned out that Jinshu had been under great pressure to investigate this matter and had even kept it from her to ensure her safety. Xiao Shu, I misunderstood you. I thought you, Sun Ying choked up. She felt ashamed of her previous narrow-mindedness. Sun Ing had always opposed Jin Shu's involvement in the food factory case. She thought Jin Shu was risking herself for Zhang Xueling, but she never expected that Jin Shu was doing it for her. A family doesn't need to argue. Confronting Qin Guodong to the end isn't just my idea. Yishuan agrees with me. When questioned, Jin Shu took responsibility. When appreciated, she shared credit. Her leadership style not only deeply impressed Sun Ing, but also everyone in the house. Her grace and broad-mindedness truly deserve the title of leader. Respect is never just talk. It's earned through strength and effort. After finishing the interview, Sun Ing, her mother-in-law, and Xue Ling left around midnight. They couldn't get a cab, so they decided to walk home. A BMW drove past them, then quickly reversed and stopped beside them. The window rolled down, revealing a face in his 20s. Director Zhang, what a coincidence. Are you Secretary Zhang? Zhang Xueling recognized her. The young woman in the car was the secretary to General Yu, who was inspecting the factory. It's so late. Let me give you a ride home, Secretary Zhang said warmly as she got out of the car. She had just taken General Yu and his wife to the airport and was returning when she met Zhang Xueling. You? Secretary Zhang's expression changed to one of surprise when she saw Jin Shu's face. Her expression was quite dramatic, as if she had seen a ghost. Although she was officially General Yu's secretary, she spent more time with General Yu's wife. Jin Shu's face made Secretary Zhang realize how serious the situation was. Before boarding the plane, General Yu had asked her again to look into Yu Yao's matter. In the photo, only half of a girl's face was visible, but she already looked quite similar to General Yu's wife. Now, seeing her face directly, Secretary Zhang could no longer describe his feelings as shock. Yes, although Secretary Zhang did not know Jin Shu's identity, just by looking at her face, he immediately concluded that this girl was Yu Yao Mei. At the overseas castle of President Yu, there hangs a large oil painting of Madame Yu in her early 20s. The girl in front of him looks as if she stepped out of the painting. She is very similar. But upon closer inspection, differences are clear. The girl in front has a determined look, with calm and reserved expressions, while Madame Yu, surrounded by love throughout her life, has a more youthful and innocent appearance in her eyes. Secretary Zhang swallowed nervously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. As an experienced senior secretary with an overseas education background, he usually stays calm in most situations, unless things are extremely serious. Are you Yu Yao Mei? Secretary Zhang asked Jin Shu. Her unusual reaction seemed very strange to Jin Shu, so she didn't answer. Instead, Xue Ling, standing nearby, replied, Yu Yao Mei is the name my sister-in-law used before. She has now changed her name to Jin Shuyu. So Jin Shu is also her? Secretary Zhang's expression became even more peculiar. If the boss and his wife weren't already flying high with excitement, he would definitely rush over to report. Even the dullest person could tell something was going on here. Do you know me? Jin Shu asked. Secretary Zhang hurriedly shook his head, opened the car door, and invited Jin Shu with a welcoming attitude fit for a VIP. Miss Yu, please get in. I'll take you back. His attitude was no longer friendly, but almost flattering. Not only Jin Shu noticed Zhang's secretary's unusual attitude, but Sun Ing also saw it. Maybe we should just walk back? Sun Ing thought Zhang's secretary was being too eager to please his daughter-in-law and found her suspicious. No, please allow me to see you off, Zhang's secretary insisted, now wishing he could tie Jin Shu and himself together with a rope, afraid she might run away. Jin Shu saw that Zhang's secretary's attitude was strange, but not malicious. She confidently got into the car. Seeing her get in, Sun Ing and the others could only follow. From Zhang's secretary's perspective, Jin Shu's calmness was impressive. She faced the situation with composure, relaxed and balanced. Even when entering the luxury car, she didn't seem nervous at all. She closed her eyes and leaned back as if she was sitting in a regular three-wheeled vehicle, not a luxury car. Zhang's secretary looked back and felt a sudden tightening in his chest. The car was dark inside. Only the outline of Jin Shu was visible, along with a relaxed feeling that seemed to make her feel like a lady. The Lin family arrived. Secretary Zheng helped the three of them out of the car, opened the trunk, and took out 2 paper bags. These are just a small token of my appreciation. They're not valuable items, please accept them, Zheng Xian said, handing the paper bags to Jin Shu. Jin Shu frowned. No reward without merit. Just making friends. My name is Zheng Xian. I'm the personal secretary to Mr. Yu. We will meet again. When Mr. Yu returns from his trip, I will come to pick you up, Zheng Xian said quickly, not giving Jin Shu a chance to refuse, then drove away. What's this? Xue Ling asked curiously, leaning in. There were 2 paper bags. One contained a delicate box. Jin Shu glanced at the logo and frowned. Receiving such a big gift on their first meeting was too obvious a way to flatter her. What's in this bag? It looks ugly, Xue Ling said, not recognizing the brand. She thought the bag, which looked like a pagoda, was strange. It's a Prada charity bag. The brand gives these as gifts to guests at charity events, Jin Shu explained. Oh, it's free? No wonder it looks so ugly, Xue Ling said, thinking it didn't seem valuable since it didn't look like real leather. What Jin Shu didn't say was that only 100 of these bags exist worldwide. Those who get them from the charity are either very rich or very important. The secretary of Yu, Hongwen, gave her such an expensive bag. It wasn't a random gift. Jin Shu didn't plan to accept it. She intended to find a chance to return it. The other paper bag was filled with snacks, all in English, brought back from abroad. They weren't expensive, but thoughtful. Jin Shu shared some snacks with Xue Ling, kept the rest to take home, and there were a few she really liked. Yu Hongwen's secretary was quite capable. If she hadn't been Jin Shu, others would have been convinced by her long ago. Why does that woman treat you so well? Sun Ning asked Jin Shu after they got home. There's no such thing as unconditional love. Maybe our boss is seriously ill and wants me to donate bone marrow, Jin Shu said, only able to think of this explanation. Imagine walking late at night when suddenly someone runs up to you, giving a limited edition bag and desperately trying to flatter you. It's hard not to think about or bone marrow donation. Her career was just starting, and she had little value to offer. Why would a wealthy person go out of their way to please her? Sun Ning took a deep breath when she heard this. She quickly grabbed the whistle candy from the book and put it near her mouth, an enemy's candy-coated missile. She couldn't eat it. Return that thing to her quickly. We can't donate that stuff, especially since you're trying to get pregnant. Jin Shu looked longingly at the whistle candy discarded in the trash by her mother-in-law. Could she just lick the candy coating and throw the missile back? The incident with Zheng Xian was soon forgotten by Jin Shu. She had more urgent matters to attend to and had no time to think about these unimportant things. Chen Guodong was in trouble now, and the purchase contract Jin Shu signed was void. She had only paid a 20,000 yuan deposit for this batch of goods. The rest of the payment was unpaid. Jin Shu drafted the contract herself, including special clauses explaining the current situation. Because of force majeure, Jin Shu had the right to end the cooperation and demand double the deposit back. Chen Guodong was at fault, so Jin Shu was in the right. If she insisted on following the contract strictly, the huge losses caused by Chen Guodong couldn't be recovered, and the food factory would have to compensate Jin Shu. That was not the outcome the higher-ups wanted to see. Jin Shu made a compromise proposal. She could keep this batch of goods and waive the compensation, but the food factory needed to process her 30 tons of pork into canned pork for free. The factory had a canning line, but it had been almost shut down due to low sales. Jin Shu planned to use the compensation money to pay for the processing, which would be cheaper than buying canned pork separately. The higher-ups quickly agreed to Jin Shu's plan but asked her to pay half of the remaining payment before starting work. Jin Shu only had less than 30,000 yuan, so half was 70,000 yuan, still 40,000 yuan short. Sun Ning helped her get the money. Although Sun Ning didn't know exactly what her daughter-in-law was planning after the incident with Chen Guodong, she trusted Jin Shu unconditionally. Even if those 40,000 yuan turned out to be useless, Sun Ning was willing to accept it. From now on, she would support Jin Shu in whatever she did. Jin Shu had been busy these days, but no one knew what she was busy with. She left the video store to Li Duo and his brothers, and Zhou Chui was handling the ready-to-eat food business. Jin Shu herself was out early and back late, but no one knew where she went. Soon, the first batch of canned pork was ready, and Sun Ing had helped Jin Shu get a passport through her connections. Everything was in place. Jin Shu carried the urn, a bag of canned goods, and with Sun Ing, set out on the road. Jin Shu first needed to go to the border to verify her identity, so she bought tickets in two parts. First, she traveled from the capital city to the black market, then took an international train to the country of Mao, with 2 days left for investigation. During these days of preparation, Jin Shu already told Sun Ing about her plan to go to the black market. When Sun Ing heard that her daughter-in-law might not be involved with the Yu family, she immediately agreed. Cutting ties with the stinky meat family was a huge good thing, so she supported it. Before leaving, Sun Ing wanted Jin Shu to call Lin Yixuan. Since Lin Yixuan left, Jin Shu had only spoken to him once on the phone. But Jin Shu said there was no need to call, which made Sun Ing very anxious. Could the young couple be fighting? Jin Shu didn't send the dried fruits to Lin Yixuan before leaving. Not only that, Sun Ing saw Jin Shu put a bag into her bag before leaving. It looked like she was upset with her son. Traveling from the capital to the black market by train took 2 days and 1 night. The green train was still slow and hadn't sped up. Along the way, Sun Ing kept trying to test if the young couple was fighting, thinking about how upset Jin Shu must be to not send the dried fruits to Lin Yixuan. But every time she mentioned Lin Yixuan, Jin Shu changed the subject, clearly not wanting to talk about it. Sun Ing felt more and more hopeless. She thought they must be fighting. After 2 days of rocking, they finally arrived at the station. Jin Shu woke up early, finished her morning routine, and even changed her clothes. She looked completely fresh and excited, with no sign of tiredness from the long trip. When the train stopped and the doors opened, Sun Ing saw a tall, straight figure on the platform and almost thought she was imagining things. Wasn't that her son? Why was he here? No wonder Jin Shu was so excited. She knew Lin Yixuan would be waiting for her. Lin Yixuan spread his arms wide, and Jin Shu rushed into his embrace. He held her tightly and spun her around. This was something he had wanted to do for a long time. Before, his arms were injured, so he couldn't hold her properly. Is your arm okay now? Jin Shu looked at him after not seeing him for days. Lin Yixuan looked healthier, with a good complexion. It seemed like the army life was good for him. Lin Yixuan whispered in her ear, "Tonight, I'll carry you into the bathroom and make up for the missed wedding night." Sun Ing couldn't hear what her son said, but from his playful expression, it was probably not something appropriate. But that's not the main point. How come you're here? Did you get fired for making a mistake? I should ask my wife. She made a big deal with the brigade, and the higher-ups assigned me to protect her closely. My task this time is to comrade Jin Shu all the way. Lin Yixuan's eyes are full of pride. He is proud to have such an excellent wife. This time, Jin Shu's trip abroad isn't just for earning money. She plans to exchange canned goods for military supplies. Although her idea sounds a bit unbelievable, if she can make it work, it will be very beneficial for Long Yuan. After consulting with his superior, Chu Buoyang agreed to Jin Shu's plan and released Lin Yixuan to protect her. What kind of business is this? They can get someone like him. How big must this deal be? Sun Ing is stunned. How many secrets does her daughter-in-law still have that she doesn't know? You'll find out soon. Come on, let's go to the guest house. Sitting on trains for 2 days is tiring. Jin Shu cheerfully links arms with Sun Ing. Lin Yixuan takes Jin Shu's backpack and easily lifts his mother's large woven bag. Wherever he is, he makes sure the women in the family don't get tired. After the family leaves, four people appear from behind the platform, and Madame Yu covers her mouth excitedly. Husband, look, it's our daughter. She had taken a plane earlier to wait at the train station specifically for Jin Shu. Seeing Jin Shu come down from the train, she almost couldn't hold back and rushed over. Yu Hongwen's eyes are full of excitement. Jin Shu looks even more like his wife in person than in photos. 10 days ago, Yu Hongwen and his wife received a notice from Secretary Zheng, learning about Jin Shu's existence. Secretary Zheng secretly took many photos of her and sent them to Yu Hongwen and his wife. They were very shocked, especially Madame Yu. When they heard Jinshu was coming here, they booked plane tickets to come over. I met her on the way and thought she was my dad's illegitimate daughter. Husband, I want to see her right now. Tears fill Madame Yu's eyes. She is convinced Jinshu is her daughter. Born on the same day as her deceased daughter, and looking just like her. How could such a coincidence happen? Running over without warning might mean she won't recognize you, Yuan says. Why wouldn't she recognize me? Madame Yu is about to cry. The child is right in front of her. Waiting even a little longer feels like torture. She seems to suspect that my dad has a serious illness and wants to use her bone marrow. If you go now, her special forces husband could easily kick us out. Yuan is 5 years older than Jinshu and is more calm compared to the impatient parents. Why would she think that? Yuan feels a bit hurt. His health is fine. He has regular checkups every year. The daughter's suspicion really hurts an old father. That's a question for Secretary Zheng, Yuan says with a fake smile. Zheng Xian, who is called out, immediately gets the attention of the family. He nervously stands straight and explains softly. When I saw her face, I felt very close to her. I thought of giving her a gift. There was a bag in the car. Yuan attended a Prada charity event and received a limited edition women's bag, which he casually gave to Zheng Xian. Zheng Xian knew right away that something was not simple when he saw Jinshu. He wanted to build a good relationship early, but it backfired. Use your brain. Would a normal person give a luxury bag upon first meeting? Someone they're not related to? How would she think? Yuan yells. Zheng Xian shrinks back. The young boss is much fiercer than the big boss, and also petty. What do you mean not related? She's your real sister. Madame Yu corrects her son. She doesn't know we exist. On the street, a fool suddenly runs up and gives her a limited edition bag, then invites her to meet my dad. From her perspective, a relative she hasn't seen in 20 years giving her a big gift and wanting to meet her. Doesn't that sound like donation or marrow donation? Yuan knows Jinshu's thoughts because she asked relatives about his father's health, focusing on whether he had leukemia, liver cancer, kidney failure. She asked about everything related to donation. It's obvious she's suspicious that her father is a bad person trying to get her organs. Yuan looks at the instigator, Zheng Xian, who is so scared he shrinks his neck and doesn't dare breathe. He finally feels a bit balanced inside. Serves him right. Let her send the bag to her sister. If her sister wants a bag, she will give one. Does Zheng Xiaozhu get to give one? What do we do now? Madame Yu feels anxious because she can't recognize her daughter and is very distressed. Zheng Xian makes amends. I've made arrangements in advance. As long as she goes to the hospital, she can see the files I prepared earlier. Then, you and Mr. Yu can pretend to look for a child and accidentally meet her. The young lady will naturally recognize you. She arrived early and had already checked all the necessary evidence. Are you watching too many melodramatic love stories about Grandma Cheong? Using such dramatic ways to recognize each other. Do you think I believe you're my sister just because of that? Yuan couldn't stand it anymore. Isn't this supposed to be a meaningful ceremony? Zheng Xian argued, proud of her perfect plan. My brother-in-law is a former special forces soldier with excellent reconnaissance skills. You don't know how smart my sister is. Do you think she and her brother-in-law would fall for such a fake coincidence? What brother-in-law? I haven't even agreed to this marriage. Don't call him brother-in-law. So casually, Yuan corrected his son with a serious face. If he knew his daughter was still alive, he would never let her marry so early. He wanted to see if the man named Lin was suitable for his daughter. He believed a man with bad character couldn't be his son-in-law. Based on my observation of my sister, if you try to interfere with her man, she might never forgive you, he warned. Really? That's so strange, Yuan said, feeling doubtful. My judgment is never wrong. In the past few days, Jinshu was busy, and Yuan was also working hard. Since her parents were out of town and couldn't come back, Zheng Xian reported all her investigations about Jinshu to him. If he hadn't seen with his own eyes what Jinshu had done these days, Yuan wouldn't believe that a 20-year-old girl could have such impressive insight and courage. With only a few 10,000 yuan in her hands, she dared to make such a big deal, cross-border trade. Seeing Jinshu's strength, He was convinced enough to accept his sister without needing a DNA test. He believed she was truly his sister. That woman from Zhang Zhaodi's family couldn't have given birth to such a daughter. I want to recognize her as my daughter immediately. You don't approve of Xiao Xian's plan, but do you have a better idea? I don't want to wait even a day. Madam Yu asked her son. I really do have one, he replied. When they arrived at the guest house and the door closed, Sanning couldn't wait to ask. What's really going on? I overheard some news. Several of the latest tanks are about to be sold in Mao State, he said. Jinshu had memories from her past life and knew information that ordinary people didn't. Mao State's economy was collapsing right now. Resources were scarce, people couldn't afford to eat, and everything was for sale. I used 30 tons of raw materials to make 40 tons of canned food. They urgently need canned food, and can exchange it for at least 2 tanks. I plan to donate the tanks to Long Yuan. Sanning was stunned. No wonder Uncle Chu let Lin Yixuan go. Donating tanks is a big move. But they don't sell to individuals, only to the government, right? Sanning had been here twice and knew some of the situation. That's what they say publicly, but if they were really that strict, military suppliers from all over the world wouldn't be coming here. If it weren't for the special times, exchanging tanks at this price would be impossible. The chess game at the food factory has reached this point, and Jinshu's true plan is now clear. What are you thinking about in that head of yours? Sanning was so surprised by Jinshu's idea, she couldn't close her mouth. As long as the team sends me a bodyguard to protect me all the time, I can get 2 tanks for free. Uncle Chu naturally agrees to this. It's a win for the team. If not, it just delays the bodyguard for a few days. It doesn't seem like a bad deal. I'm not someone without awareness, but I already donated. Sanning covered her chest, feeling breathless and heartbroken. The goods from the canned food factory were bought with her and Jinshu's own money, and they donated them all. She lost quite a bit. Mom, look at her little fox-like expression. Does she really want to lose money? Lin Yixuan could tell from Jinshu's expression that she was definitely holding back something. If Earth isn't destroyed, Jinshu won't lose money. She wouldn't do a losing deal with her small savings. Jinshu curled her lips. Lin Yixuan was too clever to be fooled. She just wanted to tease her mother a little longer. Although I donated 2 tanks, I have other ways to make profit. After this, our family can buy at least 2 sets of courtyard houses by the end of the year. Sun Ying immediately felt better, her eyes shining. Are you joking with Mom? 2 sets of courtyard houses meant she would make at least 1 million in profit. Jinshu nodded. I've arranged with Uncle Chu. I donate the tanks, and he provides me with bodyguards and helps with transportation. It's a win-win. After Jinshu finished, she looked at Lin Yixuan and shook her head. I thought Uncle Chu could send a handsome bodyguard, but it's just this. Comrade Jinshu, as a married person, you should be aware. What are you looking at handsome guys for when I'm here? Lin Yixuan warned with a dangerous tone. If her mother weren't here, she would have directly pushed her onto the bed and dealt with her right there. So you know that married people should have awareness? Then why did your mood improve so much when you saw a beautiful woman? Where did your awareness go? Jinshu finally spoke after a long pause, having kept her words inside for over half a month. Lin Yixuan felt both amused and helpless. Was he really being watched? Last time, during a phone call, the signal was poor. He tried to cheer her up using methods from The Secret to Winning Back Your Wife, but halfway through, the signal cut out and Jinshu held a grudge. About looking at beautiful women, I need to explain something. Before Lin Yixuan could finish, his mother grabbed his ear. You're quite the flirt, huh? Can't even wash away that dirty soul of yours? Lin Yixuan felt like he was sinking into the bottom of the sea. Under his mother's intense gaze, he briefly explained what had happened. Of course, he didn't mention the book The Secret to Winning Back Your Wife. It had some good ideas, and he planned to try them one by one. If little Jean knew, there'd be no surprise left. Jinshu sat cross-legged, watching the scene without fear of trouble. Lin Yixuan gritted his teeth in anger. Tonight, he definitely wanted her to see his strength. He could make her cry with just one hand, and now with both hands, he was faster and stronger. Jinshu pretended not to notice his sneaky little eyes. Anyway, if she didn't tease him, He'd keep going without shame or embarrassment. After a good meal, Jin Shu and Lin Yixuan thought about working hard. The guest house didn't have a cafeteria, so Jin Shu chose a nearby restaurant that served local specialties. They ordered fish head soup, sweet and sour pork, and hearty stews. Northern dishes are big and affordable, not very fancy, but very tasty. Jin Shu ate until she was full. When she got up to pay, she was told someone else had already paid. Who paid the bill? Jin Shu looked at Lin Yixuan, who shook his head. He arrived in the morning and didn't know anyone here. The person who paid is a gentleman, looks to be in his 20s, quite tall, and somewhat resembles a movie star. The one who sang for you. The waiter looked enchanted. Jin Shu looked confused. Like a handsome star? For you. What kind of song is that? The song is called Give Me a Drink to Forget Love. The waiter sang aloud. Jin Shu was even more puzzled. He looks like Andy Lau, but who is this? Unable to find the mysterious pair, the three of them left with questions. Walking down the street, Lin Yixuan suddenly stopped and sharply looked toward the building behind him. What's wrong? Jin Shu asked. Let's go back to the hotel first and don't stay outside, Lin Yixuan said, withdrawing his gaze and quickly leaving with his family. He just clearly felt that someone was secretly watching him from the rooftop behind. Since his family was nearby, he couldn't leave, to avoid falling into a trap. Lin Yixuan and his group walked away, and Zheng Xian struggled to climb up from the rooftop ground. Seeing Yuan, who was lying in a frog-like pose nearby, Zheng Xian quickly pinched her thigh. He must not laugh, absolutely not. The flirtatious girl is petty. If she laughs, she will definitely lose her bonus. Yuan, looking embarrassed, stood up. He had never been this awkward before. His brother-in-law was so sharp. Could he really see through him? Aren't you afraid of suffocating? If you want to laugh, just do it, he said irritably. I think, Mr. Yen, you look more handsome when you're lying down. Zheng Xian tried to lie convincingly to avoid losing money from the capitalists. Yuan brushed dust off his pants. Zheng Xiaozhu must be secretly cursing him as a capitalist in her mind. Haha, he would deduct her bonus when he got back. Mr. Yen, your wife is still waiting at the guest house. You told her you would make the young lady recognize her roots before 8 tonight. It's almost 6 now, and you haven't done anything except order a single meal. The flirtatious girl invited the young lady to dinner, seemingly trying to please her lost sister. From the results, it doesn't seem to be working well. It feels like flattering a horse's hoof. He thought her behavior of bringing a gift to the young lady was strange. And his sneaky dinner invitation, peeking at her in a creepy way, almost getting caught, lying in a frog pose. Isn't that strange? Don't you understand? Within 2 hours, I will make her obediently call me brother. What kind of expression is that on your face? Yuan squinted. Zheng Xiaozhu was probably secretly cursing him again in her mind, wasn't she? Don't think he doesn't know. Do you not believe I can persuade my sister? Yuan asked. I don't dare doubt you, but I know the young lady's abilities better. Maybe I should go book tickets now, and you leave overnight, Zheng Xian said. Yuan sneered. Isn't that still doubting his ability? Thinking he couldn't fulfill his promise to his mother, and making him run away overnight? As you gaze at me with those sharp eyes like David, another minute has passed. Zheng Xian quietly imagined in her mind David's sculpture, the well-known bird. Oh haha, as the saying goes, people who are not skilled tend to crave more. He changes women so often that his situation must not be very good. Using David to describe him is really fitting. Why do I feel like you're still insulting me? Yuan squints. I'm too afraid to. I just think your handsome and confident face deserves a statue of David to match your style. Yuan is happy to hear this, proudly lifting his chin. Since you have some good taste, I won't deduct your bonus. Your brilliance, like the sun, moon, and rivers, shines on my humble heart. Why are your words so poor? Are you this poor in front of my parents too? Not exactly, but your David-like charm always awakens my artistic side. He still suspects she's secretly teasing him, but he has no proof. When do you plan to meet the young lady? Convincing her isn't easy, right? Only less than 2 hours left. Yuan checks his Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. His sister should have already returned to the hotel. She probably saw the gift he gave her by now. Jin Shu has been thinking all along about who that mysterious person resembling Hua Zai is and what their reason was for inviting her to dinner. Back at the hotel, Sun Ning first goes to rest, while Jin Shu and Lin Yixuan open the door to their room. Lin Yixuan immediately notices the pile of things on the table. His guard instantly rises. He raises his hand to stop Jin Shu from moving forward and strides over to check. Someone has been in our room? Jin Shu feels very shocked. The door was locked before they left, so how could there be a bunch of things? Could it be some dead cat or stray dog or something? Lin Yixuan rummages through a bag, frowning. A leather jacket and a leather folder. Could someone have entered the wrong room? Jin Shu walks over to look. A large leather file bag falls out, and Jin Shu picks it up. She opens it, and her face changes drastically. Lin Yixuan also sees the writing on it. This is a file from the city hospital, dated exactly 20 years ago. This is exactly what Jin Shu came to find. She had planned to go to the hospital tomorrow and have Lin Yixuan sneak into the archive room to find this item. As long as she finds out who gave birth on that day, she can uncover her true background. As a result, this thing came uninvited, appearing directly in her room without her needing to look for it. Although Jin Shu wasn't sure if the file was real or fake, her instincts told her the truth was inside. So, Jin Shu unhesitatingly tore open the brown paper bag. Files are usually very thick, but the contents here seemed carefully selected, leaving only the day she was born. The hospital records showed that only 2 women gave birth that day. One was named Zhang Zhaodi, and the other was Chun Chun. The names of the mothers were unfamiliar, but the names of their spouses made Jin Shu gasp. It was Yu Hongwon. Jin Shu didn't expect this result. Her hand loosened, and the file paper fell freely.
She was too shocked to react.
Lin Yixuan caught it steadily before it hit the ground, quickly scanning the information. He had no memory of this name, but judging by his wife's expression, she seemed to recognize it. Do you know him? Not exactly. Her expression was a bit blank. This outcome was beyond her expectations. The man everyone tried to flatter, Yuda Kwang, was actually her real father. Jin Shu suddenly remembered the bag her father's secretary had given her. No wonder she had been so eager to flatter him. That explained everything. Lin Yixuan was about to ask her something, but suddenly sensed that the sounds outside were unusual. He made a shushing gesture, signaling Jin Shu not to speak. He was sure someone was eavesdropping outside. There was only one door. If he opened it, it would easily alert the person outside, causing them to run away. Lin Yixuan's gaze fell on the windowsill. Since they were on the 2nd floor, he had an idea. Outside the door, Zheng Xian raised his hand, pausing in midair, unable to knock. President Yan, are you sure your plan is better than mine? Zheng Xian thought the young boss had some good ideas. After all, he had previously criticized her plan, calling the hospital encounter with a child's storyline too cliché. His own idea was to bribe the staff at the guest house, get a spare key, and open the door to access the files. But that wasn't very clever either. You don't understand. To earn my sister's approval, there are only 2 secrets. Sincerity. Yu Ruian signaled her to knock on the door, already planning her entrance. She wanted to make a handsome impression and leave her sister with a perfect first impression. Yu Ruian thought this way, but things didn't go as planned. Zheng Xian covered her mouth, staring in shock at Yu Ruian collapsing. She didn't even have time to shout before a cold dagger pressed against her neck. Raise your hands. Lin Yixuan's face was cold. How did you get out? Zheng Xian didn't dare move, frightened by Lin Yixuan's professional skills. He must have climbed out through the window to the next room and come to catch people, but Lin Yixuan wouldn't say. What is your goal? Lin Yixuan asked coldly, his sharp eyes making Zheng Xian sweat. The door opened, and Jin Shu came in holding a chair to help. Is it you? Jin Shu saw Zheng Xian and also saw the man lying on the ground. Honestly, he looked a bit like Jackie Chan. Lin Yixuan quickly took care of the 2 men. While Jin Shu was pulling the chair, he had already finished the fight. Do you know him? Lin Yixuan asked Jin Shu. Jin Shu nodded, pointing emotionlessly at the pile of things on the table. They sent these. Lin Yixuan finally put down the dagger, grabbed Yu Ruyan by the collar with one hand, and dragged him inside. Zheng Xian opened her mouth twice, feeling a bit sorry for Yu Ruyan being dragged like a helpless pig, but she also felt that this was deserved. Lin Yixuan threw Yu Ruyan onto the floor, then poured tea on him. Yu Ruyan woke up. He wiped the tea from his face and looked at Zheng Xian first. After confirming she was unhurt, he angrily pointed at Lin Yixuan. Hey, did you attack him secretly? Hitting someone from behind is so mean. Breaking into someone else's room is your own fault. Lin Yixuan stood behind Jin Shu, maintaining his usual cold attitude toward outsiders. Explain this. Jin Shu held up a folder. As you can see, let me introduce myself. I am Yu Ruyan, your brother. Yu Ruyan spoke directly, cutting straight to the point. The room fell silent. Jin Shu lowered his eyes without speaking, and Lin Yixuan's eyes twitched slightly. This was their reaction to such shocking news. It was hard to guess their thoughts. Zheng Xian thought that each of the three people in the room was a bit abnormal. Yu Ruyan was always a bit crazy, not playing by the rules, revealing his intentions immediately, without even a formal greeting, except for the one insulting Lin Yixuan, which didn't count. The young lady is not very normal. When a wealthy person came to meet her, she showed no expression at all. No surprise, no anger, perhaps hiding some emotion deep inside. Her calmness and composure are qualities only top business people have. At just 20 years old, she already possesses this trait. But what surprised Zheng Xian most was Lin Yixuan's reaction. The young lady is steady and composed, which could be due to good genetics or family background. But how does her man explain this? Are Chinese military officers really that highly trained? Inside the room, it seemed silent, but a storm was brewing. Zheng Xian didn't dare make a sound. It was a tense and exciting moment of skillful confrontation. Won't you call me brother? I don't mind sharing my family wealth with more sisters. Yu Ruyan was the first to break the silence. But I mind having a brother who barges into my home without permission. Zheng Xian took a deep breath, desperately signaling to Jin Shu from behind, making frantic hand gestures and waving his hands at his chest. Don't offend General Yan, he's clever. Yu Ruyan turned around, and Zheng Xian's restless hands froze. He clenched his fists, feeling awkward. He forced a smile, thinking it's fine after this. He'd deduct her bonus. Zheng Xian is our family's confidential secretary, working here for years. She knows me well. If it were anyone else, your words just now would have offended me. Yu Ruyan shifted his tone, softening his voice. But since it's you, I won't pursue it. Honestly, I don't care much who my sister is. Even if it's not you, but that sister Yu Ting, I'd be fine with it. Hearing him compare his excellent wife to that brat Yu Ting, Jin Shu finally showed some expression. She started to count on her fingers, preparing to give Yu Ruyan a sharp. Let him continue. Jin Shu patted Lin Yixuan. Although Yu Ruyan's way of communicating was direct, it suited Jin Shu's taste. She believed that this sudden, somewhat cheeky brother had probably researched her background and knew how to communicate effectively with her. If he used Zheng Xian's overly emotional, melodramatic approach, Jin Shu definitely wouldn't buy it. Jin Shu never believed in tears. Those who could achieve what she had were always rational. Their logical mind would always outweigh their emotional side. She wouldn't form emotional bonds with strangers. To persuade her and gain her trust, honesty was the only way. Your ability to come here shows you have discovered the secret of your background. But I can only say that the truth is even harsher than you think. If you want, give me a towel, and I will tell you a story. I'll go get a foot cloth. Lin Yixuan remains hostile towards Ruyan because he compares his wife to rotten meat. He holds a grudge. The foot cloth. Ruyan's mouth twitched. But he didn't get angry. He treats you well. Yes. Jin Shu smiles as she looks at Lin Yixuan holding the towel. The towel is handed over. Ruyan wipes his hair while telling stories from that year. This city hasn't changed much in 20 years. The restaurant you're eating at today, the building it's in, was once owned by our ancestors. This opening gives Jin Shu a big shock. The building where the restaurant is located is a 100-year-old structure. 100 years ago, Chun Chen's ancestors were very influential and wealthy in this city. Over the years, times changed and Chun Chen was affected. When she worked at the forest farm, she met her lifelong love, Yu Hongwen. Yu Hongwen was a university student from Beijing. They fell in love at first sight and, despite their family's objections, insisted on marrying this girl from a modest background. After marriage, life was simple, but full of love. Yu Ruyan was born in such an environment. Our house next door is Yu Caifu's family. I still can't forget that Yu Tingmei is such an annoying person. She has all her family's flaws from a young age. You know she's not a good person, yet you compare my wife to her? Lin Yixuan still feels upset about this. Why are you so anxious? Listen to me. Yu Caifu and Yu Hongwen are distant relatives and neighbors, but their relationship isn't friendly. Zhang Zhaodi is very jealous of Chun Chen because, in her eyes, Chun Chen has nothing but her looks. She can't cook well, her clothes are never clean, and she can't do any chores. She is a rich girl who cries when problems arise. In Zhang Zhaodi's view, such a woman can't get married in their village. But Yu Hongwen treasures her. She can't cook, so he doesn't let her cook. When Chun Chen accidentally burns the rice, Yu Hongwen and his son throw out the burnt parts and praise her for cooking well. Just a wall away, Zhang Zhaodi becomes more and more angry. Although Chun Chen claims she hasn't offended her, she really dislikes her. I think maybe you're the son and Yu Tingmei is the daughter, Jin Shu added. Based on her understanding of Zhang Zhaodi, this might also be the reason Zhang Zhaodi was jealous of Chun Chen. Yu Ruyan shrugged. Who can understand the mind of such a difficult person? Later, Zhang Zhaodi and Chun Chen both became pregnant. Zhang Zhaodi wanted a son and often cooked strange herbs in the yard, with a strange smell drifting into Yu Hongwen's house. Chun Chen advised her not to eat random things, but Zhang Zhaodi believed that the capitalist lady had bad intentions and was jealous of her having a son. So Chun Chen stopped trying to persuade her. When the baby was born, Yu Hongwen used all their savings to take his wife to the hospital, waiting for the baby to arrive. Zhang Zhaodi, in some strange mood, also went along. Zhang Zhaodi was the first to enter the delivery room, where she kept crying loudly. Later, Chun Chen also went in. I and Dad clearly heard your crying outside, but the nurse came out holding a 3-legged baby. Mom was in so much pain she fainted and didn't see anything. I never believed that baby was yours, Yu Ruyan, who was only 5 at the time, remembered. When his mother was pregnant, he often put his hand on her belly, waiting for his sister's little feet to kick. How could such a healthy baby be a 3-legged monster? The baby was still alive when they first saw him, but after a few hours, he passed away in Chun Chen's arms. Their family was overwhelmed with grief over the loss of the newborn. Looking back now, the cruel Zhang Zhaodi had bribed the doctors and nurses, waiting to take his sister away. Wasn't she the one who hated daughters the most? A biological child usually doesn't live long. She could have just had another baby. Why did she have to switch the young lady? Zheng Xian asked in confusion. Yu Ruyan also couldn't understand this, but Jin Shu knew the full story. She thought I was a boy. I guess when your mother was pregnant, her belly must have been very pointed. Traditional beliefs say that a pointed belly means a boy and a round belly means a girl. But this method isn't accurate. Zhang Zhaodi took a hormone that could change her gender during pregnancy, but she was still afraid of having a girl. So she had a sneaky plan. If she gave birth to a girl, she would swap her with Chun Chen's child. After discovering she had a deformed baby, she was afraid of being laughed at. She preferred to take a healthy girl out, but she was actually planning to use the deformed child to disgust your mother. Her mother-in-law discovered I was a girl and even wanted to drown me. However, thanks to their superstitions and fortune-telling, I survived because I was destined for a prosperous life. How disgusting. Yu Ruyan pounded the table, and Lin Yixuan clenched his teeth. Zhang Zhaodi's family is truly cruel. Even though Yu Hongwen and his wife did nothing wrong to them, they used such wicked methods to tear Yu Hongwen's family apart. They were more afraid of being laughed at and preferred to exchange their healthy child for someone else's, even considering drowning her. Their reputation mattered more than family unity. I will never forgive them. That's what Lin Yixuan sensed from Yuan. His impression of him improved because he shared the same thoughts. I just said, I don't care who is my sister. Even if it's a disgusting woman like Yu Tingmei, I have no problem. That's because I saw how her mother broke down from pain and sadness. She thought you were the deformed child who died. She cried during her confinement and still has bad eyesight now. Later, the family moved abroad and their careers improved, but the pain from that time stayed in Chun Chen's heart. She often remembers that child. Every year on the child's death anniversary, she hides and cries. Because she saw her mother's pain and learned that her sister might still be alive, Yuan accepted Jin Shu without hesitation, mentally prepared for the worst. Zhang Zhaodi and her husband's child, I thought he wouldn't be a good person. Before seeing your information, I thought you were a younger version of Yu Tingmei. But for our mother's happiness, I don't mind. In fact, I was very surprised. He thought his sister would be a terrible person and was ready to accept her even if she was like garbage. But he found she was a shining little sweetheart, like winning the lottery. Although Yuan couldn't understand how such a disgusting family as Yu Saifu's could raise a perfect child like his sister, he could only think it was a miracle from heaven. Over the years, our parents returned to the country to develop and did a lot of charity work. My dad is now investing in some industries. It's not all for money. They never forgot their roots. I know your husband's status prevents you from marrying a foreigner, but don't worry. Our family hasn't changed our nationality. Yuan is very smart. He knows how to negotiate and persuade people like Jin Shu, who have such a personality. Jin Shu didn't immediately respond, likely because she had her own concerns. She has such a good relationship with Lin Yixuan. She would never suddenly cut ties with her family just because they are strangers, nor would she ask him to give up his promising career. What kind of charity work have you done? After returning to the country, what is your purpose in investing in businesses? Jin Shu asked about what mattered most to her. In her past life, she fought against foreign companies for half her life and hated those who saw the mainland as a big profit cake and the people as easy targets. They bought domestic products cheaply, then hid them away, promoted their own brands, dominated the market, and raised prices. These were all evil acts Jin Shu could not tolerate. She firmly opposed such actions in her past life and would never change her stance in this life. Even if she were offered immense wealth, she would not abandon her beliefs. Entrepreneurs who chase only profits and pleasure without faith are no different from idle fish. Zheng Xian, show her, Yuan said to Zheng Xian. Zheng Xian quickly took out a stack of documents from her bag, secretly admiring David Yen. When Yuan asked her to bring these, she didn't understand why at first, but now she saw that he was very strategic. Jin Shu took the documents, flipped through them, and her brow relaxed when she saw the government seals. We have our own mines abroad, and most of our family's profits come from there. In the early stages of domestic investments, we were losing money. I said our dad does charity, which isn't excessive, right? Yu Hongwen is a businessman with a patriotic heart. When he returned, he genuinely wanted to help his country and support national enterprises. He is not to be confused with those foreign investors with ill intentions. After so many years, if he wanted to change his nationality, he would have done so long ago. His whole family speaks Chinese, which clearly shows their stance. Yuan has lived abroad for a long time, but still carries a bit of his northeastern accent. He grew up in the Northeast, and that accent is hard to shake. In the past, you endured a lot of hardship, and being placed with such people, our family has a responsibility we cannot avoid. I am willing to do everything I can to meet your needs. But I ask you, when facing Mom, don't be too cold. Even pretending can help to fulfill a mother who has lost her child. Yuan stood up, bowed to Jin Shu, and Zheng Xian was so surprised she couldn't close her mouth. The young boss has always been proud and dominant, so when did she see this little tyrant so humble? This boss, speaking with a slight northeastern accent, now shows such warmth and compassion. His lowered head does not make him seem weak. Instead, his actions make Zheng Xian feel the charm of a responsible man. Jin Shu looks at Lin Yixuan, who nods. As long as his wife has no objections, He has no objections. As long as he loves his country and respects his wife, he is Lin Yixuan's friend. Yu Ruiyan's recent words have convinced Lin Yixuan. He no longer dislikes Yu Ruiyan and even feels a bit of mutual respect. Although he is an only child, Lin Yixuan imagines that if he were Yu Ruiyan, he would make the same choice. He doesn't come from a lofty background that weighs him down. He is full of sincerity. You're wrong, Jin Shu speaks, causing Yu Ruiyan to feel a sudden jolt. Your child was replaced and your family is also a victim. In this world, there is no such thing as a victim blaming another victim. Our common enemy is Yu Saifu's family. Even if I harbor resentment, it is only toward Yu Saifu. What does this have to do with you and your family? Yu Ruiyan's eyes light up with surprise. Has his sister accepted him? Although I admit that facing suddenly having more family members makes me a bit uncomfortable, and I might not fit in with you all right away, I think you're more reliable than Yu Ting, sister. Everyone knows that a flirtatious sister with no morals would choose a domineering older brother. I will have my parents come over now. Yu Ruiyan checks the time. 7:45, just right. Wait, I have a request. Any request, just say it. Yu Ruiyan agrees happily. Hand over Zhang Zhaodi's family to me. No way, Yu Ruiyan is unhappy again. His sister wants money or other material things, and he wouldn't even blink. But letting her go easy on a family that does many wrongs? That's impossible. Have you considered how much pain our parents have gone through all these years? Who said I'll let them go? In Jin Shu's dictionary, the virtue of forgiving enemies simply doesn't exist. Then let me handle it. Yu Ruiyan always feels that since his sister grew up in that family, she might be soft-hearted.
Leave it to you?
Can you do it without breaking the law in your revenge? Jin Shu's words leave Yu Ruiyan stumped. Not breaking the law. That's unlikely. He's eager to that family right now. According to our current laws, kidnapping a baby without serious circumstances results in up to 5 years in prison. Zhang Zhaodi will raise you to adulthood and may receive a suspended sentence along with a fine. Miss, this punishment seems a bit light. As a secretary, Zheng Xian had already researched this. Even if they hired the best lawyers, the maximum sentence for Zhang Zhaodi and her husband would be 5 years. I don't know Mr. Yu's attitude, but Mr. Yuan definitely disagrees. Those villains from that family are so hateful that even if their family is destroyed, it wouldn't ease the hatred. The biggest punishment the enemy can give you isn't the harm she caused, but the fact that her vile actions turned you into someone like her. She illegally kidnapped a baby and you illegally retaliated. In the end, she still gains. After all, Zhang Zhaodi's family is so dysfunctional they can't even form a complete person. Yu Ruiyan, a promising young man, has blood on his hands, and his future will be narrow. Don't talk nonsense. Killers must pay with their lives. Debts must be paid. Yu Ruiyan clearly states there's no room for negotiation. His sister has been wandering outside, suffering for so many years. His mother has been heartbroken over this for many years, and now her eyesight isn't good. These debts can't be settled with just 5 years in prison. Lin Yixuan saw that these siblings were stubborn and unwilling to back down, so he stepped forward to share his opinion. My wife means she can legally make the other side pay the maximum price, right? Jin Shu nodded.
Exactly.
She would use legal means to make Zhang Zhaodi suffer greatly. Let's compromise. I'll give you 3 months. If you can't retaliate to my satisfaction within 3 months, I'll take over. Yu Ruiyan made the biggest concession, just to spoil his sister. In his view, after 3 months, he would have to step in anyway. Lin Yixuan watched their expressions, stroked his chin, and thought for a moment. Let's bet. I'll be the dealer, and bet that my wife can make her pay to your satisfaction. Jin Shu looked at him with heartbreak. Lin Yixuan, you've changed. Who was it that once said seriously he wouldn't gamble? Shouldn't that have been her? He stole her line. She loved to fool around and bet on things. Lin Yixuan winked at her. As a couple, whoever wins doesn't really lose. Mr. Yuan, maybe we shouldn't gamble? Zheng Xian tried to intervene. Looking at the expressions of the young lady and her husband, and then at the excited mood of the young boss, she thought the young boss might be about to suffer a loss. Yes, definitely don't gamble. Losing to us would be like my wife bullying you, Lin Yixuan teased. Yuan, impulsive, straightforwardly fell into Lin Yixuan's trap. What should we gamble on? Bet on cleaning the floor. If we win, you clean our floor for a month once a week. If we lose, I'll clean your floor, and my husband will wash your underwear. Our couple's deal. Buy one, get one free.
How about that? Wasch underwear.
That's really unnecessary. Yuan shivered.
Who would want a man to wash that?
Looking at Lin Yixuan, who had an indifferent expression, Yuan found it a bit strange. She has such outrageous demands, and you can still tolerate it? He didn't believe that his brother-in-law would wash a man's underwear. With his looks and temperament, he seemed like a tough guy who wouldn't bend easily. My wife won't lose, Lin Yixuan said calmly, adding, our floor needs to be cleaned by hand. Mops can't get it perfectly clean. The couple exchanged a sneaky look. If Mr. Yuan was on the ground cleaning, wouldn't that be worth taking photos? Once developed, those photos could easily sell for 1,000 or 200 yuan. Can I raise the bet? Zhang Xian timidly raised his hand. Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Zheng Xiaozhu knew how to pick sides at a crucial moment. I'll also bet on cleaning the floor. Mr. Yuan, if you lose, you have to clean my floor for a day. If you win, I'll clean 2 days for you. Yuan felt hurt. Had Zheng Xiaozhu betrayed him? Had she gone to stand with his sister? When you were in college, I even bought you ice cream. Yuan gritted his teeth. After so many years of friendship, he had been betrayed. You made soy sauce ice cream that gave me diarrhea for 3 days, Zheng Xian mumbled softly. No matter how he looked at it, the young lady seemed more reliable. Fine, you all, Yuan pointed at the 3 people in the room, walking to see what would happen. He wanted one family to beat all 3, making them scream in defeat. Especially Zheng Xiaozhu, the traitor. When she came to clean his house, he wanted her to wear a bikini and dance a grass skirt while cleaning. Take 100 photos and hang them in the room. She wouldn't be scared away. Casino rules. No siblings or relatives. Sign the agreement and stamp your thumbprint. Jinshu took out paper and a pen from his pocket. Yuan was full of passion and excitement, and he quickly wrote his name on the paper. Jinshu understood her brother's temper when he suddenly appeared. He was smart, generous, resourceful, and had a hint of a hidden protective side. He wasn't spoiled, fitting the standard of a noble family heir. Of course, compared to Jinshu, who had lived an extra life, he still seemed a bit immature. This was understandable. He was only 25 years old, young, with a lot of room to grow. If Jinshu and he were on equal footing, who would win or lose was uncertain, but for now, Jinshu seemed to have the advantage. The group signed the bet, and the first friendly meeting between siblings went smoothly. Are these for me? Jinshu pointed to the bags on the table. Inside were leather jackets and wallets, both men's and women's, made in D country, not well recognized domestically. But one place particularly valued these items, the country Jinshu and Lin Yixuan were about to go to. I know you're going to do business in that country, so I prepared these samples for you. The actual shipment should be about 1/10 of a train car. The train space was hard to book, so I could only manage this much. If Sunning were here, she would probably be shocked to hear this. 1/10 of a train car means a capacity of about 2 tons. Young boss Yuan quickly gathered at least 2,000 leather items for Jinshu. These are among the most popular goods in that country besides food. The profit is much higher than from lighters. Yuan could just give her money directly, which would be easier. But to make his sister happy, he chose to let Jinshu earn her own money. The 2,000 leather items cost less than 60 renminbi each, and selling them in that country for $30 each, with a current exchange rate of 1:8.5, would yield a profit of more than 4 times the cost. This nearly 400,000 renminbi profit was Yuan's gift to his sister. For an ordinary person, suddenly becoming a wealthy heiress and receiving so much pocket money on her first day would be exciting. Jinshu was not someone who took without giving. After receiving the gift, she planned to return one. But she would only decide on this gift after returning from that country and would discuss it with Yuan then. The process of recognizing their relationship was now in Jinshu's control, and she easily acknowledged her brother. It was natural to think that meeting the Yu family would be easy. But Jinshu was wrong. It wasn't that simple. 5 minutes later, Yu Ruian led the Yu couple over. Chun Chen went straight inside to find Jinshu, hugging her and crying loudly. Seeing the Yu family, Jinshu suddenly remembered that they had met before in the capital. She finally understood why they recognized her without needing a DNA test. Her face, which looked like a copy-paste version of someone else's, left no room for doubt. No wonder Grandma Yu refused to let her go back during her birthday celebration. If her face met Chin Chen's, she would have been exposed immediately. Chun Chen, seeing her daughter crying uncontrollably, grabbed Jinshu's hand and wouldn't let go. She asked her about her experiences outside over the years. Jinshu had arrived halfway through, and after thinking it over, she could only summarize it in 4 words: experienced many hardships. My poor child. Chun Chen's heart broke at her words, and she fainted from grief. Yu Hongwen and his son hurried to help her onto the bed. Jinshu felt very guilty, thinking she had messed everything up. Yu Ruian had just told her not to be too cold to her mother, even if it was just pretending. She promised she would do her best and believed she could. It was just about recognizing wealthy parents. What was so hard about that? Seeing Madame Yu lying in bed and the worried expressions of the Yu father and son, Jinshu felt she had been slapped in the face. Recognizing family was so difficult. She really wanted to show the joy of reunion, to hug Chin Chen and cry with her, comforting this poor mother. Business people, when talking to others, speak appropriately. When dealing with ghosts, they speak differently. Not telling the truth has become a basic skill. Jinshu considered herself a good actor. But when faced with genuine maternal love, she couldn't pretend. If the Yu couple had been more rational, like Yu Ruian, analyzing pros and cons, exploring development, discussing business, Jinshu swore she could handle it well. Wasn't she having a good chat with Yu Ruian? But the Yu couple had no tricks. Everything was based on feelings. This made Jinshu feel helpless, especially when Chin Chen's eyes were filled with overflowing maternal love, making Jinshu feel strangely guilty. She felt like a fake, deceiving someone's deep maternal love. Jinshu's helplessness caught Yu Hongwen's attention. He thought she had been away from home too long and felt a bit nervous. When Chun Chen woke up, Yu Hongwen took his family and left. Although he felt a little reluctant, he wanted to give his daughter some time to adjust. Maybe tomorrow, they could talk again, and things might be better. Chun Chen looked back at Jinshu at the door. Jinshu felt like she was about to cry. After washing up, Jinshu sat on the bed, thinking about Chen Chen's sad eyes when she left. The more she thought, the more guilty she felt. Maybe I should go see if she's asleep? Or talk for a little longer? Jinshu asked Lin Yixuan. She couldn't sleep because she kept seeing Mrs. Yu's sad eyes. Lin Yixuan looked at his clothes. He knew she would say that. He hadn't even taken his clothes off, just waiting for her to speak. Going over empty-handed might seem strange. Maybe buy a bottle of soda and ask if she wants some? Jinshu tried to act natural.
Ha!
Lin Yixuan chuckled. What are you laughing at? Jinshu asked. You look like you're upset about a fight you didn't do well, thinking about it at home and getting angrier, practicing your insults, and looking for a reason to start another fight, Lin Yixuan teased. Jinshu hit him in frustration and embarrassment. If it was just a fight, she could handle it. She's not afraid of anyone when it comes to fighting. I don't know why, but I just feel guilty for making her sad, Jinshu muttered softly. She's had 2 lives, and in both, her mother was very irresponsible. Chun Chen's kind of caring mother was new to her. She didn't know how to respond to such love, and she didn't mean to make her so sad. Yixuan, how do you think I should comfort her so she doesn't feel so sad? Jinshu asked. If you stand over there, she'll be happy. It's normal to feel a little awkward when you first meet, but it will get better over time, Lin Yixuan said. He had never seen her so nervous before. It showed she cared deeply. If she didn't care so much, she wouldn't be so cautious. Thinking about it, he felt even more sorry for her. She's been let down by her family many times, which made her very capable. Everyone is used to her being able to do everything, and she's used to it too. But when someone who truly loves her appears, she still has to practice accepting love openly. That's how she was before, with Lin Yixuan's love. Now that her real family is here, she's still the same. Lin Yixuan's heart ached for her. He wanted her to get used to being surrounded by love. He wanted her to be able to happily accept every kind of love she encounters. She deserves to have everything beautiful and feel confident in claiming it. Thinking of this, he reached out and held her cold hand. Jinshu. Yes. When I come back from the country, come with me. Really? Jinshu was rehearsing her lines in her mind, thinking about how to face Chen Chen's caring eyes later. For her, facing a sincere mother was much harder than closing a big deal. Lin Yixuan suddenly said this, and she was a bit confused. You want me to follow the army? Why did you think of this all of a sudden? It's too far away. When your hands are cold, I can't help warm them. His feelings for her were all expressed in this sentence. If you're cold, just use a hot water bag. What's the big deal? Jinshu, being straightforward, thought normally, almost making Lin Yixuan frustrated. Although she didn't agree, Lin Yixuan was not giving up and believed he still had a chance to persuade her. Both of them had their own thoughts and arrived at the room of Mr. and Mrs. Yu. Jinshu took a deep breath and knocked twice on the door. I'm Jinshu. Are you resting? There was no response inside. Jinshu thought they didn't hear her, so she raised her voice and repeated herself. Still no reply. Jinshu thought they were resting, turned to leave. Suddenly, inside, Chen Chen's voice rang out desperately, run. Jinshu felt like she had fallen into an icy cellar, her whole body electric. Lin Yixuan acted instinctively, kicking the door forcefully. Lin Yixuan kicked the door with his foot, causing the lock to deform under the force. The door opened. In a flash, Lin Yixuan pushed Jinshu aside. Jinshu felt a gust of wind brush past her face, and the door made a dull sound as it shattered, with splinters blocking Lin Yixuan's body. When he let go of her, Jinshu finally reacted. At the moment the door opened, someone inside had fired a gun. If Lin Yixuan hadn't instinctively pushed her away, the bullet would have hit her, not the door. Lin Yixuan's sixth sense was extraordinary. He avoided the deadly bullet purely on instinct. The room was in chaos. Everything turned upside down. Yu Hongwen was unconscious on the floor, and Chen Chen was tied to a chair. Two tall and strong robbers were inside, one holding a knife, the other a gun. The robber with the gun looked surprised, as if he couldn't understand why his shot hadn't hit anyone.
Run.
Don't mind me. Chen Chen shouted desperately to Jinshu. The man holding the knife was angry because Chen Chen didn't listen. He used the knife to hit Chen Chen's head. Jinshu saw her being hit, and her pupils suddenly widened. She grabbed a wooden chair and rushed over. The man with the gun aimed it at Jinshu, but Lin Yixuan didn't give him a chance. He swept his leg to the side.
Bang!
The robber pulled the trigger, but the crooked gunshot hit the ceiling. The strong backward force made the robber's hand go numb. Before he could recover, Lin Yixuan took the gun. Lin Yixuan grabbed the gun, quickly elbowed the gunman down, and knocked him out. At the same time, Jinshu fought with the attacker. The robber had a knife and was much taller than Jinshu. Jinshu forcefully smashed a chair at his head. The robber raised his arm to block, and the chair broke with a cracking sound. Jinshu kicked the attacker in the stomach. The attacker stepped back 2 steps and just fell into Lin Yixuan's attack range. Lin Yixuan struck with a hand knife, quick and precise, knocking the attacker out instantly. Are you okay? Jinshu crouched down to untie Chen Chen. Be careful. Chen Chen threw himself onto Jinshu, hugging her tightly with his body. Usually, this gentle-looking woman suddenly showed incredible strength in a critical moment. Driven by maternal love, she protected Jinshu, who was taller and stronger, holding her firmly underneath. A robber with a knife crawled out from under the bed, swinging his long knife at Chen Chen's back. No. Yu Hongwen woke up and saw this scene, almost scared out of his mind. Jinshu's pupils reflected the image of the knife-wielding robber. She was held tightly by Chen Chen and couldn't move. Mom loves you, daughter. Chen Chen shouted and closed his eyes, ready to face death. The knife-wielding robber slowly fell down. His knife tip had almost touched Chen Chen's clothes, just a little more. Lin Yixuan held the gun with one hand, his face expressionless, and lowered the gun. The robber looked at his wounded hand. After a brief numbness, intense pain followed. He held his injured hand and let out a beast-like wail. "Look at your stupid behavior, and you still dare to attack me sneakily?" Lin Yixuan came over and kicked him twice. The robber howled loudly from the kicks. "Are you okay?" Jin Shu, still shaken, hugged Chen Chen. Chen Chen, who had just been so strong, suddenly softened and cried loudly while holding Jin Shu. "You scared Mom to death." Just now, Chen Chen protected Jin Shu purely out of maternal instinct. Now that the danger was over, he cried louder than anyone. "It's okay. Don't be afraid." Jin Shu gently pats her and softly soothes her, though her nose feels a bit sore. Everyone was too shocked to think clearly. Everything they did was instinctive. Jin Shu chose to rush forward to protect Chen Chen. Chen Chen risked her life, willing to trade her own for Jin Shu's. Jin Shu could even feel her heart pounding wildly. It was a feeling of relief after surviving a disaster, grateful that everyone in the room was alive. Whether this feeling came from her blood ties or from Chen Chen's sincere care, Jin Shu no longer thought it mattered. Just moments ago, she was conflicted, feeling like a thief who had suddenly appeared and stolen someone's maternal love. But at the moment she charged at the attacker with her knife, and Chen Chen stepped in to block the attack, Jin Shu suddenly understood. Human emotions are too complicated. Blood relations can't explain everything. From now on, Chen Chen is her mother, and Yu Hongwan is her father. She has already experienced several unfit parents, so there's no reason to refuse to accept good ones. If others treat her well, she genuinely responds. Taking feelings without reciprocating is the real theft. Her back-and-forth feelings are genuine, so how can they be called stealing? She adjusted her mindset and looked at Yu Hongwan and his wife. All her inner conflicts disappeared, and the title she couldn't even say before came out naturally. "Mom, are you okay?" Chen Chen was stunned for a moment, then hugged her and burst into tears. "I'm fine, really. I'm very okay. Mom is doing great." Lin Yixuan, after dealing with the 3 attackers, skillfully tied them up. "I'll go check on Ruyan and Zexy," he said, handing the confiscated gun to Jin Shu before heading to the next room. The house was so noisy, but the next room was completely silent, which was very strange. Fortunately, Ruyan and Zexy were just unconscious. The attackers probably used some kind of gas to knock them out through the window. Lin Yixuan opened the window to ventilate the room. Soon, they woke up and, upon learning what happened next door, were very shocked. Jin Shu felt a wave of fear. Tonight's events were tightly connected and extremely dangerous. One mistake, in any part, could have cost lives. Chen Chen risked her life, ignoring the gun pointed at her head to help her escape. That shout of "run" not only awakened Jin Shu's deep-seated feelings of family, but also prevented the 3 of them from facing greater danger. When Chen Chen shouted that line, she was already determined to die. She knew that after the criminals left her, they would definitely go to her daughter to silence her. Her deep motherly love made her ignore her own safety. She would rather die than let Jin Shu be harmed. Yu Hongwan's family was very frightened. If Jin Shu hadn't come to check out of kindness, or if Lin Yixuan's skills had been slightly worse, the whole family could have been wiped out. Zexy had already called the police on his cell phone, waiting for the officers to arrive. While the black market is near the border, local security has always been good. Today's situation was definitely not a coincidence. Yu and his wife quietly came to acknowledge their relatives. They dressed like ordinary people. The guest house was chosen by Lin Yixuan and was of medium quality. If the robbers only wanted money, they could have gone to a more upscale hotel. There was no need to come here, and they bypassed others to target Yu and his wife directly. It looks like this was planned as revenge, not just ordinary robbers. "Did you offend anyone?" Lin Yixuan asked. Yu Hongwan and his wife survived the attack, but were still shaken. When faced with Lin Yixuan's question, they looked confused. Yu Hongwan is very honest in business, That's why he invested back home. He never offends anyone in the business world. He came to the mainland to do good for the country and the people. He couldn't think of anyone so cruel as to harm him. It's not safe to stay here long. Once these people are caught, they might send others. You should return to Beijing tomorrow, Lin Yixuan suggested for safety reasons. But Chun-Chun looked longingly at Jinshu. She had just reunited with her daughter, who had called her mom just moments before. We weren't planning to stay here too long. If you stay an extra day, it increases the risk, Jinshu comforted her, patting her hand. Once we return to Beijing, we'll have plenty of time to spend together. Jinshu's purpose for coming to the black market was to find out about her background. Now that her identity has been revealed, there's no need for her to stay in this city anymore. Little sister is right. Mom, if you really can't bear to leave her, we can buy a house near her home. You can stay there when you return to Beijing and visit her whenever you want, Yuan advised. Given the current situation, staying would be too dangerous. Although her brother-in-law is very skilled, he can't fight against many people. This time, the attackers came with guns, and it's uncertain if they will come again armed. The two children are right, Secretary Zheng. You should book the plane tickets now. We will leave tomorrow, immediately decided Yu Hongwen. He was also reluctant to part with his daughter, but he knew that staying longer might bring danger to her. The family went to the police station to give their statements. By the time they returned, it was already late at night. Jinshu stayed with Chun-Chun for a while longer before going back to her room. This day was too shocking for her. She lay in bed and quickly fell asleep. Yu's family's flight was scheduled for the morning. Jinshu was worried about missing their departure, so she set the hotel alarm clock before sleeping. But when she woke up, the sun was already high, and Yu's family had already left. Jinshu was very disappointed. She sat on the bed, angrily punching the pillow and scolding Lin Yixuan. I told you if you got up early, just wake me. Lin Yixuan, who had been in the military for many years, had a very regular biological clock. Even without an alarm, he could wake up early. Dad said to let you sleep a little longer. Lin Yixuan smoothly changed his tone. He refused to call the Zhang couple by their first names because they had been unkind to Jinshu. But Yu Hongwen and his wife were different. They truly cared for Jinshu and deserved to be called parents by Lin Yixuan. This is for you, given by our mom. Before she left, Lin Yixuan took out a small box. Jinshu opened it just as Lin Yixuan went to draw the curtains. The morning sunlight shone on the 5-carat dove egg-shaped gemstone inside the box, reflecting a dazzling light. This was a gift from Chun-Chun for Jinshu, said to come from her own mine. It wasn't set in any jewelry because she wanted Jinshu to choose her favorite style, whether as a ring or a necklace pendant. That's too much. Jinshu covered her forehead. Her new mom was so naive and sweet. Bringing such a valuable item out, she wasn't afraid of being robbed. Yesterday's robbers probably weren't after money. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left such a small, precious gem. It was tiny but worth enough to buy 2 courtyard houses in Beijing. She also said she prepared a jewelry box full of jewelry for you, waiting to give it to you after they return to Beijing, Lin Yixuan said. He didn't seem particularly surprised that his wife had suddenly become a wealthy young lady. To him, it was just a beautiful stone, a bit more attractive than the glass marbles he played with as a child. We're going far away again. Where are we supposed to put something this valuable? Jinshu worried. In the end, Jinshu put the dove egg, worth 2 courtyard houses, into her urn. Lin Yixuan was stunned when he saw her take out an urn and the similar powder inside. He must admit, his wife has quite creative thinking in a way. This idea made Lin Yixuan, a military genius, feel a bit ashamed. However, neither Lin Yixuan nor his wife expected that the pigeon egg buried in the urn, named Grandma's Glory by Jinshu, would soon change the fate of the Yu family. Sun Ing was completely unaware. Yesterday, she was too tired, ate dinner, then went to bed and slept deeply, not knowing Jinshu had recognized her biological parents. She also didn't know that Jinshu's real parents experienced life and death while she was sleeping. Jinshu told Sun Ing about this experience only when they were on the train heading to Mao country. If Sunning hadn't seen those 2,000 leather coats after getting on the train, she might have thought Jinshu was just telling stories. Stories made up in shows are not as exciting as her daughter-in-law's real experiences. Her daughter-in-law was actually a wealthy girl who had been stranded outside. This revelation made Sunning feel strange and a bit uncomfortable inside. Yuan arranged for their driver to watch their belongings on the train, and the driver immediately called Jinshu, Mississippi. The class difference was obvious. Just a moment ago, she was a girl living in a crowded courtyard alley with Sunning. The next moment, she was a young lady from a wealthy family. Could she still look down on her son? Who would want to eat plain rice when they could enjoy a full banquet? Sunning is straightforward and shows her feelings on her face. Seeing the driver calling Jinshu Miss repeatedly, Sunning worried that Jinshu would divorce her son once she returned to Beijing. Compared to Sun Ying's nervousness, Lin Yixuan was carefree. Actually, he was just letting himself go. Whether Jinshu was a young lady or a girl from the alley, it didn't stop him from being affectionate with his wife. The group traveled in a hard sleeper carriage, took a detour around the black market, and then entered Mao country. During the entire day, they had no business to do. Lin Yixuan didn't need to wear a uniform or worry about his image. This trip was just official business and a chance to flirt with his wife. He was winning big. They fed each other snacks, held hands, and strolled inside the carriage. People who didn't know might think they were a young couple running away together. So sweet and lovey-dovey. From the hard sleeper carriage to the hard seat carriage, the two also went to the cargo hold. Sometimes, they share snacks brought along and exchange local specialties with people in other train cars. At night, Jinshu would disappear from the lower bunk, and from Lin Yixuan's upper bunk, quiet whispers and secret conversations could be heard. Sun Ying's worries about her mother were something Lin Yixuan couldn't understand at all. He was busy dating his wife whenever he had free time and even trying to persuade her to return with him to join the military. Finally, while the train stopped at a station, Jinshu took the opportunity to get off and get some fresh air. Sun Ying quickly pulled her son aside and whispered to him, "Lin Yixuan, are you not angry at all? What's going on? Do you still have time to wander around? Me and little Jean are not just wandering around casually." He had a purpose. Lin Yixuan and Jinshu's walk was not just for fun. First, they surveyed the area, and then checked the passengers. Reconnaissance was a basic training subject for Lin Yixuan when leading a team. He could tell at a glance who might be suspicious of wrongdoing. Even Jinshu felt she couldn't compare. Jinshu was good at reading people, but she focused more on their behavior and business, which was a different skill from Lin Yixuan's. That's why expertise in one area is so valuable. Pulling Lin Yixuan over to act as a bodyguard was the smartest choice Jinshu made during this trip. Of course, during basic reconnaissance, holding hands and chatting with his wife was also very enjoyable. Sun Ying was straightforward and said, "Apart from your useless reconnaissance, do you have any other ideas?" She wanted to guide her son to share his thoughts on Jinshu's changing identity. Lin Yixuan frowned deeply and actually had some opinions. "I've realized our country is really good." Sun Ying was stunned. "What was that about?" Little Jean agrees too. "We have no regrets about coming to China. That's the true feeling of our journey. Sometimes, only by traveling can you see how great your homeland is. Take this trip, for example, crossing 3 countries, China, the lamb meat country, and the fur country. The safest part was staying within China, where the train security was very responsible. Once outside China, the train security personnel would change to officers from other countries, and that's when things got mixed up. Little Jean and I both believe that everyone should do their best in their own roles to make our country more prosperous and peaceful. She works hard to make the country prosperous, and he is responsible for keeping the peace. Together, they bring stability and happiness." Sun Ying almost fainted. The message was very positive, but she wasn't asking about that at all. She was completely off topic, and she didn't know if he was truly confused or just pretending. "Are you not afraid? There's nothing to be afraid of. She is you, Jinshu. Nothing else matters," Lin Yixuan interrupted his mother. He was wise enough to see his mother's worries. Not only did he see them, but he believed that Xiao Jinshu also understood. You're overthinking and being too clever, Lin Yixuan said, trying to sound thoughtful, and patted his mother's shoulder. If Xiao Jinshu wasn't the boss's daughter, she would be a very poor person. Would you dislike her?
Of course not, she replied.
She thought she was a good daughter-in-law, priceless and irreplaceable. Then you haven't even met my parents-in-law, and you already think they only care about wealth? Comrade Sunning, your thinking still needs to improve, Lin Yixuan said. Sunning wanted to slap him and called him by his name. She didn't agree with her son's way of thinking. It was too idealistic and naive, not grounded in reality. Maybe I should bring out my great-grandmother to help remind us all? Jinshu's voice came from behind, startling Sunning. When did this child come down? She stood quietly behind her, listening for a long time. Mom, just go back and respectfully visit my great-grandmother. Don't think about all these messy things, Jinshu said, patting the small box she always carried. This box had been with her since she got in the car. Inside were 2 sets of courtyard houses. Xiao Jinshu, I didn't mean it that way. Sunning was caught off guard and felt very embarrassed. My family background won't affect my relationship with Yixuan. Yixuan has faith. He cares about more than material things, and I do too. When Lin Yixuan pursued Jinshu, he made it very clear he wouldn't interfere with her business. Whatever she earned was her own. Even without the Yu family's presence, Lin Yixuan firmly believed that his wife, with her own strength, would eventually succeed. This pure love moved Jinshu. He said it, and he did it. Mom, you need to trust me, trust Yixuan, and most of all, trust yourself. What do I have to be confident about? You raised such a good son and have such a wonderful daughter-in-law. You still run a business. What are you not confident about? How do you know that in the next 10 years, our family won't be better than my real parents? The Yu couple shared their family story with Jinshu. Chun Chen's ancestors buried a jar of gold bars, which they dug up to start their business, when they left. When they went abroad, they caught the end of an economic slump and the start of a boom. They sold the gold bars to fund their business and invested at the right time, building their wealth. Later, they wisely invested in a diamond mine, which helped grow their business to its current size. Yu Hongwen is talented himself. His wife comes from a wealthy family, but the main reason for their success was that they arrived at the right time. The domestic economy was about to take off, but Sunning, caught in the tide of the era, couldn't see it clearly. Jinshu, with her experience, understood this well. Individual success depends on the rise of a great nation. Our country is taking off. We are in a golden age. With a few years of hard work, achieving financial freedom is not hard. Why do you refuse me? Jinshu's words deeply moved Sunning. She didn't look down on them or say, I have money now, but I would look down on you. Instead, she said, we caught the right time and the future will be even better. How am I blocking your way? Sunning replied. Having such a good daughter-in-law makes her dream happily. Jinshu patted the urn. Don't lie in front of my great-grandmother. Just now, you were encouraging Yixuan to divorce. Oh my, I am so miserable. My great-grandmother is gone, and my mother-in-law still looks down on me. A few men got out of the car. Lin Yixuan's eyes instantly sharpened. He had already noticed these men when he was walking with Jinshu. They were on his watch list. Their eyes glinted with hostility, and their gaze was sneaky, different from ordinary people, constantly watching who had more goods. When they saw Jinshu, their eyes lit up, and some already started licking their lips. But when they saw Jinshu holding the urn and heard her mention great-grandmother, they looked disgusted and avoided her, whispering to each other from a distance. Are they about to attack? Jinshu asked Lin Yixuan as they watched them walk away. Not yet. They need to wait until we sell the goods and get the money. Then they might act. Right now, everyone has goods, so there's no need to rush. Lin Yixuan whispered to her. Sun Ying was confused. What kind of riddle were these 2 kids trying to solve? The train was about to depart. The family of 3 returned to the train and started organizing their belongings. After the stop, they would enter the border of Mao country. From the next station onward, each stop would be a place to sell goods. The platform was a trading point. Jinshu's family had too many goods. so she and Sunning ate early to prepare for the tough journey ahead. Lin Yixuan closed his eyes to rest, which made Sunning feel itchy. Everyone was busy, but this kid seemed relaxed. Mom, don't talk about him. Let him rest. Our goal isn't hard to achieve, but whether we can bring the money back is the real challenge. Selling goods relied on Jin Shu's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Bringing the money home also depended on Lin Yixuan. The train slowly arrived, and many people were already waiting on the platform. This scene was very characteristic of the times. When the train stopped, the vendors hurried off to sell their goods. Some, like Sun Ying's family, stayed on the train and sold through the windows. They accepted US dollars or bartered goods. A woman liked Jin Shu's canned food and exchanged 2 cans for a painted plate, leaving happily as if she had found treasure. Too much given away. Even 1 can is too many. Sunning was busy selling and also giving her daughter-in-law some advice. The painted plates were Mao country's specialty. They were very finely made, with detailed craftsmanship and high artistic value. When food was scarce, these items were the least valuable. Sunning disliked these flashy trinkets when she was selling. She preferred to trade for or Marlboro cigarettes, which were easy to sell back home. Now that people in the country had just solved their basic needs, they preferred practical items. These decorative objects looked nice, but were hard to carry and sell abroad. Even domestic antiques were at their lowest prices in history. Sun Ying's words reminded Jin Shu that when they returned, she could take some antiques to sell. The train stopped for 20 minutes at the station. Sunning sold over 80 lighters. Jin Shu helped sell some, but she kept most of her canned food because she still had use for it. Jin Shu liked the painted plate she had exchanged for. After the train left, she kept fiddling with it repeatedly. Sunning saw it and just laughed, thinking she hadn't seen much of the world. Currently, Mao country doesn't lack beautiful items, often called beautiful trash. Jin Shu didn't argue. The value of this plate is more than 2 cans, even with an extra 0 added. But the mother-in-law was right. During certain times, prices vary. For Sunning, nothing is more real than money. When the car stopped again, Jin Shu learned from her mother-in-law and acted like a shrewd trader. She took money whenever she could and only kept the special crafts she liked, trying to sell as little as possible. The 2,000 leather jackets Yuan gave her weren't sold immediately. There are bad people on the road who might cause trouble. If all these goods were sold on the street, those people might target her family first. Although Lin Yixuan is very capable, being a target always carries risks. The goods are stored in the warehouse and robbers wouldn't dare touch it. Taking money is safer than moving the goods. Jin Shu only took out a few dozen wallets. They are small and expensive, so they don't attract much attention. Yuan, who loves spoiling his sister, prepared 200 wallets for Jin Shu. These wallets don't take up much space, so Yuan stuffed them into the gaps of her leather jackets. Jin Shu initially thought each wallet was worth about $20. But the driver sent by Yuan said that Mr. Yen said each should sell for at least $60. Sunning was surprised. Could they really sell for that much? A leather jacket costs only $30. This small item, the size of a palm, selling for $60. Would anyone buy it? Things are so tough here, economically. Who would spend $60 on this? Sunning doubted it could sell. Last time she visited, she saw wallets being sold for just a few dollars each. The cheap ones are made domestically. This wallet is from Country D, Jin Shu explained. So, the 2,000 leather jackets are domestic, and these 200 wallets are imported from Country D. The jackets are worth less than the wallets. Aren't wallets just for holding money? Why do they have such different prices? Sun Ying still didn't understand. There's brand value involved. Simply put, it's a status symbol. No matter how bad the economy gets, there are still rich people. Jin Shu explained simply, it's like luxury bags. A canvas bag costing 10 yuan can carry things, and a Hermes worth millions is also a bag for carrying stuff. The target audiences are different. A wallet is a wallet. For ordinary people, it is used to hold money and meet basic needs, so it doesn't matter whether it is domestic or imported. For people with status, a wallet is a symbol of social standing and identity. A high-quality wallet from D country is highly desirable. With a doubtful look, Sunning watched as Jin Shu began selling wallets. According to the driver, these wallets cost about $10 abroad. Yuan told Jin Shu to sell them at 5 times that price. At first, Jin Shu sold them for $50 each. After selling 2, she noticed something was wrong. People who bought the wallets looked very excited. Usually this means she sold them cheaply. So she increased the price to $55 and they still sold well. Lin Yixuan watched how a dishonest seller is made. His wife would stop the car and add a little more money, all in dollars. After 2 stops, the small wallets had increased in price to $80. Seeing the buyer's expressions, Jin Shu thought she could raise the price again at the next stop. This item was very popular. Local people who bought at the station would resell at a higher price, and some still wanted to buy. Jin Shu and her mother-in-law were very happy, counting money until they felt exhausted. The feeling of selling on the bus and collecting money when getting off really boosts dopamine and makes people very happy. When the train started moving again, Sun Ing looked visibly happy, with crow's feet around her eyes showing her joy from making money. She completely forgot her earlier feelings of inferiority and fears that her wealthy daughter-in-law might run away. None of that was true anymore. If she kept earning like this, her family might get rich ahead of schedule. I used to think I didn't understand. The more money you have, the more children you have. Today, I really saw it myself, Sunning said. Her first 2 visits, she only sold cheap items like lighters. Making 10,000 or 20,000 yuan in one trip felt amazing. But Jin Shu had already earned over $4,000, which is more than 30,000 renminbi. And she still had more goods left. There were 2,000 Chinese-made leather jackets and over 100 wallets from D country. Yuan estimated that this trip could make about 400,000 renminbi profit, but with Jin Shu's sneaky selling style, it might reach 500,000 renminbi. This kind of one-time sale doesn't need repeat customers. The higher the price, the better. Everything depends on how well they can sell. On the same trip, Sunning spent the same amount of time, but only earned a small profit from Jin Shu. With higher costs, the profit was also bigger, and the way money made more money was really impressive. Some people can't afford to buy food, while others spend hundreds of yuan on wallets that are not even good to use. Why is the gap between people so big? When converting wallets into RMB, they are worth several hundred yuan each. Jin Shu nodded. Reality is so harsh. Rich people become richer. Wealthy individuals have access to information that ordinary people do not, like Yuan, who knows more and has resources that people like Sun Ing cannot reach. Not everyone can get a wallet from D country. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were talking, while Lin Yixuan returned, looking mysterious. Wife, guess what I found? While Jin Shu's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were busy making money, Lin Yixuan was walking back and forth at the station, doing his duty as a bodyguard. Where did you go when you were supposed to be selling goods and collecting money? You're still brave enough to come back? Sunning still couldn't see her son's cleverness and got annoyed seeing him wandering around aimlessly. You, beautiful old lady, you'll be begging me later. Lin Yixuan was quite proud. What did you find? Jin Shu asked curiously. I was in the toilet and found someone hiding money, and it wasn't just in one carriage's bathroom. There was money in all the toilets. Lin Yixuan observed that some people had already started hiding money by lifting seats. These details might be unnoticed by others, but Lin Yixuan's sharp eyes could catch them. After walking around, he discovered many secrets. People used to sew money into their clothes or hide it close to their bodies. Maybe they're afraid of losing it. Sunning saw others hiding money and started thinking about where her family's hidden stash was. It's lucky you're a good person. If you turn to be a thief, those hiding money would be in trouble, Jin Shu teased. Lin Yixuan shrugged. He was a person of faith. Could he really do such things? Since some people had already started hiding money, it meant the journey had entered its most crazy and dangerous stage. Seeking wealth in risky situations is common, and this train's money was definitely easy to earn, but the risks were high. At the next stop, Jin Shu quietly sold wallets again. This time, she chose to get off and sell them herself, with Lin Yixuan staying nearby to help cover her. The couple quietly made a lot of money. This place was crowded, and Jinshu had just sold over $5,000 worth of jewelry. The train was about to leave in less than 2 minutes. The man who had just bought a wallet ran to the window, chattering in a language I didn't understand, and gestured with his hand to show the number 5. It seems like he still wants 5 more, Jinshu said, pretending she only understood a little of the language. The vendors here could only say a few simple words, so they guessed and pointed. Sun Ning handed over 5 wallets. The man holding the money made a gesture of exchanging cash for goods. Just as Sun Ning reached out her hand, he snatched the wallet and ran away. At that moment, the train doors had already closed.
Ah!
We've been tricked, Sun Ning shouted anxiously. Sometimes this happened. Some bad people would come just before the train left, pretending to buy things, then run off with the money. They were sure the train couldn't chase after them once the doors closed. Sun Ning felt so upset she could hardly breathe. She had sold 5 imported wallets for $100 each, losing $500. Suddenly, a figure darted out of the window, Lin Yixuan. Sun Ning was so surprised she didn't understand what was happening. Jinshu was also stunned. How did he get out? Neither of the people inside the train reacted, let alone the man outside who had just succeeded. The man, holding 5 wallets, was about to turn around and make a funny face at the fools who had come from afar. But when he looked back, Lin Yixuan appeared behind him. The man was so scared he froze. What was this? Lin Yixuan raised his fist, aiming straight for the man's eyes, precise and fierce.
Ah!
The man cried out in pain. Lin Yixuan took $500 from him and then lightly slapped his face with the money. Stop thinking crooked ways. Be a good person, understand? Lin Yixuan said, not waiting to see if the man understood, then quickly returned to the front of the train. By now, the train was slowly starting to move. The man who had been scolded by Lin Yixuan blinked, a mischievous idea forming in his mind. He rushed forward, trying to hug Lin Yixuan's waist to stop him. Sun Ning was so worried her throat felt like it was on fire. She thought she might lose both her son and her money. Jinshu kept watching outside, without blinking. Not blinking was the right choice. In just a moment, Lin Yixuan had finished his fight. He threw the man over his shoulder, knocking him to the ground. This man was taller and twice as strong, and then gracefully ran toward the train. The train started to speed up, and he also quickened his pace. He swiftly jumped to the window and gave Jinshu a flirtatious wink. Beautiful lady, we meet again we met abroad, and now, at this very moment, it feels just the same. Lin Yixuan greeted Jinshu with a theatrical tone. My dear gentleman, I am very pleased to meet you, Jinshu replied in the same playful style. These two mischievous characters were still flirting even as the train was moving. Sun Ning couldn't hold back and also adopted a theatrical tone. Oh, you two silly little mice. Hurry up and come up here. Yes, my elegant mother, Lin Yixuan replied. Then, he grabbed the window frame with both arms, leapt up like a fish jumping over the sea, and gracefully slid into the window. He sat next to Jinshu and planted a quick kiss on her lips. Such trouble. Stepping on the table, Sun Ning muttered while wiping with a tissue. This mischievous kid was too busy showing off, even stepping on the table. They still had to eat later. In the hard sleeper car, next to Lin Yixuan, Long Xiang was standing by the window, wearing 5 layers of leather jackets. He carried a large bag filled with various small goods. His bulky outfit contrasted oddly with his handsome face, looking quite funny. Such dressing was common on this train, as many people wore multiple layers to carry more goods. Right now, Long Xiang was worried. He knew he was being watched. A man sitting in the aisle ahead was not originally in this carriage. He came on at the next stop and had been staring at Long Xiang the whole time. Long Xiang had sold many goods, earning tens of thousands, but because he was too showy, he attracted attention. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The thief was probably not alone. This man was just the lookout. When the time came, many others would come. He pretended not to notice the watchful man, standing by the window as if admiring the scenery, trying to think of a way to escape. Then, Long Xiang saw the entire process of Lin Yixuan chasing the scammer. At first, he chuckled inwardly when the thief ran out with stolen goods, thinking the seller was careless and deserved to be tricked. But in the next second, he couldn't laugh anymore. He watched as Lin Yixuan easily knocked the scammer down and then swiftly climbed onto the train. His eyes lit up. This man was incredibly skilled. Perhaps this man could help him escape danger. At this moment, Jin Shu, under Lin Yixuan's protection, had already stuffed all the money earned today into the urn. The money was tied with rubber bands and sealed with tape at the bottom, with a thick layer of grandma on top. Sweetheart, isn't grandma's ash a bit too much? Your ash almost fills a whole box. Did grandma have to be as big as an elephant in life? Lin Yixuan teased. Jin Shu rolled her eyes at him. Without adding more ash, if it shook and revealed something inside, wouldn't that give us away? Before the next stop, they will definitely make a move. If all goes well, we should be safe. Before Jin Shu finished speaking, a figure rushed toward them. Lin Yixuan's eyes sharpened instantly. Long Xiang ran over and brightened upon seeing Lin Yixuan. Help me, someone is following me. Seeing it wasn't a robber, Lin Yixuan's brow relaxed slightly. Go to another carriage. Our family is all women, it's not convenient. Fellow townsmen, judging by your accent, you're from Beijing too.
My dad is Longbody.
Help me, and he won't forget your kindness. Sun Ing remembered. The boss who makes water products, the one in the newspaper a few days ago. The person following me will come soon. If I go out now, they might suspect you too. Long Xiang was determined to latch onto this opportunity, using threats and persuasion to achieve his goal. Jin Shu frowned. She didn't like this person's way of handling things. But she had to admit, this guy had indeed put her whole family in danger. If they kicked him out now, the robbers might suspect that he had given the money to Jin Shu's family. Then, whether they wanted to or not, they would have to act, increasing unnecessary risks. To prevent her family from being dragged into trouble, Jin Shu had no choice but to suppress her displeasure and help this guy escape danger. Take off your clothes. You're too conspicuous, Jin Shu decided quickly. Long Xiang was reluctant to part with his leather jacket. Every penny was in there. But for safety, he could only painfully remove piece by piece. In the summer heat, wearing so many layers of leather jackets made him sweat through, and not getting heat rash was lucky. Jin Shu found a skirt from Sun Ing and handed it to him. Long Xiang's face twisted in shock. You want me to wear this? Still a floral dress. Take it or leave it. Sun Ing wasn't happy either. Who knew he would get dirty and unkempt? To save himself, Long Xiang had to grit his teeth and put on his skirt. Lin Yixuan opened the window and threw down his leather jacket. Before he could close the window, the pursuing bandits arrived. The shop of the Jin Shu family was at the very back, so the passengers in front couldn't see what was happening. Long Xiang peeked out and saw the bandits questioning the passengers ahead, who were gesturing towards him.
He was so scared that his legs went weak.
Suddenly, Jin Shu placed a straw hat on his head, hiding his face, making him look like a young girl. The footsteps grew louder, and the pursuers were less than 3 meters away. Lin Yixuan and his wife stayed calm. Lin Yixuan approached the bandits, while Jin Shu pushed Long Xiang toward the window seat and pointed at the urn on the table. Will they cry? Long Xiang was stunned for a moment, then quickly understood and pretended to cry, covering his face. Did you see the man wearing several layers of leather jackets? The bandit asked Lin Yixuan. Lin Yixuan pointed at the window. He jumped out the window and ran. His clothes got stuck, so I saw him throw them down and run. The bandit moved to the window and looked outside. Not far away, near the train tracks, a few people were happily holding clothes, as if they had just found treasure. One figure was desperately running forward. Actually, the crowd was just excited about the clothes they found and ran to avoid being caught. From the bandit's point of view, this was Long Xiang running away. The bandit was now right across from the bed. Wind blew in, and Jin Shu could even smell the sweat on the bandit. Jin Shu saw Long Xiang trembling with fear. The bandit was so close, but Jin Shu was not as scared as him. Lin Yixuan was nearby, and she knew he wouldn't let the situation get out of control. The bandit, seeing his prey escape, cursed and looked at Jin Shu and the others. 3 women, 2 of whom were crying with their hands over their faces. They are mourning the deceased and can't help themselves, Lin Yixuan said soothingly. Why bring this thing outside? The deceased died far from home. Our family is restless every day. We found a fortune teller who said her soul should return home, so we brought her back. Restless. Isn't that just haunted? The bandit was fooled by Lin Yixuan and, afraid of catching bad luck if he stayed longer, quickly left. Long Xiang kept pretending to cry with his hands over his face. Stop crying, he's gone. Lin Yixuan pulled him out of the bed. Long Xiang bowed and thanked Lin Yixuan's family. Great kindness. No need to thank me. When you return to Beijing, you can come to Fangzhuang and mention my name. It will help. Long Xiang was very scared just now and didn't notice what the woman looked like. He only knew she was very calm in the face of danger, unlike most people. Now that there was no danger, he looked at Jin Shu. The train was playing a broadcast, and a foreign-style love song, Birch Forest, was filling the carriage. The woman surrounded by music was like the morning sun. Her skin was as white as porcelain, her eyebrows delicate, and her deep brown eyes held a serious look, shining brightly like precious stones. Are you his sister? Long Xiang swallowed hard. He had never seen a girl wear a plain white shirt so beautifully. A strong grip pulled him away from Jin Shu. He staggered and almost lost his balance. Lin Yixuan looked annoyed. Stay away from my wife. This guy was drooling over his wife, too creepily. It was unnecessary to save him. Long Xiang looked disappointed. Such a nice girl, why marry so early? Stop right there. Lin Yixuan narrowed his eyes. Why was his wife calling this young man? Jin Shu stretched out her hand, palm facing up. Your clothes are imported from M country. Please give me $100. Long Xiang left the carriage, changed into men's clothes in the bathroom, and saw the label on the dress indicating it was made in Beijing. He fell into deep thought. Was he being tricked? Lil Shu, my dress only cost $10. You're charging so much? Sun Ying took the dollar bill handed over by her daughter-in-law, smiling broadly. Greedy. He deserves it. Jin Shu didn't accept his money. She was being polite enough already. Dealing with selfish people who only care about themselves and ignore others' lives, she should use the power of capitalism to teach him a lesson. Fortunately, she and Lin Yixuan responded quickly. If it had been someone else, they might have really been dragged into trouble by Long Xiang. Long Xiang's brief appearance not only earned Jin Shu $100, but also brought an unexpected gain. The robbers planned to act in 10 minutes. They had been scouting for a long time and chose the carriages they thought were valuable. This carriage, because it wasn't marked as a target and had the haunted grandma's ashes box, was lucky enough to avoid the attack. The robbers acted quickly and finished their work fast. They took the money and then got off the car. Since it wasn't a big operation, not many people were affected. The passengers on the bus were briefly shocked, but then felt lucky to be alive. It felt a bit like playing roulette. The gunshot was just one shot, and unlucky people got hit. The others considered themselves lucky to have survived this time. The excitement of this trip was that everyone knew there was danger, but they also knew they could make money. People wanted to get rich quickly, but didn't want to believe that they might be the unlucky ones. Fortune favors the brave, thought Sun Ying. She patted her chest and smiled at Jin Shu. It looks like we have good luck. Since the robbers didn't come here, our family should be safe now. Huh? Sun Ying felt something was missing. There were 3 of them in the family, with her son-in-law sitting beside her. But then, the question was, where was her son? In the blink of an eye, Lin Yixuan was gone. Sun Ying asked Jin Shu, who pointed to the open window. He went to buy supplies. Buy what? Jump out the window? Sun Ying was confused. Jin Shu shrugged. She couldn't just say plainly that Lin Yixuan went after the robbers, could she? Earlier, he didn't act because there were many people on the bus, and he didn't want to hurt anyone innocent. Now that the robbers had taken what they wanted and left, their guard was down. He went after them, that's what buying supplies meant. The bus moved forward and stopped at a station. Once the crisis was over, Jin Shu no longer hesitated. She tied her grandmother-in-law's bag with a cloth and followed Sun Ing, busy selling goods. They stayed longer at the station, but at each of the next stops, they only stayed about 15 minutes. The sales of leather jackets were very good. Jin Shu and Sun Ing got off the bus to sell, while the driver handled moving and restocking the goods. All three were busy and working non-stop. Jin Shu was overwhelmed. When she looked up, she saw Long Xiang. He had lost part of his stock, but the rest was sold out. "Come help." Jin Shu waved at him. Confused, Long Xiang was pulled into the effort. He wanted to say a few words to her, but Jin Shu was so busy she didn't have time to listen. In half an hour, Jin Shu sold 800 of her 2,000 items. Many customers bought just 10 or 20 pieces. They took the goods outside to sell. The remaining items would definitely sell out at the next stops. In a few minutes, the bus was about to leave. Jin Shu and the others carried the remaining goods onto the bus. Just as they were about to get on, Lin Yixuan took the goods from her hands. "Do you still remember to come back?" Sun Ing was angry when she saw her son. "Why does this guy always disappear at critical moments?" Jin Shu asked Lin Yixuan, "Is the goods finished?" Lin Yixuan nodded. "Half is in, and the other half ran away." "What nonsense are you talking about? Goods can't grow legs and run away?" Sun Ing couldn't understand their riddles. "Put the remaining goods in the warehouse. There are too many." "No, the warehouse can't hold them all," Lin Yixuan refused. Jin Shu raised an eyebrow. It seemed he was being cautious about saying only half the goods were in. Did they occupy all the storage spots? Did they catch some robbers? Sun Ing was getting more confused. Jin Shu whispered a few words in her ear, and she finally understood what was happening. "From this, it seems you are somewhat useful," Sun Ing commented on her son. Lin Yixuan was not acting officially. Everything was personal. He just happened to go for a walk, happened to see some suspicious people, and those suspicious people happened to appear in the warehouse. When the train returned, these unlucky ones would happen to fall into the law's hands. He wasn't wearing a uniform. He was just Mr. Lin, a helpful citizen, and everything was happening by chance. "Who exactly are you?" Long Xiang couldn't understand Lin Yixuan's riddles. But he saw Jin Shu's family had so much cargo, and he thought they were not ordinary people. "I'm just a helpful citizen," Jin Shu said briefly, clearly not wanting to get too involved. Long Xiang felt a little hurt. "Beautiful lady, after I sell the goods you helped me with, our friendship is over? You haven't shown any sign? You even sold me a fake dress just now. If we didn't help you cover, you wouldn't have had the chance to sell my goods. Whether the dress is real or fake doesn't matter. What's important is that your life was saved." If ordinary people help sell goods, Jin Shu would give some commission. He wouldn't let them work for free. But for Long Xiang, Jin Shu wouldn't give him a penny. His selfish actions almost put Jin Shu's whole family in danger. If Jin Shu and his wife hadn't reacted quickly, Lin Yixuan would have had to confront the others early. In such a small space with so many innocent passengers, many could have been harmed. Lin Yixuan had a mission and wouldn't stand by and do nothing. But that didn't stop Jin Shu from feeling personally uncomfortable with Long Xiang. "I didn't ask you for money. Can't we just be friends?" Long Xiang was angry at her cold rejection. Hearing that he wouldn't need to pay, Jin Shu immediately changed her attitude, smiling and extending her hand. "Hello, my friend." Long Xiang almost spat out blood. Isn't she just a money-hungry person who cares only about money, not people? Young Master Long has never been looked down upon by women like this before. Even if you ignore who his father is, just looking at his handsome face, women are eager to be friends with him, fighting to get close. But she only cares about money, not him as a person. Lin Yixuan happily watched the scene and asked teasingly, "Honey, let's say he didn't do what he just did, bringing trouble into the house and offending you. How much would you sell him for?" "At least $100. Jin Shu thought carefully and looked at her mother-in-law. Sun Ing nodded. "That sounds about right." Long Xiang was even angrier. His friendship is only worth this much money? Plus the money for the dress earlier, $200, which is about 1,600 renminbi. Young Master Long's life is quite valuable, Lin Yixuan said, jokingly insulting him. He hurt Long Xiang's already wounded pride again. That's still a loss for me. Last time, I bought a child from a trafficker for 2,000 each. Young Master Long, for the sake of friendship, could you add 400 more yuan, about $50? Jin Shu reached out. Long Xiang was so angry he couldn't bear it anymore and stood up without looking back, walking away. He didn't want to stay in this sad place anymore. Are all rich people so stingy? What is he after? Suning saw Long Xiang so angry and thought it was because of money. He's probably angry because he couldn't get what he wanted and felt ashamed, Lin Yixuan summarized. Jin Shu smiled happily, looking at him. This is the Lin she knows well. No matter what he's after, I don't plan to be close to him, she said, intentionally making Long Xiang leave. To protect herself, she might risk associating with him once, but there might be a second time, and making friends with someone like that would be a disaster. If we compare Long Xiang and Lin Yixuan's identities, and suppose Lin Yixuan isn't a skilled soldier, but an ordinary businessman without fighting ability, when faced with such a situation, Lin Yixuan would rather jump out of the car himself than delay others, and he wouldn't drool over the wife of someone he saved. Details reveal character. Compared to this, I realize I have pretty good taste in men, Jin Shu said, touching her chin and looking at Lin Yixuan. Are you comparing me to a coward? Lin Yixuan squinted his eyes. If his mother hadn't been sitting nearby, he would have added another comment. Your little mouth, does it need to be swollen? Do you want to get out of bed again tomorrow? Unfortunately, before returning to the country, your family rules with their colorful punishments had no place to be enforced, Jin Shu said in a voice only the two of them could hear. Comrade Jin Shu, I have something to talk to you about. Lin Yixuan pulled Jin Shu to the bathroom. Back in the country, his wife was busy recognizing her father, so she had no time to make a baby, and he tolerated it. Now that most of the goods are sold, why is she still withholding his benefits? Once inside the bathroom, he closed the door and crossed his arms, showing a stubborn face. Give me a reasonable explanation. If he couldn't understand her explanation, he wouldn't hesitate to give her a love lesson right here and now. Men, why suffer? They shouldn't suffer for their brothers either. According to Lin Yixuan's plan, after arriving at the station, he would find a place to stay. Then, in a foreign land, he would share a loving hug with his wife. If she got pregnant, he already had a nickname for the baby. Lin Yixuan felt very wronged. He seemed to be gone for several days this time, but most of the time was lost on the road. Trains with sleeper cars can't really do anything, after all. Counting the time, there was only one night left in the country. Tomorrow they would leave, and once back home, his task would be complete, and he would return to the training school. So tonight, for Lin Yixuan, it was a must. He had to have a hot meal. Explain to me why you can't. Why you want to kill our Mao's baby. Because, wait, what is Mao's baby? Jin Shu was caught off guard by this strange name. The baby growing in Mao's country, nicknamed Mao's baby. Isn't that good? Lin Yixuan thought it was very meaningful. But she kept talking, killing Mao's baby and cutting off his benefits. Jin Shu rubbed her forehead. If her daughter had such a terrible nickname, she would cry, right? First, no matter where the baby is conceived, you are not allowed to give the baby such an unreliable nickname. It's too ugly. Second, tonight we have an important task, and even after finishing, it will be late into the night. Afraid Lin Yixuan might say that even late into the night, he wouldn't delay making a baby and that they would stay up all night fighting, Jin Shu quickly added, I'm trying to get pregnant. Based on the principle of good breeding, I definitely can't have a baby tonight.
Why?
Lin Yixuan was not convinced. He was a high-quality breed, and when he met her excellent farmland, it didn't make sense that he would become a useless seedling after leaving the country and fail to sprout. When we arrive, we will need to go to the underground black market to exchange the battle vehicle first. If I'm right, there's a high chance we'll be drinking alcohol. What? Lin Yixuan didn't expect there to be a drinking part. Jin Shu nodded. This was something she heard in her previous life. People here like to drink, and if they wanted to get more benefits, they couldn't avoid the drinking part. I don't have a good alcohol tolerance, so whether the deal goes well tonight depends on you. She had asked Sun, Ing about Lin Yixuan's drinking ability. She asked how much Lin Yixuan could drink, and Sun Ing held up one finger. Jin Shu asked, 1 or 2 drinks. Sun Ing shook her head. She guessed again, a Jin? Sun Ing shook her head again. The answer was he can keep drinking. Lin Yixuan has a very high alcohol tolerance. Sun Ing said she had never seen him drink too much. After hearing this, Jin Shu felt she definitely had to bring Lin Yixuan along this time. Doing business with Maizi meant having a helper who could drink and not get drunk. Lin Yixuan was quite shocked after hearing this. So, you brought me because I miss you? Or because you admire my fighting skills? Or is it because I can drink a lot? Jin Shu forced a smile.
Considering everything,
I think there's also a part of that. A part, huh? Lin Yixuan sneered. He probably thought her so-called missing him was only the size of a fingernail. In her heart, the country came first, interest second, and Mao Xing third. He might be ranked even lower. You're so handsome. Don't bother with these details. I miss you because I miss you.
Why think too much about it?
Jin Shu started to act stubborn. Then you keep talking about win-win all day long. Isn't that about big wins and small wins? Have you ever let others win more than you when doing business? Lin Yixuan asked sharply. Jin Shu took a deep breath. If he said that, then she really had nothing to say, because he saw through her true nature. Jin Shu's way of doing business was indeed like that. She aimed for a win-win situation, but she knew there were big wins and small wins, and she would never settle for a half-and-half split. She would never be the one to settle for a small win. Everyone praised Mao Xing for being kind and just, but only Lin Yixuan saw through it and didn't say anything. If she hadn't crossed his interest today, he would still pretend to be oblivious and act innocent. Let me promise you too, you go back and come with me, Lin Yixuan said, showing his bottom line. This time, he insisted on taking her with him, no matter what. A good man should aim for the world, not cling to women all the time, Jin Shu said, avoiding the topic. My goal is to go far and find you, she replied, which was not a conflict. My career is in the capital. The video store, you've been away so many days but it still runs well? Lin Yixuan quickly shut her down. The video store was just an excuse. Jin Shu's real interest in opening that store was not the small profit from retail, but the nearby portable music player factory. The lawsuit involving the portable music factory was already underway under her control. Once she won, Jin Shu would get shares there. I have a bet with my brother. I need to settle with you Kai and Fu, she said. 3 months is enough for you to settle everything, and the house will be ready around that time, Lin Yixuan said, closing all her options. Jin Shu wanted to find some reason to refuse, but someone knocked on the bathroom door. The knock came just in time, saving Jin Shu.
Give me some time.
I'll think it over and then reply, she begged, looking at him. Although Lin Yixuan was unhappy with her answer, he knew he shouldn't pressure her too much. He could sense she had some concerns, but if she didn't want to talk about it, asking wouldn't help. They came out of the bathroom, and for now, the matter was put aside. When the bus reached the station, the whole family started selling their goods again, and the topic was no longer mentioned. All the goods they brought were sold by the last stop. The bus arrived at the station in the afternoon. The group found a place to stay, rested briefly, and Sun Ing eagerly counted her money. In these 3 days, the whole family worked together. Lin Yixuan, busy catching car thieves as a helpful citizen, occasionally disappeared, but it didn't affect their earnings. Sun Ing sold $2,000, which was about what she expected. Without Jin Shu's comparison, she would have thought she made a big profit. Jin Shu's goods were sent by her brother. She didn't know the cost price, but she collected a total of $78,000, enough for a 4-courtyard house. Most of the money was in small bills, packed into a bag. Sun Ing had never seen so much money before. Sometimes she said she wanted to sleep on the money. Sometimes she was afraid mice would chew through it, so she carried the bag around, hiding here and there. Now she finally understood why her daughter-in-law brought her son along. If it weren't for Lin Yixuan, I would be very scared to go out carrying so much money. Thinking about it, I no longer feel that my son is unnecessary. This tall guy with his muscles is quite useful. Normally, after Sunning arrives in the country, she would buy some cheap small goods locally and bring them back to sell. With a capable daughter-in-law accompanying her, she is happy to just relax and leave the money to Jin-shu and her husband, while she stays at the hotel resting. Sunning thought her daughter-in-law would buy cigarettes or small alcohol items, but she was shocked when she saw Jin-shu and Lin Yixuan the next day. Is this what you call small goods? It's too outrageous. Sunning looked in disbelief at Lin Yixuan, who was fully armed. What is all this? Holding an AK, wearing a military watch, dressed in a military coat, and biting on a toothpick, she had wanted him to hold a cigarette, but his wife didn't allow it. So this is the small goods you brought back? What are these? Sunning was stunned. Scrap steel, Jin-shu answered more quietly. If these things were taken back to the country, they would be considered weapons and equipment. But here, they're called scrap steel, not by her invention, but how the local people call them. People from all over the world gather at the scrap steel recycling market, all for scrap steel. Sunning sniffed. What's that smell? Lin Yixuan, fully armed, was still striking a pose. Jin-shu pointed at him and said, "Look, that's the smell on him." Sunning moved closer, pinched her nose, and took 2 steps back. Did he fall into a barrel of alcohol? How much did he drink? Lin Yixuan's steps were steady, not staggering. His face didn't change color, neither red nor pale, looking about the same as usual, just with a strong alcohol smell. At the scrap steel market, he drank 2 bottles with the scrap metal sellers and another bottle with the freight company people. He didn't sleep all night, and he's highly energetic. Jin-shu briefly explained. Oh my God. Is he trying to end his life? Sun-ing was shocked. Drinking straight from the bottle. Does he want to die? Jin-shu recalled last night's scene and still felt scared. She was worried he might get into trouble, so she brought medicine from home to protect his liver, giving it to Lin Yixuan in advance. But even so, the scene was still shocking and frightening. I didn't expect people here to drink so heavily. As soon as Jin-shu finished speaking, Lin Yixuan hugged her tightly. The strong smell of alcohol hit her face, and Lin Yixuan's eyes were deep and dark. Girl, you're praising other men as strong in front of me, huh? He said the last huh while pinching her chin. Changing from a loyal dog to a bossy CEO only takes 3 bottles of. Sun-ing was stunned. Is this still her son? Jin-shu didn't dare to tell her mother-in-law. Last night, Lin Yixuan came home and stood on the tank, singing military songs to her all night. Yes, the one that goes forward, forward, forward. He was so bold on the battlefield of the fighting nation. If he hadn't bought a lot of guns and ammunition, and if he wasn't fully armed, he might have been attacked by a few people this morning. He's drunk. He still hasn't sobered up.
Huh?
Girl, don't challenge my limits. Bring the alcohol. Brother will show you what it means to never get drunk after 1,000 cups. Lin Yixuan's deep, husky voice had a hint of charm. If you ignore his silly lines, he actually sounds quite seductive. Yes, 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 you're not drunk. The Great Wall will never fall. Yixuan's alcohol tolerance is vast. Jin-shu comforted him with a few pats, and Lin Yixuan nodded satisfied. Sun-ing pointed at her nose and asked, "Do you know me?" Lin Yixuan looked at her sharply, his thin lips slightly curling, making Jin-shu's heart race. This guy probably went to flatter his mother and give her that bossy stare, with a teasing huh? Added in, right? You are my respected mother, a great worker, a simple in the process of national revival. This sounds like a year-end commendation speech for model workers, but spoken in such a bossy tone, it's very comedic. Sun-ing opened her mouth twice but couldn't speak. Although her son praised her, she didn't feel happy. Lin Yixuan seemed to think this description wasn't accurate enough. With a disdainful look, he looked her up and down and added, "Mom, you are a rusty. You're not enthusiastic about work, just drinking tea and reading newspapers. You haven't been working properly, huh?" Jin-shu pursed her lips and turned away in pain. She couldn't hold it anymore. She really wanted to laugh. Sun-ing grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. Whether I work well or not has nothing to do with you. Jin-shu didn't expect Lin Yixuan to be like this, when he drank too much. They say alcohol is a mirror that reveals true nature. It makes people show their real selves. The kind-hearted become even kinder, and the mean become more hateful. She has seen men who usually act proper, but when drunk, they lose control, get drunk and abusive. Her own man, after drinking, turns into a domineering, bossy figure, holding her and biting her, then declaring how much he values her, and singing military songs all night. After singing, he praises her endlessly, from head to toe, and then gives a charming, mischievous smile. Women, I love you as purely as faith itself. Does that move you? Jinshu. She dare not move. She truly doesn't dare to move. If she answers the wrong thing, who knows what mischievous tricks a drunken man might pull. Jinshu, with her mother-in-law's help, manages to coax him into lying down for a while. They have to catch a train tonight, and she's afraid she won't last if she doesn't rest. Why did you drink so much? Have you finished changing the vehicle? Sunning asks. She's never seen her son drunk before, and now she realizes that this is what it looks like. How should she describe it? Amplify his love. Finish changing it. It went more smoothly than I expected. Jinshu is struggling with the gear on Lin Yishuan's body. She needs to remove all these gadgets. When she touches the gun, Lin Yishuan immediately opens his eyes. Jinshu forces a nervous smile, unleashing the dragon. I belong to the dragon. Haha, woman. I like your straightforwardness and initiative. He agrees with her slogan, closes his eyes happily, and lets her take off his gear. Sun Ying's mouth twitches, but she can't help but admire her daughter-in-law's cleverness. Only she could manage to say such provocative slogans with her silly son. Jinshu finally removes all the dangerous equipment from him, sweating profusely. Then she tells her mother-in-law what happened last night. Last night, she and Lin Yishuan left the hotel and went straight to the local container market, an underground trading place made up of various supplies transported in containers. Jinshu had never been there before. In her past life, she heard that these container markets are very popular and you can buy almost anything inside. Because they were short on money, they could buy military supplies there. Jinshu thought she'd need some effort to find a seller. But when she arrived, she realized she was overthinking. Soldiers traded AK rifles for cans of food, 1 can for 1 rifle, and a compressed biscuit could exchange for a military telescope. When they arrived, they just happened to catch the local market selling scrap iron, with someone responsible for advertising, similar to modern shopping mall sales promotions. Jinshu's secret about Mao Yu couldn't be hidden anymore. She openly communicated with others in front of Lin Yishuan, then was taken to the weapon warehouse. Lin Yishuan drank 2 bottles of, exchanging a truckload of canned food plus $5,000 for 3 of the newest tanks and a bunch of free gifts. Jinshu's original plan was to exchange for 2 tanks. The extra one was something Lin Yishuan figured out while drinking. He, with his impressive drinking capacity, made the most drinkable battle nation pass out. Jinshu exceeded her goal, leaving Sun Ying stunned. Is it really that easy? It sounded almost like buying large cabbages at the market. Jinshu patted her shoulder and said something meaningful. The easier it looks, the more hardships are hidden inside. I can only say, in a fallen nest, no egg is intact. When we were in school, we learned Mao Yu. Sun Ying sighed, feeling that everything had changed. Personal success depends on the protection of a strong group. Building a strong group requires individual effort and struggle. So, Ms. Sun Ying, are you working hard? Jinshu cleverly shifted the topic, but it became a bit sentimental. Sun Ying was amused by her, and the topic quickly turned back to business. Jinshu made good money on this trip, but it was all her brother's pocket money. Sun Ying remembered Jinshu had said before she went out that she could earn enough for 2 sets of 4 courtyard houses. Now, just seeing the tanks she donated to Long Yuan, where are those 2 sets of houses? My goods were shipped back with the tanks. The goods Jinshu mentioned were the freebies she received when buying the tanks. Large items that can't be circulated were donated. Items that are safe and non-dangerous can be sold, such as military coats, flashlights, binoculars, and watches. She could take them out and sell them. Transporting goods by water route to the black market was handled by a special courier service. Lin Yishuan added one more bottle, which is why he's drinking like this now. He truly can drink. 2 bottles of still keep him rational, but after the third, he loosens up and starts expressing love to his wife. Jinshu thought that after drinking too much, his sincere confession while holding her was quite cute. His obvious enthusiasm in his eyes made Jinshu feel pleased. Although this feeling wasn't bad, there would be no second time. She wouldn't let Lin Yishuan drink so much again. It was too harmful. A few good memories were enough. Those scattered items can sell for some money, but 2 sets of courtyard houses? That's exaggerated. How many watches would it take to exchange for 2 courtyard houses? The first batch definitely isn't enough, but who said I only do one-time deals? He was given only one of the 3 tanks. The other 2 needed her canned goods to be shipped before they could be delivered. If Lin Yishuan hadn't used alcohol to persuade him and only offered $5,000, how could they have given her a vehicle? Lin Yishuan played a key role. The goods on the way would take a week to arrive, giving Jinshu time to use the scattered items she brought back to get working capital. With this money, she could settle the remaining payment for the canned food factory, then place an order with a factory, delaying payment, and exchange it for more useful supplies. This would revive her business. Even if she hadn't officially recognized her biological parents, her plan was to accumulate initial funds by the end of the year. Lin Yishuan had been sleeping the whole night without waking. Jinshu asked the driver to help carry him onto the train. It was the same train they took when they came. The warehouse still held the half of the goods Lin Yishuan had brought back. This trip was very fruitful, and Sun Ying and her mother-in-law felt relaxed on the way back. Last night, Jinshu was busy discussing business. Although she didn't drink at all, her mind was highly taxed. She collapsed onto her bed as soon as she got on the train, feeling drowsy. She was truly tired but also quite happy. She and Lin Yishuan did their best to help the group earn an extra tank. Thinking about it calmly, she felt quite good inside. The train swayed gently, and Jinshu fell asleep unknowingly. When she woke up, it was already the next day. Lin Yishuan hadn't woken up yet, probably still processing the alcohol. Jinshu sat on her bed, watching the train pass through the birch forest. He was sleeping beside her, completely unguarded. She thought about how many times he had invited her to join him on his journey. Jinshu liked being with him, but she was also afraid of losing control over herself by becoming too attached. The intense tug between emotion and reason made it hard for her to make a decision. The morning sun shone through the window, casting light on his newly grown stubble. In front of Jinshu, it seemed as if he was stretching his neck, like a gentle big cat, allowing her to cover his face with white shaving foam. She used an old-fashioned razor, gently gliding it over his sharp, defined face. Although nothing actually happened, she thought about it very carefully. Sun Ying returned with hot water and saw Jinshu smiling softly while looking at her son. She chuckled and said, "Thinking about something nice, you're smiling so happily." "Mom, do you sometimes think about things that haven't happened yet and feel happy?"
Jinshu asked.
"Yes, when his dad was here, I always hoped he would come back. I thought about what to cook for him, and that made me happy. But when he actually comes back, I can't help but argue over small things." Sun Ying's face lit up with memories, but her eyes showed a bit of sadness. Some things don't seem important when they happen. It's only after losing someone forever that you realize how wonderful those moments were. Is it worth spending a lifetime thinking about one person?
Jinshu asked.
During the years he was gone, I've lived freely, traveled abroad to earn money, and my son and daughter-in-law treat me well. I'll be a grandma someday, and if I live long enough, I might even see your children's children. I have everything a woman should have, and I don't feel like I've lost anything. Sun Ying's words accidentally helped Jinshu understand her current confusion. Jinshu worried about becoming too attached and losing herself, but Sun Ying, with her extraordinary life, strongly proved her wrong. Sun Ying loved Lin Jing deeply, but she also knew clearly what kind of life she should live. Her sense of self only awakened after her husband sacrificed himself. When I pass away and meet him in the afterlife, I'll be proud and show him my wonderful life. I wonder what expression he'll have when he sees me. That's kind of interesting to think about. Suning patted Jinshu's shoulder, and Jinshu was lost in thought. Indeed, theory and practice are separated by a big mountain. Some things can't just be thought about. You need to talk with experienced people. Jinshu had a realization. She now really hopes Lin Yixuan will wake up. She wants to tell him that she agrees with what he's been looking forward to for so long. The driver brought breakfast over and saw the harmonious relationship between Jinshu and her mother-in-law. He couldn't help but feel emotional. This trip back has gone smoothly. That's not so easy to say. The more you say it's smooth, the more likely something will go wrong. The young people at our place, as soon as they hear someone say they're free, they immediately find work. Sun-ing quickly changed the subject. Jinshu smiled, and her mother-in-law was sometimes a bit superstitious. Sun-ing saw that her daughter-in-law didn't believe in these things, so she explained some superstitions that many professionals have summarized. Don't dismiss these things. I've studied with many friends. It's strange. If a doctor says they're very free today, then soon there will be a serious emergency. If the police say everything is peaceful, then a big case is coming. I think you're overthinking. The robber only appears on the return trip because everyone is busy selling goods and they have money. Where would the robbers be on the way back? The driver argued. His point made sense because some people carry cash to buy and sell goods abroad on the return trip. From a financial point of view, robbers wouldn't risk robbing on the way back. While they were talking, the bus stopped. Jinshu casually looked out the window and suddenly widened her eyes. Mom, I see you're very wise. You really shouldn't say things like that casually. Sun-ing also looked out and stood up in shock. Hurry up and wake Yixian. Something's happening. Through the window, Jinshu saw 4 men. The leader was the same robber who had previously watched Longxiang. Jinshu and her mother-in-law recognized him immediately. Robbers usually don't appear on the return trip, and this person clearly wasn't after money. They might be seeking revenge on Lin Yixuan, or maybe they just happened to be on this bus returning home. Jinshu nudged Lin Yixuan, but he didn't respond. The voices of the men grew closer. They were actually in the same carriage as Jinshu's family. Time was tight, so Jinshu pulled the quilt up to cover Yixuan's face. The 4 men stopped beside Jinshu's family. Jinshu's hand went into her pocket, gripping the gun, her palms sweating. Not this bunk. One robber kicked Jinshu's bed and cursed. The license plate is not clear at all. What a piece of junk. It turned out they had mistaken the bunk. Jinshu hadn't had time to breathe a sigh of relief when the 4 men stopped at the previous row. Now, Jinshu's family was just separated from the robbers by a thin panel. Mom, you and Uncle go first, Jinshu whispered, shoving the bag with the urn and cash into Sun Ying's hands. What about you? I'm staying to keep Yixian safe. You leave, I'll stay, Sun-ing said, worried about her daughter-in-law. No matter how long we hesitate, we can't leave now. I have a weapon, so I'm not afraid. Jinshu pulled her mother-in-law up. Sun-ing read her eyes and wanted to say many things, but she knew she couldn't persuade her daughter-in-law. We do good deeds and accumulate virtue. We will turn bad luck into good fortune. If we can't get through this hurdle. Jinshu paused. Then bury us together. The tombstone will say, ambitions unfulfilled, died before achieving dreams, buried together in death. Just a short distance away, a group of bandits shouted loudly. They spoke with strong accents, rambling excitedly in a dialect. It seemed they were cursing Lin Yixuan. Lin Yixuan had caught their accomplices. They were very angry, and in the few dialect words Jinshu understood, they at least imagined 3 ways Lin Yixuan might die. If the situation weren't so dangerous, Jinshu might even find it funny. These people were no different from stray dogs, only barking. Jinshu felt like years passed day by day. She took a towel, poured water, and pressed it over Lin Yixuan's eyes, hoping the cool touch would wake him. You're really here. Longxiang's excited voice came from the other side of the carriage. Jinshu closed her eyes and cursed silently. Bad luck. Last time, this guy had brought the bandits, and now he's here again. Jinshu stood up, turned her back to the bandits' area, and kept signaling to him with her eyes. Long Xiang asked her suspiciously. What's wrong with your eyes? Jin Shu thought to herself. What the heck? Does this guy hold a grudge against me? I just saw your mother-in-law. When I called her, she ignored me. So I wanted to come find you. What a coincidence. You guys made a lot of money, right? Long Xiang walked quickly toward Jin Shu. Jin Shu sat on her bed, took a deep breath, and held her gun tightly. Long Xiang's loud voice definitely caught the bandits' attention. They poked their heads out to look at him. That's him. The kid who jumped off the train and ran away. Someone recognized Long Xiang and jumped up to chase after him. Long Xiang was caught off guard and saw 3 burly men rushing toward him. He instinctively turned and ran. The remaining bandit, who was watching Long Xiang, took a few steps, then suddenly turned around and looked at Jin Shu. Long Xiang greeted Jin Shu, and the bandit thought they must know each other. If they could kidnap Jin Shu, they could make Long Xiang pay. When the bandit's fierce eyes saw Jin Shu's face, they immediately turned lecherous. Jin Shu immediately understood. This guy was interested in her. Little brother, what are you going to do? I'm very scared. Jin Shu pretended to be scared. The robber, hearing her call him little brother, was almost melted and licked his lips as he approached her. Don't be afraid. I want to play a game with you. Come, let's go to the bathroom. Jin Shu lowered her eyes and acted obedient. Just as the robber reached out to grab her, she suddenly kneeled and kicked at his vital area. The robber didn't expect her to fight back and doubled over in pain. Jin Shu took the opportunity to imitate Lin Yishuan's move of cutting someone's neck, delivering a quick strike to the back of his neck. She used all her strength for this. The robber's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. 2 robbers brought back Long Xiang, and another robber followed behind, holding a young woman who looked terrified and pale, likely kidnapped forcibly. Jin Shu held a dagger in her left hand, aiming at the unconscious robber's neck, and pointed a gun at the remaining 3 robbers. Stay back. The 3 robbers saw she had a gun and didn't dare to move. Jin Shu noticed they had no weapons, probably because they were in such a rush to catch Long Xiang that they didn't have time to grab any. This was the best moment to work together and take down the enemies, so Jin Shu raised her voice and called out, "Everyone help. They are robbers." The once noisy carriage suddenly fell silent. Jin Shu thought they hadn't heard her clearly, so she raised her voice again, first in Chinese, then in another language. No one responded. Long Xiang, who was being held hostage, angrily cursed, "Is there not a single person here with a weapon? Help!" Still, no one answered. Jin Shu understood. These people must be afraid of provoking the robbers and would rather be cold-blooded bystanders. Maybe they were even cursing Jin Shu in their hearts for resisting, worried that fighting back would bring harsher revenge. The robber slapped Long Xiang hard and arrogantly said, "Who dares to resist me? Just a bunch of cowards. He doesn't know how to use a gun. His safety is still on." The robbers on the other side saw Jin Shu didn't know how to use a gun. At a signal, several of them rushed toward her. Jin Shu didn't expect them to ignore their companions' lives. She couldn't really cut someone's neck, so she could only jump up and fight back. Faced with these vicious robbers, Jin Shu's eyes were full of determination. Behind her was Lin Yishuan, and she didn't take a step back. She sidestepped the robber's attack and kicked him with her back leg. The robber was kicked off balance and cursed it. "How is this woman so tough? Everyone stop watching and come help," the robber shouted. The robber holding Long Xiang couldn't move. The other robber released the girl and pointed at her nose, threatening, "Stay still and don't move, or I'll kill you." The girl, frightened, stood frozen, staring blankly ahead. Jin Shu was now fighting 2 people, and it was very difficult. The space in the car was small, with 2 people pressing her from both sides, so she was at a disadvantage in strength and space. They fought back and forth, but the robbers found a weakness and reached for her chest. It looked like they were about to grab her. The robber screamed in pain. His hand reaching for Jin Shu was caught by a strong hand. With a cracking sound, the robber's wrist was broken in an awkward position, hanging limply. Lin Yishuan stood beside Jin Shu, one hand breaking the enemy's wrist, the other gently touching her cheek.
"Sorry, I'm late," he said.
Jin Shu saw him wake up and her worried heart finally eased. She sniffed. It's not late, just right. Sit and rest for a bit. I'll handle the rest, Lin Yixuan said, pushing his wife onto the bed and punching the nearest robber. When Jin Shu was fighting the villains fiercely, Lin Yixuan's consciousness was already returning. But his body couldn't move because the 3 bottles had taken a toll. If Jin Shu had backed away just now, Lin Yixuan, still recovering, might have fallen into their hands. But she didn't step back even half a step, truly keeping her promise. She was there, and his territory was secure. His little Jean, forever the most reliable partner. She held the front line, and he took over the second half. Lin Yixuan swung his fist at the robber's face. The robber covered his nose and screamed in pain. His nose was broken. Lin Yixuan then struck him at the back of the neck, and the robber collapsed. That's him. He's the one who kidnapped our brother. One robber recognized him. Running away earlier, now coming back to die, Lin Yixuan sneered. The robber holding Long Xiang by the neck saw the situation turning bad and threatened Lin Yixuan. Don't come any closer, or I'll kill him. Lin Yixuan took the gun Jin Shu handed him, familiar with how to operate it, and pulled the safety. Sweetheart, watch this. Before he finished speaking, he pulled the trigger. The robber screamed and fell to his knees. A bullet hit his leg. The fight was over. Long Xiang survived the attack. He was gasping for breath, barely able to breathe after the bandits almost choked him to death. Lin Yixuan started cleaning up the scene. His wife had taken down one attacker. He knocked out one, injured 2, and tied them all up, then threw them into the storage room. The usually quiet train car suddenly became lively. They knew Lin Yixuan was an official person and wouldn't hurt them. Jin Shu didn't expect them to thank him, but something happened later that made Jin Shu very angry. In the front 2 rows, a passenger complained that the blood from the bandits had spilled on the floor and made it dirty. Lin Yixuan promised he would clean it up after dealing with the bandits. The passenger impatiently told him to hurry. Don't you have hands? Can't you clean it yourself? Jin Shu asked sharply. Blood is bad luck. Who knows if they have any contagious diseases? You're just doing your job for the people. The person replying thought Jin Shu and Lin Yixuan were both dispatched by the authorities to fight bandits. They were timid when dealing with bandits but bossy when talking to those protecting them. Jin Shu felt a strange anger inside. You're so impressive. You managed to knock down a bandit. Long Xiang came over. His innocent, naive face made Jin Shu's anger flare up instantly. Jin Shu glared at him hard. Long Xiang shrank back under the glare. Why was he so fierce? He just wanted to thank the hero who saved him. Stay away from me in the future. I always have bad luck when I meet you, Jin Shu said bluntly. Xiao Shu, what's going on? Sun Ying ran over. She had just seen her son helping the bandits. Sun Ying was worried about her daughter-in-law, so after she left, she came up with a plan. She paid 2 helpers to come and carry Lin Yixuan so the whole family could leave. When they returned, they found the crisis had already been resolved. The 2 helpers got paid for nothing and left happily without doing any work. Sun Ying looked at Long Xiang, still confused, and pointed at him, asking Jin Shu, "Why is this kid here? This troublemaker almost got us killed." Jin Shu snatched the grandmother's box, opened the lid, and grabbed a handful of something to throw at Long Xiang's face.
Ah!
Long Xiang screamed in fright. He got hit. He ran to the bathroom as fast as he could, wishing the train would stop soon, so he could find some monks to get rid of the bad luck. Jin Shu ran away with Dragon Xiang. The man in the front row who was shouting at Lin Yixuan to wipe the floor didn't know what had happened and was sitting on the bed, peeking out. What's your nonsense? It's too dirty. It's my great-grandmother's ashes. After a brief silence, the man jumped off the bed and pointed at Jin Shu, scolding her. Are you crazy? Ashes in the light is very unlucky. It will bring ghosts. Jin Shu gave him a cold smile and walked over to slap his face. The man was covered in ashes, screamed loudly, and ran out frantically, shouting, I want to complain. Which department are you from? Complaining to your dad. I am a proud individual business owner. I am the boss. Your complaints are useless. You guys are more annoying than ghosts. Jinshu rarely swore and yelled loudly. She admits her actions were very childish, but it felt so satisfying. Sun Ing couldn't close her mouth, wondering if her daughter-in-law had gone crazy. When Lin Yixuan returned and saw his wife causing a scene, he thought she was adorable and joined in shouting, "Run quickly. Boss Yu told you not to save anyone. She's crazy. She's scattering ashes." That shout was very effective. Everyone in the carriage started running out, afraid to stay any longer. Jinshu's family enjoyed a private carriage, so only the three of them remained. The driver was scared off by her. Once great-grandmother appeared, she was unstoppable. "I was so scared just now. I should have just taken great-grandmother's ashes and handed them to those bandits." Jinshu felt very happy after her outburst. No wonder there are so many loud women in this world. Honestly, being loud is much more satisfying than being a refined person. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, and she decided to hold back her anger to avoid inflammation. If she hadn't scattered the ashes, it would have been better. When we said we were going to bury her, we brought her back, and if they weren't fools, they would have guessed it was fake. Lin Yixuan smiled kindly and used a towel to wipe his wife's hands. Sun Ing looked at the quiet carriage and the ground covered in powder, her mouth twitching. She wanted to say something but thought about that superstitious man's annoying face and felt Jinshu was right. For the rest of the trip, no one stayed in this carriage. A few brave people came during the day to carry luggage, but when they passed Jinshu's bed, they hurriedly avoided her. They dared not offend her by scattering her great-grandmother's ashes. Jinshu's family enjoyed 2 peaceful days, and soon the train entered the country. Lin Yixuan got off at this stop because the battle car would be delivered here, and he needed to handle the handover. Jinshu and Sun Ing are taking the train back to Beijing. The couple will part ways at this station. Before getting off, Jinshu gives Lin Yixuan a bag of dried figs. She has carried these figs all the way. Lin Yixuan feels sad and lost. She didn't mention going with him. Uncle Chu comes over and pats Lin Yixuan on the shoulder. "Unexpectedly, you two really did it. Good job, you young couple." The military vehicle arrived 2 hours ago. Lin Yixuan doesn't reply and watches the train go away sadly. Seeing him so lost, Uncle Chu knows he doesn't want to part with his wife, so he changes the subject. "What's this?" "Let me see." "Oh, there's a note and some money inside?" Lin Yixuan snaps out of his thoughts, takes the note from Uncle Chu, and unfolds it. The note has only one sentence. "Choose the furniture. I will pick the appliances myself when I come over." The money is for buying furniture. After reading it, Lin Yixuan looks confused. What does it mean? Happiness came so suddenly that he couldn't react properly. Lin Yixuan holds Jinshu's note, stunned. Uncle Chu notices his expression and leans over to look, smiling happily. She's agreed to come back. Yes. Lin Yixuan finally understands. He is about to start a life with a wife and children. This is such great news. But wasn't she always avoiding this? Why did she suddenly agree? He wants to ask her, but the train has already left. He feels restless and can only wait until she gets home to contact her. It's cruel to keep him thinking about her all the time. Your expression is likely to get you into trouble in the team, Uncle Chu says casually.
Why?
Because a married man's happy face can easily attract resentment from single guys. Uncle Chu, you're probably single, right? Don't envy me too much. Even if I get married, I might not find a woman as good as my wife. Uncle Chu really wants to punch him now. On the train, Sun Ing is very happy to learn that Jinshu plans to join the army. Weren't you hesitant before? Why are you suddenly willing now? Jinshu looks out the window at the passing scenery, thinking about Lin Yixuan's reaction after seeing the note and smiles. Because 1,000 years is too long. Seize the day. She is now about to go back, taking care of the remaining matters. Once everything is settled, she will move to her new home to start fresh. After being away for half a month, when she returned to Beijing, the weather had already started to cool down. As soon as Jinshu stepped off the train, she saw Zhang Xian waiting outside. Zhang Xian saw her wave her hand, indicating she was there to pick her up. Why are you here?
Jin Shu asked.
Madam was worried about you, so I waited here for you after checking the train schedule. Jin Shu felt warm inside. Where is she? She met a familiar person ahead and just came over after a quick chat. Zheng Xian helped open the car door and invited Jin Shu and her mother-in-law to get in. Just as Jin Shu was about to get in the car, she heard a woman's voice behind her. Zheng Xian, what are you doing here? I know. Are you using Ruyan's car to pick up relatives? Jin Shu had already stepped one foot into the car when she heard this voice and couldn't help but turn around. Standing behind was a young girl, probably in her early 20s, wearing a light yellow dress and a matching headband, with long hair draped over her shoulders. She looked very much like a heroine from a romantic drama. She was quite pretty, but what surprised Jin Shu was that she recognized her. The girl who was taken hostage by the train robbers was her. At that time, Jin Shu fought with the robbers. The girl was so scared she froze in place. Later, Lin Yuan defeated the robbers, and she ran faster than a rabbit. She never even thanked Jin Shu and her husband for saving her. On the train, the girl was trembling and timid, but as soon as she got off the train, she seemed like a different person. She stepped in high heels toward Zheng Xian, glaring at her with hostility.
Who is this?
Jin Shu asked Zheng Xian. Your brother's fiancé, Li He. They're whispering annoyed Li He. She strode over and pushed Zheng Xian forcefully. Zheng Xian staggered, and if Jin Shu hadn't caught her, she would have fallen. Are you talking badly about me? I'll tell Ruyan that you're bullying me. Li He pointed at Zheng Xian and scolded. Say what you want. Don't hit her, Jin Shu said, unable to watch anymore. She thought if this girl used her current bossy attitude against the robbers, she wouldn't have been so scared on the train. Isn't this just bullying at home? How dare you, with that frog face, tell me what to do? You're the one. Seeing Jin Shu's face change color, Li He immediately remembered the unpleasant incident on the train. The incident where the robber took her hostage was not something she openly told Ruyan, as it was not very honorable. Although she was not physically harmed by the robber, she wondered if he would believe that. When Li He got out of the car, she had already decided to keep her unhappy feelings inside. Unexpectedly, she was so unlucky that as soon as she got out, she saw Jin Shu fighting with the robber. Do you know Zheng Xian? Li He asked cautiously. Jin Shu nodded. Li He looked at Zheng Xian with displeasure. She had long disliked this female secretary who always stayed close to Ruyan. Now this secretary was involved with someone who knew her secrets. Thinking this, Li He didn't hesitate. She raised her hand and slapped Zheng Xian hard in the face. Jin Shu didn't expect her to suddenly hit her. Suning, who was already in the car, was also startled by the slap. The slap landed on Zheng Xian's face, causing her head to tilt to one side. Li He felt she hadn't hit hard enough, so she raised her hand again, intending to strike a second time. Jin Shu grabbed her wrist firmly and scolded her sternly. Enough! What are you, to dare tell me what to do? Do you know I am the future young mistress of the Yu family? What's wrong with scolding the servants? Who told her to use Ruyan's car for personal errands? Zheng Xian pointed at Jin Shu and yelled. Jin Shu was amused by her foolishness and shook her head. You young mistress, don't you think your position is unstable? Her face looked very much like her mother's. If she was truly the legitimate fiancé, Li He wouldn't be able to tell. Jin Shu's face was a perfect copy of Chen Chen's. Zheng Xian noticed this the first time she saw Jin Shu. She was definitely someone important, not to be messed with. Li He was so foolish as to run up to Jin Shu and act arrogantly. Clearly, she had never met Chen Chen. Do you dare curse me? Li He wanted to hit Jin Shu, but remembered how Jin Shu had taken down a strong man on the train, knowing she couldn't win. So, she sarcastically said to Zheng Xian, this just shows what kind of friends you have. The friends of someone like you are all low class. I'm low class? Jin Shu pointed to her nose and was about to laugh with anger. Ruyan looked at women's eyes like this? When she saw him, she would definitely laugh at him. Suning got out of the car and could no longer listen. Little comrade, how can you talk like that? My daughter-in-law saved you, and you didn't even say thank you. Now you come here to provoke? What rescue? You shouldn't talk nonsense. I don't know any of you, you low-class person. Suning was also insulted as a low-class person and was called old too.
Don't speak like that.
She is. Zheng Xian saw the young lady and her mother-in-law being wronged and was about to reveal Jinshu's identity when Li He cut in sharply. Who she is has nothing to do with me. I warn you, Zheng Xian, don't use Ruoyan's car to pick up these shady people. You're the one who's shady, flirting with men. I haven't bothered with you about it. What's going on? Chen finally finished her socializing and came over, seeing the commotion in front of her car. Mom Jinshu waved to her and playfully pulled Chen's arm, enjoying the lively scene. This is my mom. Does she look like me?
Jinshu teased Li He.
She really does, completely identical.
Now you both have that shady vibe.
You're like two peas in a pod.
Huh.
Chen's clear eyes were full of confusion. Why was she suddenly considered shady?
Huh.
Jinshu burst out laughing. Li He, daring as ever, circled around Chen twice, sneering.
You and you.
Li He pointed her finger from Jinshu to Chen, then to Suning. Don't think that by hanging around our servant, you're better than others. Stop saying such harsh things. Zheng Xian tried to stop her. I have even worse to say. You poor folks, so vain, always trying to cling to connections, sitting in luxury cars. Do you even deserve it? Li He's words grew more aggressive. She was deliberately provoking. She was afraid Jinshu would tell Zheng Xian about the car incident. In Li He's mind, Jinshu was just a low-class girl who couldn't reach the Yu family's level. As long as she could ruin Jinshu and Zheng Xian's relationship, making them never contact each other again, her secret would be safe. Thinking this, Li He intensified her attack, aiming to hurt Jinshu. But when she looked into Jinshu's smart eyes, she felt a twinge of fear. She was still a bit afraid of Jinshu. Then she looked at Suning and thought Suning wasn't an easy target either. Her gaze settled on Chen, and Li He was satisfied. Although Chen looked similar to Jinshu, her kind expression showed she was easy to get along with. Li He decided to target her instead. Carrying a fake bag, you really think you're a wealthy lady?
Haha. Qian glanced at her bag. Fake bag.
Until this moment, Chen had not truly been angry with her, thinking she was just dealing with an impolite young person. But Li He's next words completely enraged Chen. As the saying goes, a crooked beam causes the entire house to be crooked. Your daughter associates with Zheng Xian, so she must be a lowly person. You're not much better either.
How dare you?
Chen was furious hearing her insult her daughter. She had finally found her precious girl, and now she was called a lowly person?
Jinshu didn't know what to say.
Some people really bring trouble on themselves. From now on, don't let me see you near my servants again. Toads wearing crowns, what are you pretending to be, royalty? Li He finished her rant, feeling satisfied. Li He, what are you doing here? Yuan approached, first noticing the arrogant and domineering Li He. Then his gaze fell on Jinshu, and his eyes lit up. Xiao sister, you're back. Little sister? Li He realized something was wrong. This is my sister, Jinshu, Yuan introduced her. Li He's face started to twist, her lips trembling. She shivered as she looked at Chen, who was clearly upset. So, she's my mother, Yuan interrupted. Li He trembled and almost fainted. She couldn't bear to think about what she had just done. First, she had mocked her sister as a lowly person, then she had lashed out at her mother, accusing her of carrying fake bags. Nice eye for people, Jinshu said sarcastically, giving a thumbs up to Yuan, making her sarcasm clear. I was hoping to find a chance for you to meet her, and now it's just right. Yuan didn't realize what had just happened. But he noticed that his mother's expression was strange, and his little sister's expression was very subtle. No need. Chen said sternly, my sister and I are both from the lower class. We don't deserve to meet such a noble daughter. She turned around and looked at Suning with guilt. Mother-in-law, I'm sorry for making you laugh. Our family is unlucky to have raised such a son. Madam,
I didn't mean that.
I didn't know she was my sister. Li He stammered, not knowing how to explain. Don't call me sister. Jin Shu quickly clarified. Someone like me from the lower class isn't worthy of you. She patted Yuan, giving him a look that said he should take care of himself, then turned to get into the car with her mother-in-law and biological mother, not forgetting to pull Zheng Xian along. The car door closed, and Jin Shu rolled down the window, adding a comment. Zheng Xian is my dad's confidential secretary. We must be polite when we see her. Who gave you the confidence to call her a servant? Yuan listened and guessed that his beautiful yet foolish fiancée had offended his mother, his sister, and his sister's mother-in-law all at once. She even called Zheng Xian a servant. Look at the trouble you've caused, Yuan said coldly. The family car drove away, even leaving him behind. It was clear his mother was very angry. Thinking of this, Yuan grew more annoyed with Li He. Ruyan, I didn't mean to. When did you get a sister? Li He remembered he was an only child. Always had one. She's the favorite daughter of my parents, loved and spoiled. You must be crazy to upset her. Hearing this, Li He looked terrified. What should I do? Can I still apologize to my sister now? Forget it. Don't look for me these days, Yuan said, and turned to leave. Ruyan, wait. Let me explain. In the car, Chun-Chin was very angry but couldn't lose her temper because her mother-in-law was nearby. Jin Shu was the calmest among them. She didn't care about Li He's provocation. She was just curious. Mom, why did my brother choose such a fiancé? Her father was your dad's college classmate. They come from a good family with strong traditions. My son was out having fun. Chun-Chin wanted to criticize her son's lifestyle but hesitated because her mother-in-law was present. Your brother has been spoiled by the excessive freedom in the US and has become irresponsible. Your dad wanted to find a girl to keep him in line, so he arranged this marriage. Jin Shu was speechless. Isn't this just a blind marriage? Does my brother agree? What could he say? Chun-Chin hesitated. Jin Shu could tell from her expression that Yuan didn't take marriage seriously. He probably wouldn't be a good husband, even if he got married. More like A with a family facade. He was a good son and a great brother, but not necessarily a good husband for women. How did I end up with such a son? You're lucky, mother-in-law. I think our Yuan is very steady. Her son was really frustrating. Maybe it was better to talk about her daughter and son-in-law. Where Yuan has many flaws, but our family's Jin Shu is always understanding and forgiving him, Sun Ying politely said. The two mothers started praising each other's children, creating a friendly atmosphere in the car. You praised my son. I said your daughter is very talented. The mood in the car became more relaxed. Jin Shu watched the two mothers chat happily, but couldn't join in. Since they were complimenting her, she felt a bit awkward, no matter what she said. Her gaze shifted to Zheng Xian driving. Zheng Xian's face was a little red, probably going to be swollen tonight. Is she always so bossy when she sees you? Jin Shu asked. It's okay, Zheng Xian replied with a slight smile.
She was used to it.
Since her mother was still in the car, she didn't want to talk about it too much, as if she was gossiping. But Jin Shu could tell she was deep in thought without saying a word. The car stopped in front of the Lin family's courtyard. Jin Shu was the first to get out. She was about to open the door for her mother and the other woman when suddenly, a loud, sharp sound came from inside the yard. Yu Miao ran away with a man, did you know? In the Lin family's yard, Zhang Zhaodi was standing with her legs apart, doing her best to spread big news. Recently, Sun Ying and her daughter-in-law weren't home, so Zhang Zhaodi took the chance to come over. She had been spreading rumors among the neighbors. At first, she only said Jin Shu's video store lost money, owed a lot of debt, and ran away to avoid paying. Later, the rumor evolved to version 2.0, claiming Jin Shu took Sun Ying's money and ran away with her lover, so she couldn't come back. Now, the rumor had reached an absurd version 3.0. Yu Miao is such a little troublemaker. She's got a boyfriend outside, stole Sun Ying's money, and ran off with him. Sun Ying took a few days off to chase after her. How do you know her mother and daughter didn't just go see Yixian? Neighbors couldn't stand it anymore. In the past few days, Zhang Zhaodi came over every day. At first, the second aunt could have chased her away with a broom, but she was busy lately and had no time. Zhang Zhaodi acted like she belonged to the street, spreading rumors everywhere. Xian just left a few days ago. Why would she rush over to find him? Zhang Zhaodi got more and more excited, not noticing Jinshu quietly standing behind her. She was watching her make a fool of herself. When a neighbor saw her and wanted to say something, Jinshu put her finger to her lips, making a shushing gesture. She didn't want to hear what nonsense Zhang Zhaodi might say next. That little troublemaker Yao Mei is always bragging about how she makes money. Where is her money? If she really earned it, why would she need to steal her mother-in-law's money and run off with a man? Mother, please watch your words. Yao Mei is also your daughter. How can you speak about her like that? Maybe she's not really my daughter, Jinshu said calmly. Zhang Zhaodi shivered in fear, and her big backside slid comically off the small stool, landing with a loud thud. How come you're back? Zhang Zhaodi didn't expect Jinshu to appear. This is my home. Why can't I come back? Say what you just said again. I didn't hear clearly. Jinshu cupped her ear. When Zhang Zhaodi spread rumors, there weren't many people in the yard. But as soon as Jinshu returned, everyone came out. Zhang Zhaodi felt embarrassed and couldn't admit defeat in front of so many people. She could only force herself to continue, sticking to her previous words. I said you haven't made any money. Isn't that right? You're just a small person, always dreaming of becoming a big shot. Do you really think reform and opening up will make you rich first? Yes, keep going. Jinshu gestured to her mother-in-law and mother, signaling them not to come in. She promised Yuan she would settle Zhang Zhaodi's family within 3 months, and from today, the countdown began. Zhang Zhaodi thought Jinshu was feeling guilty, so she became more confident. Look at you, going out to do business, but you don't even have a decent job. Lin Yuan is unlucky enough to find a small trader like you. Yes, keep going. After all your effort, did you make any money? Do you even know what money looks like? Do you think you're a big boss who can casually buy a courtyard house? Zhang Zhaodi mentioned the courtyard she casually bought with a slightly sour tone. She had recently been upset. The 2 best houses on the street in front of her were sold. It was said they were bought by the same owner, who was now renovating them. She went to take a look and was deeply shocked. The yards were paved with tiles, and the walls were painted with some kind of bright paint, so beautiful. This was also why Zhang Zhaodi didn't want to stay at home and kept going to Lin's house to spread rumors. From her window, she could see the front yard being decorated, with people coming and going, carrying things, many of whom Zhang Zhaodi had never seen before. Seeing others have money hurt her more than her own inability to produce children. I don't know where the rich people suddenly bought 2 courtyard houses. Zhang Zhaodi's jealousy towards the wealthy was directed at Jinshu. Seeing Jinshu dressed plainly, she couldn't help but mock her. If you're really making money, why do you dress so simply? You don't even have jewelry. Where did that bracelet come from? Zhang Zhaodi's eyes lit up when she saw the bracelet on Jinshu's wrist. It's a family heirloom given by my mother-in-law. Your life is too unfortunate to keep such a good thing. Give it to me. Even someone as clueless as Zhang Zhaodi could tell that the jade bracelet on Jinshu's wrist was valuable and worth money. She reached out to grab it. Enough! Chen finally couldn't bear it anymore and stepped out of the car. She was accompanied by Suning, who was equally angry. At this moment, both mothers shared the same feeling, who said Jinshu didn't deserve this. Jinshu is my chosen daughter-in-law. The family heirloom bracelet from the Lin family is given to her willingly. Why are you trying to take it? Suning scolded. Zhang Zhaodi didn't expect Suning to be here. She blushed deeply, but when her gaze fell on the woman beside Suning, her face turned pale instantly. You? After many years, Chen hadn't changed much. She was very willing to spend money on her face for maintenance. Seeing Chen, Zhang Zhaodi was like seeing a ghost. She took a step back in fear, just as a large laundry basin was placed outside behind her. Zhang Zhaodi stepped into the basin, lost her balance, and fell in. Jinshu tooted. The rope always breaks at the most delicate point. Poor second auntie, so unlucky. Every time something happened in the yard, the second auntie's belongings suffered damage. First, there was the sock used by Lin Yixuan to silence Zhang Zhaodi and her daughter, and now there was the deformed laundry basin caused by Zhang Zhaodi. Zhang Zhaodi, look at the trouble you've caused. How could you exchange my daughter? Chen Chen rushed over, grabbing Zhang Zhaodi's arm. Zhang Zhaodi was so scared her legs went weak. She couldn't understand how she had gone to such lengths to stop Jin Shu and Chen Chen from meeting, yet she was the one who found them. Hey, Jin Shu is back. Wait, you're not Jin Shu. Why do you look so much like her? My basin. The second auntie returned. Seeing Chen Chen, she thought she was seeing Jin Shu. After a closer look, she realized this woman was a bit older than Jin Shu. Then she looked at Jin Shu nearby and the deformed laundry basin, and her heart ached deeply. She is my real mother. As for the misdeeds caused by Lady Zhang Zhaodi, you'll have to ask her. Jin Shu was very pleased with the chaotic scene before her. This was the first shot in their revenge attack, and it was loud and clear. They sacrificed a wash basin from Aunt Air's house to attract everyone's attention. Other neighbors in the yard looked at Jin Shu and then at Chen Chen, all gasping in surprise. This really looked too much like her. Usually, it's normal for children to resemble their parents when they were young. Many people compare their parents' 20-year-old photos with their own and can't tell the difference. That's not strange. But for Chen Chen to look so much like her child even at her age was rare. To stay youthful, one must keep a good figure, avoid gaining weight, and be willing to spend money on skincare. Chen Chen met both these conditions, which is why this astonishing scene happened. Zhang Zhaodi was deeply shocked. The neighbors around her started talking, and she couldn't even try to argue. Jin Shu's face was the best proof. Mother of Sister Ting, what's going on? Did you really steal someone's child? Aunt Air, speaking for the onlookers, asked the most important question. I don't know who she is. She's talking nonsense. She's just a troublemaker, deliberately trying to hurt me. Zhang Zhaodi was so scared, she was rambling. Her mind was blank. She didn't even know what she was saying, just trying to defend herself. Where do you find someone who looks so much like her? When they walk out together, you can see their family. Someone from the neighbors said. This was almost the biggest news of the year, and it was hard not to talk about it. Zhang Zhaodi,
You've done so many bad things.
I won't let you get away with it. I have a good daughter, and look at what you've turned her into. Chen Chen was trembling with anger. Just now, Zhang Zhaodi mocked Jin Shu for not wearing decent clothes, and that cut deep into Chen Chen's heart like a sword. Actually, Jin Shu was too lazy to put much effort into dressing up, but her mother saw her as very pitiful, feeling both love and anger. Chen Chen had been spoiled by her husband and son for years and never argued with anyone. When she was extremely angry, she couldn't even curse harshly. She looked simple-minded. Jin Shu was thinking about whether to help her mom when an incredible scene happened. Chen Chen grabbed a distorted wash basin from Aunt Air's house and forcefully smashed it onto Zhang Zhaodi's head. Then she started hitting her with a loud bang. The wash basin was made of iron, so it was loud, and hitting someone's head with it was unbearable. Jin Shu couldn't help but laugh. Her mother is also a tough person. She doesn't curse, but directly takes action. Suning watched in shock and asked Jin Shu, "What's that called?"
Don't bother honest people.
Beneath a calm appearance, there's a volcano. When a rabbit gets angry, it bites. When a lady gets upset, she fights back. Zhang Zhaodi was beaten so badly that she couldn't fight back. Many people watched, but no one dared to step in and help. Not to mention Chen Chen's current state was very frightening. Anyone who tried to stop her would get hurt. If Zhang Zhaodi really was someone else's daughter, it would be normal for her to get angry. After a few hits from Chen Chen, Zhang Zhaodi fainted with her eyes rolling back. Chen Chen was panting heavily and wanted to kick her again, but Jin Shu stopped her.
Mom, calm down.
Don't get upset and hurt yourself. She actually said you're not worthy. My daughter, what's there not to be worthy of? Let's go to Guamao now. I want to buy all the clothes for you. Hearing this, the neighbors around exclaimed, "Wow, to Guamao. And buying everything. What kind of family is this?" Guamao is the best shopping mall in Beijing. Clothes there cost hundreds, or even over 1,000 yuan. An ordinary person's monthly salary might not even be enough to buy one piece of clothing there. How could Jin Shu's biological mother casually mention going to Guamao to buy clothes? Zheng Xian brought over a big phone, but the lady had just been told not to come down. She only dared to come over after the fight to see if she could help. Call the police, Jin Shu said coldly, showing no mercy. Everyone saw she even had a big phone. And look at her car, amazing. Truly impressive. She was clearly very wealthy. Who would have thought Lin Yishuan's family married a real gold phoenix? Jin Shu, what exactly is going on? Second aunt asked again, speaking for the crowd. In short, Zhang Zhaodi had a deformed child 20 years ago. My mother gave birth at the same hospital and, afraid of being laughed at, swapped me out. Jin Shu explained the whole story of the past 20 years in one sentence. Everyone was stunned. How did you find out about your biological mother? Second aunt asked again. I met her on the street and thought she looked familiar, so we talked a little. This time, my mother-in-law and I went out to investigate my background in the black market. Jin Shu cleverly kept her involvement in international business a secret, only telling half the truth. Reasonable and logical, everyone believes it without doubt. We will go to court with Zhang Zhaodi. At that time, we might need your help to testify. Zhang Zhaodi has never been honest with me. Jin Shu is polite to the people in the yard, but whether they testify or not doesn't really affect her case. Her goal was to make neighbors feel more involved. This way, she could spread her message more effectively and gain a strong advantage in public opinion. Thank you all for taking care of my daughter. My husband, and I will never forget your kindness, Chun Chin said. The enthusiastic neighbor, led by Aunt Second, quickly agreed. Of course, everyone would help with this. Some people genuinely disliked Zhang Zhaodi's actions, while others thought Jin Shu's wealthy family was just trying to curry favor. Whatever the reason, Jin Shu's first plan was successful. She wanted to be seen as morally superior and make Zhang Zhaodi's family unable to fight back. If they really went to court, Zhang Zhaodi and her husband would only be pushed into a bad situation. Even the harshest punishment would be 5 years. 5 years couldn't make up for the pain of losing family members. So Jin Shu planned to use all her means within 3 months to make Zhang Zhaodi's family socially abandoned and scorned. Soon, the police arrived and took Zhang Zhaodi away. Jin Shu's family went inside to talk, but Chun Chin felt unsatisfied about Zhang Zhaodi being taken away. Just arresting her like this is too lenient. Thinking this, Chun Chin felt a bit regretful, thinking she hadn't done enough and should have hit her a few more times. That's just the beginning. She will be released soon, Jin Shu said with a harsh truth. According to the current process, after Zhang Zhaodi is arrested, as long as she insists she didn't switch the children and blames the hospital for the mistake, the criminal case can be turned into a civil case. The police don't have the authority to hold her, so they have to release her. To make Zhang Zhaodi serve time, Jin Shu's family must file a lawsuit, present evidence, and wait for the court's decision before enforcement. Hearing this, Chun Chin felt even more upset. Don't let this small matter ruin your mood. Mom, stay for dinner. Try my cooking. Jin Shu changed the subject. She wouldn't tell her mother that her attack on Zhang Zhaodi was just beginning. This foolish family would pay for what they did. But punishing Zhang Zhaodi's family and framing the child theft as a personal grudge was too narrow a view. Jin Shu had bigger plans. Among the 4 members of the Yu family, Chun Chin is the simplest and most innocent. When she heard her daughter was going to cook, she forgot all her worries immediately. She quickly asked Zheng Xian to call her husband over and specifically reminded her not to invite that flirtatious man, as thinking about him gave her a headache. Chun Chin was still upset about what happened at the train station. Zheng Xian hesitated for a long time before making the call. She knew she had to listen to her wife, but she also had a feeling that if she didn't call that flirtatious man, he might withhold her bonus. Jin Shu noticed her hesitation and took her big brother's phone to call Yu Ruian herself. Eating was not the main concern. Jin Shu had other thoughts. When Yu Hongwen received the call, he was feeling very annoyed. Hearing that his daughter had returned and wanted to cook herself, he gathered his spirits and went to the Lin family. In the Lin family's kitchen, Jin Shu was busy wearing an apron. Suning and Chen helped her. Suning was chopping vegetables, and Chen was washing them. She washed the greens until only the stems remained, clearly inexperienced. Suning hesitated, wanting to ask this wealthy lady who seemed out of touch with everyday life to leave, but she was also worried about offending her. Chen said she was helping, but really she just wanted to spend more time with her daughter. Washing vegetables wasn't important. What mattered was chatting with her. Suning could only suppress her pity for the poor vegetables, as they seemed unlucky to be with this lady who never touched water. Chen was very pleased to see her daughter doing well. When Jin Shu cooked a dish, Chen watched with tears in her eyes, feeling proud of how excellent her daughter was. She almost felt embarrassed for Jin Shu. It was just cooking, it wasn't saving the world. Was it really necessary to be so proud? Inside, Zheng Xian felt very uncomfortable. She thought she should leave. It was a family gathering and she didn't belong there. But Jin Shu pulled her aside, saying she needed her to stay and take notes during a meeting with Yu's father and son. This made Zheng Xian feel very awkward. She didn't know whether to sit or stand. She wanted to help in the kitchen but was pushed out by Suning. The kitchen was too small for 3 people and another person would make it too crowded. Just then, Yuan appeared at the most awkward moment. "Oh, isn't that young master Yu? Why aren't you spending time with your noble fiancé and hanging out with us lower-class folks?" Chen said sarcastically as her son arrived. "That marriage isn't even something I wanted. If you're angry, go yell at your father." Yuan still felt wronged. "Our family is too small to hold that big person. I'll talk to your dad later. She's not with me, and I'm not with her." Chen finished with his son and went into the kitchen to see his talented daughter. Yuan sighed. Sometimes he really envied his mother. She is spoiled and unaware of the hardships of the world, always like a young girl. She doesn't care about the company's affairs. He and his father handle everything. Even if something happens, it won't affect Lady Yu. Jin Shu put the ribs into the pot and glanced at Yuan. Just a second ago, she was joking and smiling with her mother, but after her mother went into the kitchen, her brow furrowed. She looked like she had something on her mind. Yuan was already annoyed. Seeing Zheng Xian's swollen face made him even angrier. "How did this happen?" "I bumped into myself." "It's fine. Your precious fiancé hit you." Jin Shu and Zheng Xian spoke at the same time. Zheng Xian looked at Jin Shu in surprise. She didn't expect the young lady to speak up for her. She thought she could downplay the matter, but Yuan saw through her. "That woman." Yuan gritted his teeth. "Why did she hit my person?" "Oh, his person?" Jin Shu raised an eyebrow. Was he really speaking honestly? Zheng Xian's face grew hot, unsure if it was from being hit or from his words. "Zheng Xian is our dad's key secretary, not yours." Jin Shu saw through and said it outright. She liked stirring things up. "Everyone who works for me is my employee. She doesn't have the right to hit her." Zheng Xian lowered her head even more, suppressing her disappointment. What was she expecting? She's just an employee, a minor servant. Knowing her character isn't good, and yet you're still going to marry her? Jin Shu stopped asking. If she kept pressing, Zheng Xian would be embarrassed. Some things are better left unsaid. "I really don't want to marry her if it weren't for..." Yuan swallowed the words he almost said. "The company is facing some difficulties now, and Lihe's father might be able to help." Yuan held back his anger and didn't confront Lihe at the station. He didn't tell his sister about the company's problems. She just came back and he didn't want her to worry or get upset. Jin Shu saw his frustration and his eyes flickered. After a while, Yuan arrived. Although he acted very calm, Jin Shu could tell he was different. People with worries can't hide their feelings from Jin Shu's eyes. Yuan and his son stayed inside for a while, then used the excuse of going out to smoke. Once in the car, they didn't come out again, seeming to discuss something. Suning noticed her in-law's attitude and felt a bit suspicious. While Chen wasn't paying attention, she quietly asked Jin Shu, "What's wrong with your dad? Is it because we didn't treat him well?" Jin Shu shook his head. It's probably because of work at the company. Business people often have these issues. Don't take it to heart. Suning hesitated but believed him. When dinner was served, Yu Hongwon and his son returned. During the meal, Yu Hongwon forced a smile and tried to join the conversation. Yu Ruyan spoke less than last time. Only Chun Shin was excited, talking constantly, praising Jinshu's cooking and carefully tasting the dishes. Jinshu could see that her mother was truly lucky, loved by two men, not involved in the company, so she naturally didn't worry about business troubles. After we finish eating, let's go see the new house. Since my daughter is getting married, I, as her mom, don't have many gifts. I just prepared a new house for the young couple right in front of Zhang Zhaodi's yard. Chun Chan happily said she bought 2 houses. One for her daughter's family and one for herself. She chose the front yard of Zhang Zhaodi's house, sometimes teasing her. Dear-in-laws, this won't do. Sun Ing quickly refused. A whole courtyard for one house was too much. Yes, it's fine. If it weren't for Yuan, our family wouldn't have survived last time. If you don't accept it, won't you look down on us? Just accept it. In the future, Yu Ruyan wanted to say that they might not be able to afford it later, but Yu Hongwon gave him a look, so he held back. This isn't right. Sun Ying felt uneasy with their wealth. Jinshu held Sun Ying's hand and calmly said, if it's for me and Yuan, we won't be polite. Chen Chen happily nodded. That's right, that's the way. The house is still being renovated. Dear-in-laws, come take a look later and tell us if anything isn't satisfactory. In the future, we'll live next door. But I don't like the chandelier on the ceiling. It should be shipped from F country, crystal lights, right, her dad? Yu Hongwon forced a slight smile, but Chun Chin didn't notice anything unusual about her husband. She continued casually. After dinner, we looked at some houses. I plan to take our daughter to Guomao for shopping. Zhang Zhaodi even said our daughter doesn't deserve nice clothes. I was so angry I could explode. Yu Ruyan hesitated, but Yu Hongwon shook his head at him. It seemed like their last bit of fun. Mom, I won't go shopping with you today. I have something to talk to Dad and my brother about. Jinshu understood the situation well enough. It was time to speak. After dinner, Sun Ying and Shin Shin went to see some houses. Zheng Xian drove, while in the Lin family's living room, Yu Hongwon and his son sat on chairs. Jinshu brewed some tea and waited quietly for Yu Hongwon to speak first. Yu Hongwon took out a check from his pocket and placed it on the table. Take this money. In a few days, your father and I will go abroad. The trip might take a while, so try to spend less during this time. Jinshu glanced at it. It was 200,000 yuan. It looked like her father was giving her pocket money. Yu Hongwon also tried to act normal. Jinshu didn't take the money, but looked at Yu Hongwon with deep eyes. Did something happen to the company? Yu Hongwon was surprised, then glared at his son. Didn't they agree not to tell Chin Chin and Jinshu? How did she find out? It's not what you think. Yu Ruyan quickly waved his hands. Don't blame my brother. I figured it out myself. You two have been acting strange since you came in. Tell me what's going on. It's nothing serious. My brother and I just need to go back for a trip. Yu Hongwon tried to brush it off. Jinshu's face darkened. I thought you considered me family. Why are you hiding this from me? If it was a small matter, when her mother just suggested buying a crystal chandelier, her father wouldn't have looked so uncomfortable. Someone with a diamond mine at home wouldn't care about such money. Unless the company's situation was already very serious. Forget it. I can't hide it anymore. Just tell her, Yu Ruyan said wearily, rubbing his temples. These past few days had drained him. Working so hard outside, then coming home and not letting his mother suspect anything. Today, when the domineering Li He bullied his sister, he couldn't even call off the wedding. His anger was almost unbearable. Seeing that he couldn't hide it anymore, Yu Hongwon had to reveal their difficulties. Our assets overseas have been frozen.
Why?
Jinshu frowned. My younger brother, together with some outsiders, is trying to seize power. The attack we encountered at the black market was carried out by his people, he said. If it weren't for us meeting Lin Yishuan by chance, Yu Hongwon and his wife would have died at the black market. Domestic police are very reliable. Just 3 days after you left, they found out that my brother had hired the killers. Yu Hongwen was very shocked. His own brother had done such a thing. Ignoring his son's opposition, he confronted his brother directly. He wanted to awaken his brother's lost family feelings and was trying to be lenient. But he didn't expect that once their plans were exposed, his brother would become desperate and act recklessly. They colluded with outsiders to take over the company and falsely accused us of financial fraud related to our overseas mines. The U.S. froze our overseas funds. I just signed 2 investment projects back home. Jinshu listened with a tightening brow. Her suspicions were right. The family's problems were serious. Your mother is not in good health. Don't let her know. Your father and I will go back, and you stay here to take care of her. Yu Hongwen was just glad that when his wife bought the courtyard house, they still had money. Both houses were paid in full. The worst case would be that he and his son couldn't return. Jinshu and her mother would stay in the country, at least having a place to live. Are all your assets abroad frozen? Jinshu asked. Yu Hongwen nodded heavily. His properties, cars, and company funds were all frozen. We will go back and fight in court. As long as we win the case and the funds are unfrozen, things won't be delayed here, he said optimistically. The case was still under investigation. As long as he went back and found ways to provide evidence, the crisis could be resolved, the company unfrozen, and everything could return to normal. No, the people who slander, you know very well that you are innocent. If you go back, you'll be walking into a trap. If I were that irresponsible uncle, I would send someone to target you and your family as soon as you land. Yu Hongwen and his son looked worried. Jinshu continued to analyze. They could attack you in the car, kill you both, and then create a false scene of suicide to cover up. They would then try to whitewash the company and naturally inherit your assets. You and Mom are still in the mainland. The inheritance isn't even theirs to take, Yuan said. You're so naive. Business battles can be deadly. If they can send a killer to murder your parents once, why not a second time? Yuan's lips pressed tightly. He wanted to argue, but couldn't find the right words. Every word his sister said was sharp and pointed.
You two shouldn't go back.
Hire an international lawyer to fight the case. As long as you're alive, they can't touch the company. Since you're falsely accused, your assets will eventually be unfrozen. It's just a matter of time. I've thought about that too, but with the current situation, if we stay in the mainland, he will send people here. You and your mother will be in danger. Plus, the contracts in the mainland haven't paid out yet. Not only will our invested factory shut down, but we could also face charges of business fraud. Yu Hongwen feels trapped. He knows returning home is dangerous, but staying in the country puts his wife and daughter at risk. As a patriotic entrepreneur, he truly wants to help domestic companies. The equipment for those companies has already been purchased, just waiting for the funds. If the money stops, thousands of employees will lose their jobs, and the country will suffer losses too. That's why he chose to take a risk and go back, betting his life on winning. If he wins, he can restore his reputation. If he loses, he will be ruined and have nowhere to hide. Lihe's father knows me a bit. His wife works at a bank. Maybe she can help us get a loan. If I can get 2 months buffer, once the lawsuit is over, our crisis will be resolved. Yu Hongwen is optimistic about this plan. Jinshu shakes her head again. I've looked into Lihe. His character is very bad. He looks down on others and has a bad family background. His parents are decent, so he shouldn't have turned out like this. If you have power and influence, he'd call you in-laws. But if you get into trouble, he'll run faster than a rabbit. Yu Hongwen and his son fall silent. Every word Jinshu says is sharp and hits the core of the problem, leaving them unable to argue. At this point, their options seem to be a dead end. I have a way to break this deadlock, Jinshu says. Yu Hongwen and his son look at her in surprise. Her? Right now, we need to solve 3 things at once. First, our family safety. We must go somewhere a killer can't reach, to ensure everyone stays alive. Luckily, I have a good place in mind. You mean your brother-in-law's place? Yuan thinks of Lin Yishuan. Jinshu smiles and nods. I don't believe killers would dare cause trouble in a special forces area. Even if they had the guts, Yuan and his team wouldn't let them get away. Yu Hongwen and his son nod in agreement. It really is a good place. You and your mother go first. I will go with your brother, you both go too. I know you're not willing to leave the family business abroad.
That's okay.
Dad, you probably have trusted people overseas. You can have them find the best lawyers and gather evidence for the lawsuit. But even the fastest lawsuit will take 2 or 3 months. What do we do if our funds in China run out during those 2 or 3 months? That's the third thing I want to talk about. I will handle the money problem.
You?
Because the Yu family was falsely accused, they're sure to win the lawsuit. Yu Hongwen and his son know this, and so does Yu Hongwu, that scoundrel. He just wants to use the time difference to drag Yu Hongwen down. He didn't act sooner or later, but waited until Yu Hongwen's investments in China started and they needed money. Then he would strike. This move is both mean and ruthless. If overseas funds are frozen for 2 months and the Yu family can't access money, their factories in China will close. The authorities will definitely hold Yu Hongwen and his son responsible. At that point, unless Yu Hongwu acts, the court in China will sentence Yu Hongwen and his son for financial fraud. They won't get out for years. While they are in prison, Yu Hongwu will have already taken control of the company. During this time, he can also arrange to eliminate Chen Chen. Currently, Yu Hongwu doesn't know about Jin Shu's existence. Jin Shu, as the secret weapon of the Yu family, has the power to turn things around once she appears. I know our biggest problem is money. As long as we solve the cash flow issue and sue overseas, we can hold Yu Hongwu accountable, put him in jail, and take back his shares in the company. Jin Shu's words sound very encouraging, but Yu Hongwen remains pessimistic. He sighs and shakes his head, saying, "Daughter, I know you mean well. But business isn't as simple as you think. Solving the cash flow problem sounds easy, but it's not. He doesn't need just 1 million or 2. He needs 30 million yuan. If the overseas funds aren't unfrozen, it wouldn't be hard for Hongwen. But now he's stuck in China. Based on the current average wages here, where can he gather 30 million yuan? I earned 500,000 yuan this time. I went to the United States," Jin Shu says. Hearing this, Yu Hongwen's nose stings. This child didn't grow up with him, yet she is so good. When something happened at home, she didn't hesitate to take out the money. However, this amount is quite large domestically. Given the current living standards, saving this money could cover a normal person's expenses for a lifetime. But he is involved in investments, often worth tens of millions. The few tens of thousands her daughter gave are just a drop in the bucket. Little book, I appreciate your kindness, but this amount can't solve the problem. Keep it for yourself. Let me finish. If we add 50,000 yuan to the 100,000 yuan I got from my mother, totaling 150,000, it's not difficult, right? 150,000 can do what? Yuan said with a bitter smile, thinking that his sister was used to doing small business deals. Her perspective is limited, but her good intentions are clear. Yuan felt sorry that his sister appeared at the wrong time. If she had come a few years earlier, when the family was doing well, they would have given her a comfortable life no matter what. With 150,000, we can do many things. We can turn this money into supplies, ship them to the country, and contact airlines in the country to see if they have plans to buy airplanes. When Jin Shu mentioned the first half, Yu's father and son thought she was still thinking about small-scale trading. But when they heard about contacting airlines, they were suddenly alert. "Little sister, tell me more." Yuan felt goosebumps rise on his skin. His blood, which had been cold for days, suddenly started to boil. He had tried every method he could think of, feeling hopeless and at a dead end. Jin Shu brought hope to the dark, despairing Yu family. "This time, I went to the country under the pretense of donating military vehicles. I met a military officer there. My husband and I drank 2 bottles of with him, almost risking our lives. Besides exchanging a vehicle, I also obtained important intelligence." The room was silent, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Jin Shu spoke calmly. Her speech was always slow but powerful, just like her impression, calm and formidable. "The intelligence I got is that they have 2 Airbus A145 planes for sale. If we buy from country M, The market price is over 200 million yuan, but they are only asking for 50 million. Keep going, Yu Hongwen said seriously, looking at his daughter. He was very pleased with her as soon as she appeared. I asked if they could send one plane over first, with a deposit of one plane. I suggested an exchange, goods for goods, and they agreed. Jinshu explained the detailed process. She ordered 2 airplanes. Mao Guosian sent one over, and she used trains to ship the other. To send 2 planes, at least 300 train cars of light industrial goods, canned food, instant noodles, daily necessities are needed. For the 300 train cars of goods, Jinshu first used the 1 million. She had to cover more than 10 train cars worth of goods, gaining the other side's trust. Then, she used the airplane loans to get bank loans, which allowed her to buy more goods to continuously send to Maogua. Because transportation could only be by train and took 7 days, this gave Jinshu more time to turn over goods and get cash flow. Jinshu was responsible for coordinating the airplane purchase from Maogua. The Yu father and son contacted a domestic airline company and sold 2 planes at 70 million each, which was not difficult. Once the domestic airline company paid, Jinshu could repay the bank loan. Calculations showed that the 2 planes could earn the Yu family 40 million, solving their domestic financial problems. This plan sounds complicated, but is actually similar to Jinshu's idea of swapping tanks. The key problem was the 7-day delay in transporting goods. Jinshu used this time to the fullest, linking each step perfectly. She used almost magical methods to gather enough funds for her family. After Jinshu finished explaining, the room was silent. The Yu father and son were both shocked. Little sister, how did you come up with all these ideas? Yu Ruyan asked, his throat dry and hoarse. He graduated from the top business school in the US and considered himself outstanding among his peers. But facing his domestic-born sister, who reportedly only has a high school diploma, he could only look up to her. Not only Yu Ruyan, but also Yu Hongwen was amazed by his daughter. If I hadn't reconnected with you all, I would still want to do this plan. But I have limited starting capital, and it would take about 3 or 4 years to complete. She still wanted to undertake such a big project herself. The Yu family father and son were stunned. They were stimulated by Jinshu and, hearing her words, felt surprised but not shocked. They believed that Jinshu could do it. Once I sell the pigeon eggs, we'll have 1 million in startup capital. The 2 4-courtyard houses will be transferred to, but I have limited starting capital, and it would take about 3 or 4 years to complete. She still wanted to undertake such a big project herself. The Yu family father and son were stunned. They were stimulated by Jinshu. Yu Hongwen and his son have a company, and with so many assets in front of them, they're sure they can easily keep the plane. 2 months are enough to complete this plan of exchanging supplies for the plane. If they survive these 2 months, Yu family's overseas assets will be unfrozen, and all problems will be solved. Is Zhang Zhaodi's family particularly lucky? How come she benefits so much? Yu Ruyan sighed. Jinshu's lips curved into a smile. Speaking of Zhang Zhaodi, Yu Hongwen and his son have a company, and with so many assets in front of them, they're sure they can easily keep the plane. 2 months are enough to complete this plan of exchanging supplies for the plane. If they survive these such an useless person, yet Jinshu says she can help the family. Dad, what do the 2 factories you invested in do? Jinshu asked. One makes female hygiene products, the other makes clothes. We don't need the clothing factory for now, but the hygiene products have great potential. Jinshu smiled, thinking, traffic, this is just what we need. You're not planning to print Zhang Zhaodi's face on the sanitary pads and let her be soaked in blood every day, cursing her, right? Yu Ruyan's imagination took flight. He could only think of such a use for Zhang Zhaodi, that villain. Jinshu's lips twitched. Business ideas need to be practical, but not to the point of being superstitious. Keep your creepy ideas to yourself. Also, although she's a villain, her mistakes will be punished by law. Using her portrait without permission is infringement. Then tell me, what else can Zhang Zhaodi be useful for? Yu Ruyan didn't know any other good uses besides printing her face on sanitary products. Buying planes from our country, or using domestic loans for planes, we need enough fame. Right now, there's a quick way to help us become famous quickly in the country. You mean the lawsuit with Zhang Zhaodi? Yu Hongwen suddenly understood. Jinshu nodded. I made a bet with my brother. Within 3 months, I will make Zhang Zhaodi pay the price. What's the price? Jail, just 5 years. That's cheap for her. Jinshu had long thought about making Zhang Zhaodi's crimes of bias against girls and replacing children known to everyone. This is not only to vent her own anger but also to attract social attention and warn against such behavior. Jinshu's initial idea was to use Zhang Zhaodi's downfall as a warning to families that favor boys over girls, discouraging them from risking illegal actions. Exposing Zhang Zhaodi might reduce the number of unfortunate children like the original young sister in the world. We will sue her and contact the TV station. I remember CCTV has a popular women's program that is very emotional and has high ratings. My mom can go on and share her story honestly. With Chen Chen's overflowing maternal love, she doesn't even need acting skills. Just honestly sharing her experiences would touch many people. After the program airs, media attention will follow. Whether we contact the media or they find us, we want to increase our influence. As long as they mention our women's products, that's enough. Before the internet became popular, TV and print media held the dominant voice. Such a unique social issue would still attract attention even 20 years from now, not just in the 1990s. Yuji's special background will add more heat to this event. Domestic media wouldn't know that Yu Hongwen's assets overseas have been frozen. Anyone who sees this would think he is a patriotic overseas Chinese. Jinshu, the true daughter of the family, was replaced by a malicious, small-minded person who favors boys and was even given the nickname Yao Mei, little sister. Any detail about her could be explosive. My goal isn't to attack Zhang Zhaodi. I want to use this method to call on hospitals to improve management and prevent such tragedies from happening again. Isn't that a broad vision? After Jinshu finished speaking, the room fell silent again. Yu Hongwen looked at his daughter and then at his son. He used to think his son was talented, but now he saw that his daughter was truly remarkable.
How old are you?
How do you have so many ideas in your head? This kind of strategy, even as a think tank, is impressive. It's hard to believe she only has a high school education. Gifted, plus hard work. Jinshu brushed it off briefly. Before the family reunion, her abilities were hard to explain. After the reunion, it was easier to fool others. In a wealthy family like the Yu family, having a daughter who can do business is not surprising. When asked by family members, she just said she was well-trained. Since she already said so, she aimed to be flawless. Then our products will save a lot on advertising costs. Yuan immediately used his shrewd business skills and started calculating profits in his mind. This move is incredible. Radio advertising costs are calculated by the second. If they put their sanitary pad ads on the central TV station, it would cost millions in less than a minute. But Jinshu used Zhang Zhaodi to exchange for a child as a way to subtly promote her product, and the effect was even better than an ad. You should know, she had Chen appear on a women's program, which mostly attracts female viewers. All of them are potential customers for sanitary pads. Is there any ad more powerful than this? Our status is such that even if my mom appears on TV, people wouldn't think it's an ad. When she's on the show, don't mention any company. Just say she's here to invest domestically. Jinshu knows how to pique curiosity. Half telling the story makes it more effective. The less they reveal about the company, the more people want to know. Media will start digging, and once they find out the sanitary pad brand, Jinshu has one last big move. When the situation becomes widely known, we'll have the PR team release a statement. For every pack of sanitary pads sold, we'll donate 10 cents to help girls in rural areas. The campaign focuses on caring for women, and the money goes directly to the National Charity Department, which is transparent. Companies doing charity work can enjoy some tax benefits. Sanitary pads have only recently become popular in the country, and many towns still use toilet paper. To promote sanitary pads, a lot of money must be spent on advertising. Yu's father and son saw this emerging industry and invested 20 million yuan in the factory, with a quarter of that allocated for advertising. Jinshu's combined strategies saved all that advertising money. I only have one request. The money saved from advertising You must use it honestly for research and development. The new products must suit the physiological features of our people, and their quality must be excellent. Don't let them become cheap, inferior products. In later years, most of the domestic sanitary pad market was taken over by foreign brands. A key reason was that local brands lacked advanced technology early on, leading to leaks and other issues. Later, imported products flooded the market with aggressive advertising, making it hard for local brands to compete. If they had improved quality during the promotion phase, later on, when capital wanted to play business tricks, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage. So, brother, do you like my revenge plan? Jinshu smiled lightly, her words playful, but in her hand, the world seemed to turn 3 times. Yuan swallowed hard. This couldn't be called satisfaction anymore. Was his sister a superhero reborn? Dad, is it possible that my sister is actually my biological sister and I was switched at birth? Yu Hongwen laughed heartily. The gloom in his eyes disappeared instantly. His daughter was truly a blessing from heaven. With a wave of her small hand, she brought good fortune to the whole family. But I am very curious about one thing, Yuan said. Little sister, you used Zhang Zhaodi to advertise because our family just invested in a sanitary napkin factory. What would you do if we hadn't invested in that factory? Yuan asked, turning the tide against the odds. Luck played a big role. Without that luck, how else could she have handled things? No matter what your factory makes, I can find ways to jump on the trend. Female products are more fitting for the theme. Oh, and once our factory is done, I want to promote my own factory too. You have a factory? I have an agreement with the portable music player factory. If I help them win a legal case, they will give me 20% of the shares. When the media finds out about this, she will gain attention as a shareholder of the portable music player factory. Her advertising slogan is ready, listening to the sound of love. Zhang Zhaodi, a single person, supports 2 factories, creating jobs for thousands of workers. She makes full use of resources, demonstrating what it means to reuse waste. This girl, even if she doesn't help manage our business, she can still succeed on her own. Yuan realized that she was a naturally talented person. After all, she was his sister. Little Shu, once our family's crisis is over, I'll step down as general manager and give the position to you. Yuan genuinely believed his sister was more suitable for the role. Jinshu shook her head.
No, I don't want to.
I have my own career to pursue. I think I should stay out of the family's affairs. The Yu family's roots are overseas, but Jinshu doesn't plan to focus her energy there. She was reborn to revive Chinese products. Every drop of her effort is dedicated to her beloved homeland. Jinshu felt that perhaps there was some fate at work. In her previous life, she never heard of the Yu family, patriotic overseas Chinese investing in domestic products. It was very likely that Yu Hongwu had eliminated her father and brother. Without such honest entrepreneurs in the late 1990s, domestic products were ruthlessly exploited. Now that she has returned and reunited with her father and brother, protecting this family is like preserving a spark of hope, making her efforts to revive Chinese goods smoother. Although she faces some difficulties now, Jinshu is confident she can lead her family through the crisis. This is no longer just her family's problem. It concerns the entire industry and is closely related to the country's future. Her abilities complement Lin Yishuan's, and without either of them, they couldn't protect their home. So many people, yet she specifically became Lin Yishuan's wife. Jinshu is starting to believe in fate. Since heaven has arranged this card for her, she must play it well. The first step is to ensure the safety of her father and brother. After the secret meeting with the 3 of them, Jinshu quickly contacted Lin Yishuan to arrange accommodation for her family. Her parents just need to stay at the family residence and apply for permission. Yu Hongwen's family needs to stay in the staff housing for about 2 months. Jinshu originally thought not to trouble the team. She decided her parents could share a place with her and Lin Yishuan. Based on Lin Yishuan's rank, he should be assigned a small 3-bedroom apartment, which would be enough for everyone. Unexpectedly, the team arranged a separate house for Yu's family next to Lin Yishuan's, so once they leave, the house can be returned. Jinshu's 3 cars weren't given for nothing. They still show respect. Once the accommodation was arranged, Jinshu quickly handled her business in Beijing. The lawsuit against the portable music factory was still ongoing. As Jinshu predicted, the other side didn't want to escalate the matter and preferred to settle privately. The current offer was 800,000 yuan. Jinshu asked the factory director to hold firm and delay the other side. Before the court hearing, they would likely increase their offer to 1 million yuan. If the compensation reaches 1 million, Jinshu will own 20% of the factory. She estimates that the other side's mental defenses will collapse in the next few days. Jinshu entrusted the tape business to the Li brothers. She asked if they wanted to stay with her or sell the store. If they want to start their own business, Jinshu will sell the audio store at market price, and they can pay her later. The store makes several thousand yuan profit each month under Jinshu's management. Jinshu supplies the portable music factory at very low prices and has a good source of cheap tapes. Selling tapes daily yields hundreds of yuan in profit. Although sales are not as booming as when she first opened the store, she has a steady group of repeat customers. As long as she maintains stable operations, reaching a modest level of prosperity is not a problem. However, the two brothers refused the shop exchange proposal. Li Xiao was old enough and planned to join the army. Li Duo expressed his desire to continue learning business with his sister-in-law. Currently, Jinshu was busy expanding her territory and couldn't take him along, so he stayed in Beijing helping with the shop, earning whatever Jinshu decided to pay him. Later, once Jinshu settled down, Li Duo wanted to come and continue working with her. This was his own opinion, and also his parents' wish. Being a boss was good and profitable, but the Li family had a long-term view. They thought Li Duo was still young and should learn real skills from Jinshu rather than rushing to make money. Li Duo had already missed out on university, which was a regret for the whole family, and they couldn't afford to lose Jinshu too. No one knew Jinshu's abilities better than the Li family. For example, when Jinshu went to Mao country for business, she was gone for half a month, and the shop was left to the two brothers. Surprisingly, the shop operated smoothly, without any problems. This wasn't because the brothers were particularly skilled, but because Jinshu left 3 sheets of paper before leaving. They detailed all potential problems in running a shop, from inventory management to sales, distributor management, and even how to handle troublemakers. Li Duo followed her instructions step by step. He was amazed to find that all the issues encountered in running the business were written on those papers. These 3 thin sheets contained more practical experience than some people gain in a lifetime of running a shop. University teaches theory, but Jinshu's experience was all practical. Being around such a person to learn skills and gain insight was invaluable and priceless. Therefore, Li Duo was willing to work as an assistant and follow Jinshu unwaveringly. The situation at the food factory was similar. Zhang Xueling expressed her intention to follow Jinshu. The food factory was a very important part of Jinshu's plan. After she removed the factory director, Chen Guodong, the entire factory was under her control. Now, Zhang Xueling was responsible for managing the factory. Jinshu had opened up sales channels, so Zhang Xueling only needed to focus on production, which she was good at. Most of the cooked food produced was for Jinshu's foreign trade, exchanging goods for goods. The remaining 20% was shared equally with the Zhou siblings, and only 10% was sold to other buyers in Beijing. Jinshu revitalized the food factory on her own. If it hadn't been a state-owned business, she would have taken control directly. Jinshu's trusted close associates had been carefully arranged before she left. The Zhang siblings are her partners. She won't be as detailed as trusted confidants, but she has given the Zhang siblings clear guidance. Jinshu is busy with her business and, in just 2 days, has explained everything clearly. Lin Yixuan, during his free time, is also looking at furniture. Thinking about his wife coming soon, he feels very excited. Some families are happy, one family is worried. These past 2 days, Zhang Zhaidi has been very frightened. Zhang Zhaidi was taken by the police for a whole day of questioning. Yu Saifu heard the news and, instead of hiring a lawyer to help, he packed his belongings, took his elderly mother, and brought Yu Tingmei, who was on leave at home, and they ran away overnight. Zhang Zhaidi was ignored at the police station. This was mentioned when Yu Fei came to give Jinshu extra lessons on Saturday. It is said Zhang Jiadi stayed at the police station for a day, but was released due to lack of evidence. When she returned, she found her home had been emptied. She was angry and worried, and then fell ill with a fever.
She has not gotten up since.
I even heard my great-aunt crying inside the house when I left, crying and scolding you at the same time, Yu Fei said.
Scolding? Me?
Jin Shu was surprised. It wasn't her who ran away with the belongings, so why would she be scolded? Yes, she said you are a troublemaker, bringing bad luck to the family, Yu Fei honestly reported. Nonsense. Chun Chun sat next to Jin Shu. Since recognizing her daughter, she has been coming almost every day. Yu Fei was so scared that she didn't dare speak, so Jin Shu quickly patted her to continue doing her homework. My daughter is such a lucky person. As soon as she returned, she brought good fortune to the family. Zhang Jiadi caused her own trouble and dares to blame my girl? Chun Chin took 10 yuan out of her pocket and placed it on the table. Child, after you go home, stand at her door and scold her for 5 minutes. This money is your hard-earned pay. She's joking with you. We can't do things like blocking the door and scolding people, Jin Shu said as she put the money back into Chin Chen's pocket and massaged her temples. Miss Chun, your assets are still frozen. Please don't be so arrogant, someone reminded her. Chun Chun pouted sadly. Because her assets were frozen, she only had 10 yuan. She already knew from her husband that the family's funds were frozen, and also knew her daughter had come up with a clever plan to help the family. Having lived a life of luxury for so long, Chun Chin was almost forgetting what it felt like to be poor. My elderly wife said that in the past 2 months, we only have 20,000 yuan for household expenses, and the rest of the money has been used to buy goods for our daughter. Although this is a large amount for others for MS. Chin, it feels quite poor. You see, buying people's trust often only costs small bills like these. Even more sadly, we can't take our daughter shopping at the International Trade Mall or dress her up in fancy jewelry. It hurts inside. The biggest regret is that all the jewelry in her jewelry box is overseas and has been frozen. After Yu Fei's mother learned that Jin Shu had clarified her background and planned to sue Zhang Jiadi, she thought their previous agreement was cancelled. Unexpectedly, Jin Shu took the initiative to send someone to pass a message. Before she left Beijing, Yu Fei would come over every week, and she would help tutor the child. When Jin Shu moves with the army, she will also send study materials to Yu Fei every month by fax. Jin Shu also contacted teacher Lu Gang from the Second Foreign Language University, asking him to find a talented college student to tutor Yu Fei weekly, with Jin Shu paying for the tutoring. Lu Gang's daughter was previously kidnapped and rescued by Jin Shu, which led to their families establishing a connection. Thanks to this relationship, Yu Fei's grades are sure to improve. She will definitely keep her promises, regardless of her status. Yu Fei's mother didn't expect Jin Shu to be so loyal. She thought that after her falling out with Zhang Jiadi, they would also drift apart, since Yu Fei's mother and Zhang Jiadi are related by marriage. But Jin Shu always keeps her promises and doesn't attack indiscriminately. The people who offended her are Zhang Jiadi's family, not Yu Fei's. Jin Shu's loyal actions deeply moved Yu Fei's mother. Because of this, she has been sharing a lot of information with Jin Shu lately, including, but not limited to, how Zhang Jiadi insulted Jin Shu, how Zhang Jiadi cried and complained about her bad luck, and how she begged her relatives to find her missing husband. No matter how much she causes trouble, Yu Hongwen and his wife have already officially sued her. The court has accepted the case, and during the investigation, Zhang Jiadi is restricted from leaving Beijing. The Yu family has collected strong evidence, and Zhang Jiadi could face up to 5 years in prison, along with civil liabilities requiring her to pay damages. Jin Shu also thought Zhang Jiadi might come to harass her or beg for mercy. But after waiting a week, Zhang Jiadi didn't show up. According to the information passed by Yu Fei's mother, Zhang Jiadi is now a bit unhinged, worried every day that the Yu family might send thugs to harm her. During the day, she always keeps the curtains closed at home and wears a headscarf when going out to buy groceries, feeling anxious all the time. She is constantly worried that the Jean family will retaliate against her, so she would never willingly ask Jean Shu for help. It's better if she doesn't come. Jean Shu is also too lazy to look at Zhang Zhaodi's annoying face. When Yu Hongwen sued Zhang Zhaodi, Jean Shu and Yu Ruyan acted separately. Jean Shu contacted Officer Mao Guojun, asking him to send someone to check the goods. While waiting for the person to arrive, she bought a lot of supplies. Besides canned food from the food factory, she also prepared a thermos, water bottles, instant noodles, and various other items. She used the food factory's warehouse, filling 3 storage rooms. Yu Ruyan was busy contacting an airline. Although his funds were frozen, he still had connections and quickly found a buyer. It was a newly established domestic airline planning to buy 2 passenger planes. With Yu Ruyan's status, discussing this was very smooth. Jean Shu was extremely busy. Yu Hongwen assigned Jing Xian to help her, along with 2 assistants. Jean Shu worked until dark every day before she could go home. They ate on the go and worked non-stop for nearly a week. Finally, just before the people from Mao Guo arrived, she managed to get all the goods loaded. Zhang Zhaodi had been trembling for a week. She hadn't seen anyone from the Yu family come to bother her, so she felt a little braver and opened the curtains. Having not seen sunlight for a long time, she felt like she was going to mold. She pushed open the window and saw that the courtyard had been renovated and was now inhabited. Standing in her empty house, looking at her bare walls and the luxurious renovation of the courtyard, she momentarily forgot her miserable situation and stood by the window feeling sour. Who's so proud, wasting money like that? They have so much and nowhere to spend it. A whole family living in such a big yard. Aren't they afraid of shortening their lives? Yu Fei's family of 3 passed by with baskets. Zhang Zhaodi saw that the baskets were full of eggs and couldn't help but swallow. Lately, she didn't know what was wrong with her. She was especially craving food. Late at night, she couldn't stop thinking about eating something sour and craving meat. Second, where are you going? Zhang Zhaodi asked. To a friend's place to cook, Yu Xingfu replied. Give me 2 eggs. Zhang Zhaodi reached through the window to grab some eggs. Yu Saifu, that stubborn guy, didn't leave her any money when he left, so she couldn't even afford eggs. No, these eggs are lucky numbers we chose. Taking them would be bad. Yu Xingfu firmly refused and quickly left with his wife and daughter. Zhang Zhaodi almost turned her ear away and sneered in a half-loud voice. What's so proud of? Someone who can't have children is just a money waster. You think you're so great? Yu Xingfu was annoyed and wanted to scold her back, but his wife quickly pulled him away. On such a happy day, why bother arguing with such a person? Zhang Zhaodi saw they didn't fight back and thought she had won completely, crossing her arms proudly. But in the next second, she couldn't smile anymore. How did the second family's family go? To the front courtyard. Zhang Zhaodi was shocked to see Xingfu's family go into the front courtyard. How could the second family know such a noble and respectable person? What surprised Zhang Zhaodi even more was what she saw behind her. She saw Jean Shu. Jean Shu came out of the courtyard to greet Yu Xingfu's family and even hugged Yu Fei. Her eyes nearly popped out. The wealthy family in front, the big landowner with a large yard, turned out to be Yao Mei. Actually, that courtyard belonged to Yu Hongwen and his wife. Jean Shu's house was only half furnished and was mortgaged to the bank. She needed a lot of money for her business, and since she wasn't in a hurry to move in, she mortgaged it first. When her funds improved, she planned to buy it back. Later, that became Jean Shu's maternal home. Today, she was welcoming friends and relatives as the head of the family. Yu's family funds were frozen, but outsiders didn't know. Jean Shu, pretending to be from Manhwa, invited many of Yu Hongwen's business friends, creating a false image of prosperity. The lower the tide, the more grand the appearance needed. Business people still had to put on a good show. Seeing so many private cars parked outside, Yu Xingfu's family felt a bit awkward. Maybe we shouldn't go in, someone suggested. Compared to Yu's social circle, they felt they didn't belong. You are our honored guest. My parents especially want to thank you and Aunt, Jean Shu said, holding Yu Fei's hand as she led him into the courtyard. Her mother had invited a chef from a Western restaurant to cook at home, setting up several tables with the best ingredients. Zhang Zhaodi stood in the yard, gazing at Yu's courtyard with anger, frustration, and more jealousy. She saw a grand scene she would never see in her life: luxury cars, mansions, and waiters serving food. The banquet was personally arranged by Chin Chen, who had a natural talent for spending money. She can arrange every detail of the banquet perfectly, whether it's uniform porcelain dishes or ingredient selection. Everything is flawless. After her family's funds were frozen, Chun Chin was forced to live as a poor person for a week. When she went to her daughter's house for dinner, she didn't even check where the beef came from and happily ate domestically produced yellow beef. She almost forgot what it felt like to spend money freely and extravagantly. Today's banquet gave her a perfect chance. Her daughter said she could spend freely, not aiming for the best, but for the most expensive. They used rare ingredients in the country, like caviar, foie gras, and imported beef, all prepared on a special cooking station in the yard, with a chef from France providing on-site service. The Michelin-starred chef's dishes looked like works of art and drew a lot of attention. But to Jin Shu, these fancy foreign things might not taste better than a simple rural feast. She doesn't see these foreign items as valuable, but some people can't stand that. That person is Zhang Zhaodi. Seeing the banquet happening in the yard, Zhang Zhaodi felt jealous and upset. At first, she secretly wished for Yu's family to go bankrupt soon, but when she overheard neighbors talking about it, she lost her composure.
Can you smell that?
The yard in front smells so good. What are they eating? I've never seen anything like it. Probably Western food. Look, the cooks are foreigners in suits. So fancy. And the guests, they look so dignified. TSK. I just saw Yao Mei and Yu Xingfu's family too. What's going on? Don't you know? That yard belongs to Yao Mei's family. Oh, I mean Jin Shu's real parents. Yao Mei grew up in that yard, and some well-informed neighbors, through Yu Xingfu's family, learned that Jin Shu had changed her name and found her real parents. Zhang Zhaodi had been hiding inside her house these days, afraid to face anyone, missing out on the neighbors' gossip. Now she overheard the neighbors talking about how wealthy Jin Shu's real parents are, about their house, their car, and more. Hearing this, Zhang Zhaodi felt a surge of anger and nausea. She couldn't hold it in, covering her mouth and vomiting. Her vomiting finally caught the neighbors' attention, and they all looked over. Hey, Zhang Zhaodi, did you get a stomach bug? Your daughter is hosting a Western-style banquet up front. Why didn't you go? Everyone knew about Zhang Zhaodi switching her child, although she denied it, claiming she was falsely accused. But the neighbors are not fools. Yu Fu led his mother and daughter away and took all the furniture with him. Who wouldn't feel guilty doing that? Now, Jin Shu's biological parents bought a house in the front yard, clearly to shame Zhang Zhaodi. The neighbors, tired of Zhang Zhaodi's behavior, deliberately said things to provoke her. Zhang Zhaodi spat forcefully on the ground. Who cares about her broken stuff? I, Zhang Zhaodi, eat good food and have never lacked anything. Why would I care about her junk? A breeze blew by, carrying the smell of grilled beef from the front yard. Recently, Zhang Zhaodi had been craving meat. The smell made her nose tingle, and she swallowed hard, her stomach growling uncontrollably. Everyone saw this and laughed loudly. Embarrassed and angry, Zhang Zhaodi pointed and cursed. Ungrateful brat. She eats and wears things in my house. I raised her for 20 years, and now she turns around and accuses me. Could I have swapped her child? Just as she finished speaking, a few uniformed officers appeared at the door. Zhang Zhaodi was afraid whenever she saw the police and tried to run inside. She had only taken a few steps when they caught up with her. Zhang Zhaodi, we are from the city bureau. Please come with us for an investigation. I am innocent. I didn't steal the child. Zhang Zhaodi shouted. Without saying a word, they took her away. Yu's family followed the legal procedures, provided enough evidence, and now an investigation has been opened. Zhang Zhaodi kept shouting her innocence even as she was taken into the police car. The neighbors discussed it all. Maybe this is karma. Everyone saw how Zhang Zhaodi treated her youngest sister. In the cold winter, she made the child wash clothes with cold water, starting from when she was just a few years old, forcing her to do housework constantly. The older daughter wore new clothes, while the younger was always in torn, ragged clothes, barely dressed. If Yu Xingfu and his wife hadn't occasionally helped the youngest sister, she might not have survived until now. That's probably why, after the youngest sister recognized her relatives, she specifically invited Yu Xingfu's family over. When the youngest sister's husband went missing and she was in trouble, Zhang Zhaodi was running around causing trouble. Everyone knew about it. Now that her biological parents, who are wealthy, have come forward, they can't help but be angry seeing their daughter being treated so badly. It's no surprise they would file a lawsuit. Although Zhang Zhaodi tried to turn the tables, claiming that Jin Shu and the Yu family were ungrateful and had forgotten her years of nurturing, sensible people did not believe her lies. They thought she deserved her situation. A police car passed by the Yu family's house and stopped. When Zhang Zhaodi saw the car stop at the gate, she screamed in panic. "Don't take me to Chun Chun. She will hurt me. I don't want to see her." The officers looked at her without emotion, clearly seeing her as guilty. People from the Yu family, who have social status, wouldn't stoop to such tricks. If they really wanted to harm you, you wouldn't be sitting in this car. Initially, Zhang Zhaodi looked scared, but when she heard the officers praise the Yu family's social standing, she became defiant. "They're just lucky. When I lived next door, we often had no food for meals." In her mind, the Yu family still held the status they had 20 years ago when they worked at the forest farm. Because of their poor background, anyone could criticize them. The officers didn't bother to listen to her rambling anymore. She kept talking. "They're just greedy capitalists, betraying the people, and they should be scolded and made to march in the streets." Hearing this, the officers finally couldn't take it anymore. "It's the modern age. Why are you still talking about old stories? They are now patriotic entrepreneurs who have helped many people and have been rewarded by the government." Zhang Zhaodi's face twisted in anger. She could accept being poor, but she couldn't stand seeing people who were once worse off than her look down on her. Jinshu came out holding Chun Chen's arm. The mother and daughter wore matching velvet dresses that shone brightly and drew attention. Zhang Zhaodi's eyes were instantly attracted, and she forgot her anger for a moment. Jinshu handed the box of snacks to the officers with a smile and said politely, "Thank you for your hard work. Please accept these snacks and see if they suit your taste. It might not be appropriate." One officer hesitated, but who wouldn't want to taste gourmet pastries made by a Michelin chef? "This is a small gift for the neighbors on the street. It's nothing special," Jinshu replied gracefully. She had already asked Yu Fei's mother beforehand. As long as the neighbors hadn't bullied her, they would receive a small gift. This was a way to show the foolishness of a wealthy family. The officers took the snacks and looked sympathetically at Zhang Zhaodi, whose face was twisted in anger. Neighbors can receive small gifts, which shows that the Yu family does not care about petty gains. Such a kind family, if Zhang Zhaodi had been nicer to her daughter, might not have ended up like this. Zhang Zhaodi stared fixedly at Jinshu, who looked like a different person in her new dress. She appeared elegant and noble. This face, Zhang Zhaodi had seen for nearly 20 years, but only now did she realize Yu Yaomei was already a big person she could not reach. One of her clothes might be the equivalent of her family's annual income. She lives in a luxury house, drives fancy cars, travels abroad often, and eats foreign delicacies. Any of her possessions were things Zhang Zhaodi dreamed of. She couldn't understand why Yu Yaomei could casually own such good things. This little troublemaker should be trampled under her foot, treated like a servant, and it was only right that her daughter outshined her. Zhang Zhaodi's face twisted with anger as she yelled at Jinshu, "Yu Yaomei, may you have bad luck." Chun Chun was furious upon hearing this, but Jinshu calmly held her mother's arm. Such a worthless person was not worth losing their dignity over.
Who is Yu Yaomei?
"My name is Yu Jinshu." Her light words hit Zhang Zhaodi's heart heavily. Jinshu had emphasized before that she had changed her name. But Zhang Zhaodi never took it seriously. In her mind, Jinshu was still the little wild girl she looked down on. But at this moment, Zhang Zhaodi understood. The wealthy girl in front of her was no longer the poor girl she could scold and let her family drain. She had a new home, new parents, and a completely new identity and name. From now on, Eugene Shu and Zhang Zhaodi were people from two different worlds. Eugene Shu was soaring high, unreachable. Zhang Zhaodi and Yu Tingmei were at the bottom, unable to sink lower. This realization made Zhang Zhaodi's previously suppressed nausea surge again. She couldn't hold back and vomited on the car. This disgusted the investigators terribly. "Are you carsick?" one of the officers asked while wiping. Zhang Zhaodi was too uncomfortable to speak, her eyes glaring fiercely at Jin Shu. She hated her. "Just wait for prison. My husband and I refuse to settle. Zhang Zhaodi, you must pay for what you've done." Chun Chen finished speaking and pulled his daughter away. She didn't want to see Zhang Zhaodi's disgusting face. Just looking at her made her want to hit her. Today, the family was hosting guests, and Chun Chen didn't want to lose face. Jin Shu watched the car leave, lost in thought. "What's wrong? Did she disgust you?" "Don't worry. Look at your real mom and clear your eyes," Chun Chen said affectionately to her daughter. "That's not it. I was just thinking, maybe she's pregnant?" Jin Shu thought of Zhang Zhaodi vomiting and immediately assumed that. "What? That would be a good thing for her?" Chun Chen was shocked. Everyone knows that pregnant women can be released on bail and serve their sentence outside until they give birth. If Zhang Zhaodi is really pregnant, it's not good news for the family. Good for her. Maybe not, Jin Shu mused, touching her chin. Last time, Zhang Zhaodi's pregnancy ended in deformity and the baby's death because she ate all sorts of strange foods. This time, she seems to have bought many strange remedies to try for a boy. She hasn't managed to have a healthy child in her youth. As an older pregnant woman, taking random medicines, can her baby be healthy? "Xinxin, come here for a moment." Jin Shu called Zheng Xinxin over. Xinxin was with Yu Ruyan and his father, entertaining guests. When she heard Jin Shu call, she immediately came over. In recent days, Xinxin has been working with Jin Shu, almost like her secretary. Which hospital in Beijing can do a full pregnancy check? The more detailed, the better. Advanced genetic screening for pregnancy will take years to become common, and prenatal exams are not widespread yet. But better hospitals can do Down syndrome screening, and with some extra money, they can do detailed anomaly scans. Xia Hospital's obstetrics and gynecology department seems very capable. Jin Shu smirked slightly. "Okay, I'll pay for it myself. You can go there when the time comes. It's like charity." When Zhang Zhaodi reaches the right month, she'll be taken for a checkup, with Zheng Xinxin accompanying her for monitoring. Jin Shu has a feeling that if Zhang Zhaodi is really pregnant, the baby might not be healthy. She isn't cruel enough to cause Zhang Zhaodi to have a miscarriage, but Jin Shu is very curious. After 20 years, facing the same problem, what choice would Zhang Zhaodi make? Their conversation was overheard by Li He, whose face changed drastically. She only heard Jin Shu and Zheng Xinxin discussing pregnancy checks and jumped to the worst conclusion. Since Jin Shu's husband is not in Beijing, Jin Shu couldn't be pregnant. Could it be that Zheng Xinxin is pregnant with Yu Ruyan's child? After the banquet, Jin Shu stayed behind with her parents to see off the guests. Li He approached with a big smile on his face. "Little sister, congratulations." "Just call me Jin Shu," she replied, feeling goosebumps at his overly familiar tone. Li He shamelessly tried to get close to Jin Shu. Just as Jin Shu had thought, Li He was someone who looked down on others and tried to climb up by stepping on them. She had once believed Jin Shu was a poor relative of Zheng Xian, often mocking her and even insulting Qin Chen and Suning. Now that she knew Jin Shu was from the Yu family, her attitude changed. She spoke to Jin Shu as if they were family. "Little sister, this is for you. Congratulations on recognizing your roots and returning to your family. From now on, we are family." Li He took out a box and handed it to Jin Shu. Inside was a heavy gold bracelet, a gift from her parents. Jin Shu pushed the box back into her pocket. "My parents said I shouldn't accept gifts," she said, turning to leave before Li He could respond. Li He, annoyed by her rejection, immediately showed a twisted expression. Does she really think she's a young lady? Even if she is from the Yu family, so what? Once she marries in, she will be her sister-in-law. With such a large family business, it will eventually belong to Yuan. In other words, it's practically hers. When she becomes the lady of the house, her first act will be to kick Jinshu out. She's never seen a girl stay at her parents' house after marriage. Jinshu turned around just in time to see Li He's distorted face. Li He quickly suppressed her true feelings and forced a fake smile. Jinshu slightly curled her lips. Li He still didn't know that the Yu family's money had been frozen. That's why she was desperately trying to please the Yu family to marry in. Chun-Chen didn't like her and wouldn't let her get close, so Li He decided to target Jinshu. By the way, little sister. Jinshu, she corrected, feeling that calling her little sister was too awkward, like a weasel greeting a chicken. Alright, Jinshu, I have something to tell you. Originally, I am your future sister-in-law, so I shouldn't say this.
Oh.
But I feel guilty if I don't tell you. Zhengxian, you'd better not get too close to her.
Why?
She is someone who doesn't behave properly in her daily life, always going out to socialize. Yesterday, I saw her at Drunken Immortal Tower, drunk and drinking with a bunch of men. Such a woman, who knows who the father might be if she gets pregnant in the future. Yesterday, Jinshu thought for a moment. She went to Drunken Immortal Tower with me. Li He looked surprised and awkward. She really didn't expect that. Li He, if one day my brother runs out of money and isn't the heir of the Yu family anymore, would you still be with him? Jinshu asked. Li He was caught off guard by Jinshu's question but quickly recovered, thinking Jinshu was testing her. Li He put on a passionate expression and spoke in a dramatic tone, like during elementary school recitation classes. Of course. My brother and I are truly in love. No matter if he has money or not, I will stay with him. Even if he goes bankrupt, would you still want him? Jinshu asked again. Absolutely. If he goes bankrupt, I would sell my house and use all my savings to stay with him. Okay, I got it. The recorder also got it, Jinshu said. She took out a portable radio from her bag, surprising Li He, who looked shocked. She rewinded it skillfully and pressed play. Li He's voice came from the radio. My brother and I are truly in love. Li He's cheeks, especially her apple muscles, trembled with anger. She felt like Jinshu was mocking her. Why are you recording this? Are you sick? Normal people don't record conversations, right? I'm helping you. If you can keep your promise, and if my brother ever wrongs you, I will use this to expose him, Jinshu said, pointing to the tape. She had expected Li He to say something like this, so she kept the evidence. It wasn't just to help Li He, but also to keep it for her father to listen to later. Yuan wanted to break off the engagement with Li He. He was tired of her and saw this as a good opportunity since their family's funds were frozen. But Jinshu thought it wasn't the right time to say anything now. The plane from Mao country was arriving tomorrow, and she wanted to wait until everything settled. Yu Hongwen was not very happy with his children's ideas. He was a kind-hearted man and thought that breaking off the engagement just because of a mistake was not right. His whole family opposed it except him. Jinshu had her own opinions about her soft-hearted father, but didn't want to offend anyone. Yu Hongwen is a kind-hearted person, a good friend and family member. However, in business, such a gentle nature is not always suitable. That's why his brother turned against him and caused so much trouble. If it weren't for Jinshu, who unexpectedly came to help at the right time, Yu Hongwen's kindness and tolerance might have harmed the entire family. Business is like a battlefield. Kindness doesn't win wars. When it's time to be tough, you have to be firm. Fortunately, her brother Yuan isn't as fragile as their father, who is very gentle. He's more clear-headed. Otherwise, Jinshu worries about what will happen to the family's future. Jinshu is sure that her father will oppose her brother's breakup. She recorded a message in advance, so if Li He betrays them or looks down on her brother in the future, she can play the recording. She then shows the recording to Yu Hongwen, knowing it will make him feel embarrassed. Thinking of this, Jinshu sighs. Without her, the family might fall apart. When Yuan received the tape from his sister, he was so happy he couldn't stop smiling. Little sister, you are truly my treasure. Jinshu's mouth twitched. I'm not your treasure. If my man hears that, he might get mad at me. But still, do you think Li He will really follow through? If she finds out we're broke and still wants to stay with me, what should I do? Yuan's expression looked like a princess about to be sent away to marry someone else, full of sadness and longing. He's changed girlfriends often, but he's not reckless. He doesn't just date anyone. If she really can do that, then marry her and live happily. There's nothing to say. A wife who stays through thick and thin is true love. You should treat her well. Jinshu's eyes fell on Jung Exyan nearby. Her words carried some sincerity. She doesn't believe he will stay with her brother through tough times, since Xiao Yu isn't blind. She's good at judging people. But she thinks Jung Exyan might truly stand by someone in difficult times. Brother, does Jung Exyan know about our family situation? Jinshu asked. Yuan shook his head. The family's funds are frozen, and only the immediate family knows. Only the brave can recognize true loyalty in chaos. When Maogua's plane arrives tomorrow, everything will be settled. Then we'll tell her. If she wants to stay, let her be my no. What if she leaves? Yuan interrupted Jinshu. Just thinking about Jing Xiaozhu leaving made him very uncomfortable. Jung Exyan is our employee, but she didn't sign a contract that binds her to us, right?
Why can't she leave?
Jinshu asked sharply. Why can't she leave? This question made Yuan pause. He really hadn't thought carefully about this. Jung Exyan is his junior, and they almost started working at the company at the same time. When he signed his first big order, Jung Exyan was with him. That day, he drank so much he was drunk, and he vomited all over Jung Exyan. He even held her and said that one day he would ring the bell at Nasdaq, and he wanted to make his family's wealth grow. What did Jung Exyan say then? Yuan couldn't remember her words anymore. He only remembered that he was very ambitious that day, full of big dreams. Jung Exyan cried, but it seemed like she was happy tears. After that, he forgot everything. Do you have feelings for Jung Exyan beyond work? Jinshu asked. Since the first time she saw Yuan and Jung Exyan, Jinshu always felt there was something going on between them. She even thought for a moment that they were a couple. Actually, there was no obvious flirtation between them, but Jinshu just had a gut feeling that something was there. Jung Exyan was helping Chen clean up after work. Seeing Jinshu looking at her, she thought Jinshu was calling her over. She walked over and just happened to overhear Yuan talking about her. Feelings beyond work? No way. Yuan, don't have the habit of stepping outside my boundaries. There are no women left on this earth, and I don't even like Zheng Xiaozhu. Yuan felt guilty from his sister's sharp question. He blurted out words without thinking, hurriedly denying. Crash. A sound of something breaking came from behind Yuan. He saw his sister looking at him with a sympathetic expression. That look, how to describe it? It was a mix of pity and a kind of look at a fool, full of caring concern for someone less fortunate. Yuan had a bad feeling. He turned around and saw Jung Exyan standing behind him, her face pale. She dropped her cup, which shattered on the ground. Yuan didn't expect her to be there. Did she hear all those hurtful words he just said? It's okay, President Yuan. I was just telling the truth. I know my place, and I won't have inappropriate thoughts. Please rest assured, Jung Exyan said expressionlessly as she crouched down to pick up the broken pieces of the cup. She had a distant and cold expression, as if eager to cut ties with him. I didn't mean it that way. Of course, you're our best employee and my most satisfying assistant, Yuan said as he crouched down, trying to help her pick up things. His hand accidentally touched hers. Jung Exyan wanted to dodge, but her finger was cut by a sharp piece of porcelain, and blood immediately started to flow. Enough! Jung Exyan stood up, using her injured hand to finally let her tears flow openly. She pointed at Yuan and scolded, Mr. Yuan, even if you are very charming, I know my place. I wouldn't dare to covet your noble status. You don't need to humiliate me like this.
I didn't mean that.
Yuan's voice was very soft. From the corner of her eye, she saw Jinshu watching the scene. Yuan quickly gave her a pleading look for help. Don't just watch the fun. Say something fair. Jinshu actually spoke up. She said something fair, but her stance was not on her brother's side.
Xin, 又要我动.
Men who don't love themselves are like wilted flowers. With my brother's chaotic lifestyle, what kind of noble swan is he? He's just an unrespectable bus driver.
Bus.
Yuan almost spat out blood. Is this what her sister should say? She wanted her to say a few words for herself, not to make her look even more shameful. Who is better than whom? That's hard to say. I think, honestly, money and looks are less important than loyalty. Look at my man, so faithful. That's what makes him a good man. Jin Shu mentioned Lin Yixuan, and her lips couldn't help but turn up. Once she finished dealing with this, she could go find him. Lin Yixuan called her every week, and they had developed a silent understanding. They agreed on a time, and Jin Shu waited at the neighborhood committee, patiently waiting for his call. Each call lasted only 3 minutes. Neither of them wanted to waste time on the road. On the day of the call, no matter how busy she was with work, Jin Shu would make time to wait at the committee. Lin Yixuan also learned some cheesy pickup lines somewhere. Every time they talked, he would spend 10 or 20 seconds sweet-talking her. Little Jean, it rained last night. What kind of rain? Thinking of you makes me rain clouds and storms. After he finished, Jin Shu was silent, stunned by his words. She even heard someone laughing beside Lin Yixuan. Probably the little soldier responsible for responding couldn't hold back anymore. Who taught him those cheesy words? She didn't know. Jin Shu wanted to complain, but since there were only 3 minutes left, she held back. Maybe her silence boosted Lin Yixuan's confidence, so his old-fashioned tricks had spread from phone calls to messages. Yes, he not only called her every week, but also wrote letters, probably timed to arrive weekly. At first, Sanning was curious and came to see what her son had written. After reading a few lines, her teeth almost ached from how sweet it was. These young people are so lovey-dovey. It made Sanning skip those 2 pages of the letter and go straight to the last paragraph. Because only the last part was from her, talking about the weather turning cooler and reminding her to drink hot water. Talking to his wife was thinking of you so much it's like a storm, but talking to her mom was just about drinking hot water. Lately, Sanning kept sighing while reading Jin Shu's letters. She thought it might have been better if she had a daughter instead. Having a girl like Jin Shu would be better than a son, who only makes his own mother worry. While secretly looking down on her brother for messing around with relationships, Jin Shu couldn't help but think about Lin Yixuan for a few seconds, and a smile appeared on her lips. Maybe she would receive his letter again today. Can you stop criticizing your brother when you praise your man? Yuan was annoyed with his sister. With Lin Yixuan being such a hopeless romantic, who could compare to him? Using Lin Yixuan as a standard for dating probably meant ending up single. I'm just telling the truth. Xion. You graduated from a top school, your personal qualities are excellent, and you're capable at work. You have a lot of options when choosing a partner. Can I do it? Xion pressed her bleeding hand, avoiding Yuan's gaze. She felt that if she looked at him for 1 more second, she might lose control. Of course you can. When we went out for business, the manager of the daily necessities factory even asked me if you're single. Yuan's ears twitched. When did that happen? Why didn't I know? That manager from the daily necessities factory. What kind of person is he? He's actually interested in Zheng Xiaozhu? Jin Shu believed her recent efforts had been very effective. What factory manager? He's definitely not sincere, Yuan quickly told Zheng Xion stared at him blankly, and Jin Shu looked pleased. Things were falling into place naturally. What kind of boss would value you? Maybe he just cares about the resources behind you, Yuan said. Hearing this, Zheng Xion's face turned from red to pale, and her lips trembled. Jin Shu rubbed her temples. Her brother is a good person, so why does he open his mouth? If he can't speak well, he should just stay silent and not cause trouble. President Yuan, I resign, Zheng Xion said, holding back her feelings. She felt like she was about to explode with emotion.
Resign? Why?
Yuan also got angry. Does she want to run off with that factory manager? If you think my personal issues might affect the company, I will avoid trouble. I resign, Zheng Xion said, and turned to leave. Yuan was so anxious he almost exploded. He reached out to stop her, but Zheng Xion's hand was already bleeding, and his grip made her cry out in pain. Jin Shu couldn't stand it anymore. She watched how Yuan was making a big mistake. Stop causing trouble. I'll go, Jin Shu said to her foolish brother and quickly chased after Zheng Xian. As soon as Zheng Xian left the hospital, her tears burst out. She didn't even hear Chen Chen calling her from behind. What's wrong? Chen Chen saw Zheng Xian looked upset and asked Jin Shu. He made little Zheng so angry, Jin Shu replied. Your brother really is something. Why did he upset Xiao Zheng? You should go comfort her. Chen Chen handed the task to Jin Shu. Zheng Xian followed the Yu family everywhere, both at home and abroad. She not only helped with business but also supported the family matters. Mr. and Mrs. Yu valued her very much, and Chen Chen liked her even more. When she heard Zheng Xian was upset, she quickly sent Jin Shu to help. Zheng Xian left very quickly, almost running out. She was sad and angry, thinking about Yuan's seemingly contemptuous expression. His words, "What kind of factory manager would like you?" echoed like a spell in her mind. Zheng Xian just wanted to leave this sad place quickly and wandered aimlessly. Suddenly, 2 horns sounded behind her. She turned around and saw Jin Shu driving over. Miss, do you have a driver's license? Jin Shu asked.
No, hin susmail tsirfeli.
Zheng Xian didn't dare to leave anymore. She stopped, and Jin Shu got out of the car, offering her the driver's seat. Zheng Xian said she was resigning, but she still cared about everyone in the Yu family. She couldn't just let Jin Shu, who didn't have a license, run around freely. Where to? I'll take you there, Zheng Xian asked Jin Shu.
Let's go to Beihai Park.
I want to take a walk. Zheng Xian drove the car to Beihai Park. Jin Shu got out of the car, and she had no choice but to follow. Along the way, Zheng Xian's mood calmed down. The tears on her face had already dried, but her wounded heart still ached faintly. I saw a line in a TV drama that I really like. It says that mature people are often late to develop, and proud people tend to be impatient. This line fits my brother perfectly. This quote is from a well-known military drama from later years, which Jin Shu really liked. Why is it called mature early but late to develop? Zheng Xian asked. It sounds confusing. Aren't those ideas opposite? Take my brother as an example. He wasn't born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He and my parents went through hard times. Strictly speaking, he's not naturally a spoiled kid. Yujia's social status was low in the early days. During a time when anyone could criticize Qin as a capitalist, Yuan faced many difficulties and sneers in his childhood. Growing up in such an environment, he had to be more sensible than ordinary children. You know my mom, she's naive and has no scheming. To protect her, my brother had to mature faster than normal kids. Yuan is very responsible for the women in his family, whether it's his mother or sister. He does everything he can to protect them. When something happened to the Yu family, he didn't even want to tell Jin Shu. He wanted to go back and fight with his father. Why do I say he's late to develop? Because he looks grown up, but his mind isn't fully mature, especially in matters of love. His attitude is immature. Yuan grew up in a loving family, adopting his parents' way of relating to each other. As he grew older, he wanted to repeat his parents' love story. But at that time, his status was different. A noble young man, still naive enough to seek a pure, untainted love. Jin Shu could tell without asking. He had definitely been hurt by love and beaten down mercilessly by life. Did his first love, or the feelings he had when he was young, hurt him deeply? How do you know? Did he tell you? Zheng Xian found it hard to believe. She learned about this because Yuan told her after drinking too much. That past was a secret even to Yu family's parents. What kind of magic does the young lady have? Just by recognizing her, she can make Yuan reveal his deepest secrets? No need for him to tell me. I can guess. Since Jin Shu guessed it, Zheng Xian decided not to hide anything from her. While Yuan was in college, he got a girlfriend. She was also an overseas Chinese from Taiwan, and they were very close. At that time, Yuan didn't reveal his true background, only saying he came from an ordinary family and the girl didn't mind. They rented a place together, and Yuan even decided to marry her after graduation. However, Yu Hongwen and his wife had some objections. Yu Hongwon learned about the girl's family, and their stance was problematic. They didn't acknowledge their connection to China. Yu Hongwon couldn't accept that. His family's daughter-in-law could be poor or unattractive, but she must have a good heart. Someone who disowns their ancestors is unacceptable. Back then, Yuan was probably blinded by love, insisting his girlfriend was truly his soulmate. He even gave examples. He said she was willing to endure hardships with him, didn't mind that he had no money, and he bought her a scarf from his earnings, which she always wears. TSK. Jinshu clicked her tongue several times. It's hard to believe that a young, flirtatious person still had such a pure side. Yuan was willing to break with his family for his girlfriend, planning to fight with his parents long-term. But in secret, she made a call that he overheard. It turned out she wasn't interested in him as a person, but was attracted to his family's wealth and status. Before approaching him, she had already researched his background thoroughly. Even while dating Yuan, she flirted with a black classmate, giving Yuan a green hat. Since then, Yuan stopped believing in true love. He saw all women as only after his family's money, and his kindness and respect for women were limited to his own family. Jinshu guessed right. Her brother had grown up, but his heart was still that of an immature child. Xian, we're not strangers. I need to tell you something. You don't have to persuade me. I'm definitely going to resign. Xian thought Jinshu was trying to talk her out of it. My family went bankrupt.
What?
Jinshu pulled her to sit on a bench, facing the shimmering lake, and explained her family's situation. So, the boss's funds are frozen? Xian's first reaction was that Jinshu was joking. But after thinking carefully, she realized the strange things happening in Yu's family these days, especially the odd behavior of Madame Yu. Based on Mrs. Lady's shopping obsession, she found her precious daughter. How could she not take the young lady out for a wild shopping spree? Xian's face grew more serious as she thought about it. Jinshu noticed her reaction and continued speaking. You come from a top university and speak 4 languages fluently. Given our current situation, it's a bit unfair to expect so much from someone as talented as you. Your father might not even be able to pay your salary next month. I don't need a salary, Xian said firmly. My scholarships for university were funded by my boss. Without her support, I wouldn't have been able to finish college. The biggest difference between foreign top schools and domestic universities is the tuition fee. Foreign prestigious schools charge extremely high tuition, unlike domestic ones. They even offer interest-free loans for students who can't afford college. Xian almost couldn't attend university because of family issues. Her family was at the bottom in a foreign country, and her father died unexpectedly while working. Her mother worked odd jobs to support her. If it weren't for the support of Yu Hongwon and his wife, Zexy wouldn't be where she is today. So, when she heard about the Yu family's trouble, she made her choice without hesitation. But our family's situation is uncertain. We might not recover for a long time, and your salary might not be paid for several months. I have some savings. Over the years, my boss has treated me well, giving me generous bonuses each year. I haven't spent them. But my brother is so angry with you. At this point, who cares about those petty feelings? Zexy's response made Xiao Yu very pleased. Even if she couldn't become her sister-in-law, based on her ability and character, she wanted to bring her into their circle. Xin, about the feelings between you and my brother, I feel like my status makes it seem like I'm taking sides for him, defending him. But I want to be honest. Zexy looked at Jinshu. She could tell Jinshu always saw things from her perspective and respected her. Talking to someone like that was very comfortable. My brother isn't naturally a bad person. He just grew up witnessing his parents' pure love and, as he got older, tried to copy their marriage but failed. He then doubted whether true love really exists. That's why he's not faithful in love. Jinshu thought about her own experience before being with Lin Yixuan. She also couldn't escape the curse of her original family. Before we mature, we often unconsciously remember our parents' ways of interacting. As we grow up, we follow this pattern. Some succeed, others fail. In contrast to Yuan, Lin Yixuan's way of relating to Jinshu is clearly modeled after his father. Jinshu's first impression of him is that he's a caring and warm person. Love needs two people working together. It can't be one-sided. Sometimes, even if someone is very kind and puts in a lot of effort, they still might not get a good outcome. If Lin Yixuan had experienced a similar first love disappointment as Yuan, he might also question life. But his background and sense of responsibility prevent him from reacting as extremely as Yuan did. He certainly wouldn't trust marriage as much as he does now. So, for a relationship to be good, the timing, environment, and mutual understanding are all essential. Many unhappy marriages are not because the partners are bad, but because they are unlucky and haven't met the right person at the right time. Jinshu always feels that her happy marriage is partly due to luck. Those who are less fortunate than her might not lack qualities like her and Lin Yixuan, but simply have worse luck. You see, I really like him, Zexy sniffles, finally sharing her feelings with someone. But so what? Our social statuses mean we can never be together. He's bankrupt now, so he's not suitable for you. If my husband thought like you do, we would have split long ago. Jinshu uses Lin Yixuan as an example again. When she was poor, he didn't care. When she had wealthy parents, he still didn't care. Now that her parents are close to bankruptcy, Lin Yixuan's attitude toward her hasn't changed. Such a good man. Jinshu can only say she's grateful to the army and the party. If Lin Yixuan weren't a soldier, he might not have such pure feelings. The army, with its sincerity and honesty, is the only place that could nurture someone like Lin Yixuan. But I'm not encouraging you to start a relationship now. You and my brother need some time to settle down. From a management perspective, you really aren't suitable to work together. Zexy looks a bit anxious. Is Jinshu eager to send her away? So, stop following him. Come over and work with me, Jinshu says, clearing her throat. Actually, she feels a bit guilty. She even dug into her biological father's and brother's private spaces. Zexy, a top-level secretary, is truly impressive. In her previous life, several secretaries working together couldn't match Zexy's workability. With you? Zexy asked in doubt. My career is just starting. I can't compare to my dad and brother, but I can give you shares. I'm not just after money. Don't rush to refuse. Women need to have money to stand firm. Otherwise, they won't be confident in anything. If you work with me, the biggest benefit is that you can fully use your abilities. There is a big difference between male and female bosses when it comes to hiring. Zexy has worked with Yuan and also with Jinshu. Both siblings are very talented, but there are many small differences in their work styles. Yuan cares a lot about results and has zero tolerance for mistakes. When working, he becomes very focused and doesn't tolerate any errors, which makes working under him very stressful. Any small mistake can lead to harsh criticism. Jinshu is very good at controlling details. As long as you meet her requirements, you won't make mistakes. She also has the rationality that female leaders often lack, with strong empathy and a good ability to listen to others' feelings. If we ignore emotions and only look at how the Yu family's father and daughter work, Zexy prefers to follow Jinshu. Working beside General Xiao, the pressure is lower, sleep is better, and the performance is good too. Following the flirtatious guy, the expectations are too high. Because Zexy likes him, she always feels a lot of pressure, even causing her menstrual cycle to become irregular. I told you there's another important reason for working with me. If you and my brother really become a couple and work in the same company, it could easily cause work mistakes due to emotional issues. I'm not even sure about me and your brother, Zexy said, but she was secretly tempted. The project I invested in won't go wrong, Jinshu said with a smile. She managed to get her brother's capable assistant and also a wife for him. It's not too much, right? Yuan was anxiously waiting at home, almost wearing out the floor. Finally, Jinshu returned. Yuan hurried to greet her. How did it go? Is she here? I persuaded her. Yuan let out a long breath, crossed his legs on the sofa, and took a sip of tea. Why didn't she come with you? I still have something to tell her. She resigned and won't work with you anymore.
Ha!
Yuan spat out a mouthful of tea onto the ground. Eugene Shu, you asked me to be a negotiator, and this is how you do it? What are you shouting at your sister for? Although Chen didn't understand what was happening, she couldn't bear to see her son yelling at her daughter. I persuaded her to work with me. She agreed. From now on, she will be my secretary. Dad, and you can borrow her for a short time, but once family matters are settled, she will be with me. Yuan felt a surge of anger, and it took a few seconds to realize what was happening. Eugene Shu, you're even trying to steal my people? Zheng Xiaozhu was originally my secretary. What do you mean by borrowing? Don't shout at your sister. Let's talk nicely. Chen kept her focus on this. She is Dad's secretary, not yours, Mom. Can Xian stay with me? Jin Shu, teasing her brother, turned to her mother and acted cute. Seeing her daughter act spoiled, Chen's heart melted immediately, and she nodded quickly. All right, all for you. Mom, you don't understand the company's matters. Please don't interfere. Yuan was about to faint from frustration. If he had known Eugene Shu was so cunning, trying to steal his position, he wouldn't have let her persuade him. Are you looking down on me? Chen covered her chest and called out toward the study. Honey, come quickly, my son is bullying me. Hearing this, Yuan just finished a call and immediately came out, glaring at Yuan. Why did you make your mom angry? Yuan felt like a deep ocean of injustice and dared not confront his mother directly, so he glared at Jin Shu. How come I didn't notice that you have such a talent for turning black into white? Jin Shu blinked. Yes, she's working hard to play the innocent girl now. Look, he's even glaring at Xiao Shu. This kid is hopeless, bullying his sister. Chen felt a tightness in her chest. She took out a silk handkerchief from her pocket and wiped her eyes, which showed no tears at all. This trick had worked since she was young, and now it still did. Yuan immediately felt heartbroken seeing her cry.
Don't bully Xiao Shu.
How old is your sister? And how old are you? Jin Shu, with her back to her parents, made a funny face at Yuan, sticking out her tongue. Yes, she was still a little baby. Yuan pointed at Jin Shu, thinking, look at this little green tea. The Yu couple looked at Jin Shu, and she immediately hugged Chen's arm, acting pitiful. My brother is so mean. As expected, Yuan was scolded by his parents, feeling his teeth itch with anger. She took Zheng Xiaozhu away. He is the real victim. You deserved it. If you had been nicer to her, would she really have followed me? Listen to the nickname you gave her, Little Pig, so rude. I think you are more like the heavenly general descending to the mortal world. Jin Shu's words made Chen nod in agreement. Naming a girl pig is really impolite, and her daughter is right to criticize. Chen has long been unhappy with his son's habit of giving nicknames. He corrected him a few times, but he didn't listen. Now that his daughter is watching over him, Chen feels much better. Secretary Zheng is already familiar with the company's work. Do you think it's appropriate to let her go just like that? Yuan hesitated for a moment. Before the company's crisis is resolved, she will still be with you, but she is now my person. No one can bully her, including giving her unkind nicknames or bothering her late at night. Jin Shu finished speaking, and Chen's eyes sharpened immediately. Late at night? What did you do to that girl, you little troublemaker from Guangdong? What do you mean by little troublemaker from Guangdong?
I didn't do anything.
When we worked at the forest farm, the pigs there were called that. I think you have the potential to be a pig. Your girlfriend changed. Xiao Shu, you don't even know how worried I was that your brother might bring home a girl from the wrong side of town. He can't stop criticizing his son's lifestyle. There are so many diseases abroad, I'm really worried he might catch something. Is now the time to talk about me? Zheng Xiaozhu has already been taken away, and you two can't even say a fair word? Yuan is about to lose his temper. Who wants to hear my mom and sister talk about this? I don't want to lose face. It's all family business. No matter where Secretary Zheng is, it's the same. Yuan thought that since Zheng Xian could still be called upon these past few months, it wasn't a big problem. In his eyes, a secretary working for his daughter or son is all the same. It's all family, as long as they don't leave the Yu family. Zheng Xian knows too many secrets of the high-level Yu family. If such a person leaks information, Yu Hongwen would be very upset. Father is wise, mother is fair. Jinshu praised her parents one after another. Yu Ruian was so angry he couldn't stay, so he stood up and went to the study. He needed to calm down for a while. Remember, Zheng Xian is now my person, not your employee. Don't bully her. If you treat her badly like before, shout at her and make her upset, she still has the right to refuse you. Jinshu calmly warned him. Yu Ruian turned around and pointed at her a few times. Okay, you have guts. Just wait and see. I'm not afraid of you. My surname isn't you. Jinshu made a funny face at him. Chun happily held her husband's hand. Darling, look at how close they are as siblings. Siblings teasing each other is so sweet. Yu Ruian went into the study and came out with a serious face after 3 minutes. Brother-in-law is on the phone. Jinshu jumped up happily and ran to answer the call. Lin Yixuan's cheerful voice sounded on the phone. What happened to your brother? He seems pretty angry. Yu Ruian just answered the phone and spent 10 seconds complaining about his sister's bad behavior, sounding like he's quite upset. It's nothing serious. He'll thank me later. I don't thank you. You're such a naughty girl. Lin Yixuan, are you going to control your wife? Yu Ruian roared nearby, and Jinshu pressed the speaker so he could hear Lin Yixuan's laugh on the other end. Admit it, brother-in-law, you're already abandoned by everyone. Yu Ruian responded with a loud door slam. Looks like you and your sister get along well, Lin Yixuan said with a smile. Well, it's okay. He's a bit slow when it comes to feelings, but I'm different. Lin Yixuan thought to himself, how can he say that so confidently? Who was it that considered him a brother in the first place? If he hadn't been persistent and sincere in chasing his wife, he might not have succeeded. Maybe children from a Yu family all have a gene for emotional dullness? Lin Yixuan thought so, but he didn't dare say it out loud. He didn't want to offend his wife. Hey, why didn't you say any cheesy romantic words today? Jinshu found it strange. Lin Yixuan usually said a few sweet words on the phone, but today he suddenly sounded normal? Thinking of this, Lin Yixuan looked proud. You didn't expect that, did you? He's about to make a big move. Lin Yixuan was feeling quite proud. He prepared a gift for his wife, and it should arrive today. I am really curious. Who did you learn all those messy words from? Lin Yixuan's recent behavior has made Jinshu quite curious. I taught myself. Lin Yixuan is very proud. Of course, he wouldn't admit that he learned everything from the secret to winning back my wife. My comrades are waiting for me to share my successful experiences. With such a good wife, like Xiao Jin, who wouldn't be jealous? Sharing experiences? Jinshu suddenly has a bad feeling. Helping the person below you with their homework isn't likely to produce good results, right? Unity and mutual help are our usual virtues. Jinshu decides that once she gets there, she must investigate thoroughly. She doesn't believe that those sweet words are entirely Lin Yixuan's original ideas. She wants to see who is secretly leading her good man astray. They chat for a few more minutes. Lin Yixuan tells her that he has already decorated the bedroom and living room in the new house. Only the children's room is left. He now has 1 day off each week. During his day off, he drives 3 hours to the base to decorate the new home, full of hope and excitement for the future. It's a 3-bedroom house. 1 bedroom, 1 study for Jinshu to work, and a children's room. He based the layout on his friend's house but found it too dull. Just a bed, a desk, and maybe a bookshelf, with plain white and green walls. Living inside felt boring and lacked fun. Thinking about her daughter's personality from her past life, Jinshu gave some advice. The kids are usually lively and active, so you should design it that way. Later, Jinshu deeply regretted her words. She shouldn't have been so gentle. She meant to leave enough space for the children to move around freely. Lin Yixuan misunderstood lively and active completely, creating something that made Jinshu see black. But right now, Jinshu had no idea about Lin's reading comprehension. They talked for a few more minutes, and then the time was up. Lin Yixuan had been holding back his big move. Just before hanging up, he told Jinshu, I had someone bring you a gift. It should arrive today or tomorrow. Jinshu wanted to ask what the gift was, but the call suddenly disconnected. This made her feel curious and excited inside, while Lin Yixuan on the other end was very pleased. With this gift, Jinshu would surely love him more. He was following the secret to winning back my wife very strictly. When they met, the wife couldn't help but hug his neck and give him a few kisses. Thinking of that scene, she felt very proud. It was so lovely. Lin Yixuan's overly confident attitude caught Jinshu's attention. It seemed he was very sure about the gift. What could it be? After returning home, Jinshu eagerly waited for the gift to arrive. A day passed without any news. The next day, the plane from the neighboring country arrived. Jinshu temporarily put aside her thoughts about the gift and went with her brother to welcome the representatives. Jinshu led the visitors and her family's BMW to tour the food factory. Recently, the factory worked in 3 shifts to meet deadlines. The workers received overtime pay and worked with great enthusiasm. The representatives were very pleased to see the continuous flow of canned goods on the production line. Jinshu also showed them the goods she had prepared. She had taken over the warehouse, filling it with the items she had bought in recent days. The representatives saw the abundance of food and light industrial products and were moved to tears. They held Jinshu and her brother's hands tightly. Jinshu promised to pack and ship the goods today. In 7 days, they would receive the first batch of supplies. There was only 1 train to the neighboring country, and each shipment was limited. After this batch, the next would leave in 7 days. The representatives only saw the strong financial backing of the Yu family and happily signed the contract. Once signed, the worries of Yu's father and daughter finally eased. That evening, Yu Hongwen and his son hosted a banquet for the representatives. As usual, there was drinking involved. Both sides felt they had gained a big advantage and were quite excited, drinking and strong liquor. Jinshu wasn't good at socializing. With Yu Ruian and Yu Hongwen present, she didn't join the drinking. She just kept an eye on the situation at the table, providing logistical support. Yu Ruian was in a good mood today. Once this step was completed, everything else would go smoothly. He drank cup after cup of, which made Zheng Xian nearby very nervous. Is he okay drinking like that? Zheng Xian asked. I had them take liver protection medicine in advance, but I still feel worried, Jinshu replied, not very optimistic. By this time, Yu Hongwen's speech was already slurred, and his eyes looked unfocused. It seemed he would pass out in a few minutes. Yu Ruian spoke clearly, but his face was also very red. After a few drinks, his eyes started to drift unconsciously toward Zheng Xian. In past social events, Zheng Xian always sat beside him. Today, Zheng Xian was still talking about business while standing beside him, but during the banquet, she had already sat next to Jinshu. No one was offering him food during the breaks, nor was anyone secretly watering down his wine when he was drinking. Yu Ruian drank cup after cup, and the world around him became a bit blurry, but one thought grew clearer. She was no longer his secretary. These words echoed like a spell in his mind. Yu Ruian's gaze grew hotter. He even stopped listening to what the representative from Mao country was saying, since he couldn't understand anyway, as it was all translated. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Jinshu quickly told the translator that the drinks were enough, and that drinking more might cause alcohol poisoning. The representative was not very happy, not fully satisfied with the meeting, but since the contract was signed, it was just how it was. To make these foreign guests happy, only Lin Yixuan returning could handle it. Jinshu asked Zheng Xian to pay the bill, while she stayed behind to finish up. When Zheng Xian left the private room, she saw a young man waiting outside with a box. Are you Sister Yu Jinshu? The young man asked. She's inside. Who are you? I'm Captain Lin's messenger. He asked me to bring something for Sister Jinshu. The young man handed over the box. He had just visited the Lin family, but no one was home, and the neighbor said Jinshu was here, so he came to wait. Zheng Xian took the box. It wasn't heavy, but she didn't know what was inside. Jinshu was still entertaining guests inside and couldn't take it in herself. Zheng Xian carried the box to the parking lot, put it in the trunk, and then went back to settle the bill. As she entered, Li He stepped out from behind a parking lot pillar, her face full of hostility. She had overheard Jin Shu and Jing Xian talking and mistakenly thought Jing Xian was pregnant with Yu Ruian's child. Li He wanted to invite Yu Ruian to dinner tonight, but he declined due to other plans. When she arrived at the hotel, she saw Yu Ruian's car. Zhang Xian's appearance ignited Li He's anger. Yu Ruian said he had something to do, just to accompany Jing Xian. Little Jing Xian, you stole my man, and I won't let you have an easy time, Li He muttered to herself, pulling out a spare key and opening the trunk. She was eager to see what was inside.